Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Inverness fields the snap, left foot's the puck, left to right toward Marcus Jones. He's under between the hash marks at the 6. He runs it left to the 15, to the 20, accelerates 30, 35, 40, beating Gillen off the hit along the near side 40, to the 30. Marcus Jones going to the 20, to the 10, to the house. Touchdown, Patriots!
Look at this place! You tell me they're not ready for playoff football? Gillette Stadium is back!
It's the Giants.
Have not heard Scott Zolak in a while. Probably wearing his Super Bowl shades on Patriots radio. Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start
Gillette
off
Stadium is back!
the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Choppy back tomorrow. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
God, I needed that laugh after running upstairs this morning because of the people who just don't know how to get into our parking garage here at the new building. But
there's always like 2 or 3 random cars, and I'm like, okay, the entrance gate is broken. I'm gonna have to figure out where to park out here and walk up in freezing temperatures. No, the parking pass works just fine for now.
They're just super slow about getting in here, and it always seems like when I pull in. I don't know about you. When I pull in, it's like there are 2 cars waiting off to the side almost, and then they pull in ahead of me. Like they've been waiting for me to pull in just so they can get to the gate, and I don't know why. They're usually like work trucks.
33-15 New England domination over the New York Giants. The Giants fall to 2-11 with the return of Jackson Dart, and this was all New England from the very beginning. What was it, 17-0 after the first quarter? Ball game.
It was quick, and then you had that touchdown throw to Williams, which was
beautiful.
Goodness. Drake May is, I know there's still times where he looks like a total rookie out there, especially when we're talking about, if you see the biggest thing with him, it's the pocket awareness is still not there all the time. Like he won't get rid of the football when he should, and he'll get sacked. He'll take some bad sacks. He'll do things like that. But if you want to talk about just the ability to throw the football and put it where it needs to go, he's so freaking good.
Jackson Dart is a dumbass. He's a dumbass frat boy. He may be dumber, like, upstairs than Scattaboo.
I think he is.
Because he just has this mentality. It's that young man mentality. We all had it. You can't tell me what to do. Stop lecturing me. I'm tougher than you. I know more than you. And I have the famous John Gruden clip. I'm famous in my own mind because I had seen it first. With John Gruden's quarterback club, which we'll play later in the show, telling him, stop. Just stop running. And Jackson Dart's like, +2. And Gruden's like, what? What are you saying? And he's like, you always fall forward for 2 more yards. You know, it's just my mentality. It's a mentality thing. And I just see J.J. McCarthy's locker room face that has gone famous on Twitter with the meme all the time with Jackson Dart. And Dart gets blown up on the sideline when he could have gone out of bounds earlier. He finishes 17. I think Jackson Dart has some nice upside. I'm excited if he's healthy, if I'm a New York Giants fan, but he and Scattaboo, they will not be in the same backfield in 5 years because of his stupidity unless it drastically changes. And the thing to add to that, Troy Aikman on the broadcast said Dart is getting a little sick and tired of people lecturing him. He's hearing all the talk about getting out of bounds and don't play dumb, and his reaction to it is, stop lecturing
Don't tell me what to do.
Don't tell me what to do.
You can't tell me. It's
and you
funny.
can see it in his face and on that stupid necklace, too.
He runs like Scattaboo. Like, it's like he thinks he is Scattaboo, where it's like, I'm a running back who's supposed to be a bowling ball and hit into people. It's like,
I'm just
no.
tougher than you.
And he is a mimbo. He really is. It's when you reference the famous John Gruden clip, the first one that came to mind for me was him talking about the silent count, where he's like, what was your silent count at Ole Miss? And he goes, you ready for this, coach? And he goes, what? He's like, this is our cadence. This is my cadence. This is my hard count there at Ole Miss. But man, he's got, that's the story on Jackson Dart. He's got ability. Like when you look at him, there's stuff he can do. Like it's not like he's just completely useless. He's kind of a dumbass the way that he plays football.
This game had a missed field goal sack.
It's the worst looking missed field goal you'll ever see.
Giants fans are launching an investigation. They want the FBI involved.
It feels like Emmanuel Clase kicking. Because he just, I've never seen somebody misstep so poorly.
Well, I was wondering, did the hold throw him off versus just an RJ choppy bunker shot?
Maybe, because I mean, I don't know how you, like, even if the hold throws you off, I don't know how you misstep or plant so poorly that, like, you swinging your leg through, you hit it a foot behind you before, when it makes contact with the ground. It was awful.
Let's hear what that sounded like.
47-yard try now by Younghoe Koo, and he stumbled. Gillen gets swallowed up. Patriots ball.
There's no way to tell on that with the live call from Joe Buck on ESPN that he comes up short and kicks the ground first. That leads to the gorgeous Kyle Williams 33-yard pass from Drake May. That's 24-7 at halftime.
Yeah, for those of you, and I didn't send this to Aiden, so I'll just put it up here on the fan cam myself. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. Like, look how far back his foot is. Yeah. His foot is, like, planted in the ground. That's behind his glutes, isn't it? Like his foot where the tip of his toe is touching, that was so bad. But I mean, that's the Giants. And that's why it's equally hilarious at the start of the show for Scott Zolak to say, you don't think they're ready for playoff football here because they're whooping up on the Giants.
I'm sorry, I think it was 30-7 at half. It was 30-7 because of that illegal shot, an injustice, a criminal miscall where the New York Giants punt returner got the end knocked off of his helmet, and then they go to the rule. I thought Buck and Aikman did a horrible job of going in on this, and the rules official's like, well, it's not a flag because he's a ball carrier. I think that's what he said. He kind of just mumbled it out there, and I'm like, what do you mean he's a ball carrier? Like, you shouldn't be able to launch yourself head-to-head with someone who has the football versus someone who's trying to make a play on the football. I don't understand it.
Yeah, now the only thing I couldn't figure out was it because he was being hit? Out. Like, was he because he was being hit? Like, I mean, but see, they usually don't, rescue you from that. Well, because he was being hit by somebody else, did that change the trajectory of where the other guy was trying to hit him? I couldn't tell if it was like, all right, he gets hit from the side, and then when he gets hit from the side, the guy was lowered to, like, hit him in the shoulder, and then that ended up, I have
no review on that.
It
needs
to be a penalty.
Head-to-head shot,
yeah.
It's a penalty. New York keeps the football. That's not going to matter for the game. I felt so bad for this kid who was totally knocked out there on the ground and had the emblem of the helmet knocked off. And then the New York Giants have maybe their own George Pickens issue as the entire internet fell for this pregame report from Wesley Steinberg, who is a loser who went and bought a blue check mark and tweeted before the game, Abdul Carter will miss the first drive tonight for disciplinary reasons after getting caught watching porn in a team meeting when his headphones disconnected. And the amount of people who fell for this was insane. I think it was up to like 10 million views in the second quarter. And Abdul Carter ends up missing the first quarter, not the first drive. It's the first quarter because Giants reporters had tweeted that Carter is going to miss the first drive for disciplinary reasons after getting, well, I almost read the fake report again. He was late to a meeting again and is expected to be benched for a few, just like last game. So a chronically late Abdul Carter in New York costs him the first quarter.
Yeah, and we had heard, we talked about this leading up to the draft. Like, he's an immature guy. Like, and that was something that they were going to have to deal with. Whoever was examining him, I had talked to somebody leading up to the draft, and they were talking about how, to be 100% honest, and I don't think this is a secret, Micah Parsons was a bit of a pain at Penn State at times.
Some weird Micah videos out there.
There's some weird stuff out there with Micah. There's some weird Micah stories. There's some weird Micah videos. But somebody had told me they were like, they put up with Micah, though. And they were fine with Micah. I said Penn State could not wait to get rid of Abdul Carter. They wanted him out of there.
Wow.
And that's the thing is that you start seeing some of the stuff where he's been a little bit of a headache for them. And I promise you, 100% of the time, if you hear about somebody like Abdul Carter and you hear about these things that he's gotten in trouble for, it's worse than that. Because teams will do everything they can to just keep some of it down low. If it wasn't for instance, if it wasn't for the first series benching of George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, none of that other stuff about them in Vegas gets out. None of it's discussed. But, like, those are the kind of things that teams subtly try to just avoid letting you know about. And Abdul Carter, I'm sure, has plenty of that.
That porn tweet has 21.4 million views.
We got tagged in it, like, I feel like people quote tweeted and tagged us in it like half a dozen times yesterday. I'm just like, y'all talk about this tomorrow morning.
21.4 million views. Abdul Carter after the game. See, after he was late the first time, he gave such a passionate defense. I was like, okay, honest mistake. Like, the meeting times got changed. He was in rehab. Well, now the benefit of the doubt is gone. And he said, I have to be better. I have to take pride in what I do, be where I have to be. Simple as that. I ain't going into detail. Happens. 2 weeks ago, he missed a 15-minute walkthrough while he was in a red light therapy bed in the training facility. But he came out, what?
Probably more like the red light district, like Peyton was talking about being in.
Exactly. So a dominant 33-15 win for the Patriots. They move now to 11-2.
Would we view him, because we all like scoff and laugh at Abdul Carter or whatever, as like Giants-y silly situation over there. Would we feel similar about George Pickens if he just wasn't like already up to, as the number had yesterday, more receiving yards this season than all the Pittsburgh Steelers receivers combined? Like, is it just he plays so well that it's like nobody acknowledges him as a headache here in Dallas because they're like, oh, that's such a little thing only because he's playing well.
Yeah, because he's balling.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd be typical Pickens. What a win last night. I'm looking at the fan text from 469. Y'all started that. Y'all started the show with that over what the Dallas Mavericks did. Here it is.
A catch and a drive and a kick. Marshall, we've seen Davis hit 1-3 tonight and give him another one from down in the corner.
131-121. The Dallas Mavericks, 10-point underdogs, go into Denver and beat the Nuggets, who were 14-5. Denver scores 41 points in the first quarter. The Mavs said, hold my Luka beer, Michael Finley. 42 points in the second quarter, and Anthony Davis leads the way with 32. Ryan Nembhard with 28, and Cooper Flagg continuing his rookie of the season year with 24-8. Mavs win 7-15.
Just keep it up, AD.
Yes.
Let's put up 32, 13, and 4 assists and 2 blocks every night. That's what we need from you. And look, I mean, we're still. This is a little bit of a difficult line to walk, because you obviously want to see improvement from the core here, and you want to see certain things from the Mavericks, but also at the same time, you are like, it's their last draft pick they're going to have for a while.
Yeah.
That's going to be valuable. This is their last. Their 2 biggest team building chips they have left are that first round pick next year and then Anthony Davis to trade. That's it.
Yep.
So you need him to play well enough that you get attention, but you also don't want to just start going on a run where you're basically a 500. This is not a playoff team. So you don't want to like push this too much, but you want to see the growth. And so it's positive. Like, you go out there, you beat the Nuggets after, especially with Jokic having that like easy triple-double already into the third quarter, but
only thing that would have been better is AD doing this with a loss. There's no core that you speak of.
Yeah.
There's a stem.
Yeah.
It's not a core, it's a stem of Cooper Flagg, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ryan Nembhard, come on. Let's see if the Gonzaga rookie can keep it up.
There's a report from ESPN that the Chicago Bulls have had internal discussions about Anthony Davis. So later on in the show, we need to go see where their draft picks are and hope Chicago gets close enough to make them feel like they need to pull the trigger.
Were you out when John Wall had mentioned that?
Yeah.
So John Wall had actually mentioned, John Wall, obviously Kentucky guy, buddies with Anthony Davis. He had said, I'm not saying anything. I don't know anything. I'm just saying I think that, it would make a lot of sense if AD wanted to go back to the Bulls and wanted to go back to Chicago where he grew up. And so John Wall's been hitting at that. That's like that's the same way of like, I think the way people just subtly drop stuff they know, but Chicago has felt like that would be a good fit. So, I mean, you go get Vucevic and some picks or whatever.
Am I guilty of being influenced by one Lions injury that's making me think I need to pick the Cowboys. We take you inside the Star to preview Cowboys-Lions Thursday night on this radio station. Next, with Sean and Bobby, along with the 6 a.m. club. We got PP in the morning at 6:40, College Kegger at 7, and a Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club, our best audience of the entire show, even though 8 a.m. is bringing it strong. Inside the Star is next. Chosen by the people and feared by the insurance companies.
True that we've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound like
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Just has lower fee product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to...
214 or 817-333-3233 with Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
The Dallas Cowboys are 3-point underdogs at the Detroit Lions. By the way, the Eagles are 2-point favorites at the Chargers, with Justin Herbert getting the surgery on his non-throwing hand. Good morning, Metroplex. We take you inside the Star on the official home of the Cowboys with Sean Sharif, and our insider Bobby Belt. Choppy is back tomorrow. Cowboys listed George Pickens as a limited participant in yesterday's practice with calf and knee injuries. He played 53 snaps on Thanksgiving. Trayvon Diggs was also limited. Jerry said last week he expects Diggs to return for Thursday Night Football. Jadeveon Clowney and Tyler Guyton did not practice. Guyton missed the win over Kansas City with his ankle injury. And Dante Fowler, Malik Hooker, James Houston, Donovan Wilson were limited.
Yeah, and I think Pickens will be fine. I think Diggs will be fine. Like, they'll be ready to go. They'll be ready to play. The one that's concerning me right now, we already know Guyton is a long shot. Schottenheimer told us that on Monday or Sunday, I think. He's going to be a long shot, probably not going to be out there for the game. The one that's concerning to me here is Clowney. Like, I don't want Clowney to miss this game because he is, to me, become...
Not just old man Veterans Day?
No, I think he
Veterans Week?
So when he was leaving the field on Thursday, he was limping. And so when he was limping to the locker room, he looked banged up, and I was hoping, all right, we're going to see him, miss maybe the first day of practice, and then maybe he'll be limited the first day of practice, but you hope that doesn't linger at all because he's become really, really important to what they do.
So I think maybe I need to be supported or talked off the ledge. I don't know which way. I think I'm guilty right now of allowing the status of Amon-Ra St. Brown to determine my entire pick.
That's not unreasonable.
Like, Amon-Ra I don't think is going to play. I think Dan Campbell gave it away last week in saying we're lucky if he misses 1 or 2 weeks. He did not practice yesterday. Amon-Ra has 75 catches for 884 yards and 9 touchdowns. The next leading receiver is Jahmyr Gibbs at running back, and then Sam Laporta at tight end. He's not playing.
And Jamison Williams has been very hit or miss for them.
If you have Jamison Williams in fantasy, as I do, and I was yelling and screaming with Jake Reitman 2 weeks ago, what the hell is up with Jamison Williams? How can he go off and then have a goose egg every other week? He's hit or miss. 38 catches for 706. He is a home run threat. There's no doubt about it. But 75 catches versus 38, I'm sitting here right now thinking if Amon-Ra St. Brown does not play, and I don't think he is, I'm leaning towards picking the Cowboys, and if he does play, I would pick Detroit. But that seems just way too dangerous and simplistic.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is going to be, because you look at the fact that they went to overtime with the Giants, they beat them. But outside of that, you're looking at they've lost recently to the Packers, barely got by the Giants, lost to the Eagles, beat the Commanders, and lost to the Vikings. Like, they're in a bad run right now, and I wonder if Dallas is going to be the time where they wake up, or if this is going to be the one where, like, hey, they're in the spiral, you're catching them at the right time. Kansas City was kind of in a downswing. Philly kind of in a downswing. Did you catch them at the right time, or are you going to catch them at the end of a run where they're kind of slapping themselves awake and going, all right, get it together, we got to lock in for the postseason?
Terrion Arnold, he's gone. He's going to have season-ending shoulder surgery. They were missing 2 starters on the offensive line against Green Bay. The other 3 were on the injury report as well. And then the Frank Ragnow story, who tried to come back.
Yeah.
He was going to come back and return. He failed his physical. He is not returning this year.
Nope. Ragnow was coming back, got in the building, and then they go, oh, yeah, you've got a hamstring injury. How do you get such a bad hamstring injury that it shuts you down for the season, like a grade 3 hamstring, without doing anything? Like, did he get the hamstring injury while he was doing the conditioning test or something? I don't understand how you, walk into the building.
Ask Trayvon.
I don't know how you just walk into the building with that issue and go, yeah, guys, I'm ready to play. And they go, no, you literally have a hamstring that's so bad you can't get out there on the football field. But that'll be if you've got them missing guys on the offensive line, if you've got, Laporta out, if Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't play, and they're already reeling, you just hope it's not some big Dan Campbell rallying point of, come on, boys, backs against the wall, lock in, let's take them out. Because this is a team that they tend to seem motivated to play against.
And I want to ask Jerry at 8:30 if Detroit running it up on them is any type of factor. The famous Jerry interview took place after Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson embarrassed the Cowboys on Jerry's birthday.
Somebody he really respects in Dan Campbell, and I think considers a friend. That, yeah, if you were to that running it up on his birthday, probably I definitely don't think he loved. But if you look at, if there is any sort of motivation for that, then you would hope it would be something where they kind of look at it and go, all right, well, let's put them away. Like, let's really end their season right here. This is our opportunity to do it.
Because the last two games have, what was that, 47-9?
Yeah.
In 2024?
Mm-hmm.
And then before that, I guess they had not played until the year before, it's 20-19 Cowboys.
But that was one where Dan Campbell got his feelings hurt because of the 2-point conversion and everything that had gone on with the penalty calls, and then it was the illegal substitution or the ineligible man with Dan Skipper. So he was all worked up about that last year.
Speaking of Trayvon Diggs, another odd quote coming from Trayvon.
Yeah, I don't like this quote. There was some stuff. Trayvon Diggs, we heard from Nick Eatman yesterday that he talked off to the side with a couple people, and there were some quotes in here that are fine. Talks about, hey, I got to go out there and prove it, and I got to show them. They tell me what I need to do. I need to go home and do it. I need to show up on the field, do these sort of things. Then there was this quote that he had. He was being asked about some of the punishment that's been doled out, discipline to him, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb. And he gave this quote when talking about Brian Schottenheimer. I know, it's crazy, right? I feel like, I don't know, everybody is different. All coaches got their different type of rules and certain rules. Some coaches enforce things more than others. I guess it's a growing relationship. I don't love that quote at all.
No.
That to me sounds like, yeah, Brian Schottenheimer and I don't always get along. That's what that sounds like to me when I hear him describe it that way.
Well, it sounds like to me, he is a hard ass on actually being on time and showing up to meetings when you're supposed to. Things like that.
Yeah.
Whereas other coaches may let it fly.
Yeah, like basically he's a stickler. He like, it's the stuff that probably, look, this was flat out something that I know annoyed people last year. Is that there was some looking around going like, we gonna enforce anything with old number 7 over here? There were guys who would look at that and felt like he's kind of allowed to just do whatever. Why are we not enforcing the same rules over here? And that was something that I know at the end of the year, if you want to talk about little small things that would have built up on a checklist that they were looking at with McCarthy, that would have been one that was against him from the room. Would have been, you don't always have a handle on everybody. And then we need you to enforce some of that. And Schottenheimer, I think that's why it was a big point from Schottenheimer in his interview of like discipline, accountability, culture. These are all the big things that we're going to hit, because I think those were all the things that they felt like were a little weaker with McCarthy.
I hope Diggs comes back and balls for the sake of the team to help make a postseason run. But I'm so done with him. I'm so done with him after this season.
If he comes back and can rally a little bit, it feels like there's always a person like this, and I think a lot of people thought it was Micah. But whenever there's a radical shift of, hey, we're doing things a new way here, it always feels like there's a casualty from that you don't expect, where it's like, man, that guy's good, or why is that guy not falling in line? Why is it so difficult for them to get somebody here in a changeover? For the Cowboys years ago, when Jimmy came in, they got rid of people like Everson Walls and different people like that they were like, had been here for a long time and considered big-time pros. And Everson Walls went on and played 5 more years and was on Super Bowl teams. But it wasn't a fit here. And I think that Diggs is one of those guys who they're going to have to look at and go, is this totally a fit here anymore? Like, does he fit with what Brian Schottenheimer's wanting to do? Because to this point, the answer is no. It's not a question. The answer is no.
Speaking of corners, the Titans signed Kaiir Elam, who also visited the Jets recently. Released by the Cowboys, still 24 years old, started 19 career games, including 7 this year, so Kaiir ends up in Tennessee.
He was about as bad as anybody that's been on the field this year.
Nice kid.
Yeah, he was very nice. And that's the thing, is that you heard so many people in Buffalo talk about the fact that they were like, hope it works out. Brandon Beane was talking about when he got traded, he was like, I really, really hope it works for him.
Yeah.
Because he everybody will tell you, he works hard. He works really hard, and he's not like a slacker. He wants to be good. He's a sexy pick. He's super athletic. He works hard in the classroom. The biggest problem with Kyrie Elam, he has zero instincts. None. That dude just has no feel for the game. And you can be as athletic as you want, and you can be as studious as you want. I remember there were years ago, people around the Cowboys will tell you this is the same thing that happened to Charles Tapper, where Charles Tapper was like really athletic, and people looked at him and went, man, that's everything you want in a defensive end, and it's such a great locker room guy, and that's a guy who wants to be good. It's just there's no feel for the game. There's no instincts with the game, and that was Kyrie Elam's biggest problem, is that dude just could not find a feel for the football game, and you saw it on display so many times. I think he was the biggest problem with their communication oftentimes during the early part of the season.
Is this a good team or is it a good stretch? Bobby Belt was pondering that question the other day.
Yeah, I think that, we referenced it a little bit there. The Lions are kind of on the downswing right now, or they're in a trouble patch. If you beat the Lions...
So was Kansas City.
Yeah. It's easy to look at it and go, well, the Lions had lost basically, they got to overtime. If you consider overtime a loss against the Giants like we did early in the season, like that's 4 out of 5 where they've played really bad football. And then you beat the Lions. Congratulations. Kansas City is not the same Kansas City team. Philadelphia, you may have exposed what is now just a bad football team because the Bears handled them pretty easily, and we all think the Bears aren't that good. And then it's like, okay, and then you beat the Raiders. How good are you versus that stretch that we all thought was really good? It's like beating Clemson early in the season if you're LSU. It looked nice at first. It looked nice that you beat Penn State at one point, Oregon, but it didn't matter in the end. And that's the thing that I'm trying to figure out now is that, and the next couple weeks will reveal, how much of it is this is a good football team that's starting to handle big-time games versus they're catching a Penn State or a Clemson when they're in the downturn.
You're not trying to figure it out. You know what your answer is. You believe in what your answer is, and I agree. I select a good football team right now. They're
playing really, really well because this is why I think both things can be true. I think it is true you're catching Philadelphia and Kansas City and probably Detroit at times where they are not as good as they were earlier in the season. But it can still be true because I know they would have played against those teams earlier in the year and gotten blown out by 20 points. And so that's the, no matter how poor Phillies played or Kansas City, they don't win that game against Philadelphia down 21-0. They don't come back in week 3. In week 3, they don't beat Kansas City. They probably lose by 2 touchdowns. They don't get stops that they need. Same sort of thing. If we're heading into this game, they're not 3-point underdogs even against the Lions. If this is week 3 or 4, they are probably 11-point underdogs, something like that. This is a team that's playing good football right now.
Inside the Star in the official home of the Cowboys here on Sean and RJ. Choppy back tomorrow. We have our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway in the 720 Expressway when we ask Reddit as well, maybe with a dangerous surprise guest here on DFW Sports Station, why you may not want to have your kids singing Christmas carols, and is it okay to get your wedding ring on Cyber Monday or Black Friday? It's PP in the morning, highest rated Tuesday segment in the 6 a.m. club. Peyton Phillip Russell has it for you next.
Now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on the Fan, and there's no number 2.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. Every single Tuesday at this time, with Jerry Jones on at 8:30 with us, we have a little PP in the morning for you, 6:40 every Tuesday. And guys, we're going to start off with this story here. This is actually in Maryland with a little Christmas caroling that backfired when the homeowner was not too pleased of girls singing at his doorstep. But first, I want to know, with Christmas caroling, have you guys ever done the Christmas caroling? Have you ever got sung on, I guess, at your house? I actually did not know this was a thing. Like I knew people in movies did it, but I've never actually seen in a neighborhood people going door to door and singing. I've never been a part of it. I've never seen it with my own eyes. I've never heard of someone actually doing it. Have you guys ever participated in the Christmas caroling? And text in 877-881-1053.
Never done it. I've had it happen at like my grandparents' house. Somebody like knocked on the door and started doing it. But did you ever see the movie Love Actually?
Yes.
Did you ever see it, Peyton?
No.
Okay, you know the end with Keira Knightley, how she's got the friend, her new husband's friend is in love with her. The whole little like excuse of like, shh, tell him it's carol singers, and he's just playing something off a boombox. I've always watched it. That's what I think of with carol singers. Like, that's super unrealistic. Nobody actually shows up to your door, sings like that consistently enough to make it where if there were carol singers, I would go look. I'd be like, what do these people look like? Why are they down here?
Are they coming around looking for something? Is it like a boy Girl Scout donation?
Usually it's just they're spreading Christmas cheer. That's all they're doing. Christmas spirit. That's how Santa flies.
Never happened with me. Never done it. Never been sung on. I like that phrase you use. You've been sung on?
Yeah. No. Someone ever sung on your body, man? No. I mean, I think the first couple times I'd like it. I open the door, I'd listen. But I think if it happened like repeatedly, like weekly, I'd be like, all right, this is a little annoying. It's like the Halloween thing where if the light's off, don't come to the doorstep. I don't want you. Don't come to the doorstep. And I like the Christmas holidays, the spirit, the season of giving, everything. I love it. But like after a few times, I'd probably be sick of it. And it's like if they just sing there, it's like I have the camera out there. I'll just listen to it then. I'm not gonna open the door, let the hot air get out there or whatever. And run up the AC
Thinking
bill.
of the utility bill.
Times are tough.
Yeah, does it usually last for one song? When do you feel like you can like start edging the door to close it? If they decided to sing 3 songs,
what if somebody knocked on your door? Would you feel like, all right, I must stand here and give applause? Were you supposed to give them a tip? How would you feel about it?
I'd be like, yay!
You'd be like, all right,
that's my
thanks.
standard kid applause. Like, yay!
So Tolos, to whoever the highest bidder is, I will give you Bobby's address, and you can go to his apartment and just sing Christmas caroling in front of his doorstep. And we'll see if he shows up.
It's not going to be my address for long. So I mean, maybe that is something we can just throw out there.
Send them to the old apartment so they go to some random person and start singing.
Just like Amazon yesterday, going to the wrong station.
So back to this story. In Maryland, we have a 58-year-old man, Grouchy, the Grinch they called him now, who has been arrested after he pointed his gun from his window in his home towards 3 12-year-old girls who were just spreading the Christmas spirit. This took place about 8:30 at night, which 8:30 at night, is that too late during the week? I guess this happened on the weekend too, but 8:30 at night, that's too late, right?
That's too late.
Okay.
This is like the Eagles eggers. They must have thought that it was some Steeler fans or someone in the AFC North that was coming to egg his house at 8:30 to go ahead and point the gun. I wonder in Texas if that would get you locked up. People on your property and you just point the gun, is that going to go ahead and get you locked? I think it should if it's 3 12-year-olds, but
Yeah, I think
You don't know what them 12-year-olds doing?
I think it gets too trouble. This does sound like something that would happen in Choppy's neighborhood. Like the way Choppy talks about it. Choppy literally said, oh, no, everybody's got to sit in their driveway to pass out candy because if you come knocking on the door, you'll get shot.
Yeah.
Like just as a default. Somebody
He
knocks on
doesn't
your door,
live
you
in a
get
bad
shot.
neighborhood, so I don't know why people are getting so...
Because they're a bunch of rednecks.
Oh.
That's why. They're a bunch of one-way thinking rednecks in Choppyville.
And so this happened on Saturday night. So maybe the guy's a big Alabama fan or a big Auburn fan. You know, he's pissed off at his team losing, or, you know, not winning the way he wants to. So he's, you know, disturbed by watching college football. But the girls had knocked a couple of times. You know, they warned him, hey, we're here. They started singing. And then he just walked up to the window and flashed his gun. And the man allegedly told the police he had been drinking with his wife at night and watching TV before the Carol showed up. So nice job, genius. He just ratted himself out that he was drinking, and now he's got a weapon. So you get charged for that when you tell the police you're drinking, now you have a gun on you.
Everybody on the fan text who's saying that they've done it before say it's generally done in like either nursing homes or like elderly neighborhoods where people are kind of shut in. But there's a lot of people on here. I'm surprised there's a lot of people on here who say, yeah, they go caroling.
And you start singing before the door opens? I would think.
I think so, yeah.
I think you wait for the open. He was released on $10,000 unsecured bond.
Yeah, so this Grinch was sent to jail, and then the hearing obviously is in a couple weeks. But I don't know. Do people...
gosh. Paul, Brian, Susie. Three names. Last name Susie.
No, see, that's a guy who would carry a gun. If you grew up with the last name Susie, you were carrying that. Now, I've always wondered, does he go by three names, or does the news always just identify them by their middle name so that there's like no confusion for people who want to dox somebody?
I think you would go by the three names. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Just really emphasize the two male names so that you didn't have to go by Paul Susie.
Oh, Paul Susie, man. But yeah, so there's a story there. A little Grinch locked up before Christmas. But let's get to the real story here. So it is PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. I need to be told if I'm in the wrong here. So Mackenzie, my fiance Mackenzie and I, we have a wedding in June coming up. You know, man, it's 6 months away. That's crazy. And she's been doing all the planning, but you know, a couple months ago she was like, "Hey, we need to get our wedding bands." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I got to get you another ring. You know, I already got you one. You know, and I got to get you another one. I need one myself." But she had been asking for a couple months now. Hey, we need to think about this. Start looking. And I was like, "All right, whatever. The wedding's in June." And then I was doing some shopping, Christmas shopping on Black Friday, and so I started looking. I was like, wait a minute, do they give deals for these wedding bands? And boy, do they. I mean, my God, these are like $300-$400 off these wedding bands. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to buy one right now. So I bought hers on Black Friday. She already has it. And then she bought mine, I guess. And then I went with the gold, by the way, all gold band. I know some guys just like the black silicone or whatever. I went with the all gold.
For yourself or for her?
No, for me.
Okay. Yeah, I can't remember what Choppy got, but
he got the black ring.
He got two, did he not? Did he not get two?
You have to get a backup in case you lose it. Ask Bobby. But you got hers as well with this?
Yeah, so
same time?
So the deal was that I was going to buy hers, and she was like, well, I want to get you yours, so she'll buy mine. So that's what happened. Is I bought hers. I was like, hey, there's some really good deals right now. So she bought mine on Black Friday as well, and I'll have to go pick it up, I think, in a couple weeks, because I was like, I don't want them delivering this thing. I don't want them delivering, you know, this gold ring to me. So I'll go pick it up.
Ring.
Yeah. So I'll go pick it up. But yeah, so I was like, the discounts are crazy, but it's like, you know, I know we talk about, you know, me being frugal, and I've admitted to it. I'm a frugal guy, but like, I don't think I wouldn't have bought it if the deals weren't there, but it was just like it made sense at the time. Hey, I'm already doing Christmas shopping. Let me just go ahead and knock this out while I have the deal.
So has she seen it and know that it will go with her actual engagement ring?
Yeah, so I saw some online, and I was like, hey, you need to pick this out. I'm not going to mess this up. So she picked hers out, and like, because she had to go with her ring, I guess. She wanted the diamonds on the side and everything. It made sense. So like, you pick this out. I don't want, you know, it's not going to be a big surprise or anything. And she already has it. She already wanted to go pick it up.
And you didn't think at the time of the engagement ring, did you just want to get the wedding band as well, or you just like, I'm going to get this later?
I'll be honest, I didn't know that I had to get the wedding band.
Yeah,
with it, I didn't know it's two separate. I thought it was like, oh, it's nice if you get the wedding band, but I didn't know if it was actually you had to do it. So
the guy's wedding. First off, the most important thing is the wedding band for her. She's cool with it. She's down with it. No, it's not a problem whatsoever. It's a blessing for your bank account that she thinks that same way. I think I'm on track right now for the first no gift exchange Christmas in my marriage. I think. But I am a little worried that the morning of when
always feels like a trick.
Yeah, when the kids are opening up their gifts and I don't have anything, that could come back and bite me. But this is good for your relationship. The guy wedding band is one of the most overrated purchases ever. Amanda was totally cool with me. We were walking through the mall and going in these jewelry stores and like $300, $400 for like this. All they care about, I think, is that you have it on. Have something on.
So Kristen got to.
Bobby has a rubber ring. Okay, just have something on.
A wedding ring too.
There's no way that I am going to spend hundreds of dollars on this thing. Unless you're really into style and jewelry and want to be like Jackson Dart, blinging out, go and get a $30, $40 wedding band. In my opinion, for her, she's got to be good with it. It's got to match the engagement ring, and it sounds like it did.
It just dawned on me how little sun I get when I took my wedding ring off.
Yeah, you're real pasty.
This doesn't come off. It's been on there for about 8 months straight, and there's no identifying tan line.
You're not
on there
taking it off when you go home.
No, it's staying on.
Oh, no, I take it off as soon. What about you, Coach K? I've never taken this off since I said I do. Do you take yours off when you go home? I immediately take mine off.
I think at first I'm going to just leave it on. But, yeah, I think at night.
Yeah, you don't have it. Sorry.
Right. I don't have it yet. But, yeah, in 6 months I will. So, and I mean, look, whenever I go to Vegas, I'll have to get the replacement, obviously, because I don't want to lose it in Vegas, or I just don't wear one in general in Vegas.
The fan text is saying you're getting tricked. They're saying you need to. Yeah, they're saying you need to watch out. They say you need to have a backup gift hidden somewhere just in case.
Yeah, because it wasn't supposed to be anything for our birthdays, and then she got a Ninja blender, but we both needed a new blender. The other one was leaking, and I was like, "What's this?" And she's like, "It's your birthday gift," and I was like, "I'm not supposed to be giving because I'm November 21, she's December 21." So the first test was going to be if she got me anything, although it's kind of a wee gift. So I do feel like maybe, what my dad does.
Then you need to get a wee gift for Christmas.
Right.
That's what and then you just then you have the fallback of well, if she didn't get you one, just go, no, it wasn't that. It's for both of us. By the way, 682, my wedding is Saturday. Fiance's letting me put a TV up in the corner for conference championships. Congratulations. 682.
Congratulations.
Sounds like a wife right there.
Yeah. So, and then do I count this towards her Christmas budget? Do I pick the wedding band down? No, I don't do that.
No.
And her birthday, I get trapped here because I got Christmas and then her birthday's a month later. It's in January, so now I'm like double dipping there. So I got to split things up. But I'm just gonna empty the bank account. I'm not gonna get frugal with it. I don't want to go down.
Hey, it's hard too when you go and drop $400 at WinStar Choctaw and throw that away.
I was trying to win the money back, Sean. It made sense in my head, and now I'm down 400 plus. I got to spend stuff. But I just want to remind the Tolos real quick before we wrap this segment up that Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
817 says they're normally sold in a set, Peyton. So they want to know if you basically just told them, keep the wedding band when you bought the ring.
A lot of times when you buy that engagement ring, you're like, an extra $500, $600, $1,000 for that wedding band. It's like, I'll put that off.
Did they offer it as a set? And you went, no, put that one back.
I think they did offer that. Do you want the band with it? But but again, I didn't know which one she wanted. The last thing I want to do is screw up both the ring and the wedding band.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. We have a Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway for you to win as part of the 6 a.m. club. That's coming up in the commercial-free expressway. And college football gaslighting took place yesterday as part of the college kegger after this. And this is the Low T Center.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
A&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan. Normally, RJ Choppy is running things. He is out today. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm Sean Treef alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. And a Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway coming up this hour. Same thing in the 9 o'clock hour. Ask Reddit at 7:40 and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Oh, man. The gaslighting was good yesterday. I still am trying to totally understand what that term means, but I think Lane Kiffin executed it at his LSU press conference.
And even on the plane down there, I'm kind of like, man, we made this decision, but God, I really, and I'm telling you, I landed last night. I can't even remember when it was, okay? We landed, about 24 hours ago. When I got off that plane, and I saw the board there, and I saw the leadership, and I felt the power of this place. And then we get in the car, and as we're driving out, and there's the fans, like just all of them out there at the airport, and their excitement and their passion. And then the cars drive by as we're going to the office, and you go by Tiger Stadium, and it's lit up, and you're like, I absolutely made the right decision.
And he's like, oh, man, leaving Mississippi, it gets to you. They're cursing at me and all the yelling and the screaming. And I'm like, I thought I did well there. I thought for 6 years I delivered the goods. And Lane said he was nearly run off the road by Ole Miss fans and was jarred by what he saw and heard. Called a police officer he knew for assistance. And he said that affects you, that airport scene, all the things being said that they're saying about you. And then I land here in Louisiana, and even the LSU board was saying, I thought our plane was going to we had to reroute. I thought we were going to get shot down by missiles. I thought And I'm not really
this is the black Escalades in Lincoln Riley's neighborhood when he was leaving OU. Where it's like, there were suspicious black Escalades in my neighborhood. Shut up, dude.
He also said he does not know his contract terms. That he told his mega agent, Jimmy Sexton, I don't know what my contract is. I told Jimmy, don't tell me the numbers. I want to make a decision that has nothing to do with numbers, ending up being 7 for 91. He's also going to get $1 million escalator and bonus, depending on what Ole Miss does in their CFP run.
I've never heard of a contract. I've never heard of a contract like this where, because of the games he's going to miss with Ole Miss, if they continue to go on, well, that's money he's missing. And so he got LSU, or Jimmy Sexton did. Lane Kiffin had no idea.
Jimmy Sexton's a beast.
That basically he got LSU to agree to, okay, we're going to pay out the money that he would have gotten had he been still coaching Ole Miss, which is wild to me that he would agree to, or that they would agree to that. They are the most financially reckless school in the country. Not even close.
Their AD was saying how reckless the Brian Kelly contract was.
They're still paying Orgeron. They're paying Kelly. They're paying Lane Kiffin. Now they're paying 3 head coaches to be there. And for him to do this whole...
What's the tuition at LSU?
It's a good question. Let's look that up. LSU tuition cost.
Like, it's not Vanderbilt. It's not Pepperdine, $50, $60 a year. It can't be.
Non-resident tuition and fees are around $29,000. In-state tuition is $12,000. So there you go. Now
making a lot of money off that 80, 90, 100,000 seat stadium, I guess.
Dude, so they've got, with Lane coming out there talking about, man, I thought I did good. And these fans are just screaming at me, and then I get here and they're happy to see me, and I'm like, I made the right decision. It's like, yeah, generally, if you were cheating on your wife of 6 years, she's going to scream at you walking out the door.
Yeah.
And your new mistress is going to be happy to see you, that you showed up and you picked her. That's the way it works, dude. Those LSU fans are going to run you out of town the same way in 3-4 years when you get fired there, too. That's what's going to happen. And my gosh, Dan Wetzel just destroyed Lane Kiffin yesterday. His headline was, Lane Kiffin is many things, but he's certainly no victim. And this is the opening line. He goes, as victims go, Lane Kiffin doesn't seem like one. He could have stayed at Ole Miss, made over $10 million a year, led his 11-1 team into a home playoff game, and become an icon at a place where he supposedly found personal tranquility. Or he could have left for LSU to make over $10 million a year, leading a program that has won 3 national titles this century. Fortunate would be one description of such a fork in life's road. But apparently no one knows a man's burden until they've walked a mile in his hot yoga pants. And this is just, destroys him up and down. Says that he's talking about just own the decision. And that's the biggest thing to me with Lane. Own what you did. Don't make this seem like you were bullied out of a job, or like, man, I loved this and I wanted to do this and it just wasn't. He is trying to shift the blame to everybody else in this process, other than just say, I wanted to go to LSU. I didn't want to be at Ole Miss anymore. Would have loved to have stayed there, but LSU was a job I wanted more, and so I left for it. He just refuses to openly say that.
All this after, and Paul Feinbaum has been hammering this, after Lane had a successful image rehabilitation.
Mm-hmm. He's throwing it out.
And I'm supporting him going to LSU.
Sure.
My problem is with the system. Like Lane Kiffin, what else did you want him to do? He had to do this before signing day and recruits. The college football allows you to go ahead and fire your coach mid-season in order to hire another one before the playoff begins. It's an absolute ridiculous, asinine joke of a system. But Lane Kiffin has to make his decision based upon the system, but it just feels, it feels Lane-ish all over again after he was a running rebel.
Don't you? You would agree with, though, the idea of just.
And this is amazing for college football anyway, by the way. Like, I didn't care about watching LSU that much over the past couple of years. I was rooting against them because Brian Kelly is an ass. And now, absolute must-see from the very jump. And this type of rivalry stuff, I didn't really understand it too much until my godson is in the SEC and you go to a couple of these schools and venues. It is awesome.
But you would agree with, as much as it's the system, as much as there's all this, Lane has made it infinitely worse on his own.
You know,
a
lot of people keep saying that. I guess I've gotten lost in the craziness and saga and drama of a usual coaching search. How is this that much worse?
Because he very publicly did all of it under contract and then has acted like a victim acted like he was forced out of town, basically. And
I don't know that he has.
You didn't think that description yesterday of the Ole Miss fans on his way out of town, that sounded like he was some victim, or his statements that he made of, I insisted on coaching and they ran me out of town. Yeah, because you were going to steal their players. They're not going to let you have access to them.
Yeah.
Like he has made it seem like all these completely reasonable things are unreasonable, whether it be questions he got, the way people have reacted to him. He makes it all seem like it's super unreasonable.
Well, he wanted to try to sell to the fan base that he wanted to stick around for the players for the final step, the final run.
Yeah.
And this is the hypocrisy of Lane Kiffin. He tweeted out a statement basically killing the Ole Miss AD. And then with Marty Smith in the interview, he's like, I totally understand. I totally get it.
Yeah.
He's just fake. He's fraudulent.
Is he good enough to warrant all of this? Like, he's really good. My whole thing is just, is he good enough to warrant completely new exceptions and contracts, all of this attention, all of this bickering? Like, I don't think he's that good.
Well, there's a couple of different types of coaches. There's the rehab, build the program up, and then there's the let me take LSU and Florida over the top with the final step. Lane has been a miserable failure with the latter. USC, Tennessee. And people are like, what has he done to show and prove? Is he a guy that needs to go to an Ole Miss type program, take them to number 7 in the country, and then be done with that?
It is no doubt about it.
Is this a Saban treatment?
It's no doubt about it a fantastic coaching job that he did at Ole Miss. It's genuinely really, really good. When he got there, they'd come off of a 4-8 season. They went 5-5 his first year, and they've just gotten better consistently. So he's been a real program builder. He's been a great coach. I just don't know that I look at him and go, that's worth all of this. I would just basically die to get Lane Kiffin here.
But they're desperate.
They are.
They're desperate there. There was a pretty funny moment yesterday in Lane Kiffin's LSU conference.
Actually, we're going by Tiger Stadium. I called one person. I called Ed Ogeron. And I said, hey, man, all I can do is, man, this place just makes me want to talk like you right now. I did. I was like, we were in the car, and the kids were in there, and I was like, and the coaches, and they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like channeling Ed right now. I was like, I'm feeling him. Like, I rolled down the window, and I was like, go Tigers to the fans. And I'm like, so I called Ed. I said, I don't know what's going on, man, but I'm feeling you right now. And he's like, Coach, you're at the best place in America. So I feel that. So
Troy
as I thought I would do, I had no idea what your question was.
Troy Hughes did an amazing Ed Orgeron impression. I wish we had that right now.
Dude, so first off, that's the way you go into the city and start faking your accent. Take notes, Brian Kelly. You don't just show up at a basketball game and go, my family. You don't do that. You turn it into a funny story like that. And that's a really likable moment. You see it, you do get why Lane Kiffin is, like why people fall in love with him in the recruiting process and different things like that. He's fun, he's great. But that reminds me of the Orgeron thing. We had talked last week, we did Cowboys Crosstalk, we had Antoine Woods, and he was at USC when Orgeron was there. And he grew up in the ghetto, like bad part of LA. And he had said that Antoine was like, there are gangsters that run around there. It's like a gang run neighborhood. And he's like, and we're cleaning up the house, getting ready for Coach O's visit, just trying to make it look nice. And he said, I got a text from Coach O that said I'm parked out front. And he was like panicking because he's like, no offense, but it was white Coach O in this neighborhood. And so he said he goes out there and he said, I walked outside and there were 10 like LA gangsters surrounding him. And it was not in a threatening way. He was like holding court with the gang members. It was going, he said, Coach O just started yelling out, I'm looking for big Antoine Woods. And he said he was like slapping gang members in the chest and be like, you play defensive tackle, boy? Come on, you should come to USC.
And the songs and humor are already being made about the big coaching controversy.
We were dancing in the grove, thinking Lane had changed his ways. Playoff dreams were burning bright. We were counting down the days. Then those whispers turned to headlines like they always somehow do. And before the sun came up, Kiffin bolted down to LSU. 'Cause you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. That's the truth we learned from Lane tonight. You can't make Kiffin stay in Oxford when he's already booking his next flight. We gave him hope, we gave him time. staying full time.
I like it. Pretty good. By the way, the Dallas Stars' new alternate jersey, the 99s, unveiled on Friday, broke the NHL record for single-game merchandise sales in both the regular season and the playoffs. So props to the Dallas Stars and the Stars fans.
Money Puck can't count that up. That's just the kind of thing that the fans got to show up and do.
They're sweet. Are we all in agreement? I know we have a lot of jersey battles on this show. Would RJ Choppy sign off and agree? You don't even know what they look like.
No, like I'm sitting here thinking, like I think he would. Choppy's just, I can never predict. I feel like whatever everybody else is saying, Choppy's going to take the opposite view.
He would say, do they match?
Yeah,
that's his thing. I think they talk about in the Choppy household. Are you wearing a blue hat with your blue shorts? Does it look like you bought them together?
Do they make it in a romper?
877-881. Aiden liked that joke. 877-881-1053. Choppy, we'll be back tomorrow. This was the College Football Kegger. We're going to go commercial-free with the Expressway. Ask Reddit at 7:40. A Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway. RJ sent in a song to show his love for George Pickens. And is it finally time on the fan text to give Jerry Jones his GM credit? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But it is already time to go.
We're now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time experts. In the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Commercial free, as Peyton Phillip Russell said, Ask Reddit with a special in-studio guest that could be, and I'm pretty sure is going to be, a major wild card.
Oh, it's going to be so good.
7:40, a Dave Chappelle.
Kyle Yeomans.
Not Kyle Yeomans. Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway at some point in time this segment and this hour. And if you don't win it right now, you can get it at 9 o'clock. But Bobby Belt noticing something interesting on Cowboys social media.
I did notice something interesting on Cowboys social media as I pull an RJ Chop and try to pull up the list here of what we got here. Jerry credit. Yes, that's what we're doing here. So, Sean, yesterday or on Thursday after the game, I was looking at the YouTube comments. I was looking at the fan text during the post game. I was looking at Twitter. I was just going around, and I was noticing a trend that was occurring, and one that I didn't expect at all. And that is a push and an endorsement of sorts from a decent amount of people that were wanting to say, we've always gone after him. I got to give Jerry Jones credit here. Jerry, the GM, has made some good moves. He went and got George Pickens. He did the Quinnen Williams thing. Mainly the Quinnen Williams trade was the thing that they were highlighting. Just like, hey, this is it. He's made the move. It's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
And that's the thing that's a little surprising me. I've always thought if they win a Super Bowl, he's not getting credit. He's not going to get credit from fans for it. It feels like, even before they get the Super Bowl, just them turning the corner right now, it feels like there are plenty of fans right now who are willing to give him some. Now, I know just saying this is going to get everybody on the fan text who doesn't want to give him credit is going to start screaming it down right here. But I think there is a little bit of shift that says, hey, this is something that we got to do, is we got to give him credit for going ahead and making the moves that we would always want him to move, like do the things that we'd want him to do.
Yeah. Well, the Jerry credit can be difficult because, and I think RJ made a pretty good point a couple weeks ago when he says Jerry Jones is the general manager of like 5 to 7 players. Jerry is the GM of Dak, of Lamb.
Only Micah has a cell phone.
Only Micah has a cell phone. When it comes to, I don't even want to say Jadeveon Clowney because he's a bigger name, but when it comes to Logan Wilson, I'm not giving Jerry Jones a lot of credit because I don't think before the scouts come in and show him the tape of Logan Wilson that Jerry knows who Logan Wilson is or was. I don't even know that Steven knows who Logan Wilson was before they go ahead and get the pitch from Will McClay and the scouting department. But when it does come to Quinnen Williams, when it comes to George Pickens, I do factor Jerry Jones into signing off on moves that big. And he deserves credit. He absolutely does. Maybe that's the way we start off our 8:30 interview this morning when Jerry joins us, because he's used to coming on twice a week and getting the old nut kick.
214. I've given Jerry credit for the last 30 years.
Yeah, unfortunately. So, George Pickens, NFL move of the year. NFL transaction of the year. Jerry Jones deserves credit for that. Jadeveon Clowney deserves credit for that. You had said for weeks that Clowney was coming on, and immediately he was maybe this team's best run defender before Ezeraku also emerged. The draft picks are a perfect example, right? Like, Jerry didn't know who Donovan Ezeraku was when he was playing in college until they sit down and go over the board, and he's like, all right, make your presentation and show me his film. And then he's like, all right, let's go ahead, and has the ultimate sign-off on that guy. And then the Quinnen Williams deal. Now.
And then some people are pointing out on the fan text, credit for hiring Shoddy, and that's an important thing as well.
Yeah. That's also double-sided because the way that Jerry Jones can get credit if the Cowboys win big in the postseason, I believe that Jerry always wants to pick a coach who can be his. Mm-hmm. Bringing in Bill Parcells, everyone said that kept him up at night, drove him crazy. Because if Parcells wins, Jerry is not going to get that credit. So you go and get Jason Garrett, my next Tom Landry, maybe Kellen Moore. Mike McCarthy is like in that middle, in that middle area where it's like people weren't falling over themselves to hire McCarthy, and he still had a Super Bowl, so I can get some credit for that. And then he would get a tremendous tremendous amount of credit if Brian Schottenheimer did big things around here. The Quinnen credit has to be weighed to me against Micah and whether that had to happen. That's the difficulty in evaluating that one. Well, what would the Cowboys be if Micah Parsons was here instead of Quinnen Williams? Micah is wrecking shop in Green Bay after maybe a little bit of a slower start, or it felt like a week or two when he didn't have the pressures of quarterback hits or sacks. And we saw what a terror he was on Thanksgiving, and he's up there again for NFL Defensive Player of the Year. I think he's having a way better year than TJ Watt, which RJ Choppy would be happy to hear. So, yes, he gets credit for the Quinnen deal, but did it have to be necessary because of what happened with Micah?
Yeah, I think that if you want to talk about the Micah deal and the capital it got you and being able to move that, because
the difficulty of the Micah deal also, I have a hard time believing that was Jerry in straight team building mode versus that got way too personal. That Micah Parsons broke the man-to-man agreement of looking in my face and my eye multiple times with a handshake and not following through with that. And I think that was the essence of why Micah Parsons is not here. Jerry Jones went old school principles and said, we agreed to it. You came back. I adjusted it. We agreed twice. And you still acted like that did not happen. No matter how great you are, you have to go. So I can't give Jerry that much team building credit because it was personal.
Would you say that ultimately, as it stands now, because I saw this was a debate the other day, and I mean, it's going to be an ongoing debate for a while.
And at the end of the day, still in all this holiday spirit, credit giving mood that we're in, they're still projected to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Somebody says 903 says, "What's it even matter?" To be honest, we were on the verge of meaningless football, so they had to reel us back in. A lot of people on the fan text are just saying, "No, it's still not credit. It was a move to save attention, and then it's worked out, but it was ultimately just a move to save attention."
Do you give him credit for keeping Eberflus and not firing him?
443. Give him credit as we kill him when he signs Don Terry Poe, but don't give him props for turning the season around. That's true. There's a lot of people who they do want to destroy him for every bad thing and every good thing he has nothing to do with. Now, I think it is fair to here's the thing. I don't think it's as simple as every good move he should get credit for, every bad move he should get destroyed for. I think he gets destroyed for too much, and I think he gets credit for too much. I think a lot of times he's just overseeing consensus or he's building consensus.
I don't think he gets credit basically for anything.
But like, for instance, I wouldn't say that ultimately he gives the thumbs up on Quinnen Williams. I don't think he went out there and was like, "Oh, Quinnen Williams, yeah, this is the guy I got to go get." So like, ultimately, I still don't know.
He offered a Micah in a first.
Yeah. Now he ultimately said he was convinced of it. But he didn't go like research and go, Quinnen, there we go. Or George Pickens. I've had to evaluate the receiver landscape.
Yeah.
Give me George Pickens. That's the guy that I want. So I think that he gets, like I said, I've had this debate with a lot of people before. I think we've had it on this show. The idea of they run, I think, the organization in a healthier way than people give them credit for. The problem a lot of times is everybody in the consensus circle the people who need to be there, and you've got to be willing to make those changes. But I don't think the natural structure of how they run things, of we have a group of 5 to 6 people that are involved heavily in every decision, and I'm ruling on what their consensus is. I don't think that that's an unhealthy way to run an organization if you're an owner and a general manager. So I don't necessarily hate that way that they've done it. He does have to get some level of credit for being willing to just say, I'm going to give up this capital. And I think something that's been discussed a little bit more, and I saw one of the comments already on the fan text here, a lot of people are starting to feel like they came out ahead on the Micah trade. That you picked up an extra first, you got Kenny Clark, you got Quinnen Williams, essentially, and you ended up with extra money to spend. And you got rid of Mozzie Smith in the process. That a lot of people look at that and go, that's a trade I'll make. I would make that swap for Micah Parsons, especially now seeing what Quinnen Williams is. There's already, that went from being, oh my gosh, this is such an awful return, which it was not a great return initially what they got. They probably should have gotten a little bit more. But it's come to the point now where it feels like a lot of people are saying they came out ahead on the Micah deal.
Would you rather have Quinnen Williams or Micah Parsons for the next 3 years on this team?
Ooh. I mean, Micah's really, really good. I'd probably rather have Micah, but I'd rather have Quinnen and an extra first and the money. So for that, like, just in a vacuum, who do I want on this roster? Who's a better player? Micah is still one of the best, probably 3 best defensive players in football. Quinnen's top 10 probably, but it's something where when I look at that and I just go, all right, I need
the impact.
Yeah, the impact.
Like the Quinnen impact feels like it can be more.
Well, it's like when we said, now I'll say this.
A domino effect.
Yeah, when we were talking about roster building, I think we were out at the fire station in Denton when we did this topic, where I had said I would rather have a Quinnen Williams or a Dexter Lawrence right now than I would Myles Garrett. And I love Myles Garrett, and I think Myles Garrett's the best defensive player in football. But I need something in the middle. So in that sense, I do want that kind of production. And like I said, if you're telling me it's Quinnen and a first-round pick that I get in addition to that, well then, yeah, I'm going to take that all there. 469. Sorry, Bobby, he gets credit for Williams, Pickens, but too many years he's been fine with mediocrity as long as there were butts in the seats and T-shirts bought.
I think we need to judge this season. I don't care about Dontari Poe right now.
Yeah.
Does he get credit for the GM job that he has done over the last calendar year or this season? Stephen Jones yesterday was on the KNC Masterpiece, brought to you by Window Nation, and he was asked, did y'all think you were one move away when you added Big Q?
No, I don't. We try to stay away from one move away winning it in that given year. I mean, this was a long-term play. Obviously, we were making a long-term play when we made a very difficult decision to trade Micah. But we're looking at Kenny not only to help us win this year, but in the future. And then the same thing with Quinham. When you give up that kind of capital for a player, draft capital, then, you got to have a vision. And we just felt like, he was the guy we were looking for in there to go with Osa and Kenny. And that could really make a difference this year. But also it wasn't just a one-time roll of the dice where, we're going to, do something different next year. I mean, those 3 guys are in our plans and, feel good about how it's evolving and how it's worked out. And we had long conversations about how the 3 big guys would play together. And, they're all playing 40 to 45 snaps a game. And, right now it's really working out.
Did he say...
He did say Quinham. He did say Quinham. Hey, and I'm going to give him a pass for this aspect. No, this aspect. Somebody was killing him on the fan text the other day when we played a clip of him talking about Ezeraku, and he referred to him as 41. And he's like, still haven't gotten that pronunciation down. I don't blame him for not getting Ezeraku yet.
Ezeraku is not that difficult.
It's not that difficult. Once you memorize it, it's not that big a deal. But when you look at it, and I'm sure it's looking at it, I don't think it's that big a deal.
Stop it. Stop.
The same thing with Quinham.
Stop it.
Like he couldn't get anything that throws a Z in there, Biotish, Ezeraku, it's going to give him some trouble. I don't blame him.
Gournay.
Peyton's just going to keep getting worse and worse examples.
I'm going to get a call from PR.
Yeah. From Ted. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. So, yes, I am giving Jerry Jones maybe the most credit that I can remember in a long, long time.
If you want to talk about just best moves this offseason, or if you want to talk about best moves that have played out, he's not going to win Executive of the Year or anything like that. But, like, the Pickens move feels like one of the best moves in football this year. The Quinnen trade is changing the landscape the way the Amari trade did.
Does Jerry, yesterday, to your Brian Schottenheimer Coach of the Year consideration, true or false, does Jerry Jones deserve more GM of the Year credit versus Schottenheimer Coach of the Year? You have one vote.
Oh. If I was looking from the outside, I'd probably say Jerry. Knowing what's actually how things have gone this season and how things have been steered, I would give it to Schottenheimer. But if I was a national voter, if I lived in Kansas City and I was just looking from the outside, I'd probably look and go, well, Jerry has done more directly though. Schottenheimer's just gotten them to 6-5-1.
George Pickens move of the year, and Steven was asked, is that someone you guys have to sign to an extension?
Well, I can tell you this. Anyone watching him play, you know what we want. What Jerry and I want is to get him signed. Obviously, we've got work to do there, but certainly, George has just been an amazing pickup for us, and he's doing everything the right way, and certainly a guy that we'd like to have around here.
All right, so there it is. No indecision. No negotiating right now we'll have to see. A lot of things in play, franchise tag. That's Stephen Jones with KNC.
Can I make my point I just made to you during that cut?
Yes. Be wrong again.
No, this is
giving
me
us
being
too much credit.
No. This is me being right. There have been a few times when I make this is a shave my head type of take. Okay, they were listening to Crosstalk yesterday. Somebody was, and somebody told him, "Hey, they were saying, Steven, you're too go in there sounding bubbly. Just throw him off. Sound a little bubbly because he sounded just."
Are you saying for the whole?
Chipper.
Did you hear more of the interview?
Yeah.
Okay.
He sounded
not just that answer.
Yeah, he sounded chipper yesterday.
Yeah. I'm telling you, that's why. And I didn't mean, I think I accidentally shaded the other shows yesterday when I said that Cowboys PR should give us Steven for a sit down in Oxnard because Gavin Dawson did put him through the ringer, which a lot of fans wanted.
Yeah.
But I don't like when people get robbed publicly, and a lot of it is his own doing, but that's not Stephen Jones, what you hear on the radio, that I've seen out in public.
He's pretty charismatic.
He is bubbly.
Yeah.
He's charismatic. He's happy. Humongous smile. Like, you're going to laugh more probably like with Stephen than you maybe even would do Jerry. I don't know. Like, my couple of run-ins with Steven out in public, it's just like
he's more like Jerry.
Be a great time.
He's more like
Yes.
Jerry socially than people realize. Probably he is a fun-loving. There's a lot of laughing. You will hear if you're out somewhere in public, you'll hear Steven laughing on the other side of the room because he's always having a good time.
Well, speaking of George Pickens and being in a good mood, even though he is out today and back tomorrow, RJ Choppy, we just can't keep him away from the microphone, and he wanted to sing his love for his new favorite player in sports.
Oh, this is an original song.
I used to love my woman, Lord, I swear I really did. So George Pickens lost a coin, now she's somewhere with the kids. I ain't proud of what I'm feeling, I ain't saying it's okay, but that man turned a sled route into Judgment Day. I got his jersey on and hanging like it's made of solid gold. I dust it every morning like it's 40 years old. My buddies say I'm losing it, my preacher says it's wrong, but he ain't seen George levitate to snag a 50-yarder long. Cause I love George Pickens more than brisket on Friday, more than Jerry loves attention, more than Dad loves playing highway when he jumps up for football, and my heart just falls apart. My wife says Pickens over me, and I said, baby, that ain't smart, cause the Lord put Pickens in my heart. And when he signs that big extension, I'll be crying in a car, cause the Lord put George Pickens right here in my Cowboys loving heart.
Wow.
That may or may not have been Choppy.
Well,
that may have been a computer.
The way I know that's not Choppy, the singing was impressive. Gave me a little goosebump. And then Preacher was used in there, my preacher.
Yeah.
So that automatically disqualified. But that is Bobby Roberto Belt working the AI magic with RJ Choppy singing about his boy. That turkey leg picture on the fan cam was pretty funny.
I was Aiden throwing. I gave him a lyrics picture, and then he just he threw the photo behind it.
Speaking of Aiden, this could be dangerous. One of the reasons I want a dump button in this room. Find out why after we hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Friday, December 19th of this year. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Your goosebumps may change to tears at 8 o'clock as a member of our morning show and 105 Through the Fan team is part of a story that could bring out the onions. That's at 8 o'clock this morning, 8:30. It will be Jerry Jones live. We got a special guest in studio. Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube should erupt with Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. We're going to do Ask Reddit here. This is where we take the most viral questions off the now almost 60 million member forum. I think when we started doing this, it was 47. It's almost 60 million now.
I have used Reddit more in the past 6 months than I ever have in my 44 years.
And aren't you glad you've started using it as a resource?
Yeah.
It can be really weird to look at the first few times.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's just old school. I'm surprised they haven't updated it. Maybe that's part of the charm. But if I want it, Vegas, going out to restaurants or looking for an experience, you're getting real feedback.
Yeah.
That's why I go to it.
All right, so we're going to do Ask Reddit here. We've got a special guest because we can't just do 3 people, especially while Peyton's in there screening calls and giving away those Dave Chappelle tickets. So in here in the studio, we have Aiden. Aiden, our fan cam man, is here, and Aiden says some wild S off the air, and it's why he's one of my favorite people here, and we're going to include him on it, and that's why Aiden's going to get the first question here. You ready, Aiden? Yeah. All right, Aiden, what is a website you loved that no longer exists? And make sure you get up on that mic.
I mean, the website I loved, it still exists. It's just not allowed in Texas anymore.
Oh, man. Peyton, get that.
That's not dumpable.
Peyton, I know. Get that winner, though. Get that winner locked up in that info just to be over the dump button.
I know what my answer is to this.
He's going with the hug.
Yeah, we didn't get the drum there from Peyton. Live Leak. Do you remember Live Leak?
Nope.
Okay, so Live Leak back in the day, I can't remember when Live Leak died. This would have been 13, 14 years ago. So here's the thing. Live Leak was the place to go for any video that you couldn't find on the internet because it was getting taken down. So if it was nope, that was too gory. You can't see that live video that happened on TV. That was too gory. That's getting taken down. Or, that thing that was on the internet that now they're censoring and getting rid of. Live Leak would put it up, and Live Leak would go, we're not taking it down. We're just leaving it up. And so you could find just anything you couldn't find, go to Live Leak, search it. It would be up there.
So, Aiden, back to you for a second. And think of the website before you say it, if you can say it. Now that you don't have that site, where do you go?
Twitter.
Twitter? Oh, Twitter gives you...
Hold on, Sean. I'll show you.
Twitter gives you what you're looking for?
Or you go to Reddit. Reddit's a good one, too.
Reddit doesn't. Reddit has adult entertainment?
Oh, yeah. I got you, Sean. Hold on. Give me 1 sec.
Sorry, Mom.
Did you tell your mom you're going to be on the radio for this? Oh, that was on Twitter?
Yeah, I literally just searched one word.
I will get this random naked National Geographic video of a woman where I'm like, what? Where did that come from? What is that setting of? But you can't go and get a 1,000th of what you would get on a regular site like that.
Dude, I've followed Tolos before, and I've had to block them or mute them because they'll retweet stuff out there that's just naked woman, and I'm like, I can't be looking at this in public because they're single.
Yeah.
Some actually do have wives, I guess, but they're just retweeting stuff. I'm like, I can't be seeing that, man.
And that's a really hard thing to explain. No, it's just Twitter, honey. It's yesterday, I was following her back home from lunch, and she gets in the house. She goes, what was Broada so worked up about? And I was like, what? We're in separate cars. I was on the phone with him. Her car picked up my Bluetooth.
Oh.
And I was like, what a way to get caught cheating if people are tailgating with each other as a couple and someone is on the phone with someone they're not supposed to. Her car picked up the phone call with Broada because it cut off. And I called him back. I'm like, where are you? He said, I'm in the parking garage, so probably bad service. It was my wife ending the call.
I had a buddy who he got busted looking at adult stuff because he was accidentally casting his phone to the TV. And he didn't realize it. He was in the next room, and he was casting it up there, and he didn't know. Casting his phone. He was looking at adult websites.
Well, I don't even think that's as bad as if you're having the wrong type of phone call.
I mean, if it's playing in the living room, while you're off on the side, and what are you looking at here? That was a little much. The answer here, by the way, from some people on the fan text, 940 MySpace, we're getting a lot of LimeWire, a lot of Rotten.com. E-Bombs World is a popular answer here, too. Peyton, you got a website that you miss?
Believe it or not, I was a Club Penguin guy.
I don't even know what that means.
No, it's where you're in your own little world. You're a penguin. You can do whatever you want there. It's Club Penguin. You can interact with people online, but they shut it down a few years ago. I didn't use it up to a few years ago. I used it as a kid, obviously, but it was really popular when I was young.
I don't have a great answer for this, and I'm sure that they still do exist because we're talking about Reddit, but I used to go to team message boards like you wouldn't believe.
Football's future, baby.
I had my top 3 team message boards.
Oh, you were a psycho. You were going into let me see the Broncos team message board and what they're talking about.
Yes, I would go into my team message board and live off of that. Like, absolutely be obsessed with it, which I don't do anymore because I have all the knowledge in my head.
Football's Future, that was one that I used to go on all the time. And it's
I don't
still,
know what Football's Future is. It a site that has different.
It's like an NFL message board, so they have different team options and different stuff like that. But I know there are a lot of people who ended up in media that I knew from that. Dove Kleiman, I knew him way back then. He went by the name Billy Spikes on there, and he was a total douchebag on that website when he was like a teenager. All right, Ask Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, which hobbies attract the biggest douchebags? And we got to be careful, because who knows if somebody out there might have that hobby.
Which hobbies?
And I'll throw it out there first.
Yeah.
It's the guys who ride around in groups on the crotch rockets and are going 150 on the highway, going like, oh, they're not going to pull us over. They're going to ignore it. Or the guys who lane split. I'm not saying they all are, but a good majority of the douchebags are attracted to that. It doesn't make you a douchebag if you're one of those guys, but a douchebag is usually attracted to that.
What about like crazy, serious, roid possible bodybuilder? I'm not talking about like usual go in the gym, stay
you're
in
talking
shape
you're talking about like Jim Bro psycho guy.
Yeah. Although I'm trying
not Jim J. You're not talking about J. Ochoa, for instance. You're talking about like
Jim RJ Jim.
Like RJ if he roided.
Yeah, RJ if he roided.
Yeah, that would be the kind of guy that you're talking about. Aiden?
College football tailgates. They're the worst.
What?
Yes, you have a mix of frat guys and then guys that still want to be in college with alcohol.
What's the rephrase the question?
Which hobbies attract the biggest douchebags?
I'll change my answer based upon Aiden and throw myself under the bus because I was a part of one. But like fraternities, I don't know what I'll do if my son joins a fraternity. I'll be so upset. I'll be so mad.
So I didn't go to college. I didn't need it. But when you look at the
needed it for the social
fraternity, I would have learned to text properly. When you look at the fraternity thing, is it any fraternity or is it specific ones?
No, I think it's more specific ones. You have kind of like your nerdier ones who are trying.
Pike would be a good one to join. Pike, yeah. Aiden's shaking his head.
Yes. DTD.
Were you in a fraternity?
Yeah.
Which one?
Sigma Nu.
At what school?
Northwestern State in Louisiana.
Okay. And did you guys do like really dumb things, or was it fun? Do you regret it? Were you happy about it?
No, I loved it. Best decision of college, probably.
Okay. And like what type of stuff that you can say on the radio that's not illegal acts that you guys have to do? What did you get out of it that was productive that you would tell a young person?
Since I was out of state, I got instant friends. It wasn't hard to make friends after that. That's the only reason I joined it.
Bunch of friends, as they say.
Yeah, I paid for my friends and I got my money for it.
Some of the answers on the fan text: lifted truck bros.
Yeah,
a lot of frat bros. But somebody else says frats aren't hobbies, just a douche. Cross training guys, CrossFit guys, car show guys. A lot of golfers, frisbee golfers. We're getting some of those answers.
Frisbee golfer, not harmless. Wait, what about Ferrari, Lamborghini? What about band dude who doesn't have any?
Oh, like the adult, like in a band, like 45-year-old in a band guy.
On.
That just strikes me as like midlife crisis guy, more than douchebag necessarily. Peyton, what's your answer for this?
Skateboarding. Those skateboarders, man.
Man, skaters. I like skaters.
They do one little flip on their skateboard and they go, yeah, I'm the man. Tony Hawk, baby. Get out of here, dude.
Let's see you do it.
I will. I got a skateboard.
Are you a skater?
Guy.
I used to be.
Okay.
And look how he turned out.
Man, he's a skater in a frat. Peyton hates this guy.
Yeah.
All right, Ask Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, this came up. This was on Ask Men. So sometimes I'll grab stuff from Ask Men specifically. How would you feel if another guy called you boss? And the way this came up was she said, the guy said he was going through a drive-thru, said, thanks, boss, when he got the thing. And his girlfriend said, that was very condescending.
Oh, man.
And he goes, I wasn't condescending. I don't know if Jake Reitman was sitting in the car and would have said that was offensive.
Jeez.
Since apparently calling him sir is condescending.
Yeah.
But Peyton, how would you feel about somebody calling you boss if another guy called you that? Like, thanks, boss.
I like it. I love being called boss. Hey, boss, what's up? It's so much better than like the buddy. I still get buddies or pal or sport. I haven't been called sport in a while, but yeah, it's so much better. I'd love to be called boss.
So I've had this humongous debate over Chief. Hey, Chief. Thanks, Chief. And I think my wife,
insensitive.
My wife and other people are like, that's condescending. Hey, can I get the? I don't see that it is.
I don't either.
Like my brother in the drive-thru the other day was like, "Thanks, hun," and that made me go, "Whoa!" I told him, I said, "You can't say that. You can't say that. Is hun? Isn't that more condescending than chief or boss for dudes?
Yeah.
You can't say
absolutely.
hun,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sweetie.
Sweetie?
Yeah, anything like that.
Thanks, hun. I know he's trying to be nice, but I'm like, you can't say that. Chief, boss, come on. Why are we oversensitive?
What about the added boss man? Like, thanks, boss man.
Totally fine.
I like it.
That's even more respect.
Whenever anybody's ever called me boss man, I'm always like, yeah, I'm completely fine with that. And that's Fantex here is in universal agreement. That's not condescending at all.
Good.
I that's got to be just a gender thing, like a gender split. Like women just view it differently. I think they must view that as like somehow that's condescending. I don't think it is. I think
Do you
it
think
works.
making the signature for the check? I've gotten lectured for that. Across the room,
asking for it. Is it? Is that condescending?
Someone told me it was.
So that was a TikTok trend for a while. I don't know if you saw it, Aiden. You're probably the only other one on TikTok regularly. They go, how do you ask for the bill? And everybody went through their like hand gestures that they did. And typically,
what other hand gesture is there?
I go like this.
You snap your finger, Sean. You say, "Hey, get over here."
You go, Garcon. But no, like that's I don't know in any way other than just
no.
Like yeah, you look like you're signing. Like hey, I need to sign something.
One
like,
more.
There we go. All right, last one here on Ask Reddit. Let's go with, we're going to start with you, and we'll start with you on this one. What movie blew your mind the first time you saw it?
Oh, absolutely Baby Driver. Probably one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Baby Driver's a good movie. What's his name? Who's the...
Ansel Elgort, I think?
Yeah, whatever his name is. That's a good movie. The answer to me is 7. Did you ever see 7?
No.
That's a good one.
God. The first time I saw 7, that's the only movie that I've sat up staring at the ceiling being like, I can't go to sleep now. Peyton?
Mine was, so I saw it in theaters, I think, the first couple days it came out, but it was Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. That just being in theater there, that blew my mind seeing it. It was really good.
I think mine is Primal Fear.
Dude, that rattled Kristen, the ending.
Yeah. When that happens, it's like, oh my goodness. Ed Norton, right?
Yeah. It's Ed Norton and Richard Gere. When he goes, good for you, Marty, and he starts clapping, Kristen like gasps, and she's like, I've known these people. I've known people like this. This is how I think everybody's gonna do me at the end.
There's also
you know what I mean.
There's also the one where the brother and the sister kiss, I think. Is that with Reese Witherspoon, maybe?
Cruel Intentions.
Cruel Intentions was one where...
Cruel Intentions is a little weird.
When that happened, it's like, whoa.
It's also pretty cool at times.
Well done. Aiden Butler.
Wolchuk wants to ask you, what if someone calls you big guy? I've always just been like, hey, why don't you just say fat ass?
No,
Big guy feels a little more condescending.
A little condescending right there.
Big guy's in the middle.
Yeah, big guy would, depending on who's saying it and how they're saying it.
Ask Reddit
like that one.
with Aiden Butler and the Commercial-Free Expressway. Another Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour after Jerry Jones at 8:30. But how about some football tears on a Tolo Tuesday with a member of our football family? You're going to want to hear this story next. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers in the morning show. Not out yet.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sorry, I was arguing with Jake Rietma, who's going to preview the Lions this week. Did you play the Monday Night Football clip?
I did not.
Sorry, sir.
Was I told
Say
to do
sorry,
that?
sir.
Sorry, sir. Which one
Sorry,
do you want?
Chief. Let's go cut for Jerry
Rietma
Jones.
flips us off on the way out.
Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30. We will start with this.
Snap back to Drake. The blitz coming. May moves up, throws a long line. There's separation there, and the pass to Williams is perfect. Touchdown, Patriots!
Beautiful throw. The throw of the night from Drake May. That was after the missed field goal sack, which has never happened in the history of the NFL. That made it 24-7, and then it ends up 30-7 at halftime, and the New England Patriots destroy the New York Giants with the return of Jackson Dart, who got blown up on the sideline. That's one of those hits. It doesn't matter whether you are with your buddies or by yourself. When it happens, and he takes a flight on the sideline where he could have stepped out earlier.
Dude, that pylon cam, somebody tweeted, was like dying laughing at the pylon cam. It was just this frozen image of his feet levitating off the ground from getting absolutely blown up. But this is like...
He's so dumb.
We joke about, or like, we kind of laughed at Tua at one point when he was talking about, I got to learn how to fall. But like, that's something that like they teach you, like, you got to learn to fall. You got to learn to get down. You got to learn to like preserve your body when you're at that position. And Jackson Dart does not give a damn about it right now.
He views it as like, you're softer than me.
Yeah.
I'm tougher than you. And Troy Aikman even said, I had to rewind it on the broadcast. And I'm like, there's no way that Dart said what I think he did. Aikman said that Dart is getting sick of all the people lecturing him on protecting himself.
Does Dart know who he's talking to when he says that, by the way? The guy who had 9 concussions and like had his career cut short by it?
Or John Gruden, with the clip that I talk about nonstop as part of Gruden's QB camp before these kids were drafted.
I want you to change your playing style.
Yes, sir.
I think it's reckless, I think it's careless, and I think it's dangerous. You're the only guy that can't play with a sore right shoulder. Mm-hmm. And we can't play without you. You've come out of some games now.
Right.
You had your ass knocked off and you sucked it up and went back in the game. But talk to me about some of these hits. Why won't you go out of bounds? Why won't you go down?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. It's f***ing crazy. And you're going to be in that concussion protocol tent, and I'm going to be holding the game plan going, where the hell is Dart at? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Write it down, Evil Knievel. That's who you are. You're going to jump over a freaking canyon out there in Utah. Is that what you're going to do in your off season?
Yeah, can you
This
spell
is insane.
Knievel? How do you spell Knievel?
Kneviel, Knievel. I mean, you did it at USC. You haven't changed. Why haven't you changed?
Yeah, it's definitely something that when I watch back and in those moments, I definitely are like, all right, like that's not smart. It's not a smart hit to take. So it's definitely something I'm gonna, get better at. But in my mind, I'm always trying to be +2 and
plus what?
+2.
What's that?
Anytime you get hit with contact, I want to fall 2 yards forward.
Yeah, well, that's all great, but not anymore.
Yes, sir.
Well, he thought he was just like, oh, I'm going to say +2 and Gruden is going to melt. And Gruden's like, the hell are you talking
This
about?
I was trying to be
like
+2.
dirty yards. Dirty. Like, he thought he was going to drop a tough guy football terminology and Gruden was going to melt and say, you're one of my Gruden grinders.
Does that
He's
mean
like,
Lane Kiffin melted like that? Did Lane Kiffin melt for that stuff and he's going to do the same thing at LSU now?
Plus what?
+2.
He's just so arrogant. He's too arrogant for his own good, and he views everyone else who slides. If he watched Peyton Manning fall down film in the pocket before a sack, he'd be like, that P.
Yeah.
I'm a real man.
Or Tyler Lockett. Have you ever seen the Tyler Lockett cut-ups? Tyler Lockett will not get tackled. There's like a whole... I mean,
the receiver?
There are hundreds of clips of him. When he gets close to contact, he goes down. He doesn't let you tackle him.
What?
Dude, I'll show you.
Never knew this.
It is going to blow... When you see it, it's going to blow your mind that he doesn't get talked about as soft.
Babe Laufenberg, do you view it as soft or smart?
Lockett should probably try for a little bit extra yards, but I also get like smaller slot receiver. You don't want to get your body beat up.
Babe Laufenberg is going to join us Thursday at 9:20, so we get his film study preview of the Detroit Lions. Bobby will be in Detroit on Thursday as well. Again, that's Babe Laufenberg Thursday at 9:20. Set us up for the Laufenberg sound.
Yeah, this is really good stuff. So this is a news station in Cleveland. Myles Garrett was close with Luke Laufenberg, Babe's son, who we've heard Babe talk about before, and they've got the charity Live Like Luke. That is who Myles Garrett chose to use for his My Cause, My Cleats this year, is the Live Like Luke Foundation. And there was a news station in Cleveland that did a report on it, and this is really good stuff.
Myles Garrett keeps his former teammate Luke Laufenberg with him all the time.
I always wear his wristband, reminding me of his message and the kind of person that he is.
Luke and Myles were college teammates at Texas A&M. Myles, their star pass rusher. Luke, a walk-on rookie tight end tasked with blocking Myles on scout team.
When Luke got to Texas A&M, he's a scout team tight end. Well, guess who you block? One day I said, "Hey, Luke, what's it like blocking Myles?" And he said, "Well, Daddy," he said, "if I get my hands on him, I can keep him out for about a half a second."
The two developing a friendship on and off the field.
I got a chance to meet with Jason Garrett, and we took a picture and sent it to Babe, and kind of brought that motion back of that time when we were in college and we're spending time on the field, time after school, and after practice together, just bringing back those memories.
At just 19 years old, Luke was diagnosed with Burkitt's lymphoma, an aggressive form of bone cancer. Less than 2 years after his diagnosis, Luke passed away. But on Sunday, Luke will take the field with Myles once again, in spirit.
I just wanted to bring it full circle and show how much he left an impression on all of us, including myself, and he was a hell of a person, and I'm better because I knew him.
Representing Luke this year through My Cause, My Cleats, Garrett's custom footwear supports the Luke Laufenberg Fight Fund. The cleats featuring a portrait of Luke on them, allowing the two to share the field on Sunday.
I think his likeness looks very well, and just proud of the work that they did, and glad I'm able to have a piece of him.
All while Garrett gets to raise awareness for his late friend and allow more people to know the kind of person Luke was along the way.
Just always wanted to be 1% better, make the people around him a little bit better. Just for knowing him, that's the kind of person he was, and I think we all can live like that.
The music. Great piece. Well done. News 5. Babe was on the sidelines for the Browns game, hugging up Myles Garrett afterwards.
Yeah, and, Aiden just had the video up there rolling of Myles Garrett and Babe kind of greeting each other. But, dude, it's so easy. I won't specify who, but I'm sure you can figure it out. There have been other famed pass rushers from Texas who I don't think have necessarily great dude reputations or nice guy reputations. Myles Garrett's the opposite of that. Myles Garrett's reputation has always been one of just like a solid person all the way around, and the fact that he and Luke connected is
even after we gave him grief for all the speeding and driving.
He likes to drive fast. I was going 102 on my way in here this morning, Sean, because I woke up a little late.
Here's the last thing I'll say about this. Whenever, and we all do this after a tragedy or a reminder, and we all say, just remember life, and remember this, remember that, and we all say a lot of that stuff. If you follow Babe on Instagram or Twitter or X, you always get a consistent reminder of what's important with the weekly, even daily dedications to his son. Mm-hmm. So, great piece from News 5 in Cleveland. Babe Laufenberg Thursday at 9:20.
254-469. The rest of the fan text, they're all angry with us right now. So you're making us ugly cry walking into the office this morning.
Well, don't be ugly. Jerry Jones at 8:30. Are the Chicago Bulls about to save us from Anthony Davis? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad? Roger that, Sally. Roger that, Sally.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
First 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Great floor runner and excellent off-ball mover. Going under the defense, Christie to Ryan Nembhard to beat the shot clock. It's a splashdown for Ryan.
What a win for the Dallas Mavericks last night in Denver. They were 10-point underdogs. Anthony Davis had a night. Cooper Flagg continued to do his thing, but there's Ryan Nembhard on Mavs TV scoring 28 points on 12 of 14 shooting, along with 10 assists, and the Mavs win in Denver. 131-121. Denver falls to 14-6. Mavs improve to 7-15.
Give me more of that 32-13. That's what I need. I need to see that from Anthony Davis consistently, so we can get him home wherever he wants to be, wherever is not here, wherever Nico Harrison takes his next job, whatever.
Fortune favors the bold.
Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30 here on Sean and RJ. Choppy back tomorrow. It's myself alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, who will be in Detroit on Thursday. ESPN, They gave me a good solid 20 minutes yesterday where I was excited because they reported that the Bulls have had internal discussions about Anthony Davis. Quote, the Bulls are prepared to add to their young core and believe Davis could help the team's porous rim protection and defensive interior. Davis is from Chicago, and the Bulls have 3 players on their roster who grew up in the area, which is not a coincidence. I don't know what to make of that. What are you just getting Chicago guys? You trying to sell more jerseys? Who gives a crap if they're from the local area?
That feels like something Chicago would care about.
However, team sources said the Bulls will not sacrifice any of their young core to execute such a deal until the team is closer to contention. Quote from a Bulls source, I don't think going out and chasing ex-megastar is the way to proceed. What do? Whenever these rumors come up, I go and see how many draft picks you have, and do you have any for 2027, and how many for this year's draft. Right now, the Dallas Mavericks would pick 8th. The Chicago Bulls would pick 13th. So Chicago has the record of 9-11. I think they got off to a much better start than what they've been going through. Now, when I do go and do a deeper dive, Bobby, it says they have 2 firsts.
2 firsts.
One via Portland, but it's protected 1 through 14. So now I'm scared. Mike Bassick has me scared that you're not getting at least 2 firsts for Anthony Davis. So now I got to go and see how high your lone first rounder could be.
Well, let's. What if I told you this trade wouldn't even get you a first round pick next year, or the year after that, or the year after that?
I'd be mad.
The Ringer had proposed 5 Anthony Davis trades recently. We had talked about it. This is the one that they had for the Bulls. They had one listed for the Bulls. It would be the Bulls receiving Anthony Davis and D'Angelo Russell.
Cool.
And in exchange, you get Nikola Vucevic.
He's 35.
Kevin Huerter, Kobe White, and Chicago's first-round pick in 2029. Now, Huerter just got hurt last night. He had an abductor injury, which is the same one Anthony Davis had when he got traded here. Kobe White's been hurt for a portion of this season. So this was the write-up that they had from the Ringer. It said the Mavericks would do this because with Vooch, Huerter, and White all on expiring deals, it's an opportunity to get off Davis's contract without taking a penny back beyond the season. For a team that's projected to be over the second apron with a $90 million repeater tax bill next season, this is a big deal. Throw in the ongoing conundrum Dallas finds itself in, sans control of its own first-round picks in 27, 28, 29, and 30, and short-term financial flexibility is a must. Dallas would also receive a first-round pick that won't hit until Cooper Flagg is presumably a 22-year-old all-star, and Davis is 36, possibly on a different team. It might not be the sexiest return, but it makes building around Flagg much easier than it would be otherwise.
They are in, and this is what Mark Cuban said, that Nico also got fired for mismanaging the cap. They're in the second apron. They're not allowed to take back more money in a trade, and they have just 2 second-round draft picks to deal. For the fourth time in 5 seasons, that's a credit to them. It's not good right now. For the fourth time in 5 years, they're a luxury tax team, and they're going to pay a significant penalty as a result.
We ain't done yet.
You know you're not. You're projected to pay the largest tax penalty in franchise history, Bobby, at $142 million. If they finish in the lottery for a second straight year, can the front office sell ownership on spending $370 million to keep the roster together when you're talking about Kyrie and Anthony Davis? So it's all yuck. It's all yucky.
Yeah, this isn't any good, especially when you consider you traded Luka because Nico told you, well, we can't afford to pay this. We've got to get our finances straight. Well, now you're into the second apron. You've got a massive tax bill coming, and you have no draft picks. How did you trade away Luka and have no draft picks to build with behind it?
He's like, if I get a title in 3 years, that's all I care about. I don't care about the future.
And they weren't even close. They weren't even close without Luka. God, it's still, and I know there's been a push lately. There's been a bunch of people. We saw the egging story of the Eagles offensive coordinator. I saw somebody on the Twitter was like, oh, Bobby would endorse this with Nico because he's an awful person. It's like, you know what? Again, there is a difference between you're calling SE plays in Philadelphia and you are kicking residents of the city of Dallas out of their home arena because they said, your trade sucked, dude. He deserves all of the booing. He put this organization in an awful strait. He ruined the economy. Nico Harrison ruined the economy. They talked about the restaurants around the AAC losing business after the trade. They started losing money. Nico Harrison did not just trade away a basketball player. He effed up the Dallas economy, and he started throwing residents of the city out of their arena. Screw him. Screw him.
Cost your wife her house. Couldn't even messing up the economy. Someone tweeted us and asked, who's slimier, Lane Kiffin or Nico?
Nico, 100%. 100%, not even close. Which, by the way, that we didn't get to do that in NASCAR.
Lane's done this in multiple places.
Yeah. Nico was like slimy with every single move, though.
Well,
there wasn't even a fake moment with him.
And what did he nickname himself at Nike?
What was the assassin or the killer? And remember they called themselves what did they call themselves? The Marines or something? They had secret handshakes. That's the thing. He's also a nerd. He's a total nerd. God, he sucks. Boo him. If he shows up in your bar around town, boo him. Throw him out. Kick him out like he kicked everybody out of the arena.
What were you about to say?
I was going to say, I said 100%. I've been getting killed on the fan text recently for that, by the way.
For what?
They say I'm oversaying 100%. Have you noticed that as a crutch of mine?
No.
Now you're probably going to... It's like when I pointed out interesting and funny. Yeah, now you've got the bell. You're going to have the bell for all of those. Great. All right, we got time for some ShamWow guy?
No.
Okay, damn it.
Jerry Jones is coming up next. Will he accept Bobby's Executive of the Year nomination? What's really going to happen with Trayvon Diggs? And is there any revenge on Jerry's mind after what Dan Campbell and the Lions did on Jerry's birthday very, very recently? Jerry Jones joins us live on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and Bobby after this.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Jones Show every Tuesday. This time with Sean Sharif and Bobby Bell. Choppy will be back tomorrow, and Jerry is brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Well, doing great, and good to be on, guys. Beautiful day today.
So, Jerry, I saw a picture of you guys celebrating Thanksgiving, saw a little bit of it in the Netflix special. Can you just take us inside the cabin or wherever you go and how much family you get together, and like what type of is it a weekend, is it 3 days? Where do you guys, without particulars, so we don't want to give away too much.
Hello. Well, it started many years ago, actually way back before the Cowboys, and I had so many of the people that were you might see on Netflix were little small. But we would go to this hunting area that I had in Arkansas, deep in the woods of South Arkansas. And my entire family, on my mother and dad's side, and Jean's entire family on her side, my wife, and everybody, all her sisters and brother and my sister and all that family, moms and dads, we would all pile up in literally about one big room and about 6 small bedrooms. I've had as many as 8 sleep in my bed with me, piled across, laying across, everything in the book. And you have to get up early, like 4:30 to go duck hunting before the sun comes up. And but you would not go to bed, really. You'd just kind of work through the night. And just like I said, beginning Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving, we'd join there and spend 2 days. That's all you could handle of it is 2 days. But we had one of the biggest get-togethers right on top of each other, really enjoying having all the festivities of Thanksgiving and hunting, which at that particular time was deer and duck. But that started it, and so ever since that time, we always play on Thanksgiving Day here with the Cowboys. But then after Thanksgiving, Friday, we gather like that and try to do that. And I do that at my folks' ranch up in Missouri. And we all go up there and pretty much do the same thing. We've each got a bed now, so we don't have to pile up.
Nice. Thank you for the recap. We're going to start off the football stuff with something a little bit different because not only for 15 years with us, but, since you bought the Cowboys, you've done a great job of taking the slings and the arrows. Well, this past week, Jerry, with a lot of our fan comments, it has been Jerry GM credit and praise. We did a possible Executive of the Year segment about an hour ago with Quinnen and George Pickens and Jadeveon Clowney. So we just wanted to start off relaying that a lot of the Cowboy fans on our station, on our show over the past week, are giving you a ton of GM credit, even though there's a long way to go. So just wanted to start off with that.
Well, thank you. And I do because if it's going to work, it's going to pay off in wins. And we all know that, and I understand that. And I understand criticism when we don't get it done in terms of winning the ball games. But I really am pleased with how this team has come together over these last 2 or 3 weeks. And you always think you have that potential or you wouldn't have made those decisions to begin with. And we really have strengthened, our fronts over the last couple of years. We look different. We're bigger. We're bigger on the front on defense, bigger on the front on offense. That was very deliberate. One of the things that I saw 2 or 3 years ago was when we get in these playoffs, they run over us.
Yeah.
And we need to get bigger up front. And so start with that right there. And really we had that in mind on that trade with Micah that we made to start the year to be frivolous, not frivolous, but to just be tried almost. But that was an effort to go get and use that currency, if you will, draft picks and cap room. Cap room just as important as the draft pick. And use that cap room to put players on the team that we wouldn't have been able to get had we committed that money to one player.
Jerry, in terms of jump-starting your football team, this has felt a lot like the Quinnen Williams trade, like the Amari Cooper trade that you guys made in 2018, where you guys kind of sparked and went on a run. Have you viewed that impact sort of similarly, that Quinnen's had that same sort of impact that Amari did in 2018?
Well, yes, and as it turns out, but the answer is yes. Certainly, Amari did give us a spark. But the distinguishing thing, and I said earlier, I tried to make the trade by giving Micah, by trading Micah to the Jets and getting Quinnen and a number one coming back to us. I didn't offer to trade it heads up. And that's what I wanted in training camp. And we couldn't get that done. But in my mind, Quinnen is not only just what you want in the middle and really what you want for run. And frankly, he puts pressure there, run and pass. But the most important thing is his football character. And it's outstanding now. It's off the charts. And that combination is rare, very rare. And so you see that bringing it to the table. He's contagious in there as far as inspiring other players to play. When you've got that football character on top of outstanding football talent and you're a big boy, that is rare. And so that's what we're benefiting from.
Jerry Jones, Dallas Cowboys general manager and owner, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. You made reference there to, other guys kind of playing better as well. One of the guys who seems to have really exploded onto the scene in the last couple of weeks is Osa Odigizua as well. And, Kenny Clark's played better. Is that one of the other benefits you feel like you've had here? It's not just that you added Quinnen Williams, but it feels like you almost added new players with the way that those guys have been performing.
Well, if you look at those guys, and of course, Osa could play further out if we wanted him to play further out, but his unique position is his quickness inside there complements what Williams, complements what Kenny Clark brings. All three of those players have, again, tremendous football character. And we knew that when we extended Osa last year. And, I think this year, to begin this year. But we knew that, and we knew we wanted him around for a long time. His quickness is kind of more of a gap player, whereas Kenny and Quentin are mostly can play it either way, really, both of them. When you line those three up in there, and you've got them either in rotation or you've got them in there together, you really create a dominant feature to our team. And the combination of all of them, while someone asked, well, you're not going to be able to keep them all three. That's not right. We can, and we can build from that. And, of course, number 41, and, of course, Clowney's playing off the charts, Clowney. And we're getting a lot of really big play out of Sam Williams right now. So I'm going to leave somebody out here. But they just bring opportunity to the other parts of the team. But that combination in there, when you want to look at the Dallas Cowboys today, it wasn't here when we started the season. But when you bring it in there today, it's very unique.
Jerry, when you look at, you mentioned Clowney there, and I'm glad you did it. He's had such a big impact for you guys as somebody who was brought in later in the process. Can you just talk about, A, the impact that Jadeveon Clowney's made, and then B, he missed practice yesterday with a hamstring injury. What are the prospects for him being available on Thursday?
Well, I look to him to be available this short week. Not short week, but really not a short week for us. But we don't have many days left for him to be out there. Planning on him playing, but that's not a given. You have to. This truly is warm them up out there before the game on Thursday, and if they can play, then you'll make them active. But Connie, I think, had 1.5, 2 sacks, something like that, in the ball game the other day. But Connie's came in as the number 1 pick in the draft, as you all know. And has maintained a level of playing all of the years that he's been here, and he has had 2 games back to back that really are very noteworthy. And so between him and 41, between those 2, we have really started some outside pressure, along with Sam's relentless pressure, just running. Sam's a lot like Lawrence in terms of he just will run all over that place and never quit. So bottom line is I like what we're getting from the outside, and I really like it, what we're capable of doing when the machinations let us have potential 5 people up there. We get 5 people up there. That's hard to block.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, everyone is viewing Thursday night as another heavyweight fight, but the Lions have not been as invincible as they've been in past years. What are you seeing that's different about this year's Lions team?
I can't get that 40 points they hung on us last year out of my mind right out here at home. And that hook and lateral they did back there on that one pass play, that just was just embarrassing, really. And so I can't get that out of my mind. But listen, I give them all the respect that they've earned over the last 2 or 3 years, and they've got a great running back. And so, and their quarterback, we need to pressure him. And that's cliche almost. But I think they're at home, and plus they're playing with a real urgency because they're looking at needing to get these last games to be ready for the playoffs, and that was their aspirations. Not a given, but certainly they thought they were going to have that maybe better than they've had it. So I look for them to be as every bit the challenge these last 2 games have been for us.
And, Jerry, you touched on what the next question was going to be. That was 47-9 on your birthday, and it felt like they went a little out of their way to get to that 47. Will revenge be on your mind a little bit? And even if not, when is the last time that you had kind of a revenge game in your mind to where, hey, if we can stick it to them, let's do it? How often does that happen?
Well, we have it when we play these people in our division. Playing Philadelphia is really that way, and candidly, the Giants and Washington are too, and we're fortunate to really have them. We did, in college, our rivalry at Arkansas was Texas, and that was not it, but it was it. But that adds to it. That's my town against your town. I've seen these old timers, 70 years old, saying, "Boy, remember back in '62? Remember such and such? He was playing the end, and they're sitting there talking about, we got you good that year. Yeah, you did, but we kicked y'all's butt the next year." That to me is something you can't replace about American football. My town against your town. And Detroit let us do that a little bit. Had that feeling because of that kicking they put on us last year.
Jerry, we're all trying to speculate and figure out a way into this postseason, and you've been honest with us about kind of scoreboard watching. Right now, do you think that your best opportunity is wild card with how loaded it is in the NFC, or do you think this thing would have to get done by winning the division?
Well, sometimes when you know that it's hard to figure, that's when you just have to put your head down and say, listen, I can't get this rationalized or coordinated in my mind, so we're just going to go out here and win these ball games. Then it can happen. Then it can happen for you. This happens. Teams lose. I was just looking 2023, how Philadelphia dropped their last 7 in a row. Mm-hmm. And that was in between Super Bowl appearances, I think. So bottom line is these things get off kilter. I'm talking about teams. Things quit clicking that were clicking. And, boy, you can and that momentum, get to believing all the players, teams go get better just because of what's out in front of them, and teams do drop off. Our best shot, I think, is to win the division.
Jerry, we knew there were so many different changes that occurred during the offseason with, head coach and some different things with defensive coordinator, scheme, personnel, all those sort of things. So this was going to be kind of a period of change. Can you look at this season and come away with it saying it was a success or it was a positive without making the postseason, or was a postseason berth required for you to say, yeah, that was a good season for us to build on?
I think we need the season berth. We do need to get in the playoffs. But we made the decision that created most of the decisions we made this year when we extended Dak last year. Because at that particular time, we needed to sit down and put a plan in place over the next 4 years. That's when we signed Dak. And put a plan in place that could get it while Dak was sitting here in his prime, healthy. We got a setback that first year when Dak got hurt. But the bottom line is that that's when that was put in place. And we knew we had to make some of these changes. I may or may not. Mike and I, Mike McCarthy, we sat down. I was on the fence about whether we'd make a change there or not. And Mike and I worked through that and ended up making a change. That was one that wasn't quite that apparent when that season began, or even when that season was over. But Shotty came through the process and really gave us an opportunity. Now, I knew right there that change there, but mainly the change of the staff, that was going to present some problems. Always you have things to work on apart from just personnel. The good news, Shotty knew the personnel, and he was comfortable with the personnel, especially on the offensive side of the ball. But he knew our defensive personnel. And we all shared the same thing. We needed to do some of the things that we're doing, moving the personnel in and out. The biggest thing is, though, we've changed these defensive coordinators relative to the defense. Now, that's a challenge. You go out there and you get you a new boss on defense 3 years in a row, and you're going to look you're going to have problems when you first start the early part of the season. We had them with Zimmer. We got better as it went along. And, of course, we had them this year with Flus. We got better as we've gone along. But the good news is the players, the coaches match up. We've had crisis. We've come through and had some positive things happen in crisis. You couldn't have asked for a better way for a new staff to meld and get in and start working together for the longer haul. So I'm excited about what we've done, how we have evolved, and it would be a fairy tale, not total fairy tale, but it would be wonderful to pull this thing out, get in those playoffs, and have this staff make a run at it. We've got the personnel that we can compete like that.
Jerry, you mentioned there that it was a tough thing early on for the defense to adjust. One of the guys who seemed to have a tough time adjusting early on was Trayvon Diggs, and he talked about, he would talk publicly, say, I want to be in more man coverage. We need to play more man, and he was having some difficulties with the adjustment. He is expected to be back this week. Is it fair to say that Trayvon Diggs has to earn back your trust a little bit when he returns to the field?
We know Trayvon Diggs. We really know him, and know his pluses. And like anybody, he's got things positions that he doesn't do as well. But we know Trayvon Diggs, and Trayvon, if he practices good, and he can practice good, he'll play good. And Trayvon is a natural ball hawk. And so what you get from Trayvon is you get real respect from the opposing team about going toward him. And that's a plus to have him out there and have that kind of respect. They're conscious of the fact that he'll play that ball like that. But I saw him early this year make 3 different tackles that I hadn't seen him make in his career. I mean, physical tackles.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, where'd that come from? So this year, I've seen him do some things that are really promising for his return back for us. And I hope he's able to go. We'll see how this week's practice go. And if it goes like we would draw it up, then you could see him out there.
Jerry, how much better is he doing physically? We were trying to figure out whether the IR, how much of that was about concussion, how much of that was about the knee, and how much of that was about maybe you guys moving on. How do you compare his health from about a month ago to what it is today?
Well, Dr. Jones here, and I qualify my answer because we all know the extent that I'm medically proficient, but bottom line is it was about his ability to play football, his knee, not as much about concussion at all, not about as much about his home accident. It was mainly about his knees, and he's had those have been they were an issue going into training camp because we had hoped that they'd be in better shape as he got back from his time off in the spring season, off season. Bottom line is he's back now. It's what it is. What it is what it is. And he's back. He won't be on that field unless he's really capable of being Trayvon Diggs as far as his real skill levels, the way we are today as opposed to when last time he was on the field. We're executing better around Trayvon. And so everybody's adhering to their responsibility. That'll put emphasis on him initially being responsible for his responsibility, if I can say it that way. And that will help us. Everybody has to have first, they've got to take care of their first responsibility. When that doesn't happen, it's got a good chance of breaking down on that play. So I think we can get that out of him. When he's on, he's an absolute menace to the opposing offense. They know it. So you gain from that standpoint. So I'm excited to have him back.
Jerry, last one for you. We noticed against Kansas City that Pickens was not out there for the first 2 plays. Is there anything to that?
Well, as far as if he, he was not out there the first 2 plays, and but as far as I'm getting your question implied, is there anything wrong with him, or is there anything that issue off the field? The answer is no, absolutely not. So I wouldn't make anything of that at all. Nothing of that.
Jerry,
and I'm not being defensive.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Jerry, thank you so much for the time. We cannot wait for Thursday night. We'll hear you again on Friday. Thank you.
Me too, guys. Let's have a good week. Rest of the week. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. Jerry Jones brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's react to all that and a new favorite for NFL MVP, Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com as well, and our final Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway of the day right around the corner on Sean and Ard.
studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap back to Drake. The blitz coming. Mays moves up. Throws a long line. There's separation there. The pass to Williams is perfect. Touchdown, Patriots!
Beatdown last night on Monday Night Football. Unfortunately, the Giants don't get a win. Their draft position gets even better, and we have a new favorite for NFL MVP. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour. Tolo Tuesday edition with Sean and Bobby. RJ Choppy will be back tomorrow. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Does he think his Longhorns are getting in? That's at 9:20. Crosstalk with K&C at 9:40. But we just had Jerry Jones on, and what were the takeaways?
Clowney, I think, I'm glad he said that they think he's going to be able to play, but that obviously sounded like a little bit more of a 50-50 proposition.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
He's still thinking about that Detroit ass-kicking last year.
Yeah, but he didn't sound like he was vengeful, at least publicly, like, if we get a chance.
I think him acknowledging that he was still thinking about it means he's upset.
He called one of the plays they ran embarrassing.
Yeah, and so, I mean, he remembers. I didn't even remember there was a hook and ladder in that game.
Oh, there was a lot.
So I remember they ran him down, but I didn't remember specific plays. That clearly stuck out to him. That was right when he got mad at us the next day. I know two things. One, I know he was upset about that game. Two, he was upset specifically about how somebody had spoke to him in the media gaggle.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
The post game.
Yep. And I think it lingered into Tuesday. And so that was like...
Has that person kept that same energy?
Yes. Yeah. I'll tell you who it is during the break.
I think I know who it is. One of three people.
So that whole day, I think, upset him. And that's what led to him being frustrated with us a couple days later, that he still had not shaken it. And you remember, he then goes off to the league meetings, and later that night he goes, yeah, they gotta get it together. And so it's like, okay, that all stemmed from this ass kicking they got from this team last year. So yeah, he's still thinking about that. And then I'm fascinated that he's willing to just go right out and basically say, we got to win the division, because wild card doesn't feel like it's happening.
Did he correct the Micah offer?
Yes, he did. So he had said that they wanted a 1 in return. So they called and offered Micah for Quinnen and a 1.
Say it again and just reset what he had said to Blake and Fred.
So the way he worded it, and I had wondered if this is what he meant. The way he worded it was that he called and tried to he made it sound like Micah and a 1 were offered for Quinnen Williams in the offseason.
Which would be insane.
And he's saying, no, what I meant to say was we would be getting a 1 in return along with Quinnen Williams for Micah.
Micah for Quinnen and a 1.
Yes.
I don't know why it's so tough for you to just say that.
Because he said to reset what he had said.
Yeah,
and it was just, I needed to be as confusing as he was the first time.
Micah for Quinnen Williams and a Jets 1.
Yes.
Okay. That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah. And so I'm guessing he thought... That tells me that he thinks the difference between Quinnen and Kenny Clark is a 1, though. Too.
I'm not getting the sense that it is definite that Trayvon Diggs is playing. He said if he gets out there.
I think they're... Look, I don't know. We talked about this last week.
And Diggs at practice yesterday?
Limited. We talked about this, but he says he feels good. He says he feels as good as he's felt all year.
Jerry also said it was about the knee, not necessarily what they were going to do with him, and it definitely was not the concussion, which we all knew.
Yeah, and so
I'm hoping in the back of my mind, I'm hoping that Trayvon Diggs not being the same player was about him just being banged up and not the same physically.
Of course, yeah.
Because the burst hasn't been there. The speed hasn't been there. Trusting him sticking with a fast receiver, no hope in my mind. Playing 8 yards off on a 3rd and 4. Why? Is it because you're afraid of getting torched? I'm hoping that Trayvon Diggs has been physically compromised and we can get back to years ago.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, he's never been the fastest guy. Yeah. And I know Choppy loves to come on here and say, oh, he ran 4.43. No, he didn't. That's when you Google that's the wrong number. He never actually ran at the combine. He never ran at his pro day.
I think he also told me that Baker, someone has like the same arm strength as like Mahomes. He loves that combine MPH.
So if you look at Trayvon Diggs' 40 speed, teams that year, he didn't run the 40 for a reason. Teams that year thought he was about 4.55. He's not a fast guy. That's not what he does. And that's why he's had trouble catching up to guys at times. And that's why he gets burned occasionally. That's why he gambles. He tries to get a step ahead. But yeah, if you can just get the guy who the guy who the first 2 games of 2023, where he looked like in those first 2 games, okay, it's all clicked. We got the guy in 21 who was what he was. You got the guy in 22 who had kind of settled back down to earth, but then 23 was like, all right, this guy's put it together. He's figured out how to play the cornerback position. He's ready, and had been locked down those first 2 weeks. And then he gets hurt during practice, and it just kind of all puts it all to hell after that. If you can get that guy, this team is different. This team becomes a team that, like, if you get that version of Diggs and they are able to make the playoffs, now you're legitimately talking about they can win it as easily as anybody else.
Jerry also said he saw Trayvon make like 2 tackles this year that he can't remember seeing before from a physicality standpoint.
So the only time I remember Diggs like really
tackling,
honestly, was against Cincinnati a couple years ago. Cincinnati, there was that game where Dalton had to serve, not Dalton, it was Cooper
Think about
Rush
what you just said.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
The only game where I can remember Diggs tackling was a few years ago against Cincinnati when we're talking about it basically every week with Deron Bland.
Yeah, 100%. No, it's not good. See, there's 100% again. You can ding the bell. But it is one of those things where he has shown that he can be physical, and he's got the frame to do it. He really does have like the size to be able to play corner physically, and he just doesn't.
Yeah.
But that's going to require buy-in. And like we mentioned it earlier today, he had a weird quote about his relationship with Schottenheimer yesterday, saying, I guess you can say it's a growing relationship. Okay, that doesn't sound awesome.
He enforces a lot of rules.
Yeah, well, some people have their rules, and some people have more rules. It's like, okay, well, that sounds like you don't love
Sounds like Abdul Carter.
It sounds like you don't like that you've got more of a disciplinarian around this year than Camp Cupcake, like they used to talk about with Wade Phillips. So that's what it's been with Mike McCarthy the last few years, and now you're getting enforcement, and it's tough for some guys.
There it is. I thought you were going to take the McCarthy shot.
Ding for that one too.
Surprised me when it was Wade, and then you did not surprise me. All right, so I think that's a recap of the Jerry Jones interview right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Bobby will be in Detroit on Thursday. Choppy back tomorrow.
Should I order room service again?
Yeah.
And do pantsless breakfast?
Yeah, let's see how room service in Detroit looks compared to room service was that in Vegas?
Yeah. Kristen was so furious because somebody actually put that up on the 105.3 The Fan Reddit, the picture of me like lounged out, and she was horrified. She's like, you can't do that. You can't put that on camera. That's bad. Yeah, that's going to get you guys kicked off the fan cam. I was like, no, it's not. I had underwear on, and I was very, very attractive in the picture.
I thought she was going to be nervous that, the thoughts were all up in the Reddit comments trying to track you down.
No, they were loving the photo. I looked mighty good. Look at this. I mean,
I don't need to see it again.
Yes, you do.
I saw it. I saw plenty of it.
How perfect is that, Sean? Look,
cool, guys.
Look at that, guys. Come on. That's a healthy piece of man meat right there.
That's healthy.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so you don't need any AI video for that.
I need to put that up on Wild Fork. chop that up into succulent pig quarters. Sell that in quarters. Brine that skin and everything. It needs some tanning. Oh my God. All right. So last night was a beatdown on Monday Night Football, and BetOnline has just sent me the latest odds, and your boy Drake May could be a victorious take. It already is. But could be even better with Bobby Belt loving himself, that Patriots quarterback. He is the NFL MVP favorite at 5-8 minus 160. Number 2, Matthew Stafford at plus 225. Who's number 3? And Pepe, you can guess as well.
We're going to go, is it Jonathan Taylor?
It is not. Jonathan Taylor is 7th.
Damn it. Is it still Josh Allen?
No.
I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes.
No.
Man. Sam Darnold.
Nope.
Is it JSN? He deserves it.
Nope.
Nope.
I can't figure out who this would be.
Third in the MVP. It's not like I'm asking 6 or 7.
Jordan Love.
He's 4th.
Caleb Williams.
No. Hell no.
Damn it. Baker Mayfield.
No. Baker Mayfield.
I don't know. I'm just throwing out names now. Division leaders.
Purdy now.
Dak Prescott.
No! Really?
Dak Prescott has moved up to number 3 in MVP at 12-1.
With who? Which sports book?
BetOnline.
He was. I swear, BetOnline had him before Sunday slate of games. He was plus 5,000. That's a leap.
Plus 5,000.
Yeah.
That was
huge.
you sent that for the Cowboys to win it all. They were plus 5,000.
No, I know, and Dak was MVP. Like, his MVP odds were still plus 5,000.
It can't be 5,000.
That's what he was. He was 50-1.
12-1. What has finally happened this week?
I just was skipping over even throwing his name out because I didn't think there was any chance.
Oh, well, we know. There had to be some explanation for you guys' lack of football knowledge, although Peyton is in first place in fantasy.
I'm a ball knower.
And I'd kick Reitman's ass this week.
I won you some money a couple weeks ago.
Dak Prescott, 12-1. What Vegas has finally done, they stopped hedging. Because I was driving in this morning, I was like, Vegas needs to pay the price for keeping Mahomes and Allen up there and just hedging it. Well, finally, Mahomes has plummeted. So Dak 12-1, Jordan Love 14-1, Josh Allen 26-1, Bo Nix 66-1. Yeah, right. Jonathan Taylor 75-1, JSN and Herbert 100-1. Mahomes has dropped to 55-1, and Sam Darnold 66-1.
I mean, this does feel like. Because I think Stafford before this weekend, he was minus money. He was like minus 150 or something. So, I mean, that game obviously swung things the way he had played against Carolina. But it does feel like, I mean, doesn't it? It is a two-man race right now. It feels like it's May and Stafford.
Yes.
And it's a matter of who's going to play better down the stretch.
Yeah, because you know that they're making the playoffs.
Yeah.
Defensive Player of the Year?
Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett is minus 1,800.
He's been ridiculous.
To win the award. Micah is second at plus 650. Then Will Anderson in the armpit, Bonito, and Hunter. Daniil Hunter, he might be one of the most underrated players still in football.
Yep.
With evidence of me still not getting his first name correct. Coach of the Year. Will Bobby Belt be proven correct in Vegas that Brian Schottenheimer should be a top 5 candidate?
Number 1, Mike Vrabel.
It is. At 2-5, minus 250.
Number 2, let's go Sean McVay.
Good job, Peyton. Ben Johnson, plus 250. Number 3, Bobby's already wrong. It is not Ben Johnson.
I didn't say Ben Johnson. I said Sean McVay.
That maybe your next guess was going to be Ben Johnson. Peyton, number 3.
Sean McVay.
No.
Sean Payton.
No.
What's his name? Duval. Jacksonville dude.
Liam Cohen. No.
Liam. Brian Schottenheimer.
No.
Damn it.
Stop saying you might have some kids. Curse him 5 times in the segment.
Okay. Sorry. We're going to go Dave Canales.
No.
Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald.
Nice.
13-2 plus 650. And 2 guys are tied at 4.
2 guys.
Dave Canales and Vegas agreeing.
Oh!
With Bobby Belt, Brian Schottenheimer.
Boom! I know ball!
You just got the whole segment wrong with guessing.
No, so guessing because I was guessing that they wouldn't know my intellect.
You can't.
Look, they don't make these 3D.
Right?
They don't make these 3D printed signs for nothing.
Who made that stupid thing?
A listener sent it to us. I believe it was Miguel Ruiz.
Get that stupid thing out of here.
Bobby knows ball.
So Schottenheimer is tied with Dave Canales, 4th best odds coach of the year at 18-1. Liam Cohen 25-1. Sean Payton and Shane Steichen 25-1. Kyle Shanahan 28-1. Then McVay at 45-1. Go bet on McVay at 45-1. Put $10 on McVay to win $450.
Steichen has fallen because that felt like an easy, like no doubt slam dunk. Like that dude should be coach of the year. He maybe still should because there's really no business of them being 8-4. I don't think.
Let's preview Detroit and ask if his Longhorns are getting in. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com is next.
like it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Three the Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Our second Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway of the morning is coming up momentarily. Every day, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock hours here on Sean and RJ. Choppy back tomorrow alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and we'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Let's bring in Tommy Yarsh, who will join us on Friday. Laufenberg will join us Thursday to preview the Lions. Tommy will react with us to the game Friday at 9:20 when he is back from Detroit. And Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Are your Texas Longhorns going to get in?
The fan in me says yes. The realistic side of me says no. But until then, I will join my good pal Steve Sarkisian on the propaganda hype train and say that nobody else in the country has 3 top 10 wins this year, and line it up on a neutral field, I feel good about us against just about anybody.
10, 11, 12 at the end of the CFP rankings. Who do you think will end up bumping you guys?
That's tough because there's a lot of those 2-loss teams, and there's the chaos scenarios if Duke wins the ACC title game, because then you're looking at getting 2 G5 teams and probably JMU and then the winner of North Texas and Tulane. So, I think you're kind of in a tough spot either way, but I think. Look, man, I think the ACC has been wild this year. I think Duke somehow finds a way to win that game, and I think it's 2 G5 teams at 11 and 12. You're probably looking at North Texas at 11 and JMU at 12, or vice versa, whichever one of the two. So I think that's ultimately what happens. And look, man, I mean, 3 losses in the CFP. You've got to have a really strong case, and I just don't think that they've got a strong case. But again. Nobody's got 3 top 10 wins in the country aside from us. So hopefully the committee leans on that a good bit and bumps us in.
All right, Tommy, overreaction or not, and this is an opinion from myself, my winner for Thursday night will be determined by the playing status of Amon-Ra St. Brown. That will make the decision for me whether I pick win or loss, overreaction or not.
No, not an overreaction at all. I think that Amon-Ra completely changes things for that Detroit offense, because you feel much better about your ability to defend them through the air. Maybe not much better, but, I mean, he's one of the best receivers in the league, and he's super efficient and can just take over games. I mean, you saw what he did to the Cowboys last year in that blowout win. And they've got other weapons that they can use, like Jamison Williams is unbelievably good at getting behind the defense and taking the top off the defense, and then Sam Laporta is efficient at tight end. And then, of course, I mean, their running backs are just unbelievable. So this is going to be a tough challenge regardless. And, of course, Sam Laporta is not even playing. I'm sorry. I forgot to bring that up. But no, if Amon-Ra plays, that completely changes things for Detroit's offense, and it would not be a welcome sign for Dallas.
Tommy, we were looking at this matchup and trying to figure out in the context of recent weeks how much Dallas is playing better versus they're catching some of these teams when they're kind of sliding a little bit, whether it's Philly and Kansas City and then Detroit if they were to win this game. It might be easy to look at it and go, these are just teams that are on a downswing. How much of it is that you're facing some vulnerable teams? How much of it is this is a team that's playing better, and how much of it is just that's kind of the reality is a blending of both right now?
I think it's a little bit of a mixture of both, but like everybody here will tell you, you don't apologize for winning because, I mean, you think about how banged up the Cowboys were last season, and nobody really apologized for taking advantage of that. And everybody gets banged up at this time of year, and they're still, I mean, the 2 teams they've played the last 2 weeks are still really good teams, like the Chiefs and the Eagles. I mean, the Chiefs' record is what it is, but I'm still not convinced that's not a good team, just because if you've got Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, you're going to find me hard-pressed to think that they can't have a chance against just about anybody. And then the Eagles, I mean, they've basically got the same loaded roster from their Super Bowl season a year ago. For whatever reason, things just aren't clicking up there this year. So, you can. There are certainly games, and if Amon-Ra doesn't play on Thursday, you can certainly say, "Oh, okay, well, Detroit was shorthanded." Well, I mean, everybody is, and it's not Dallas's fault. And when you're making a playoff push and you essentially need to win out to make the postseason, you just can't dwell on that stuff. You can't apologize for that stuff. And so, regardless, I think Dallas is playing like one of the better teams in football right now, and they've completely turned it around from what I expected them to be down the stretch here.
Tommy Yarsh, D&M Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com, asking every guest the same question this week: what is different about this Lions team?
What is different? They probably don't. They probably aren't as, I'll say, creative as Ben Johnson was offensively. Yeah, and he's the explosive plays every time, and he's going to complicate things. And he's going to give you trick looks and things like that. I think they've kind of settled into a little bit more bread and butter stuff. We were talking to Oso Digizu the other day, and he was talking about the run game, and he was telling us that they don't really show a lot of different looks. They just execute so well because they've got two guys who are really, really good, and so that can sometimes be difficult to defend against because you've got to essentially just lean on your fundamentals the entire time and not try to guess or overcompensate one way because Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery are two guys where, especially with Gibbs, if he gets past you, good luck. You're not going to catch him. He's one of the fastest guys in the league. And in my opinion, he's one of the best running backs in the league. So I think that makes him a little bit different. But in the passing game, I don't think it's terribly different. There's still a lot of play action. They move the ball downfield through the air. Jared Goff's incredibly efficient. And then on the flip side, defensively, they've just been super banged up. They've been really banged up. Aiden Hutchinson is still Aiden Hutchinson, and it's really good to see him back on the field. Their secondary's banged up. Terrion Arnold was put on injured reserve yesterday. So, this has a potential, I think, to be a shootout-type game where, we could see a lot of points.
Tommy Arch from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Tommy, the availability of Trayvon Diggs, is there anything in question with that? And I'll ask you the same question we asked Jerry last hour. Does Trayvon Diggs have to earn trust back with this coaching staff, front office, and organization?
Well, to your first question with Diggs' status, I think he's pushing to play. That's probably one where it'll be like Jadeveon Clowney, where it'll be something pregame they give him a run and see how he's feeling. Today's obviously going to be a big day, their last practice before they go to Detroit tomorrow. So I think that'll give us a little bit of a better idea, but I'm expecting that to probably be a near game time decision, and we'll see if he's fully ready to go. Obviously, he feels good and said the other day that he feels good, but it's a question of what does the medical staff think? Do they think he needs a little bit more time and a little bit more practice? Because Brian Schottenheimer even said earlier in the week that, even guys like Diggs need a ramp up back even though they've played this season, and that's completely understandable. As far as earning trust back, I'm not so sure it's earning trust back as much as it is just, can he execute better in what the defense is trying to do? And they've run more man here in the last couple of weeks. Maybe not every game. They kind of go game by game in terms of, okay, do we run heavy zone? And it's opponent based, but they played a lot more man than the start of the season when it was like, okay, they played one snap of man coverage against the Eagles and things like that when Diggs was on the field. So I think now you might look at this as a better opportunity for, all right, if we're going to mix a little bit more of this in, then we can give Trayvon a shot here to, do what he does best. And they run a lot of match too, so that essentially can be man-on-man sometimes. And I think the way that they've been playing and the way that this defensive line is playing that's allowing and making things easier for the secondary in some instances can be beneficial. So I don't know if there's as much trust to make up as there is, all right, can you execute what we're trying to do here?
I know Nick Eatman was over by Trayvon Diggs when he was talking in the hallway the other day. Were you over by him?
I was not over by him, but I listened to the audio.
So here was the quote, and I'm curious for your thoughts on this, because this was the one we were talking about earlier today being a little odd, his comments on Brian Schottenheimer. He said, I feel like, I don't know, everybody is different. All coaches got their different type of rules and certain rules. Some coaches enforce more things than others. I guess it's a growing relationship. Did it sound as sort of wishy-washy about his relationship with Brian Schottenheimer as that reads?
Well, that wasn't in the audio that I heard, but maybe
that is from the Dallas Morning News, by the way. That's Calvin Watkins' audio. That's Calvin Watkins' quote right there.
Sure. Yeah, but again, I don't want to speculate on it because I don't know what that relationship is like. I mean, thinking about the other side, Brian Schottenheimer, I mean, he's been effusive in his love for Trayvon Diggs. Every time he's asked about him, he talks about how much he loves the guy, how much he believes in the guy, and he believes in all of his guys and loves all of his guys. But for as good as Brian Schottenheimer's been at creating these relationships, I don't think, and this is just with any relationship that you build in life, sometimes it's not automatic. Sometimes it doesn't automatically click. You've got to build towards some of these things sometimes. And based on that quote, it sounds like that's kind of what they're building towards. So, they might not be dancing down the hallway singing Kumbaya together yet, but it might be something that, they're still building. And it's a big change. And Trayvon Diggs has gone through a lot of change this year. One of his best friends, Michael Parsons, leaves, and he's dealing with injuries. There's been a lot of things that have been really frustrating, and things that he's just has had to go through. And so I can understand why maybe you need to regain some trust or find a way to cultivate a relationship to where you can trust one another. And if there's someone that can get over that hurdle and get on the right track with that, it's certainly Brian Schottenheimer.
You take anything else from Jerry this morning?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that he said basically their best path to the playoff was the NFC East, and I think he's right. Sure, the NFC teams will start to play each other, especially the NFC North. The Bears play the Packers twice in the next 3 weeks, so that'll move some things around potentially, but the Cowboys are going to be needing to continue to hate watch on the Eagles and root against them for them to drop some more games. And then, they've got to hold as much as you can score watch and other teams, you've got to win your games. And of course, if this next one, if they get a win in this next one, the next 4 games are pretty favorable in their favor. But at the same time, there's a difference between on paper and this game is played on turf. So they've got to go out and win it. But I thought that was interesting. And then, the 3 defensive tackles saying, hey, we can keep these guys together. How they're going to navigate that, and if they navigate it that way, I think will be interesting, because with the way they're playing, why would you want to take them apart right now?
If the Cowboys go 11-5-1 and miss the playoffs, will that be the end of ties in the NFL? Will they get rid of those if that's the case?
I think there would be a conversation about it. I don't know necessarily if that would be the end-all, be-all. I think there's going to need to be a whoa moment, kind of like there was with the NFL overtime rule a couple of years ago. I don't think so, just because, if they go 11-5-1 and miss the playoffs, it's not because they tied. It's because everybody at the top of the NFC was that good that they couldn't. That they did their job. They won their games. So you can't fault them for that, and you can't reward the Cowboys for that. I don't think, in my personal opinion, and there's the player safety component of it too, where if you're asking these guys to continue playing for another half hour, essentially, it would be pretty tough.
Thank you, Thomas. Great stuff. We'll talk on Friday for the game recap.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We hook you up with our final Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway next to start off Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece after this.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Friday, December 19th of this year. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
2 more giveaways tomorrow. Choppy returns, and Brian Schottenheimer tomorrow.
What?
Oh. At 8:20. That's right. He wants to preview the game and not react right to it.
Got a couple of really good thoughts here. One, Schottenheimer's phenomenal. Y'all are.
I have just one thought.
2, Bobby should not be allowed to have AI.
No.
Have you looked at some of these videos, or is he forced
What do you
to
think?
look
Do
at them?
you think?
You think I can keep that to myself?
You think he hasn't force-fed his phone on me 4 times this morning?
Some of these are so weird.
And they're good.
Can I put the Peyton one up there?
The Peyton one is really funny.
I don't think I've seen the Peyton one.
It's the ring girl, Sydney Thomas.
No, man.
That's
No,
he's
engaged.
Can I ask Peyton? Can I ask Peyton?
Yeah, ask him.
Peyton, can I put it up there?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's on the phone. That means yes. Okay, so let's put it up there.
Nah, don't put it up. That man's engaged. He just got his wedding ring off Cyber Monday. Let him be. His wedding band.
Okay.
Is that okay? The wedding band.
Do you not approve?
No, I do. If she approves, then you got to approve.
Like he bought her ring?
He bought her wedding band.
Oh, okay.
Not the engagement ring.
On Cyber Monday.
Yeah, I got you.
On Black Friday, Cyber Monday.
Oh, I mean, for years you've been saying get the best deal.
Yeah.
And
Why would I not go into the? What's the difference of going into the jeweler and trying to negotiate or the car place and trying to get the lowest deal possible?
Yeah, nope, I'm not going to tell that story.
You wouldn't have to worry about that if you used D&M leasing. You wouldn't have to go in and get the lowest
Really
price.
be a bad story if you're showing restraint.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It just might cost me later, and I don't want to.
I'll tell the story.
Okay, tell it.
You tell it to me, and I'll tell it.
Oh no, I don't want to.
No, he's going to create an AI video. recreating the story.
These are so real too.
They are.
I guess, is he off the phone?
Hey, Peyton, you off the phone yet? No, he's writing down the info. I see the crown of his head.
Why is he always so busy?
It's not the first time.
Why is he always so busy? Oh my God. What's coming up?
Guys, we get after it today. We start scouting the Lions immediately. We get into the greatness of Cooper Flagg at 10:20.
And Ryan Nembhard.
How hard?
Nembhard. And also, I found out there are 3 events on Sunday. If you win these 3 events at Sandlot's Swinging for a Cause, you get to be in the dot race.
Whoa!
Have they announced that? Am I announcing something I'm not
You're
supposed to
announcing
announce?
it.
Breaking news.
You're in a dot
crap.
uniform. Wait, you're in a dot uniform, or you are racing the dots?
You know what? I'm going to take that back. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about that.
I got banned from Kansas City Royal special
That's not
events
cool, guys.
because of the dot race.
Did you push somebody down?
I did a head first, and they don't want you to dirty the mascot, the uniform.
It costs like thousands of dollars to clean them.
Did you win by doing that?
I don't remember, but I just remember them freaking out afterwards.
Oh.
Like not being happy.
I've always wanted to do the dot race.
What about the sausage race with Randall Simon, where he beat him with a
Sure, yeah, that
baseball
sounds
bat?
fun too. And just go punch Bud Selig. Was it John Blake? Whenever we were talking with him, told us how Chuck Morgan created the dot race with like cinnamon. He created the base paths, the outfield path, and everything with cinnamon, and then would do stop motion to do
Did
it
Chuck
initially.
Morgan invent the dot race?
I think so. Yeah,
Invented it?
Yeah.
For all of baseball?
Yes.
Wow.
And
you
then-
don't know.
Yes, I do. They did a whole they did a whole documentary on it. They called it "No Wagering, Please," because that's always his line. And then remember, "No Wagering, Please." They WFA did a whole story on it.
Chuck, text me if you're listening.
Yeah, and so John Blake, was that opening day or just one of the days we were out there?
Yeah.
He's telling the story, and I'm just like in awe of this because I was a child sitting in those bleachers looking. It was a minor league baseball field, but looking at that, watching this happen, I just thought it was the coolest thing.
Pick the 3 Sandler events that you think you could win to be in it. There's Peyton going up against the wheelchair kids.
I'm going to win this year. I'm winning this year.
In the basketball shootout.
That is honestly the video that I first wanted to do AI to. I wanted to take that video of him.
You don't
and be
need
like,
AI for that.
No, I wanted to have him rejecting somebody in a wheelchair, like blocking their shot.
My crossover's nasty now.
Kevin and I coached a wheelchair basketball game once. It was the Dallas Mavericks wheelchair basketball team versus former Dallas Cowboys players in wheelchairs. And Kevin was the coach. He dressed up as Tom Landry, wore the fedora and everything. I coached the Mavs team. We destroyed his team. He kicked a ball into the stands.
That is not what happened.
In wheelchair basketball, you got mad?
I kicked it back in bounds. Well, because all the Cowboys players weren't good, and the wheelchair Mavericks were awesome. I think we scored 2 baskets, but one of the balls was rolling out of bounds, and I just stuck my foot out to knock it back to one of my players. So then we only lost like 70-4 or something.
It was a lot of fun.
All right, so then you have also, I think, the home run derby that Chris Arnold.
Oh yeah, the wiffle ball home run derby.
How we do it.
Wiffle ball, wiffle ball home run derby.
You got to tell them that story.
I didn't even witness. I don't think any of us did except Choppy. But Choppy was just like talking about the wiffle ball tournament. He's like, every time somebody would walk up there to like swing the bat, Chris would just hop on the microphone and go, "This is how we do it," over and over. As the host. Choppy just screaming that as Chris Arnold is one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
I don't know what the other one is. I know they had you could go and throw in the bullpen. I know they had soccer and football throw. So I don't know exactly, or maybe it could be. Didn't they have on the field? They had pickleball and they had the big balls where you throw it into the trash cans.
They were blue, I think.
Yeah,
all right,
Bobby.
I think they were blue.
I think they were purple and blue and red and orange and yellow. I think they were multicolored.
Now that Peyton's back, can we ask him if I can show his video?
Sure.
Peyton, can we show the AI video of you? It's an AI video. It's not real.
Oh, like to them?
Yeah, just on the fan cam.
Oh, no, we've already seen it.
I'm just going to turn it around and put it up there.
Do you know what it is?
Okay,
You wanna
just,
see
he knows
it?
what it is. He's seen it. So this is Sydney Thomas, the ring girl that he likes, and this is Peyton.
Sydney Thomas may actually have a problem with this.
Yeah. With the way
It's AI. It's
he
AI.
unlatches his jaw and absorbs her into his face.
Absorbs
Going to town. Look at that, Peyton. Good for you.
For me, let's go.
That's so disturbing.
I just wanted to. Jerry was great again, but
Real quick, Bobby has a theory that the Cowboys were listening. I'm not agreeing with this, as I rarely do with Bobby.
I'm usually right about these things, though.
He thinks the Cowboys were listening to our crosstalk yesterday because of your Steven interview.
I think they told Steven, hey, go on there, just be a little more peppy, because he seemed very like, yeah, guys. I think somebody got in his ear a little bit and said, hey,
maybe so.
You got to remember, we said something about the Bidas thing.
not
The
what I
next
just
day in the
said.
press conference, he said Biotish for the very first time.
yeah, instead of Biden.
So now we should say Quinnen.
Borne.
So it doesn't say.
Yeah, do you have the y'all heard it?
Oh, yeah,
already.
hold on, give me a sec.
Quinum.
Quinum. Yes, Quinum.
Go ahead, Corey. I'm sorry.
In my mind, as Jerry was talking about the tiny little 1 living room, 6 bedroom ranch house, I was like, that just doesn't sound small. But then he's like,
The
we
same
packed
thing
it.
with Quinum.
Yeah, he made it
like
sound like it
60
was Charlie of the Chocolate Factory, like the grandparents
Everybody's
sleeping nose to toes.
8 people in his bed.
Now, that being said, Michael Thomas from that used to be the executive director at My Possibilities, he went hunting with him for a Thanksgiving one year. The first year that we did Peace-a-thon, he sent me a picture from the compound. And he was sitting next to Steven having some bourbon, and it was on one of the duck hunts or whatever. And it looked small. It looked like a tight fit there. So
My
maybe,
favorite was Kevin fishing. I was driving home on a Friday, and Kevin was fishing for Jerry to throw like a $100,000 at the charity.
yeah, 100%.
He's like, any advice? And
100%.
with us and what we're doing here? And he's like,
It's a
let me
blessing.
tell you about the Salvation Army.
Yeah,
instead.
we've raised billions
Yeah.
of dollars, and I was like, can I have some of those dollars?
You were fishing for an experience or a donation.
100%.
I was hearing
somebody
it.
come follow you around, Jerry, just for a day.
Yeah.
Dude, I would pay for that.
What were you about to say? You did the
have you ever
Kevin
been on
Lean.
a compound?
A compound?
Yeah,
Like
they
a
were just
Waco?
describing the compound. You shut up. You too. I expect that from him.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You?
I don't think so either.
That's what you stopped us down
Oh
for?
no! Well, then it was going to transition into who do you think is most likely?
I thought he was about to take a shot
to
at
start a cult.
someone in the market.
Yes, to start a cult.
Bobby.
No, what?
Start a cult?
Yeah, because
Dawson.
you'd have your own compound and everything like that.
Oh.
Who would start a cult? Period at the station?
Yeah.
Carter? Ross?
I think Choppy would join
Probably
one.
Eric.
Eric is the one.
I could see that. I could see
What do you
Choppy.
think?
Although I could see
joining a
Dawson being a convincing
Ooh, I
cult
changed
leader.
my vote. I changed my
I could see
vote to
Dawson like
Dawson.
just convincing people to like.
Oh, yeah.
I changed my vote to that.
Yeah.
Dawson?
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
And everybody goes to Oxnard.
Now, none of the cult members would buy merch, but I mean, they would show up.
And Dawson he started a different cult like 6 months later, and then a different cult. They go back to the other.
There's a reason we have 5 flags in this studio.
I could have used those for Peace and Thought. They all
small,
sold
just
great.
him at first, then
Yeah.
it grows real
I'm
big.
just kidding. I love G-Bag. It's the best merch we have.
All right. Well, it's all the merch in here blocking the sunlight.
Guys.
We have merch news. At Choctaw on Thursday, we're going to have Tolo flags, brand new.
What do you mean at
What?
Choctaw
First
on
time
Thursday?
ever.
Yeah,
at
explain.
Choctaw,
You're
where
doing
we're
your show,
our
from Choctaw?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to Choctaw.
What?
I'll be there.
You're doing it from there?
Yeah, we're doing our show from Choctaw. I think Dawson and Lucius, there's ads playing. Dawson and Lucius will be on after us from here because the
I
fellas
know
are
there
going
was
to be.
ads playing. I was just hyping it up.
Zach and Eric and Broadus are doing their show from here, I believe, because they got to do the pregame show. Dawson and Lucius will be there right after us.
Wow.
But we'll be at Choctaw right next to the sports book.
That's right.
And we have these gigantic white Tolo flags that look awesome. Like they're bigger than these regular G-bag flags too.
We should pull together our money, see how much everybody believes in it. We can get Carter to make a video. Let's put down some cash, and then y'all take it and put down one big bet on the Cowboys.
You can register to get one of those flags.
Do they have a book?
No, you just said they have a sports book.
You can't sports book.
I-
No.
They have
It's-
horse betting
It's for horses.
there. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's not a sports book. That's a horse
You
book.
can go sit and look at all the sports.
Okay.
That's a Mr.
and
Ed
bet
book.
on horses.
Have you ever bet on horses?
No.
I have to take you. It's
I'd like.
exhilarating.
Isn't it just guessing though?
You need to go with
Well,
Broadus.
there's a book and you're supposed to read the info, but $2
Got a
a
hot
bet,
tip?
it still gives you.
Take Broadus.
Yeah, shut the hell up. That's my hot tip.
Vegas once.
Take that to the
Hey,
bank.
take Broadus with you.
Cash that.
Take Broadus with you if you
Hey, he's
go
a
horse.
little overrated.
We were in Vegas once, and one of the horses that won, it was because their rider had fallen off, and then that horse got disqualified, and all the people were
Not carrying the
losing their
14
mind.
pounds.
We
Yeah.
were sitting there, and the guy next to us goes, "Oh man!" And we were like, "What?" And he goes, "That horse doesn't have a rider." And then we started rooting for him. The whole book was at the win was going insane. It was a blast.
Choppy back tomorrow. Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20, and our Lions Insider at 7:20 with 2 more Chappelle ticket giveaways.
Just 8:20
For Brian Schottenheimer?
6:20 and
Yeah, it's just the one
7:20
run, dude.
Oh man, it's just out of left
Have you
field.
seen our numbers lately?
Are they good?
Be quiet. We're back to
That was a real question.
Well, yeah. That was a flex. That was my flex
Whole
attempt.
station's doing really good.
Got to go up on 2 hands.
We're all on the same team. I'm excited.
We're
for
not.
you.
We're 3.
What? No, we're one show.
Oh, we're one
station.
show. We're one station, one show. A continuation of our show is next right here. 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Alec, I don't know if you heard that threat right before we went on the air from Bobby Belt, but it feels very real. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. Oh, that sounds sad. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
I'm doing great today. First day without wife. Accomplished. I got everything done last night, so we're on day 2 as a single man in the world. Again, if anybody wants to fill the void for the time being, let me know. You can hit me up on, I guess, the fan text, Twitch, Tolo.
At In the Majors on all the social media platforms, if you would like.
But yeah, man, we were able to get the kids to school, got the dog to daycare, and got to get some Peace-a-thon items delivered today. So we're rocking, baby. We're rocking. Do you really care when you ask us how we're doing, or you just is that okay? Because sometimes I'll ask people how they're doing, and I'm just like, I didn't really want to know the rest of the story.
Oh,
I just want.
sad.
I kind of wanted just to fine. I'm great. Like I'm doing great. Thanks. Awesome. Move on.
All right.
Sometimes you get the. Oh my gosh, my mom, my dog, the tree fell, and you're like, oh no, this is a lot to take in right now. And I don't know how to handle it.
No, I want to know. So, Alec, I want to know from you, but I also want to know from our listeners, 877-881-1053. We'll expand the question to you today. How the heck you doing? Let us know on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. But, Alec, we'll start with you.
I'm doing great, guys, because I did not have a tree fall on me or whatever Corey just referenced. So, good start to the day. I got most of the mud cleaned off of my car yesterday, so I was very confident driving into work today, not looking like a murder scene happened around my car because I got stuck in a ditch on Saturday. But, that Chevy Blazer.
You want to call out any people that didn't help you out?
Or give us any more details about the story?
11:20, I could tell you the story.
There we go. There we go.
There's a long tease for you. Yeah, Saturday was eventful, but the floor mats still need cleaning, but everything else is clean, so I'm a happy man.
All right. I like it. Man, look at that. Positivity already. All right. You guys ready to...
Now what?
Well, now we'll probably dive into the rest of the show, unless you want me to read some fan texts.
Nope.
some really bold questions about what happened to Corey's
She's
wife.
alive. Her dad's out of surgery.
Okay.
All right. Her dad is out of surgery, and he's doing well, from what I understand.
Okay.
That's good.
Super positive news.
So I'm guessing she'll come back at some point.
Okay. One would hope. All right. You guys ready to stop? Are you guys ready to scout the Lions then? Go ahead, if you would, please. Give me cut number 5, and we're going to start talking about this fella as we scout the Lions.
From the Washington 14 on first down, Goff, Williams, he's been the main target during this series, and he is in for a Lions touchdown. Jamison Williams.
We do a segment tomorrow. Who do you fear on the Lions?
I fear Bobby.
I also fear Bobby, who was just standing in the window showing us more AI videos. But I wanted to start with Jamison Williams because, look, Amon-Ra St. Brown, he didn't practice yesterday. He was described as week to week, and if you want to get more specific, Dan Campbell said it was good news that Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't going to be out long term, but he said, quote, he could still miss a week or two, maybe, if we're lucky. So I'm going to say this, it's not official. He's not playing on Thursday.
Okay.
And so that's why I wanted to focus in on Jameson Williams because you saw a lot go to him in the stead of Amon-Ra St. Brown. He had 7 catches for 144 yards and a touchdown. It was his best game as a pro. So while I know we'll talk plenty about their running game as well, I wanted to point out, just keep an eye out for Jameson Williams because it feels like a lot will funnel through him now.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. He's going to be, and he told us a while back he wanted to be the greatest receiver ever. Unfortunately, he was on a team with a better receiver. And then what happened mid-season here, Jared Goff said, I got to start looking at him more. Remember that? And so he did, and it started to help. Jameson Williams' numbers started going up. He's a good receiver. I don't know if Jared Goff quite trusts him the same as St. Brown.
I'm sure he does not yet.
A different skill set on that receiver, too. One of the things that St. Brown does so well is he's a great blocker. Kevin, I watched not all, but most of Hard Knocks, AFC North, whatever it was last year.
Yeah.
And it was the Lions. It was the Lions were in there, and Dan Campbell is doing film work, and it's a Ravens game where I think they're down 13, 21 points, something like that. And he's like, this guy right here, and he circles St. Brown, and it's a run play in the fourth quarter with like 45 seconds left. He's like, look at how much fight. And he's like, it's not just this one. The next 2 plays, same thing. This dude doesn't give up. That's the difference. When you got a run-blocking receiver that does that kind of work, he's out there doing everything. And Jameson Williams has some big shoes to fill. Plus, whenever you're without one of your best tight ends, that's a problem too.
Sure.
And Sam Laporta being out, they're like, okay, we can go more tight end action. No, you can't. So it's going to fall on Williams and the run game in this one. And the Cowboys prepared for that appropriately, Kevin.
I mean, look, I definitely want to. We're going to get to some of these texts about how people are doing that do not involve your wife whatsoever. But my next question for you, and this has been his way, and I'm not breaking any news here, but do you think that Dan Campbell's aggressiveness is starting to backfire? So 2 weeks ago, the Lions went 0 for 4 on 0 for 5 on 4th down against the Eagles. Then you move forward to Thanksgiving. You go 0 for 2, and you skipped a couple of different opportunities. One where a field goal would have tied the game, and another one where a field goal in the fourth quarter would have brought it into a 1-score game. With those 2 failed conversions in the last 2 weeks, Detroit is 0 for 7 on 4th down. That is tied for the most 4th down attempts in the league, and by far the most without a conversion. And so, I don't think you're going to change Dan Campbell's mind, and he's going to roll into Thursday night and be like, well, we're going to start to punt. But do you think his aggressiveness, at least in this section of the season, is starting to backfire?
I love this question because it's a great conversation piece on philosophy, facts, and talent. And what did we say so much about the Cowboys and Eberflus? Look, it might be system, but the reality is talent.
Sure.
I used Mike Bassick's term, minor leaguers on the football field. They weren't true, top-flight professional defensive players. The Cowboys were hopeful that Eberflus could coach them into becoming that. But there's you see the difference whenever you see the real talent on the field.
Yeah.
And Kevin, so my first thought here on this backfiring, when you don't have the same talent on the field, can you call the same plays?
And it feels like the answer is clearly no, but Dan Campbell refuses to accept that.
Right, because the reason he's doing it, there are a variety of reasons. One of the psychological reasons that he's doing it is, I believe in you guys. I believe that y'all can convert on 4th down. I trust y'all. I have complete trust in what y'all are able to do on the field. So if he now says, well, I have to change that, he's telling the guys he doesn't trust them on that. So when it comes to a 4th down situation where they have to go for it, their mindset is, man, I don't know if I can pull this off. But I do think that this is one of those times where you do have to kind of say, all right, we might have to play a more statistically analytical game when it comes to going for this. When are the right times to do it? I can't do it on my own 13-yard line like I usually feel like I can.
No.
I have to make sure, And your defense gets banged up too. You have Kirby Joseph, you got a couple guys. So I think it is starting to backfire because of lack of talent, but he can't change his philosophy because then he's telling his team he doesn't believe in them and they don't believe in themselves.
So I'll just go ahead and tell you what I think. I think this right here, what I just told you in the next thing, this is where the game's going to be decided. I know we got a lot more to get to over the next 2.5 days. I think this is where the game's going to be decided. All right, so I just told you that the Lions are struggling on fourth down offensively. I want to talk about the Cowboys' third down defense. Prior to the bye, so weeks 1 through 10, Cowboys were dead last in the NFL and last by a good bit in third down defense. They gave up a first down 52.6% of the time. All right? What has happened in the last 3 weeks? So you get players back, you're off the bye, you make the trades. In the last 3 weeks, they've gone from 52.6% giving up first downs to 35.1%. They have gone from dead last in the league to 9th in that
on
run.
The season, I think, is 48.37.
Which, I mean,
according to math,
if you drop your percentage by 4 points this deep in the season, you know it's a big deal. But just in these last 3 weeks, 9th. That is staggering. So you've gone from like the worst by a lot to in the top third of the NFL. So let's combine those two things together. If the Cowboys are significantly better at stopping teams on third down, you're forcing a fourth down where either A, maybe a normal team would punt, or B, if the Lions continue to be aggressive on fourth down, because that's what Dan Campbell does, and continue to struggle at it, I feel like you could have all kinds of opportunities to flip the field multiple times on Thursday night.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you, man.
To me, that's the game.
I don't think that right now Dan Campbell is going to change that philosophy midseason.
I agree with you.
Which puts that as an even more advantageous thing. Now, here's the deal, though. If we've talked about how fourth down, it's oversaturated at this point.
Sure.
Where everybody runs out there and says, all right, let's act like we're going for it. Even Tony Romo was saying the other day, he was like, we're at a point now where nobody believes it anymore.
Right.
And you go out there, you do it, and then you got to call the timeout or you take the penalty. There's all these different options that you have to run with. I think this would be a great time for Dan Campbell to say, I'm going to change that a little bit. We are going to try and draw them off sides because everybody already believes you're going to anyway.
Yeah.
Go into motion, do whatever you got to do to get these guys. I think it's a great opportunity. But again, Kevin, if you do that and now you've taken the penalty and gotten yourself out of field goal position, or if somebody false starts and now you got to punt and those are points that Dan Campbell feels like he left on the field. That's why I don't think he's going to change.
You know, and it's something that really annoys me, and this isn't about Dan Campbell. This is every football team and every football coach. You have to have these conversations and these value judgments about your field position and your timeout ahead of time. It feels like sometimes teams decide when there's 7 seconds left on the play clock, ooh,
you know, it'd be cool.
I might want to call a timeout. And I'm like, did you not discuss this? Like, I think you should go to every scenario and you should be like, hey, if it's 4th and 3 or less, we're going to go for it. If it's 4th and 4 or more, either, and then you have your strategy about whether you're going to take the delay of game for punting purposes, and you don't really care about the 5 yards, or if you're willing to sacrifice a timeout at that point.
And that's why I think, Kevin, Dan Campbell does have the philosophy pretty much etched in stone. We're going for fourth downs in most situations.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly the number, and I don't know if he's ever said it's 4th and 5. Anything beyond that, I don't know. But it does seem like everybody understands. You ever see Jared Goff trotting off the field and go, oh, hold on, what? We're going back out there?
Right.
No, you never do.
Right.
Because everybody knows what that is right now. So if he did change it because he's like, guys, I don't think we have the talent to do it right now, which I don't think that's him either, because I think he's just going to tell those guys, no, man, my job is to believe in you. My job is to, Chad Powers, right? Chad Powers, what is the coach? Hey, you can win this game. I got to convince a guy that he can win a game.
Do you have players on your team?
So I think I think fourth down, Kevin, they're going for it.
But do you have players on your team that are like, hey, coach, thanks for believing us. This is a bad idea.
They better not be on that team anymore.
You don't think?
There
are scenarios where you're like, this just doesn't make sense football-wise.
Then I don't need those guys.
Oh, man.
I need guys to buy in.
I know. I hear you, but
you never question authority.
That is not buying
what this country is founded on.
No, you can. That is not what this country is founded on.
If you question authority in this country, you get problems.
That actually was better than I thought it was going to be. I think you can be bought in and ask questions.
Not in the game.
Oh, man, I don't agree with that.
We did the whole plan all week long. We have this plan all scripted out. You guys execute. And if y'all can't execute, you don't get on the field.
But don't you think, giving the flow of football, there could be a scenario where you're like, I know this was the plan. This is not the way the game is going. We need to be willing to change.
Oh, yeah. No, if you're trying to run and they keep stopping the run, then yes. That over and over. You say, all right, we got to figure out we have to have some other options. But you did that already in your prep for the game. You should have. Now, I know it's it's actually not really a short week for the Cowboys.
Right. Or the Lions.
It's a long week for them. It was funny listening to the game on Sunday on the way home, or on Thursday on the way home. Babe goes, all right, guys, and then they got 10 days to prepare for the next one. And Babe goes,
nope.
No, they don't. I'll be calling you on Sunday, letting you know it's Wednesday. And I was like, oh, that's hilarious. So, no, I agree with you on that. But when the game plan comes in and we're like, this was the decisions we said we were going to make, I got to listen to the coach. And if I start questioning the coach, now I have other problems in the moment of that. And things move too fast for those questions. Just go react. Go be an athlete. You question me right now, you can go sit on that bench.
Oh,
right? I'll
man.
get somebody else out there.
Even if it's your quarterback?
He wouldn't question me. He knows better.
Okay. Well, there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I think Corey is going to continue to naysay because coming up next, does this count as a Mavs winning streak? Plus, nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So give us your triumphs and tumbles. All of it next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. And you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Look, this is something that we've talked about the last couple of go-rounds on this. You've seen the Dallas Mavericks offense start to pick up in the world. And so if you want to go higher on some Ryan Nembhard stuff, perhaps even Anthony Davis or Cooper Flagg, feels like there's an opportunity right there. We're going to give you an even better opportunity. Download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Don't know like what led to your seizure or other medical issue.
Mold is the silent killer. For me, I'm dead serious about this.
Mold is bad.
I have a horse dander and mold are big problems for me. Dead serious though. The feeling of being seizure free every month, there's nothing like it.
Yeah.
Somebody with experience there, and I think we're on 7-8 years now for Lucy.
Wow.
We were very fortunate to find the right things for her. Not everybody gets to find it that quickly. It took 5 years, 6 years for us to find it, but we did, and we've been there. That is awesome I know it never leaves, but the relief of being like there's some promise it's so good. It's so nice. Congratulations, keep rolling.
I think you're going to congratulate this person as well from the 817. 6 weeks sober today. I know it's not a long time, but every single night is a struggle, and I'm killing it. And that's the biggest thing. And this is something, hopefully you'll never come across this. And you'll be like, yeah, I've been sober for 38 years or whatever the case is. But just remember, and this goes for everybody out there, if you have a slip up, that doesn't mean you've failed forever.
Nah.
Like you start again. It sucks to start again, but it's better than the alternative.
Yeah, and you can always say, hey, you know what? Next streak, one day longer than that one.
I like it. Now, speaking of streaks, Corey refuses to accept that this is a winning streak
It's not.
for the Dallas Mavericks, who have won consecutive games for the first time this year.
How many have they won?
2 in a row.
That's consecutive.
That's true.
You can win 3 consecutive games.
Ooh, is it only a streak if you get up to 3?
That is a streak.
Okay.
Back-to-back wins is 2.
Okay.
You were never on a 1-game win streak.
Okay,
but
that's fair.
I do feel like we defined this years ago as 3 or more.
I get it.
And Kevin, I absolutely started looking at standings last night with the Mavericks.
Because we rocketed up to 7 and 15.
And I was like, can you somehow give me a 10-game win streak? You can be up to 8. I think you can get up to, I think it was 8 is where I got the Mavericks last night by just having a 10-game win streak. Now, because this team's not gone on a run yet. They haven't had a moment where you're just like, oh, they're unconscious. What are they doing? Maybe mostly because of multiple different reasons. They didn't have enough talent on the court.
Right.
A lot of injuries. They didn't really know what they were doing. And there was a lot of stress around this organization.
Sure.
Like, that's a reality, too. But if they can go on a run, and I always loved, I know 10 games is a lot to ask, but I always loved, go back and look at how many times Greg Popovich's teams in certain years would have 10, 18-game winning streaks. Not 10, 18.
Right.
But like 10, 15, 8. You'd be like, wow.
Yeah.
How do they do that? Because they're good, and that's what good teams do.
So I do not think this is a good team. I know, bold opinion. But you could work your way towards being that, and this is by far the best win of the season for the Mavericks. And if you're like, oh, it's early in the season, don't forget you're already more than a fourth of the way done with the season. But you beat a really good opponent on a night where Jokic was ridiculous again. He had a triple-double by the end of the third quarter, and he finished with 29, 20, and 13. It's just another day for him. But the reason why this is really the best win of the season is you are getting your ass kicked at the start of this game. Like, this game was over. I didn't think there was any way in hell you could win this game, because about midway through the first quarter, you were losing 21-4 because Denver had gone on a 12-0 run after already being up 9-4. So it looked like this thing was done. But you got contributions, done. You got contributions across the board. And let's start with Ryan Nembhard. Ryan Nembhard, 28 points, 10 assists. He became the first undrafted rookie in the modern draft era since 1967 to record 25-plus points and 10-plus assists with no turnovers. And that is the biggest thing that I think a lot of people lose sight of, is not just what's your assist count, what's your assist-to-turnover ratio. And if your turnovers is 0, well, you're always going to be pretty stoked about that. And so that is incredible right there. And, man, we hoped it was the case when we talked to him in Summer League, but it really looks like the Mavericks have a usable piece in Ryan Nembhard, and you got him for nothing.
Did you say the comparison you're hoping it's going to be?
I did not.
Alec, this morning, Kevin, and I hope you're okay with me saying this out loud.
Go for it.
He said, did the Mavericks find their next Jalen Brunson?
What?
And when I started thinking...
It's a process, okay?
It's absolutely a process. But the style of I can score but also distribute.
And you're undersized.
Yeah, and I can carry this thing. The undersized part of it, I've been undersized my whole life.
And you were a leader and a winner on your college team.
Yeah, so I see that. Obviously, it is a process.
Yeah.
But the contribution you got from him last night was absolutely important, and Jason Kidd needs a guy that he can feel can be that extension for him, that can make those plays, deliver that for him.
He shot tremendously as well. Like, I don't want to shortchange his offensive contributions, because he was super efficient and he was spot on from three, man.
He and Spencer Jones were pretty much the same guy last night. Spencer Jones, he scored 16 points in a quarter last night.
He was good.
What?
He was very good.
That was his career high in a quarter.
And that
was like his career high overall.
And that makes sense. And look, he is not somebody who has started out the season just piling up points, but that was a big game for him as well. And then Anthony Davis, and this is what you hope you see, right? 32 and 13. I think we would all love a scenario. Well, look, Mark Cuban said they're not trading Anthony Davis, so maybe you just want them to continue to stack up wins. But I think for a lot of people, they want to see Anthony Davis stay healthy, play really well, and become a more viable trade option as you get closer to February.
Yeah, if you're a Mavericks fan right now, like a Mavericks fan, I feel, you don't have any bigs. And Anthony Davis fills that void. If you have any plans on doing anything good this season, If you're thinking this season's important rather than draft picks are important, then keeping Anthony Davis around is good. If you are looking for the future, then absolutely him playing at his best and getting his market value up is very important.
And I don't know if I'm actually in the minority on this. I would love to hear Mavericks fans' take on it. I think this season should be about putting the best team in place around Cooper Flagg to rock and roll going forward. And so when Mark Cuban's like, no, we want to win now, we're going to keep Anthony Davis. Like, obviously, well, I don't know if he has a say anymore, but obviously those are the decision makers. But I think that's a long-term mistake.
You want a player like that, though, next to him for the future.
Is significantly younger.
Healthier, and all those things. You want a player that has that kind of quality about him. I mean, otherwise you're trying to build through the draft, and that process is going to take longer.
Right.
I think one of the things they were discussing this morning on the morning show, it's too long of a name to say anymore, so on Sean and RJ, they were discussing the trade with the Bulls and getting back essentially salary dump.
Sure.
And then that allows
I'm assuming Vooch would be part of that group.
And a couple of injured players. Kobe White being one of them.
If you can get Kobe White's got something, man.
But also look at his contract. All those contracts would be dumps at the end of the year, which would then allow you to go out and purchase whatever you want.
That's another option, for sure.
Which, Kevin, I think is important. If you're going to get draft picks and you're going to get money, because the Mavericks are in their second apron and they're 4 years in a row, so they're going to have to pay 4 times whatever it is. If you're going to be in that place and you want to do that and also add some salary to it, but not too much, you got to have every piece of access.
Sure.
Like we talk about with the Cowboys, you can't just do draft. You have to do multiple pieces to make your team to build it around him.
And that's one of the things why you love to see, or you want to see, I want to see Nembhard do well. I want to see Max Christie do well, because these are younger players that you're like, hey, you can come along for the ride.
You also want some pros with them.
Sure.
Through the mix of it all.
For sure. But, if these people are already here, I'm like, man, I would love for you to show that, you need to stay here. But if you're thinking that this entire season is all about Cooper Flagg, and I get it, sometimes I'm guilty of that, he continues to show glimpses of what he could be. And just keep in mind that he is still 18. That's wild. But he had 24 points last night. But the last 3 games for Cooper Flagg, 24 points per game on 54% shooting.
And you said he couldn't play offense whenever he was drafted. You were like, Alec, I specifically remember him going, his defense is so much better than his offense.
That is very
He's
inaccurate.
not polished enough yet, but maybe one day.
I mean, look, you're not ever going to argue that an 18-year-old is polished offensively going into the NBA. Oh, my God.
Wow, this is just like your Luka take back in the day.
Go examine that Luka take, all right? Go really look at what I said about that. But in the last 3 games, shooting 54%, Cooper Flagg, 24 points per game, 7.7 rebounds per game, 5 assists, 1.7 steals per game to just 2 turnovers. Think about it. He's getting essentially as many steals as he is turnovers per game, while also having 5 assists per game. It's just 3 games, but for somebody who turns 19 later this month, these are some of the flashes that you're like, oh.
Yeah, and you're pretty lucky last night, too. Tim Hardaway Jr. went 1 of 6 from 3, because if he'd have found his heater, you're in a lot of trouble. But I think the real
feels like that.
The important thing here is, out of everything Jokic did last night, Kevin, 29, 20 rebounds, 16 defensive rebounds on top of that, 13 assists.
Ridiculous.
Great player, bad leader, obviously. Bad leader, because the rest of the team wasn't good enough. They just let that one slip away in the fourth quarter. They got outscored 29-17. Bad leader.
Okay, actually, I agree about letting it slip away in the fourth quarter, but it feels like
his body language.
You're putting Jokic at the top of the misses category. It feels like he had a triple-double at the end of the third quarter.
And they lost.
They should have just sat him.
Yeah.
They would have been able to win.
Sure, he hit a 3 at halftime and then went and sat on the bench. Was like, look at that. It happened. Body language. You need exciting body language. And not everybody can be Corey Seager.
Then you've got the wrong guy. Because Nikola Jokic has never had exciting body language. Did you see a couple weeks ago when he hit that half court at the end of the third quarter and just walked back to the bench? He didn't care about any of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what people say. He really was carried to that title by everybody else on the team. They're like,
he put out a great game last night. The Mavericks were able. They had some fight in them.
It's the best win of the season.
That's something I think is important. The fact that they had some fight in them to finish that fourth quarter the way they did.
And in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Like, I know you were still trailing, but the way they punched back in the second, I'm not kidding. I would love to, just like when the Cowboys were down 21-0, I would love to tell you, I always believed that they were going to come back. I did not. I thought that game was over. We said we would talk about your fantasy football teams as well. From the 214, Drake May taking 2 knees at the end of the game had me lose by 0.06.
Oh, man.
From the 214, Zay Flowers gave me 0.6 points. Come on, y'all. Although that person is still 11-1. From the 817, guys, I should have lost in fantasy this weekend. I forgot to take out Kamara, and he didn't play. And Flowers only got me 0.6. And my kicker dropped me a goose egg, but thank you, Bijan. And then Seattle's defense had 32 points.
Dang.
I feel like anytime your defense gets you 32 points, you're probably thinking you're going to win.
Absolutely.
This person feels kind of like the Cowboys right here from the 682. Started the fantasy season 0-5. Now I'm 7-6 and in the playoffs. Absolutely dominant team right now.
Yeah, we got a guy that's been on a 7-game win streak and just moved into second place, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
Yeah, that's annoying.
And then what the hell, y'all? You mean the Mavericks are not going 82-0? I mean, after the first game.
Not yet.
And then to the person who says, hey, we've won 3 in a row. You've not. The Mavericks have won 2 in a row.
Well, it kind of depends on how you look at it, I guess.
How so?
If you ignore the games in between the last win and these two.
All right. So if you take out the Memphis, Miami, and Lakers game, you're in a 3-game win streak.
That was a 3-game losing streak. Take that 3-game losing streak out, 3-game win streak.
No one's dying.
Thank you, Jason Kidd.
I guess those are points that you've made. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball, Nuggets, questions for the MLB offseason, and a free agent fit for the Rangers next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Tuesday, and Mark Schlereth will join us at 4:40. Nation 2-7 on The Fan.
Guys, I want you to shield it. And when I say that, ladies too, shield your home with Rhino Shield. All right? Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that.
That's me shielding.
The outside of your home, you're going to put paint on it. And you're going to go, that's beautiful. And then after a year or two, you're going to go, why did I just put regular paint on there? I actually went with the cheap version of it. What did I do to myself? Now I got to do this again. The process is annoying. You don't want to do it. You don't want to deal with it. That's why you put Rhino Shield on your home, because when you put that on your home, it stays. For the whole time you're at your house, it's going to be up on those walls.
Yeah, so look, assuming that you're not a huge fan of wasting time, money, all that stuff, and if you are, good for you, I guess, then maybe paint is the way to go. But if you're like, I would like to save money, have my house look better, have my house be more protected, and have it last about 10 times as long,
that's what I'm
and that is not
about.
a make-believe number, Rhino Shield comes along with a 25-year transferable warranty. But also, let's stay in the 20s. I'll give you 20% off right now. 20% off Rhino.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, so Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Marcell Ozuna hits a no-doubter to left. A big fly for the Big Bear.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. I want to start with this player in particular, because I believe it's MLB.com was talking about particular matches for each free agent, and I apologize if it was ESPN. And the one that they suggested for the Texas Rangers is Marcell Ozuna. The blurb goes like this: the Jock Peterson experiment did not go well for the Rangers. That feels fair. Who ranked last in the AL with a 607 OPS out of the DH spot. Ozuna had a down year in Atlanta, hitting 21 home runs and 68 RBIs and a 756 OPS in 145 games, but he averaged 39 home runs and 102 RBIs the 2 years prior. The 35-year-old might not get back to those levels, but even last year's production would be an upgrade for the Rangers. What would you think about the prospect of bringing on Marcell Ozuna as a free agent fit?
I think it would be a move that the Rangers could make. Hey, I'm I have a lot of questions about next week.
Okay.
Next week, I do believe, is the winter meetings. And is that correct? I think it's the 7th through the 10th is next week, yeah. And that's when all these things start to happen, right?
Sure.
You start getting these conversations. Agents are around. GMs are next to each other. They start making deals in hotel lobbies and then move them up to the room together. That sounds weird, but that's how it happens. I think that he would be a player that fits kind of what Skip wants from the batting standpoint. I'm very curious how they want this clubhouse to look internally, though, and I don't know how he fits in there.
Yeah, and you're going off the hope that you get 23 and 24 Ozuna, not the 2 years prior to that.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why I'd never looked this up before. These are the times that I don't understand the WAR formula, because this feels impossible to me. Jock Peterson last year had 9 home runs and 26 RBIs in 96 games. He had a 181 batting average, 285 on-base percentage, and an OPS of 614. Those are all horrendous. And he had a negative 0.3 WAR. That is way too high. His WAR should have been like at least a -2. That is a god-awful season.
But here we are at 34 years old for the player. He'll be 35.
Sure.
Is that that doesn't feel like what this team is aiming to be?
See, and I don't know.
But I also can't figure out if they want to be a young team or an older team.
And that's the thing. I don't know if I agree that it's not what this team is aiming to be. I think that the Rangers are going to take pretty much the same playbook as the Mavericks were. It's like, hey, we got some young players and stuff like that, but we're built to win now. And the way their salary is not being slashed all the way, I know it's going to go down, but still hitting at about $200 million. I still think they're viewing it as, will this player help us win right now? And I'm not saying for sure he will, but it does sound like the kind of player that we'll take a look at.
Yes. No, I think you're absolutely right about that. Taking a look at it will definitely be the deal. I just feel like the last few years, Kevin, it felt like the winter meetings were exciting.
Sure.
And I want it to continue to be that way. I'm just not sure if I'm going to get it this year.
Yeah.
But I would pass on him.
Okay. So that is a pass. All right.
Find me somebody else, Kevin.
Okay. I will not be getting you Devin Williams because the Mets gave him a 3-year, $51 million deal for some reason. We'll see how that goes. I know the anticipation is that Edwin Diaz will go elsewhere, and you just kind of have to go off the assumption, at least I would think, that they think last year's season with the Yankees was an anomaly, and Devin Williams will get back to what he has done for so many years with the Brewers before that.
Does Edwin Diaz take the song with him?
I mean, that song doesn't belong to him, right?
I mean, will the Mets play it for somebody else? Or will he go?
I feel like he would not.
Let's say he lands in Sacramento with the A's.
Do they have a sound system that works there?
I don't know. I think they have a speaker.
Okay.
It's a Bluetooth speaker, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Maybe they have multiple Bluetooth speakers set up on either foul pole. But they call him out of that minor league bullpen.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're out. You can barely hear it, but he's like, that's my song. You think he takes it with him? I don't know.
Yeah. I think he probably does.
Does the trumpet player show up for the Sacramento A's or for the A's in Sacramento? Or is he like, I'm not going there, dude?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll look into it.
Yeah, Devin Williams was elite at one point, and we were excited, and we thought we might go after him. We were excited about that. And then something fell apart for him, and he just wasn't the same guy.
Now, a few other things for you. The Dodgers, to the surprise of probably would be nobody if this happened, they are predicted to sign Kyle Tucker to a $427 million deal. So
because they need him, right?
I wouldn't say if you've won back-to-back World Series, you're necessarily in need. But
they're like, we won back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean,
we won a World Series win streak.
Sure. I can't imagine anyone would be like, I'm fine with just winning 2. Let's give up.
This is a question, Kevin, from the 806. Are we at the point with the Rangers where they're going to be tied to names that were cool 3 to 4 years ago?
Correct.
Gerald McCoy.
Yeah. Yes, like the Cowboys
were.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that is probably true. And look, there's a reason that you're going to be in on these players, and there's a reason that they're going to be available to you. You're not going to be frontline in anything. So when everybody is talking about, like, oh, what about Pete Alonso? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber, all the interest he's getting elsewhere right now makes me sad.
I
love me some Kyle Schwarber.
I don't think it's going to happen, even with the money that you saved in terms of Doley and the other players that you non-tendered. Is like, you needed that
money helps you fill out the roster,
and you need exactly, because you needed it just to get like to where your actual budget was going to be. So I wouldn't view it as you saved $20 million. I viewed it as you needed to make these cuts per the management, not per me, but per the ownership and what they have told the management. And then I saw somebody,
you like having lights in your stadium. Well, we can't have that if we have those guys.
Well, there you go. And from the 214, Jock will be better in a contract year, and you got to give him another shot. Look, you got to give him another shot because you have no option. Because he opted in, and, you know, that was the easiest opt-in in the history of baseball, I'm sure. He had one of the worst seasons in modern baseball history. And so you're like, hey, can I get another $18 to $19 million? Absolutely. And so that made all of the sense in the world. I would have to look into, I saw a couple of different people asking about a Luis Ariz. I have to admit, I am not familiar if he's a straight-up free agent or not. And so I'll have to go investigate that a little bit more. But this is the kind of player that I think a lot of fans, especially old school fans, appreciate, but is not as valued in modern baseball because he gets a whole lot of singles and has a good batting average. But you know what? I know it's not power in terms of home runs, but he can pile up a lot of doubles for your team as well. So
you need base runners, baby.
Yeah, I do agree that he gets undervalued.
Kevin, Frank Saravelli's reporting, sounds like Texas hockey's Leon Bichel will miss significant time with his injury sustained Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have to get helped off the ice, unfortunately, you're thinking it could be bad. That sucks.
Best for him.
Yeah, he's a big, scary, intimidating presence that helps bring size and physicality.
Like, not growing physically, but like still growing in this game.
Spilling out into his body as well, maybe a little bit. That sucks. So I don't know exactly what significant time will look like, but, you know, a long time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know, unfortunately, have been injured in a car or truck wreck, I want you to go with the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in the DFW. That is Mark and Scott. That is the Frankels. They're going to do everything in their power to ease your burden, guide you through the legal process, answer any questions that you might have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. They're trusted, experienced, and by that, they've been helping people out in the Metroplex for almost 30 years now. So when you call the Frankels first, they put the clients first and get you the resolution that you deserve. And you might be like, wow, that sounds great, Kevin, but let's get to brass tacks. What's it going to cost?
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Here's our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Friday.
Yes, it is Friday
Tuesday, guys.
On the Cowboys calendar, though, because we're 2 days away from game day. Now, listening to Jerry this morning, he sounded pretty optimistic about Jadeveon Clowney being able to play, and that feels like a big deal for a defense that continues to figure out ways to get pressure from a variety of different sources.
And especially if you see the way he's been playing over these last few games. His slash line this last game, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss, a quarterback pressure or hit, whatever. I thought that, just listening him talk yesterday, he pointed out, getting up off the couch and trying to play football probably wasn't as easy as he thought it was going to be, right? But he feels like that he's got his legs underneath him, and these last 3 or 4 games, I think you've seen him start to look like the guy I think the Cowboys were hoping they picked up basically off the couch, right? Didn't have a job, no training camp, no off-season workouts or anything, but I think you see the difference, and I believe he's maybe started the last 2-3 games. Not saying it's a coincidence or not, but they did win the last 3 games.
That's a good point.
It's nice.
It feels like he does not think that's a coincidence.
It's called a win streak, Kevin.
That is true. On the flip side, does it feel like we're inevitably not going to have Tyler Guyton for this game again?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it. I mean, he hasn't practiced the last 2 days, and so I can't imagine. High ankle sprain's a high ankle sprain. If that's indeed what it is, those are usually 3 to 4 weeks. So we'll see what happens there. I think Nate Thomas did a nice job. I don't know if that it was great, but I thought he did a good job. And they were running left quite a bit, and it wasn't all because of Tyler Smith.
Right.
So I thought that, I think they, you hope you can get by with them, but I thought they did a good job of helping out, too. We talk about the offensive line, but I think you have to give the tight ends credit for what they've been doing, as much to tight end as they were using, and the running backs picking up blitzes. So I think that, that's all worked together. But, I can't imagine Guyton's going to get back in time for this one. And then, you get the longer rest, so who knows between now and the next game when you got basically 10 days between games.
Yeah, the way that this team, I'm just hearing what the way that the words they're using, playoff, the big fight. Does it seem like the Cowboys are looking at this game as more than just another regular season game after Thanksgiving's game?
Well, C.D. Lamb said it before the last 2 games. He basically said these are playoff games. You win or go home. And, you can't go home, but you may not make it into the playoffs. So, I think they understand that, they got to streak to the end. And so that sounds like, they know the importance. Now, I think you have to guard against thinking, wow, we got to win 5 games in a row, or we got to win 6 games in a row, because you can get overwhelmed by the big picture. You just got to go 1-0 every week, and and see where you land when it's all said and done. So, and obviously the easiest, well, I don't know it's the easiest path, but the most realistic one is, if Philadelphia can't get their stuff together, you might still have an opportunity, if you keep winning, to win the NFC East and keep that streak going, right? but no one repeating since 2004.
I'm not going to lie, Mickey. I know there's lots of other football-based reasons I should believe, but I think that might be the number one reason I think the Cowboys can win this division is because nobody repeats in this division.
I think we got something going there, you know?
We do.
Jerry mentioned this morning that Osa, he was talking about Osa, and it may have been just kind of a throw-in part of the conversation, but he was like, he can move to the outside too and play on the edge a little bit. And I was very interested in some of the movement you've seen since now you got this group in the defensive line. How much interchangeability have you seen Eberflus use there? Is he pretty consistent on what he does?
Yeah, I think it's with the defensive tackles. Now, I've seen them move Kenny Clark outside on a few snaps, not a whole bunch, but a few snaps at a defensive end spot. And in times when they're trying to load up maybe against the run and not use a five-man front. So, yeah, just to get more of those guys on the field at the same time, it's a pretty good rotation they got now between Williams, Clark, Osa, and Solomon Thomas, who seems to sometimes be the forgotten guy up there, because he's done a really nice job, even though he's not starting in a rotation. That's a pretty good foursome if you consider where they were previously, right?
Right.
Having to play either Mozzie or, nothing against Toya, but he's a rookie. He was a seventh-round draft choice. And you were having to start him in the middle to get some sort of production. So, yeah, they're a far cry from where they were when they started the season on that defensive front.
Oh, for sure.
Now, you were asked the question on DallasCowboys.com. I would love for you to kind of dive back into that. Do you think that Cavante Turpin should stick to focusing on the return game for now?
I'm glad somebody reads that mailbag.
Heck yeah!
Mailbag's good.
I'm gonna have to be more careful how I answer those.
You said absolutely not.
Absolutely not. No, I want the ball in his hands as many ways as possible, and I don't think that. What did I point out? He had 26 snaps on offense as a wide receiver, took away from what he's doing on special teams. I think that from a kickoff return standpoint, I just don't think the blocking's been very good. I think that's got to improve. And so if you watch it closely, and I know most people have to watch it on TV, and you really can't see sometimes the big picture.
Sure.
But there's no lanes for him to run through. He's, if he can't get to the outside, then there's nothing that he can cut through the middle, and that's really where some of his big returns have been. They haven't always been to the outside. So I think either the blocking needs to be better, or the reason the kickoffs are the way they are, the way they line up, is sort of working because they're cutting down on the open field. But yeah, no, with his speed, I want to see the ball in his hands as much as possible, because you never know when he's going to hit one. Sort of like what happened with Malik Davis.
Right.
With the 43-yard touchdown run? I mean, he hit that, and no one caught him. I didn't realize he had that type of speed, right? But no one ran him down, and it's the same thing with Turpin. If you can spring him, and they're not going to run him down, you're going to sit there and go, he gone. And so that's why I answered that the way I did. I might have been a little too flippant on the poor guy.
I like seeing bouncy legs from Malik Davis.
Yes.
Late in the season when everybody's tired, and he's like, "No, I got you guys. Don't worry about it." The way that the linebacking group has been, I'm just kind of curious what you've seen from Logan Wilson and how you felt he's kind of fit into this defense so far.
Yeah, I think he had probably his best game. This last one, I believe, if I remember correctly, they had three guys tied with 6 tackles. to lead the team. By the way, one of those was Clowney, too. And so I think he's starting to fit in a rotation, right? He's not starting, but he's rotating in there, and they're rotating 3 or 4 guys. And I thought that one of the things I've noticed he's done is and that's kind of as he came advertised, that he was a pretty good coverage linebacker. And it was maybe 2 games ago, he was trailing the wide receiver underneath into the end zone and caused the pass to be a little higher because they had to fit it over his head. So I think, he's not only an addition from a talent standpoint, but the fact that he's a veteran, he's been around, he basically, has started almost 60 games in his career over 6 seasons. He's a pretty good hand in there. So I think that's helped out. I think as you're seeing game by game, Overshown seems to be more active, doing the things that we've seen him do before. And then, just having some experience, they almost had to force Shamir James in there as a rookie. Well, he's not a rookie anymore, right? He's played 12 games. Same thing with guys like Booker. He's not a rookie anymore. He's played, and Ezaraku. So remember, they were having to rely on all these young guys. They basically have remade parts of this team, mostly on defense. If you look at some of the guys they were starting that are gone, they were starting not just 1 game or 2 games to fill in. Kyrie Elam must have started 9 games, 8 games. Mozzie Smith and Toya probably started the majority of the games until Williams got here. And these guys were your starters. And they're not, guys aren't here anymore. Damone Clark, think about this. He was the starting linebacker early in the season, and he's gone. And you were having to rely on these guys. So when Jerry talked about kind of this is not the same team we started the season with, he was exactly right.
Mickey, I have a question about offensive pass interference, but first I have a question about, are you driving with your window down?
No, I'm going really fast.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I needed to know. Now, we asked Steven, first of all, good job. We asked Steven about this yesterday, but the weapon that is being able to draw defensive pass interference, like I know people are probably like, hey, just catch the ball, we don't need the flags or whatever, but being able to draw those big-time penalties, CeeDee Lamb leads the NFL with 10 defensive pass interferences. George Pickens is 4th with 5, and the Cowboys lead the league with 17. How big of a deal is that, especially in the modern NFL?
Yeah, I think it should be factored into a wide receiver's effectiveness. We keep track of targets, right?
Yep.
Which I think is a flimsy stat because you don't know if the quarterback's throwing the ball away, right?
Right.
And he just has to throw it at somebody, and he throws it at one of their heads, and then it's a target. Well, then it looks like, well, he only caught 5 of 8 targets, right? But I think pass interference is a real thing, and they should probably have a stat for that on how many times you draw a penalty because the guy was desperate. You get pass interference because the guy's desperate. He's beat, and he's just trying to catch up. So, yeah, you ought to get credit for that. And I think that's huge, especially on some of those deep balls. Now, you're not throwing them just to get pass interference, but, you're sitting there going, well, there's a pretty good chance if he can beat this guy, it's going to be pass interference, right?
Yep. Yeah. And every once in a while, I think they do just throw it down there. Not just the Cowboys, but all teams.
I swear by it, Mickey.
Let me just see what happens,
yeah,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, Tom Brady, go back and look at how many times in the 4th quarter with 2 minutes left or in the right before halftime, that dude would just chuck one to the other side of the field and pick up pass interference because he knew he swung the field that way. It was part of his career.
Or think about this. This should be a stat that somebody comes up with. How many times do you catch the ball when you're getting interfered with?
Yes.
Like there's a flag. Pickens has to have at least 3 of those, right?
Yes, and I think you should be able to tag on an extra 5 yards to that. Like, I do not think that the DB should get off the hook for committing a penalty and still giving up the reception. I think you should be like, yeah, I accept that penalty. 5 more yards at the end of the catch.
Or like was it the last game or the Sunday game? He caught the one. He was clearly out of bounds, right? But he still caught it.
Right.
And it was like, how did he catch that?
Right. All right. So my theory for that is instead of 2nd and 10, it should be like at least 2nd and 8. Give me 2 yards for that.
Give me something, right?
Exactly. Well,
we're going to rewrite these rules.
Exactly. Well, while you dominate the motorways, we will catch up with you tomorrow, good sir.
We'll do before we head to Detroit.
Indeed. Thank you very much, good sir.
See ya.
There you go. Speedster Mickey Spagnola, man. I'm just driving really fast.
I liked all the questions about, is he operating heavy machinery? Sometimes they got to be doing things, while we talk to him.
I asked Alec if he was driving like a 1940s Roadster, because you could just hear go.
I love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
You got the question of the day plus the word of the year next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You know what time it is, and it also means it's time for me to eat. I am hungry right now, and all I'm thinking about is all the steaks that I got.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, on Thursday, you can catch us at Choctaw Casino doing our broadcast from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We also have the brand new big white Tolo flags for the first time ever.
Yeah, you can register to win those, dude.
Hell yeah. And then Gavin Dawson and Lucius will be doing the show live from Choctaw after us as well. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, we have the Oxford Word of the Year.
Oh.
And this is one of my favorites in a long time because I enjoy this. No.
It's not 6'7"?
No.
6'7".
I would have punted that article as far as I humanly could.
You said Oxford, not Webster.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Oxford is in England. There we go.
Oh.
Shut up. Shut up. You eat your sandwich and you shut up.
That's right. Before any of that, guys, I do want to remind you that Sports Talk here on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, Kevin, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today, right now.
Right now?
Do it.
Got it.
Do it. That's the button I do want you to push.
And you can watch Landman.
Yes. And there are 15 different producers and stuff that all have amazing accolades and whatnot. That it's just such a star-studded show. My dad was watching it the other night, ran downstairs.
We started watching it. It's pretty fun.
I think he was influenced by the ads that I read.
Yeah.
Because he was like, you know what? Let's catch up on this. And I heard it. I heard the intro and everything. I was like, oh my gosh, advertising works. Look at that. I always knew it.
I don't want to derail you, but you know what is, I always think one of the most fun things in advertising? Do you ever see one of those billboards and it says, does advertising work? Just did.
Yeah,
and then it's like,
those.
every time I'm like, man, whoever came up with that is a genius.
And my favorite YouTube ads are the ones where, like, I'm not here to waste your time. So if you want to, in 2 seconds, you can hit the skip ad button. And then in 2 seconds, the skip ad button pops up and I skip the ad.
Smart.
Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? You told me to, so I'm going to. I was going to listen to what you had to say, Mr. TV guy, YouTube man, whatever you are. But yeah, I was going to listen, but then you told me not to. So there you go. Guys, we're going to go to the National Day calendar, as we always do. And if you don't wake up and check it every day like I do at 5:30 in the morning when I wake up.
Oh, that's so early.
Then, yeah, well, you know, I live like in Narnia compared to here. So the commute is not great. It took me like 55 minutes to get here today. So, yeah, and I still got here later than I wanted to, even though I woke up at 5:30, go to the gym, and start prepping for the show. Dang it! So today is National Day of Giving, also known as Giving Tuesday, the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. So if you're feeling nice and you want to do something for somebody around you or somebody in your life, there's never a specific day that you need to do that, or that it's just okay to do it on that day only. You should always do it, but today's a great day to do so. Today is also National Mutt Day. So if you got a dog, go pet him for me.
Okay.
Yeah. Or her.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
but if
that's
it's a
right.
her, it's a bitch.
Okay.
That is you talked about dictionary, boy. You talked about you're going to give me a definition. That's what it says in the dictionary.
Does it really?
I don't know.
Probably.
Go look it up.
I can't say the last time I've opened up a dictionary, like an actual
Just go
book.
online. It's dictionary.com.
Well, that's not the same. That's not. I said opened up a dictionary.
Yeah, go online.
You can open up the website.
Dictionary.com.
All right.
Type in the B word, and then see if it says something.
Right. You said B word, then see if it says something. See what
Also, do you ever consider humans mutts? Because my kid was asking me the other day, he was like, what exactly is our lineage? I want to do the 23andMe thing. And I was like, dude, we are mutts, bro. Like, we are like as European mutt as you can get, I believe.
This was a tremendous use of time. Alec, just know that this is your fault. I'll probably edit it because it's too many in a row.
Oh.
But yes, first definition, dictionary.com. Noun, female dog. This is the third year in a row that a bee won first place in the sporting dogs category. Slang, a malicious, unpleasant, selfish person. And it says especially a woman. Older use, a lewd woman. Or informal, hey bees, let's go party. So,
do you think
something difficult? That test was a real bee.
Do you think at the National Dog Show or whatever, what's the big dog show that they
Westminster.
have? Yeah, the Westminster Cup. Do you think that there's the guy and he's like, and here comes this bee, known for, and like he's just dropping those on him?
Oh.
I really want to say yes. Oh, that bee is magnificent. Surely she will sire many, or give birth, to many future champions.
You know how women are.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, PJ.
Oh, man. We might have Ryan Nembhard on the show, either us or G-Back today.
Jeez. Well, I may as well stay away from that drop then. Yeah, so that happened, and that caused a scene. I was not expecting that. But yes, Corey, people can be mutts. Leon Thomas has a song about being one, and he is fantastic. Apple Music Replay just dropped today, so if you're an Apple Music user, you can get all the statistics on who you listen to and for how long and how many minutes.
Do you think that's more fun or sometimes sobering?
Sobering,
okay,
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it showed me that the beginning of the year I was going through a lot, and then the past couple months I've been like, life's cool.
One time it showed me that my account was attached to my kid's Google because he was listening to a bunch of Fortnite songs, and I was like, I've never listened to any of these. It was like 100,000 hours of it. And I was like,
I get it, man. Back when that Mortal Kombat movie came out in 95, that song was a banger.
Let's see. It's also a National Special Education Day, so anybody who works in special education or or has anybody in the family, or maybe you yourself were in special education programs, a big shout out to you and very, very much love.
Very underfunded part of our educational system, both in Texas and countrywide.
But today is World Trick Shot Day. That is what we are going to focus on today. So the Harlem Globetrotters of the world, the Dude Perfects, and the Kevin Sparkmans of the world, today's your day.
Sparky!
So now I want to know, guys, it doesn't have to necessarily be the most important moment you've ever seen in sports or entertainment, but what's the coolest one that you've seen? 877-881-1053, because I have two that come to mind for me.
It's the NBA's most watched video on Twitter. It's their most watched clip, and it's the one where Luka was on the ground, threw the ball behind his back, or over his head. Kyrie got the ball, lobbed it for Derrick Jones Jr. Like that moment, I saw it live. I watched it every time I saw it on the internet. I was just like, this is such a cool play. And to have three people be on the same page in a flow like that was absolutely amazing.
See, and I think I wanted to say the Rantanen wraparound off the skate. That was pretty awesome.
Insane, dude. Insane.
That's a good one.
You know what I think every time, and I'm sure soccer players move on with their life, but every time they get nutmegged, I'm like, that has to be devastating to you.
Yeah.
That person is so good. They know when you're going to move your legs and kick the ball through it in order to set up, hopefully, a more devastating play. Every time I see that, I'm like, oh, my goodness.
As a man, for some reason, that's just devastating. In basketball,
Yes.
too. It's
Yes.
happened more times than I'm willing to admit. But let's see, I do like from the 972 talking about the word of the year. It's not Sydney Sweeney. They didn't pick the right word. The 214 says sandwich time. And let's see.
Sandwiches are great.
The 972 says, no, I gave my thanks on Thanksgiving. I'm done. I respect it.
Okay.
And then some text that I cannot read. But for me, Kevin, two things come to mind that I think you can appreciate both of them because I was there to witness both of these. April 22nd, 2023, Adolis Garcia. You know, he's off in the world now doing whatever.
Yeah.
He went 5 for 5 against the Athletics and hit 3 home runs, and I was at that game.
Unbelievable.
And I think my buddy Anthony has a video of me predicting the 3rd home run.
Shut up.
Yeah, where I was just sitting there. I might have been a couple beers in, and I was like, you know what? Screw it. He's hitting his 3rd bomb here, and he did. So that was fun.
He had that ability. God, he had that ability.
And then, Kevin, you'll appreciate this. WrestleMania in Arlington, Texas, when Shane McMahon jumped off Hell in a Cell.
Yes.
I was in the 10th row sitting next to Drew Brees and Noelle Foley.
You fancy?
Dang, dude.
Yeah, so I was right there for that, right behind the announce table, too. So it was right in front of us. It was maybe 25 feet away from us.
Wow.
Something like that. So I could feel the gust of air when he hit the table.
Really?
From the impact of it. Yeah, it kind of makes your hair blow back a little bit.
That's
You're like,
kind of terrifying.
"What?" Yes, and you could hear his body thud on the table. And it was almost sickening, even though I know protected
Crash
and
pad,
everything.
yeah.
But still, you could hear the impact. And it was like, oh my God. It was insane. It was so cool.
Yeah.
So cool.
That's pretty scary.
One of my favorite videos that I never posted. Avery, my oldest son, he wanted to do trick shots. So we went up to the park and he took a Frisbee and it was very windy that day. And he just stood there and he was like, all right, I'm Avery. And he, his little voice.
Yeah.
And this is whatever show he had created. And then he'd just throw the Frisbee in the air and it would not go anywhere close to the slide that he wanted to throw it on. And then he'd go, epic fail. And he'd just do that over and over. And I thought it was hilarious. And then later on, I skipped one up and through the slide. And he was like, why did we not have the video camera out?
Okay.
I don't know, man.
And see, so that is my question.
Would have gone against epic fail.
And if you make it and it's something astonishing, do you just retire? And they're like, I bet you couldn't do it again. You're like, I don't have to.
I just did it.
Exactly.
You just saw it.
Exactly.
That's a great point. That's a great point. From the 469, Dak TD to Cole Beasley in Week 18 of 2018.
That was an awesome throw.
One of the best moments I've ever seen.
That was the Giants, I think.
Yes, and that was incredible. But the 972 says when that D Brock Lesnar got humbled in the first time in the
Is that a
UFC by
trick
Cain
shot?
Velasquez. I mean, hey, I'll take it.
That was pretty devastating.
I'll take it. From the 817, this is creative. Ginobili slapping the bat out of midair for me.
Oh, yeah.
That was impressive.
He slapped a bat?
That's right.
In a basketball game?
Yeah, look it up.
He didn't want to turn into a vampire.
That's right.
I gotta go watch it.
He enjoys garlic.
Yeah.
You know? He didn't want to give that up.
All right, give me
Just
a minute.
Google it, Majors.
Okay.
Sandwich time is over. I don't think I see it anymore.
Tell me the word.
Okay. The Oxford Word of the Year. There were 3 contenders. Aura farming was a contender.
Oh.
Biohack was another contender, but they're not good enough. Rage bait is the word of the year from Oxford University. They shortlisted 3 contenders. They had conversations with more than 30,000 people, and they voted that rage bait is the word of the year. It is defined as, quote, online content deliberately designed to elicit anger or outrage by being frustrating, provocative, or offensive, typically posted in order to increase traffic or engagement with a particular web page or social media content. So, I think that's one of the best terms that my generation has thought of because it is so simple and it is so on the nose, and my generation loves doing it. So whenever people clown Kevin for Texas A&M losing on the fan text yesterday, that's rage baiting because they got a response out of them. And I think that is one of the best parts of social media when it is harmless. If it's in a harmless manner, I think it's hilarious, and I think it's one of my favorite pastimes.
Do you think that Younghoe Koo kicking a bigger chunk out of the field than he got a hold of that football is a good trick shot? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You saw it. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Tuesday, and Mark Schlereth will join us at 4:40. Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go, Platinum Chevrolet in Terre.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Secret Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Mayonnaise?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Mayonnaise? That's just said that.
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
we'll see, and we'll make the right decision.
John Schroeder with The Athletic. Before practice, not yesterday, but the day before, you brought the guys up after the stretching, or right before you guys started stretching, and it sounded like you were kind of fired up. How do you determine when you're going to do stuff like that?
Yeah, I trust my gut. There were a few things that I saw that just kind of made me want to have a little conversation with the boys. And so that's what I did. I called them up, had a little conversation, and they got the message, and we went and had a good practice.
If I can take you back to when you got hired and got the job, have you had to have more of those than you thought, or pretty much what you thought in terms of, having to get into the guys and stuff like that? Because that doesn't seem like something that you would want to do all the time. It doesn't seem like that's your personality.
No, you don't want to do it all the time, but you have to do it. I didn't want to make them run that day of practice and training camp either, but they weren't doing their part and they weren't upholding the standard, so we stopped what we were doing and made them run. But these guys understand, that there's a job to do, and I'm always going to be honest with them. John, I'm always going to be, hey, this is a standard, and if I don't like the standard that's being put out there, then I'm gonna call them on it.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. Getting into December here, how much do you balance talking big picture with the guys versus, hey, game by game, but still kind of understanding what you guys have to do?
Yeah, I'm a game by game guy. Always have been, always will be. I just think it serves you the best, to do it that way, because it's such a long season. It'd be different if you were playing 6 or 8 games, only. But when you're talking 17 games before the playoffs start, I think you have to take each day and each week by themselves. And the other thing that I believe in is I believe you really focus more on yourself. We talk more about ourselves than we talk about the opponent. I think, our best ability to perform well and win games is based on what we do and how we perform and how we execute, not what the opponent does. And we play really good opponents every week, but I just think it's an important part of the process. And then ultimately when we get to a Super Bowl, it's going to be no different. It's going to be Monday's a Monday and Tuesday's a Tuesdays. You got the 2 weeks and all that stuff. But I think that's important that you build into these guys that, hey, we're going to take it one day at a time, 1 week at a time. And why? Because your focus needs to be where your feet are.
And then you guys have had a lot of short weeks back to back and not a lot of time for self-scout in those short weeks. This upcoming, 10-day break, does it allow you guys to kind of bounce back and revert to some of the things that you all didn't get to in those short weeks?
Yeah, I think so. We're trying to stay on top of it. I think the one thing that you've seen, I think I've mentioned to you guys a little bit, is, the big emphasis for us over these last couple short weeks has been tight plans, execution. Same thing comes down to us playing well, doing what we're supposed to do. And, but we will take a deep breath, to Calvin's point, and kind of look at ourselves over this span of 4 games in 17 days or whatever it is. And, there'll be a couple things that jump off the tape. The one thing that I do think, this is a great thing, not a bad thing, but we've got a ton of room for improvement as well as we're playing, but we have to get better with the football. We're -5. We're 25th in the league. That sucks. And it's like, we got to fix that. And for us to go where we want to go, we got to take care of the football and we got to take it away. And I really do think this game's going to come down to that. I think this game, because you got 2 physical teams that play the right style, and whichever team, protects the football better, I think is going to win the game.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Kind of going off the next question, I know you focus on yourself, but when you have something that's having so much success, like George Pickens running slants, for example, how much of the game plan is anticipating via self-scout what another opponent might try to respond to something you're doing well?
Yeah, well, I'd say this, Joe. He's going to run slants in this game. Just put that there. So, hey, guys, Kelvin Shepard, he's going to run slants. That's part of the deal. But we definitely have compliments off slants. So, again, if they want to play him, they can. But I think it's really cool. I saw something where he was talking about the slants, and it was funny because I was listening to it last night. Somebody sent it to me. I was like, he didn't really tell him much. He told him a lot, but he didn't really tell him much. And that's what I love about GP. But, again, we have compliments for whatever we're doing. And the marriage part of what we do is important, whether it's run to pass, pass to run, whatever it is, formations. But again, I think that executing something that the defense knows is coming, I think is really cool.
And then we talked so much about all the additions and people coming back to the defense. I haven't really talked a lot about Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson. from a communication standpoint, how important has their re-additions been?
Huge, yeah. I mean, that's the thing everybody talks about Quinnen, because Quinnen and Logan show up and we start playing great defense. But the other thing, Demo comes back. All great things, right? All great things. But those two guys coming back, you can make an argument that that's as impressive and as important as anything because of the communication in the back half. So Flus calls the play to K9 or Logan, right? They're the green dot. They communicate that. But the guys making a lot of the adjustments are the safeties and sharing that information. If you hear those guys both talk, man, they are loud, they are confident, they're not saying, hey, I kind of want to do this. Like, they're making their calls and like they're putting everybody in the right spot. And without that, with as much motion and things we see, you're lost. So those two guys get a ton of credit for how well we're playing.
Scott. This guy is with PAP on Clowney. It's not unheard of for guys, 10-plus year guys, to maybe work on the side and still play. Does it look like he might be able to do that, or is it looking more like he won't play?
Yeah, again, I agree with you. Veterans usually have the ability. They don't necessarily need to practice. We'll see how today works, but we're going to give him every opportunity to play in the game. He's playing at a great level, and if not, then we'll adjust. But he's earned the right to try to take this thing up as long as we can to game time. I know he wants to play. I've had good conversations with him, but a little different veteran than a young player, right, that they don't really need to practice as much.
You, I don't remember how many weeks ago it was, but there was after one game in particular, you said he looked different. I can't remember what game it was, but since then, have you seen even more of that? And obviously the 2 sacks last week, and if it is a little bit of a setback injury-wise, how disappointing is that with him kind of coming along the way he was? Yeah, well, number one, I think the biggest thing I would say is I just love the way he plays. I think he's having a huge impact, Skylar, on the way really all the guys play, because a couple of the sacks, last week against Patrick and the Chiefs were like strain and effort and things like that. And I'll say this, I mean, just watching him interact with some of the young defensive linemen too, like the guy I speak to all the time, Ezraku Donovan, is so cool for me, because when I was with JD in Seattle, again, I wasn't the head coach, but I didn't see him investing in the guys like I see him now. And so I love that. And so I think that shows the maturing part of JD. And, I think that's great for our football team.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Demo's been kind of playing more and more the last 3 games. What have you seen from him in those, and just how he's physically holding up, and do you want to continue to get him more as we go along? Or I think 42 was his number last week. Is that kind of a comfortable range for him? Yeah, I mean, we'd like him to play more. Obviously, the short weeks change a lot of things, and they adjust your numbers, and I really do lean on the training staff for that. But what I would say that I've seen is his eyes have gotten way better. You're sitting there and you're watching on the side, and you're like, okay, I see this. Okay, it's closed right. Okay, we're going to willy this. We're going to do that. But until you're out there doing it with full speed action, his eyes from the first game action against Vegas to last game were way cleaner. And I think that's a big part of it. But, I do think that we'd like to play him a little bit more than that. But, again, the numbers will be based on the fact that we've had to play 4 games in 17 days. And then eye discipline was something that you talked about a lot for wanting to see this group improving. From a broad perspective with everybody, how do you feel like they've done since the bye, and how do you feel like they need to do in this game against a team that has a lot of yards after catch and things like that? Yeah, so number one, the first answer is so much better. But it starts with the communication. But yes, they're seeing less now, which is good. They're reading their keys better, their triangle better, which is good. In this game is going to be very important because of a number of things. They do a ton of shifts and motions, which we do the same. So they're going to challenge your eyes. They're going to challenge your changing of strength and moving a front and doing all those things. Like, that's not easy. It sounds like it's easy, and in a classroom it is easy, but the tempo that you do it at is challenging. And then the speed that they have. They've got a lot of elite speed, and so if you're out of a gap or if you do have bad eyes, they've got guys that can penalize you in Gibbs and Jameson Williams and St. Brown and guys like that. And Jared, of course, is such a great quarterback. But we've gotten way better, but we're going to have to play with great eyes in this game for sure.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports.
Brian, CD said the Lions play a unique kind of handsy style of man coverage. What's that like, game planning against a team that does play so aggressively in the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, I mean, I really respect them. I respect, what Coach Shepard and his staff do and the way they play. Like, they don't care. I mean, they just get up there and they play press man to man, and they don't look at the jersey numbers and say, oh, that's 88 CD Lamb or that's George Pickens. They don't care. Justin Jefferson doesn't matter. They're aggressive with their hands. They play a physical style that I love. And we're going to be challenged. And I think our guys are excited about that challenge, and they're looking forward to it. But, the whole team plays a certain way, and that's that physical, intense, through the whistle mentality. And that starts with Dan.
When you see that type of defense, does that you as a play caller look to maybe take more shots, knowing that they're kind of gambling a little bit more up front of the line of scrimmage side?
We always, we'll always look for our shot opportunities, but I think you don't want to force them. I will say this: on film, I see a lot of what I call long foul balls, which means people taking shots and they're going incomplete, and that puts you in second and long. And when you play this defense in second and long, Hutchinson comes alive even more than he already does. What an elite player, and their blitz packages come alive even more. But we'll take our shots.
It's the 50th anniversary of the Hail Mary coming up here soon. As a historian, what did you know about it, and what have you learned about it more since being here?
Yeah, I am. I remember Alcoa Presents, fantastic finishes. I remember seeing that. The old people in the room get it. Garrett's like, what the hell is he talking about? Yeah, it was really cool. Check it out. So I do remember that, and it's really cool, I love to walk over here, sometimes, and they have actually the spot where, Roger threw the ball and where Drew caught it, and it's just one of the most memorable plays. And then every time I walk up and down the steps here, there's the time stamp where they show the progression of it all. But just, it was just such an incredible play, and I love that stuff. And you talk about not just incredible play, but two incredible players and two incredible people. And so I think it's awesome that it's being celebrated.
How was that? There was no such thing as a Hail Mary play, right? How has that evolved now to where you guys have like the front tip guys here, the back guys?
Yeah.
Like,
look at you go, man.
Okay. Dak said yesterday.
Yeah, okay, there you go. I was going to say, look at you. I mean, you're the guy with the cameras. You and Hard Knocks. You guys got the cameras in the meetings. Right? Yeah. How's it changed? Yeah, we coach it probably different than they did. I've never talked to Roger or Drew about it. I actually probably should. That's really cool. Was it just one of those deals go long and, hey, I'll throw it out there? But, yeah, we do. We have specific landmarks and, who's your front tip guy, who's the jumper, and he has jobs, and who are your back tip guys and where they're supposed to be. And you've got multiple ways of doing it. You can do it outside the numbers or in between the hashes. And so I would say, like most things, it's much more because it's won and lost a lot of games in this league. We all coach it a little bit better, and we spend more time on it.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to give them Jadeveon Clowney every opportunity to be ready to play for Thursday, but no go on Tyler Guyton. Two of the bigger things coming out of that. Coming up next, we'll do a little gridiron gravy. Let me ask you this. Does team chemistry give the Cowboys an advantage down the stretch of the season? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say,
gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Right now, we switched it up due to the shoddy presser. Right now, brought to you.
That was a good presser.
Yeah.
Not shoddy.
Oh, my God. You need to go find our boss and tell him to rescind the statement that we're good at radio. Spittle, if you're listening, I don't know. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Kevin, I have a question.
How could you possibly already have a question? We haven't gone over any stories.
Well, honestly, this is a Tolo question.
Okay.
The 254. Guys, I have an important question. I think this needs to be addressed. What type of gravy is this gridiron gravy that I've been listening to all these years?
I will let you
Brown
guys
gravy?
decide. Oh my God.
Is it giblet or giblet?
I thought it was giblet.
Either way sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Creamy gravy?
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
I don't know.
I like
oh my God.
biscuits and sausage gravy.
Uh-huh.
So usually that's what I think whenever we do it.
Okay.
DJ
Ooh.
came up with this, by the way.
You know what?
Did you know that?
What's that?
DJ came up with the name for this, for gridiron gravy. Because we were doing a bunch of, DJ.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
I did.
I don't know about that.
No.
Were you there?
Yeah, yes.
Dude, you should probably do some NFL stories. We'll get back to the other part of the conversation later.
biscuit.
You're doing
Oxford
great.
would be proud of Corey.
It's called rage baiting, Kevin. And I am very successful at it.
Man, you really are. Even I, who are among the foremost people who speak Corey, can get sucked into this rage bait.
True.
All right. So there's an article up on NFL.com, and I want to get y'all's take on this kind of concept. Reasons for hope for 7 bubble teams going into Week 14. I'm not going to talk about the rest of the other teams. I don't really care about them right now. But for the Cowboys, it said the reason for hope, team chemistry. No team in the league has been playing better than Dallas. The Cowboys rallied from a 21-point deficit to defeat the defending Super Bowl champions in Week 12, then outlasted KC 4 days later in the Thanksgiving. It shows how much they've grown in the past month. And we talked about this the other day. Obviously, a lot of that growth, and Shoddy talked about it, was kind of like sped up by the just terrible passing of Marshawn Nealon is like you go about things a totally different way than any other team in the NFL. Do you think team chemistry gives the Cowboys an advantage down the stretch?
Okay, I love this conversation because we kind of had the culture conversation. I think culture and chemistry are similar because your culture kind of helps create the chemistry. If your culture is everybody just shows up and then they can't wait to leave, you are not going to have good chemistry, I don't think, because you're not getting to know the people. I think when you know the people, you're a little more willing to go an extra step with them and for them. You're thinking about things that are going on for them too, like say somebody has something going on at home. Well, that's why they're not doing this right now. So what can I do a little bit better to help them with that? Or how do I need to kick them and get them into gear? Whatever way you know to motivate them, you get to know how to push those buttons. I think chemistry for this team, I don't think it's a cop-out, and I don't think it can be faked. I think it is a genuine thing. Look at this station. This station has a pretty genuine chemistry as when we go out and do things, we all pretty much get along.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
There's not, I've seen a lot of other times where other people are involved and it's not quite the same. I think this station has great chemistry. This show has really good chemistry too. That's one of the things this show relies on. I think it can carry you further. Okay. Whenever things are going bad, you can lean on friends and they can help figure it out. And you know you're all in it together. Whenever you don't know if somebody across the room is ready to go with you, it really does make things more difficult.
Now, the Eagles' offensive coordinator, much maligned offensive coordinator, Sirianni, said he's going to stick with him. His house was egged after the Black Friday loss. Look, I mean, like, I know people did that, especially when you were younger, like egged or TP'd a house, but I don't know. This feels odd.
How many Philly fans do you think have gotten past the 10th grade mentally?
Mentally, probably more. Actually completed the 10th grade. Feels like it's got to be pretty low.
No, I mean, I
15%.
I do agree. Like, I do feel like you kind of do that stuff when you're younger. When you're older, you're drunk if you're doing it.
Yeah.
And I don't.
Hey,
why?
dip ass, it's only been 11 games since we won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for real.
Egg your house.
Well, he also isn't Kellen Moore, so that's another factor. But somebody egged my house, dude. It was ridiculous. What are you doing? Grow up.
Do you ever reflect and you're like, ooh, if it was from this person, I deserved it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't find out who it was from. And I think that if you do it, you should claim it.
You want them to like have a signature there or something?
I don't care how you do it.
Okay.
Send a text.
Okay.
Send a carrier pigeon.
All right. Let's talk about Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert underwent surgery yesterday and said he's day-to-day. I realize it's on his non-throwing hand, but it definitely feels like if you undergo surgery, you should be doubtful for the next game.
You got to get the anesthesia out of your system.
Yeah, and he said...
You think that he went under?
For a surgery? Yes, I do.
They do surgeries without putting you under sometimes.
Okay.
You get to sit there and watch.
Do they really?
Yeah. Somebody was talking about one the other day.
And it just doesn't hurt?
No, it hurt. It's not like you go under. They just put like a local anesthetic in.
Oh, and it's like a laser or something like that?
Yeah, and then you get to, I think Chiafalo, that he had the local anesthetic.
Okay.
When he had the baby thing done.
Oh, okay. See, I would want to be put under for that.
Me too. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just want to wake up and be like, why does it hurt?
Well, he is questionable for next Monday, which makes sense.
I get it.
But if he doesn't start, you know who plays in his place, right? Trey Lance.
Who filled in for him this week terribly.
Yeah. No. You've seen him play.
Yeah, I watched it.
Trade a fourth round.
There were so many times where he didn't run, and I was like, you should just run there. Like, you're really good at running. You should just run. That being said, Justin Herbert's a tough dude.
Yes.
I think if I was listening correctly, he's played every single game that he could start for them. And this is like, that dude, he plays through the stuff. So he probably wants to be out there playing if his hand, allows him to.
Now, let's go from that, and we'll probably talk more about this game a little bit later. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 3, Alec? Because I want to focus on something specifically from Monday Night Football.
Inverness fields the snap, left foots the punt, left to right toward Marcus Jones. He's under between the hash marks at the 6. He runs it left to the 15, to the 20, accelerates 30, 35, 40, beating Gillen off the hit along the near side 40, to the 30, Marcus Jones gone.
Well, he scored.
The stadium lost their damn minds.
He scored
So did my computer.
He scored a touchdown, and that also gives him the highest punt return average in the history of the NFL among qualifying players. He needed just one more return, and, well, obviously things went well for him last night. But what I want to talk about is this. The Patriots are the first team in NFL history with 10 straight games scoring 23-plus points and also allowing 23 or fewer points in a single season. The last 2 teams that get even close to this, they had 8 games like this, were the 1984 San Francisco 49ers, who won the Super Bowl, and the 1961 Houston Oilers, who won the AFL championship.
Wow.
So theoretically,
what you're saying is,
feels like the Patriots are going to win the Super Bowl.
Dang. Or the AFL championship.
Yes, they have since renamed it because of the merger and everything like that.
Kevin, I had a question about chemistry for you.
Okay.
You mind if I go back to chemistry real quick?
Please.
How do you measure chemistry on a team?
Yeah.
Like, how do you know if it's like, or like this much? How do you quantify chemistry? And will we ever come to a day where, like, this team has 95% chemistry?
Oh, yeah. I bet you could probably put some metrics in place. And
their chemistry on third down is so good.
And I hate to be that guy, but I just feel like you're like, I'll know it when I see it. Like, you can just examine a team for a week and you're like, oh yeah, they care
look
for
like
one another. Or vice versa.
Like the Eagles.
Yeah, look. But you stand firm. 100%. We have seen multiple teams win a title that hate each other.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, I think you've seen teams that are the best friends that have ever lived in sports, and that team sucks.
That Mavs championship team, they had amazing chemistry.
If you can match talent with chemistry, that feels
like you're a winner.
Absolutely. By the way, Shedeur Sanders not too good over the weekend. However, he is going to get his 3rd straight start then their next game for Week 14 because honestly, why not? Like, what is the point?
Why take him out now?
Yeah, you just infuriate Alec.
Plus,
if you put Dylan Gabriel back in there.
You're on your way to getting your next quarterback with the losses that you've been able to accumulate so far.
I still think it would be hilarious if the year after they took 2 quarterbacks in the draft, they drafted another quarterback.
They bring Flacco back.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right. You referenced this yesterday, and I wanted to go a little bit further with this. Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons was tremendous on Thanksgiving. Yeah. He had 10 pressures, 2.5 sacks. His 38.5% pressure rate, highest in a game since his first season.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
And then think about the class that he's in. Most sacks in a player's first 5 seasons. He's 5th right now, behind Reggie White, Hall of Famer, J.J. Watt, he will go into the Hall of Fame, T.J. Watt, Derek Thomas, Hall of Famer, and then Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons is just 1 behind Derek Thomas, so he should jump over him. But he's in the top 5, where 3 of the other 4 players are either in the Hall of Fame or a lock for the Hall of Fame. And it's not so much T.J. Watt. But J.J.
He might get in.
Yeah, J.J. Watt will make it. Reggie White could be the greatest defensive player of all time. And if you don't think so, surely a top 4 defensive player of all time. It's hellacious company that he is.
It was a perfect game, too, for Micah to have what he had this week because it's Jared Goff, who's not mobile. They know game plan is to attack the quarterback. That's going to be the Cowboys' game plan. Try to get in. I mean, Jerry said it this morning. We know we got to get after him. And then, that offensive line being the way that it is. So it was a perfect thing for Micah. That's the kind of game where he should get those numbers.
Sure.
It's the other games where he's been able to still stack up some of the things that put him in the category with a Reggie White.
Yeah, and look, I'm sure Packers fans aren't in this camp just quite yet. But for me, I'm with you. I think the exact same thing. I'm like, that's awesome. What are you going to do in the playoffs?
Hope so, yeah.
And so we shall see.
Well, I mean, I don't hope so, but I do.
Right.
But I don't.
By the way, weird factoid about Baker Mayfield. He's the 6th quarterback since 2000 with multiple regular season touchdown passes to offensive linemen.
Hold on. Do you have the list?
Yes, I do.
Is Dan Marino on it?
Dan Marino, well, since 2000.
Oh,
so
yeah, so no.
But it is a weird...
Jared Goff.
He's not on the list.
What? Lies. Lies.
It's a weird mix. Matt Ryan.
I've heard him.
Patrick Mahomes.
He's been around.
Then Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, he doesn't like to throw to receivers.
Derek Carr and Jake Plummer, who did it 3 times in the same season.
Jake Plummer was around after 2000? You sure about that?
Yes, he got drafted in like 97.
Wow. I don't know. Whenever we saw him at the Super Bowl, and he was like, "Hey, these mushroom bars are going to be amazing for your brain." I was like, "You got a point. I'll take one." I thought he was older than that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I think Dan Marino played in like 2000.
Okay, well, just in that season that he did not get accomplished. So, man, we're really learning a lot about the lineage of these quarterbacks here. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some NFL? Well, you're close. Some NFL overreaction to reality, plus the Tuesday tailgate rivalry weekend featuring a resume bolstering win for Texas, a lot of new coaches, and a crushing loss for SMU. All of it next right here in The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And they're lowering their utility bills by applying Rhino Shield, the superior ceramic paint coating that comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Visit RhinoShieldTX.com to schedule a free estimate.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
3rd and 10. And Prescott back to throw. Another good block from Thomas. Going to the end zone. Lamb backing in. Makes the catch. Tumbles over. Touchdown.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I just want to let everybody out there listening know. If you're driving around, if you're sitting in your office.
Segment.
Yeah, I need everybody on alert right now.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin is going to try and piss you off. I'm sorry.
I'm not
to use
pissing you off. It's a fact.
Language like that. I don't typically use it. But he is going to try and make you angry right now. And I'm
Why?
sorry.
By telling you that Jingle Bells is not a Christmas song?
877-881-1053. Kevin,
Thanksgiving song.
Kevin claims it's a Thanksgiving song, and that's ridiculous. Nobody puts bells out whenever it's Thanksgiving time.
Yeah, because it got co-opted by the Christmas people, even though it was not originally meant as a Christmas song.
It's a lie.
Well, I need you to focus up.
Nobody has a horse and an open sleigh at Thanksgiving time.
What do you mean? You can only have horses during Christmas?
I can't, but I feel
have
like
you ever
horses
seen a
and sleighs-
Budweiser Super Bowl commercial?
Nobody has a sleigh at Thanksgiving.
Why not?
I don't know. It's their decisions. Not mine.
Well,
it doesn't snow enough around here. That's why.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh, don't no. Look at these people trying to rage bait now too. They're trying to get in on it.
It is from the 210. It is a Thanksgiving song.
Making
Thank you.
spirits bright. We only think about the spirits at Christmas time.
I think they not mean drinks.
Oh, they're getting hammered.
Yeah, could be.
Well, that does happen at Thanksgiving.
You can do that in any season.
You can do that on today.
You could, or Thursday when we're at Choctaw. Just get a room.
Get a room.
Yeah.
Stick around there, have a party, register to win one of these awesome Tolo flags. These are amazing, dude. I love them.
And they're giant. I think they're bigger than the G-Bag flags.
Oh, man. You think they're going to be envious?
Do they have flag envy? I don't know. Maybe. Look, never mind. Never mind.
All right.
NFL overreaction or reality. You're kind of sad when the Cowboys don't play on Sundays. Think about this. In the month of November, Jingle Bells time, they played on Sunday just once. In the month of December, they play on Sunday only twice.
You kidding me?
So in 2 months, you get 3 Sunday games.
Dang. I didn't think about that at all.
Mm-hmm.
I know this has been kind of a weird stretch because you have so many home games late in the year too.
Yes.
I do get I think it's reality. Sundays are for football, and most Sundays are set up for me to go, all right, every game matters as it gets to the Cowboys game.
Right.
And this weekend, I had it on Red Zone per usual. And then whenever, as the day went on, I was just like, I think I'm just kind of staring at the TV.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm as interested as I typically am. So, yeah, football fever comes with the Cowboys.
NFL overreaction or reality, Alec, you're kind of sad when the Cowboys don't play on Sundays.
I'm going to go overreaction here. I kind of like having my Sundays free to not have to stress and not be super locked in. Like here and there. Obviously, like Corey said.
Football's fun, but
Yes.
your day's not going to necessarily be ruined because of the outcome of the Ravens game or whatever.
Exactly. I'm not going to care if Dylan Gabriel gets back in the game for the Browns. I lied. I am. I can't stand watching him play American football. Go play Canadian football.
Wow.
Because he'd probably suck at that too. But I do enjoy the stress-free nature of it, and I do enjoy the idea of hey, if I get dragged out of the house on Sunday, it doesn't really matter as much because I don't have something I have to focus on. I can catch up on the condensed games on the NFL app, on the other stuff that, kind of matters to me pretty quickly, so I don't mind it.
Guyton and Clowney not seeing the open portion of practice for the media.
Well, and then that makes sense because Guyton's not going to play. Shoddy told us that.
Yeah,
and
he's
then
going to give every chance he can to Clowney to get right.
Yeah.
Your body, obviously. You gave us a lot on Thanksgiving, dude. Thanks.
from the 972. While Kevin is correct about Jingle Bells, I still hate him for this take.
Agreed.
And then also other people are telling me about the origins of the song Jingle Bells, and I'm going to have to look into that. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. I might need to explain this just a little bit. Drake May has arrived, and he isn't going away. Now, you think about it. C.J. Stroud had arrived, went away. Jaden Daniels, he arrived, went away. I saw this last night, and this is something you've seen for a while with Drake May. Drake May completed 6 of 8 passes that went further than 10 yards in the air. All right? He has a league-leading 88 passes like that this season for 1,865 yards. That's more than 200 yards more than any other quarterback. So he's not just dinking and dunking it down. Like, he is airing the ball out. So overreaction or reality, Drake May has arrived, and he isn't going away.
You know what's amazing? What's he do? Who are the receivers?
Yeah.
I know Diggs is there, but he's not Diggs. He's not the same version.
Or if he's getting closer to what he was, obviously you have to give Drake May some credit for that.
He's got Booty, who's good. Mac Hollins. He's doing it mostly with Hunter Henry and his other tight ends. Like, the tight ends are important to him. Kevin, just because I can't even think of a quarterback that had an amazing rookie season and just has continued to carry that over. Was it Josh Allen, maybe? Was the last one? I can't really think. Like, even Mahomes, it took a year for him.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow had a bad rookie year and got hurt, and then, goes on to do what he does. So I'm going to say
Drake May had a mediocre rookie year.
I'm going to say overreaction.
Okay. Alec, what say you?
I'm going reality. I've been on the Drake May hype train ever since the season started. I think he is one of the best quarterbacks in football right now as it stands. Obviously, sample size is not as big as some of the others, but right now, present day, he's one of the best quarterbacks, and I didn't think in 2025 I'd be giving Josh McDaniels a ton of praise.
Right.
But the marriage between the skill set of Drake May and the ideas and the scheming that Josh McDaniels has done for that offense, it's incredible. Everything is just working in perfect symmetry, and Drake May looks as comfortable as he ever will be at this point. Yeah, he's not going anywhere anytime soon, because just imagine they have a new GM in New England as well. Imagine he says, hey, I'll give up a first-round pick to go get a veteran receiver, like a real receiver. Kind of like the Cowboys did with George Pickens. What if they make a move like that where it's like, hey, high upside here. We give up like an early pick, and then it turns into something huge.
They have money, too. George Pickens on the Patriots sounds horrifying.
I
in a good way.
I hate that I got to give Josh McDaniels credit. Offensive coordinator, thumbs up. That dude's very good at that. Potential head coach, dude's a super flake, and I think he's just going to be he's going to be an offensive coordinator for the rest of his career, but he's going to be a damn fine one.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Chicago Bears will be the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. They've won 5 in a row, and think about this. They're 9-1 since they lost to the Lions by 31 points.
All right, let's do it. Packers.
Yeah, that feels kind of like the pivot straight out the gate, right?
Browns.
They should win that game.
Packers.
Well, we'll come back to that one.
Niners.
Man, that is tough.
That's a fun game. That's on the road.
Yeah.
Might be good weather for them. And then Lions at home. So I think
they got a tough road ahead.
Yeah, but I think they can win 3.
It's there for them.
I think they can win 3 of those.
So they'll be the number 1 seed?
I think so.
I like it. Alec, what say you?
Reality, again, something I didn't expect to say in 2025. I thought the first-year head coach was going to struggle a little bit, which he did at the beginning of the year, but now he's ripping his shirt off in the post-game locker room celebrations, and everybody's acting like he is the second coming of football Jesus, because he practically is at this point. He has manufactured ways to win in ways that I have not seen first-year head coaches really ever do.
Yeah.
So the way he gets those guys ready to play, and then the young talent on that team, I just feel like they get better each week. So I'm going to go reality.
Overreaction or reality, you believe in the Cowboys' run defense.
Reality.
Okay.
Because it goes back to the simple fact of having talent. Said it all along. You didn't have it. You didn't have the physical presence inside at all. You added to it by getting Kenny Clark. You added more to it by adding Quinnen Williams.
Do you mean Quinnem?
Quinnen Williams. And then now that what we, as Rod has said yesterday, it's allowing the coordinator to do things he's wanted to do.
Yes.
And then it's allowing Sam Williams to be a better player, not having to have responsibilities of other people. So, yeah, I think you have legit talent there at the moment, and you're better at the linebacker position whenever you have DeMarvion Overshown out there.
Agreed. In the last 3 games, opponents have rushed for 204 yards against the Cowboys. That's 68 yards per game. You know what it was before that? 124.2 yards per game. So not quite, but getting close to half. So overreaction or reality, Alec, because I have to admit, I think I'm still a tiny bit on the fence on this one. Overreaction or reality, you believe in the Cowboys' run defense?
I got to go reality at this point.
I hope so, yeah.
And I think it's a sheer numbers thing for me, too, because now that you're going to the 5-man front as your base pretty much, I think the fact that you have more bodies and more talented bodies up there willing and able to stop, you can stop the outside zone, you can stop anything in between the tackles. I think that right now, there's no reason for me to be too pessimistic, and I think Quinnen Williams is just that good, too.
Sure.
You look at some of his metrics in the run game this season, some of the best of his career so far, and it's shown in a few games with the Cowboys that that's not a fluke. He's just really, really good, and I think it enables a lot of guys around him to kind of come back to life, too. Like, I love what I'm seeing from Osa. I love the drive, and almost like there's new life in Sam Williams. It's hard. You can't put a number to it, but it seems like, one, he seems more amped up. He seems more ready to play. You look at the sounds from the sideline from Thanksgiving Day. He's up in all the cameras screaming in them like every other possession. Like, he just seems like he's enjoying playing now that he has a little bit more freedom. So I think that's going to benefit the run game.
One of the things about Sam Williams, too, Kevin, we learned he was very raw in the game because he only played a short period of time in college, late in his career. And so we learned that he was still very raw, had a lot to learn. But now, I mean, Shotty was talking about it. He's using his eyes. Guys are using their eyes better. They're more confident in this defense right now.
I got one more for you. NFL overreaction or reality. The Kansas City Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs. They're 2 games out. I might be there with you, which feels crazy. Alec?
I gotta go reality at this point. They're not looking that great.
No.
They don't look terrible, but they're not looking that great. And I think they just dug themselves too deep of a hole at this point. They could play amazing down the stretch, and the AFC is just going to be like, nah, we want you guys to stay where you're at.
Let's look at their schedule real quick.
Tell me.
Texans at home.
Yeah, that feels like a game you have to win.
Chargers at home.
I don't think so.
That'll be Justin Herbert's comeback game. Titans on the road.
Yep.
That's a tough team right there. That's a tough out.
It's not.
Broncos at home.
Ooh, yikes.
Raiders on the road. I don't know. Their schedule is friendly, but it's tough.
I could see them being 9-8, and 10-7 might not get it.
Since they're not a good team right now, like they're a mediocre to above mediocre team.
Right.
Actually, they're mediocre right now.
I agree with that.
Can I just hop in here and say the teams that are in the wild card hunt right now in the AFC, the Bills and the Jaguars,
8-4.
They don't have tiebreakers over them either because Kansas City's lost to both of them. So they have to finish in front of them.
That feels like you got to go at least 10-7, and even that might not be good enough. And I think I'm going to say reality on that as well, even though it feels insane to say. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. You just heard Carter Freeman, which means it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. Alec, will you please give me cut number 13?
Arch has the snap, the sign run, goes straight up the middle, first down and more. Arch breaks free, saying goodnight to this one. Arch Manning, touchdown Texas. The second year in a row, Manning has a rushing touchdown against the Aggies.
Oh, sure, and on that one, there's no distortion. We got to hear that entire thing right there.
You're welcome. I like the bass boosted one that we played earlier. I thought that was pretty cool.
I did too. Now, let's start with that because Texas, I think, is probably the most fascinating team in this entire playoff discussion, except, of course, for BYU because the CEO of Crumble Cookies is going to make sure they keep their coach. But that's a separate discussion we'll get to in just 1 second. this is a huge win for Texas because you beat a rival, you beat an undefeated Texas A&M team. It bolsters your case for the playoff, and I know part of it will depend on what happens on championship weekend, but do y'all still view Texas? I'm not saying whether they should or shouldn't. I'm just saying what will happen. Do you still view them as probably on the outside looking in?
I think so. I still just think there's the way the committee set them up, where they ranked them, they're 16 going into that game. For whatever reason, ESPN's giving me AP and coaches and not the CFP, but
because the new CFP
comes out tonight.
Yeah,
and
so
I think
at
this point they're going to jump in front of Vanderbilt. I know that Vanderbilt has one more win than Texas, but Texas beat them head to head, and they have a better resume. Which there's a million things the committee looks at, but I still just look. You're looking at 10 spots that are realistically open for you to get in, right? Because the 11th and 12th spot are going to be for the 4th and 5th highest rated conference champions, whether that's the ACC and the American or the American and the Sun Belt.
Which is crazy.
If Duke wins,
they're not going to.
There's really, I don't think they have a shot to end up being one of the 5 highest rated conference champions, but I just think there's still too many teams in front of Texas for them to have a chance to jump all the way up, because you would need Alabama to lose. But last year when when SMU lost the ACC title game, they didn't get punished for that. So they're going to punish Alabama, who's at 10. They're going to drop them out.
So let's count real quick then. Ohio State is in, Indiana's in, so is Georgia, so is Oregon, so is Tech. I, even if they lose to BYU, I don't see them falling out. Georgia, I already said Georgia. Texas A&M is in, Oklahoma's in, Notre Dame is in. Just, I think, all 8 of those are in. Then, do you keep Ole Miss out because they changed their coach?
I think you keep them in.
Then that's
Are they
9.
Going to be 6? I don't know. We'll see tonight, but I don't think you kick them out because they lose their head coach.
Then that's 9, and that means essentially there's one open spot. Well, if BYU wins, then Texas isn't going to make it, because I think you're going to take BYU and Tech. This is just my opinion. If Alabama wins, well, then Alabama is clearly going to make it, and then Texas is not. And I know Vanderbilt has already, and Miami, have already started to preemptively complain for a situation that hasn't even happened yet. So I'm not diving into the what should be the case. I wanted to talk about what will be the case, because they have a lot of great wins on their resume.
They lost to Florida, and they struggled against Kentucky. I just think I haven't
consistent team.
I think they're very inconsistent.
I agree with that,
and I think you saw that in their game against A&M, where in the first half Arch Manning looked horrible. That was some of the worst football he's ever played in his life. Was in that first half against A&M. Then in the second half, he looks like his last name's Manning, right? Like that, he leads them to a win. But that's been Texas almost this entire season. Like even in their big wins, A&M half of a good game, half of a bad game. Against Oklahoma, they scored 3 points in the first half, then they run away in the second half, right? Like Vanderbilt, they run away in the first half, they allow Vandy to creep back in the second half. They haven't put together a complete game outside of Arkansas or maybe Sam Houston State early in the season.
It's because Sark does instead of first 15, he does like the first 60, right? And the first half, he's still trying to get through his plays.
He tries to script out the entire game.
But at halftime, he goes, hold on. Guys, these didn't work. Let's go with these instead.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to a line of logic from Lane Kiffin then, and I know some people might get offended by that. This is not actually about him leaving schools. But one of the things he said is like, who would be favored in a neutral field and this and that.
Yeah, let's just look at recruiting rankings if we want to, play that game. Because if that's the case, put 10 SEC teams in the playoff, because they're going to have a higher talent composite.
Right.
You play the games on the field to work this out, and you lose 3 games. Like I just, that's the thing that gets to me is Texas had a chance to go into these places and win these games, and you can talk about the Ohio State game. It's losing to an awful Florida team on the road that's going to keep you out.
So let's say that BYU gets annihilated. Alabama loses by 30 points. Which
Miami's still sitting there in front of them.
By the way, Texas lost to Georgia by 25 points. Does Miami and or Vanderbilt go in ahead of Texas?
I don't think I don't think Vanderbilt really has a shot. I think if you're a Vanderbilt fan, you're going to be very happy that you've won 10 games for the first time ever. And Diego Pavia is probably going to be a Heisman finalist. He's going to go to New York.
He might really, honestly, be in this conversation now.
He's moved up there. I mean, they went and waxed Tennessee on the road, and that in a ranked matchup in that rivalry for the first time in like some 60-something years. I mean, that looked non-competitive. That's how good Vanderbilt looked. But I don't think Vandy really has much to say. Like I said, I think Texas will jump them tonight in these rankings. Utah, I don't think they really have a shot either. Miami's the one where you're like, okay, if Alabama loses, if BYU loses, Miami's the team ranked right behind them. And then at that point, you'd have Miami and Notre Dame probably ranked right next to each other. So is that the point where they finally jump Miami in front of Notre Dame? Because the committee says we like to look at teams in pods. And for a while, they didn't have Miami and Notre Dame in the same pod. But now they do. So that's when the head-to-head should start to matter.
Yeah.
I got a question. I believe that game's the SEC championship game. Is that on our station?
Oh,
I think it is.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Big Ten title game later that night.
And I was looking. I was looking around, and I noticed in the AP coaches poll, or the AP top 25, Alabama has 1,053 points.
Oh!
105.3.
I can't root for them, though, even though that's the case.
KRLD-FM's team right there.
And I also think that Florida State loss is pretty bad.
And that's why they're behind Notre Dame, I think, at this point, is because, which I think that's a silly way to look at things. I think you reward teams who win if they have more good wins than bad losses, which I guess is a fallacy of my point of view on Texas. But like you said, Texas also got blown out by Georgia. Alabama has the worst loss of the two lost teams because they lost to Florida State, a 5-7 unranked team.
Now, the Big Ten championship game. This is a weird scenario in terms of I'm really excited to see the game. My question, and I hope y'all think this is valid and not insane because it's 1 versus 2, and it is for the Big Ten championship. How much does this game actually matter? Because both of those teams are getting a bye, right? Like I
think so. I think it matters for seeding, how the bracket will be set up.
And I agree, but unless Indiana lost by 50 points or something, I think both of them will be in the top 4. They'll both get a bye and stuff. And I feel like that's taken a little bit of the result out of it for me. I still want to see it because these two teams have had plenty of cupcakes along the way in their conference, and I've been waiting to watch them play all season because they do look like they're probably the best two teams. But whoever wins and whoever loses, I'm like, okay, but what's the consequence you pay for that?
I just still, in my mind, I think and I mentioned this on Fan University last Saturday, we've normalized how good Indiana football is right now.
Sure.
Indiana football is 12-0. They just beat their biggest rival, Purdue, by 53 points, and no one batted an eye.
And I don't think they'd ever even won 11 games.
No. Well, last year, I think, was the first time they won 11-1.
Unbelievable.
And so they rarely win 10 or more games, so they've never started a season 12-0. And I still think that's something you look for because they have the de facto leader in the Heisman race, too. That's where your interest is. And like you said, Ohio State and Indiana have played a lot of cupcakes. They might not have played the toughest schedule.
Thanks a lot, Penn State.
So now here we go. We get to see the two of them go head-to-head for the number 1 seed, most likely, in the CFP. Again, and to Julian saying, the Ohio State quarterback, if he wins, I mean, he's going to have a pretty good say to win the Heisman as well. And I don't have him as high as a Pavia or a Mendoza or even a Jeremiah Love, but he'll still absolutely be a part of that conversation.
And as usual, a lot on the line in these championship games. I feel like we just talked about it. Alabama not only playing for the SEC championship, playing to get into the playoff. BYU not only playing for the Big 12 championship, playing to get into the playoff. Ohio State and Indiana playing for who's going to be the top seed going into the playoff. Virginia, they're playing for a chance to be in the playoff. But leading all of it off, Friday night, North Texas against Tulane in a game that we all knew would be for a playoff spot at the beginning of the year. It is wild to me that not only are we 3 days away from this game, we're 3 days away from a game in which UNT is favored to win and be in the college football playoff.
It's a crime that the committee hasn't ranked them going up to this game.
Yeah.
Because UNT, I think, has been the best team in the American pretty much all season. Outside of the South Florida loss, that's a bad loss. But Tulane went on the road to UTSA, who's a worse team than South Florida, and got waxed earlier this season. And they also lost to Ole Miss earlier in the year. That's where their second loss came from. But yeah, like it's a bit of the Indiana factor where like I guess we've normalized just how good this UNT offense is. And we just saw today Eric Morris, American Coach of the Year, Drew Messemaker, Offensive Player of the Year, Carter Hawkins, Offensive Rookie of the Year, right? Like they're stacked top to bottom. And yeah, a road favorite is just kind of wild to see them with being a favorite to win this game and then go to the CFP. And I like that these group of 5 games, most of them have moved to Friday. That way you get their showcase.
All the spotlight.
You really get to showcase them. The only one on Saturday is the MAC championship game. But yeah, like that'll be, and that's ABC as well. So that's everyone's going to see that one. That's going to be the most watched game that night, most likely.
One thing about that should be a little rainy.
Okay.
How does Messmaker throw a wet ball? And how much does that change their offense? If he has some problems with that, is it all Caleb Hawkins after that?
Well, we mentioned Hawkins, and Mackenzie McGill is another good running back that UNT has. A great air raid offense always has running backs that can tote the rock really well, and this offense is no different. So if it is rainy, I don't know if Messemaker has played, if UNT's played in a really rainy environment this season. I don't believe they have. I
don't think so.
And it'll be his first time playing in that since, ninth grade, right? Because that's been the talk, because he hasn't started since his freshman year of high school. So if that's the case, I think you do have running backs you can rely on to continue to move the ball. And look, Tulane, like I mentioned, when they played UTSA, they got blown out. So this isn't some impervious, amazing, Tulane's a really good team. They're ranked for a reason, but they're not unstoppable.
Last thing I have here is hockey related, Kevin. 6 to 8 weeks for Bishel.
I mean, that makes sense. When I heard long term, I was kind of thinking that 4 to 8 week range.
That could be 2 months.
That is true.
It could be less than 2 months.
That is also
a month and a
true.
half.
Oh my God. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 14, please? Because while we talk about Virginia and Duke, this is maybe the most disappointing, outside of obviously for me, A&M, loss of the weekend, because SMU coulda, shoulda, woulda been in this game.
Raphael to the edge. No! Yes! Second effort. Kendrick Raphael rolls in. Are you kidding me? Cal takes the lead back.
This felt like a surprising result indeed. And how disappointing is it that you were this close to having games on back-to-back nights for UNT and SMU, with both having very viable paths into the playoff?
It played out a lot like last year's ACC title game did, where
I could see that.
SMU was the higher-ranked team. They were I don't remember how big of a favorite SMU was in last year's ACC title game, but they were the team with more wins. You expected them to win, and in both games, SMU got down big to begin, and you're like, okay, maybe they're not ready for the moment, but they storm back and they take the lead, or they tie the game, right? And then just at the end, they just can't get that one stop that they need in order to take this game and take the next step. It's super disappointing. And yeah, it goes back to, like, you had that 1 point loss on the road to Wake Forest. You had, a loss to a TCU team that really didn't end up being a whole lot of anything for much of this year. Sorry, TCU fans, we love you. But there's just a lot of things that, coulda, shoulda, woulda with this, like you said. So, yeah, it's really disappointing. I don't know what bowl game SMU is going to end up now, but not the playoff.
We might talk about more about the coaches hiring maybe on Thursday, but I want to focus in specifically on BYU. It was looking like BYU was going to lose their coach to Penn State, and maybe that will still be the case. But the Crumble Cookies CEO has stepped in and said that they are going to do whatever it takes. They've launched an effort to keep their coach there. What do you think? This feels like the next logical step is businesses being more open with, well, we're going to just go ahead and start the campaign to keep them here.
Haven't we seen how a billionaire can affect a team in the state with Texas Tech? If you're a school that has a alum who's got billions of dollars and he wants to sink it into your program to some degree, then, that's an advantage that a lot of other schools may or may not have. So Kalani Sitake, I really like him as a head coach. He's done really good things over the last 2 years. BYU is about as disrespected of a team as there's been in the last 2 seasons of college football. The fit at Penn State, I don't really see it, other than he's just a good coach and you think he'd win anywhere, because he's a BYU alum and he's been there for a long time, almost 10, if not more than 10 years at this point. So that always seemed like a weird fit, but it seemed like he was going to sleep on that tonight. And then I thought we already have some information on that this morning. But it's odd, man. I mean, it's especially when it's not, Cody Campbell at Texas Tech is an oil guy. Like, you expect there will be billions of dollars in that. For the cookie CEO to come out and be like, actually, this is where my money's going to go. That's college football right there. That's just silly.
And then speaking of other things in college football, it had looked like this morning that Vanderbilt had flipped the number one recruit, the number one quarterback from Georgia. Until
a sentence no one ever thought they would ever say.
No, until the kid came out and said, not so fast, my friends, and that he has not had the opportunity to talk to both of the teams. So maybe it's news that is true. He just didn't like it getting out until he talked to the teams. I'm not sure, but the idea that we live in a world where Sean Sharif has elevated the Vanderbilt football program so much that they would steal the number one quarterback from Georgia is pretty wild.
He's playing the long game. Hey, can I give you guys a quick hypothetical before we leave? If BYU wins, they're in. But we think Texas Tech would be in the CFP as well.
Agreed.
If Alabama wins, they'll be in. They'll probably be a top 4 seed, but you're not kicking out Georgia.
Right.
So that's who gets left out in that spot. I think about that. That'd probably be Notre Dame. They're the lowest ranked team right now.
It's
Notre Dame or OU.
I have questions about that. Yeah, I want to see what they're going to do with Ole Miss. I'm not saying Ole Miss is going to be bounced out, and they only have one loss, and it was a close loss against Georgia. Yeah, I just want to see where they're going to stack Ole Miss in all these rankings.
Save your thoughts for the Thursday tailgate coming up in 2 days.
Okay.
That's a tease.
That is a tease. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105
Carter
the Fan.
just called himself the savior. He said, save your thoughts. Is that what he's saying there?
Oh, well, Derek Holland thinks Shador Sanders is the savior, so...
Maybe I should start doing AI videos like Derek does.
Oh, man.
Just don't do them like Bobby.
I don't know if Odyssey will let us.
I'm not going to do that.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
The level of concern. Next.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. All the Tolos out there and the Twolos, the Twitch Tolos. They wanted to say thank you to Carter for hopping on and doing such a great bang-up job talking college football. The Twitch just absolutely adores him. And the ratings when Carter hops on, they just continue to surge.
He's great with information as well. I forgot to mention this other bit of NFL information. Terrion Arnold, the Lions cornerback, will be out for the rest of the season due to shoulder surgery.
You have an entire show to discuss those things.
This show is all of our show.
All right. If that's how you see it, fine. That's good for the Cowboys.
So I can't impede on your segment.
That's good for the Cowboys. I did hear G-Bag talking about that yesterday and how Terry Arnold, who I think we all anybody that watched a little bit of film on the guys before the draft, you were like, this dude has some toughness about him. Yeah. And that was something I heard Wolchuk, he was discussing. He was like, man, I know there's a question mark there, but that's sad for Detroit.
Sure.
Benefit for the Cowboys as they get rolling here. Yeah. So that's nice. Also, a couple things. I just want to do some housekeeping before we get into the level of concern. This show, thanks to the Tolos, thanks to the Twolos, and thanks to the Yolos, thanks to all of them, is just wildly successful.
Oh.
And
awesome.
We appreciate y'all so much. And as we get here to the holiday season, I want to say thanks. Heck, if we're just in the middle of a day, I just want to say thanks. Like y'all are rocking with us. Y'all are making this thing a huge success across DFW.
Thank you.
We couldn't do it without you.
Agreed.
Kevin will personally come up to each and every one of you and give you a hug if that's what you want.
Even Bobby was complaining about that this morning. He wanted to give me a hug, and I just sat there. And
he goes, Kevin lets me hug him, but Corey will actually hug back. And I was like, I'm a hugger. That's just the way it is.
That's a step in the right direction.
And there's Bobby right there. He probably wants you to come give him a hug.
Well,
he probably wants a hug right now.
We're on air.
All right, here's the other thing of housekeeping. Kevin, Thursday's a busy day for this show. We're going to be at Choctaw. You can come out there and register to one of these Tolo flags. It's a gigantic white Tolo flag. It looks awesome. You can also have a good time with us. We'll be near the sports book at Choctaw. So come on up and see us from 10 to 2 tomorrow. And then I will be at the Bearded Monkey tomorrow. No matter what the
Thursday.
Thursday. That's what I said. Thursday is what we're talking about here. No matter what the graphic says, it's Thursday, not Sunday the 4th. All right?
Gotcha.
So just no matter what my graphic says, it's Thursday. All right, guys. It's time now for the level of concern.
I like that intro.
No man is right. You know what? And some people might, if you're new to the station or new to the show, you might go, what was that? And I don't know why I just think silly things like that are funny. The Wheel of Misfortune. It's not a great wheel. Sorry, wheel.
Oh, man.
But look at it. It's falling apart.
Yeah.
But it's our wheel. You know, and that's how I feel about that intro. That's our intro because it was funny.
Nice.
So
I like it.
Guys, Jerry Jones talked this morning. Oh no, where did the story go that I had for later? All right, well, it's gone now. He talked this morning on Sean and RJ. Let's go with cut 4 here. What is Jadeveon Clowney's status for Thursday?
Well, I look to him to be available this short week. Not short week, but really not a short week for us. But we don't have many days left for him to be out there. Planning on him playing, but that's not a given. You have to. This truly is warm them up out there before the game on Thursday, and if they can play, then you'll make them active. But Tiny, I think, had 1.5, 2 sacks, something like that, in the ball game the other day. But Tony's came in as the number 1 pick in the draft, as you all know, and has maintained a level of playing all of the years that he's been here. And he has had 2 games back-to-back that really are very noteworthy. And so between him and 41, between those 2, we have really started some outside pressure, along with Sam's relentless pressure, just running. Sam's a lot like Lawrence in terms of he just will run all over that place and never quit. So bottom line is I like what we're getting from the outside, and I really like it, what we're capable of doing when the machinations let us have potential 5 people up there. We get 5 people up there. That's hard to block.
Kevin, what
was the question again? Is Clowney going to play?
What's your level of concern based on that answer, whether or not Jadeveon Clowney will perform on Thursday?
I mean, if I can quote Stephen Jones, which you followed, covered a lot of ground there. Not entirely sure I remember all of the things.
Yeah.
And also, what the hell difference does it make that Jadeveon Clowney was number 1 in the draft 11 years ago?
Listen, I will say this.
DeMarco Murray was our running back when he got taken number 1 in the draft. What are we talking about?
Valid. These are all valid questions and all valid levels of concern.
I would be concerned if Clowney is not out there. That being said, the more relevant point that he was making was I do like having Clowney out there, and I think he started to have more of an impact on some of these games.
I will, Kevin, he still, in my mind, has never lived up to what I said he wouldn't.
Sure.
It's a strong billing that he had to get up there. But I will say what he has done since he's gotten here, he's provided some calm. I felt. In that locker room of guys, we'll figure this thing out. And I appreciate the job that he's done since he's been here. And yes, your level of concern regarding how to say Ezraku.
Well, look, I am less concerned that I know he knows that player and that he doesn't know how to say his last name. I'm okay with that. It's some of the other things previously, like, oh, who's the leader in the defense? Oh, you know that 95 out there. And you're like, that's when I...
He said Kenny Clark multiple times this morning, though.
Okay, good.
I'll give him some credit on that. He said Kenny Clark multiple times this morning.
All right.
Go to cut 9 here. Does Trayvon Diggs have to earn your trust back when he starts to play again?
We know Trayvon Diggs. We really know him, and know his pluses. And like anybody, he's got things that positions that he doesn't do as well. But we know Trayvon Diggs, and Trayvon, if he practices good and he can practice good, he'll play good. And Trayvon is a natural ball hawk. And what you get from Trayvon is you get real respect from the opposing team about going toward him. And that's a plus to have him out there and have that kind of respect. They're conscious of the fact that he'll play that ball like that. But I saw him early this year make 3 different tackles that I hadn't seen him make in his career. I mean, physical tackles.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, where'd that come from? So this year, I've seen him do some things that are really promising for his return back for us. And I hope he's able to go. We'll see how this week's practice go. And if it would draw it up, you could see him out there.
Your level of concern for Trayvon Diggs on the field.
First, can we do one more thing? I want to play the role of Jerry, and I would like you to ask that question to me.
Does Trayvon Diggs have to earn your trust when he gets back out there?
Yes. Next question.
Dude, that would be such a boring interview.
But for that, that was his answer.
He gave you a couple examples. He thinks that when Diggs is on the field, teams respect him. There was a time I agreed.
You don't think that...
Right now, the way that Chicago abused him, that concerned me.
Yeah.
If he makes a couple plays early, I think teams will go, crap. That dude went away for a while and found his way. Shoot. I think that. I agree with it. And I also agree there were some moments where he made some tackles that I was like, he doesn't do that. I also saw a moment where he did not make a couple tackles that I was like, there he is. But I've said this all along. I want more talent on the field.
Look,
so if I can have him, I'll take him.
I'm with you on that. And this is at one of the 2 positions that immediately jumped to my mind of... Yes, I want extra people there, offensive line and cornerback. And so, I would be very excited if he was able to come back.
All right, Kevin.
On Thursday.
I found this audio, and I'm pretty sure we all saw what happened to the Chiefs when the Cowboys got out there. Right now, you asked earlier, the Chiefs, can they make the playoffs? Everybody says no. Here's Andy Reid when asked about his level of concern. Or confidence in this team.
Yeah, well, I believe that. I mean, I believe if you're coming to me on this, Matt, I'm telling you, we're going to go after you every game. And, that's how we roll. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game. And, but that's the attitude that we're coming in with. And then you let the chips fall where they may. But at the same time, you got to make sure you take care of the small things here that we've got rolling. We've got to make sure that we get rid of some of these mistakes. But there's not a game that I go into that I don't think we're going to get after you.
Kevin, your level of concern on what Andy Reid thinks tickle your tonsils mean. And Kevin, as your voice has been struggling, you had your tonsils tickled lately?
That's not what that means, right?
I don't know. I have no clue what Andy Reid thinks it means.
Okay, so
How about that D?
yeah. See, and I think that is him saying down your throat every time.
Oh, so we're gonna come at you.
Yes.
And we're gonna.
Wow. I was not expecting that as part of his quote.
I'm not sure.
You don't think that's what he meant?
I think it is.
Okay.
I think he was just trying to do it in a different way. That was radio in Kansas City, I believe, by the way. Sports Radio 810 up there. Yeah, that was a little weird. But he was, you know how sometimes people use different terms?
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know, can you do that one? But we did.
I mean, I understand this. The sentiment.
They're coming at it. They're coming at you. And also, Allie, jeez. Do we have a drop of Steven talking about Trayvon Diggs being the natural getter of the ball or whatever he said yesterday?
Give me a second.
That was one of those moments where we were like, oh, man.
Whenever you're answering questions or if you talk a lot, you're going to say things where you're immediately like, nope, that's not how I wanted to say that at all. And it's unfortunate because you can't go back and just do the whole thing again. Everybody heard what you said and you feel stupid. I've done that many times.
No, we don't. It's okay, though. But I did, again, last and foremost, I want to thank all the Twitch Tolos out there who appreciate Carter and all the work he's done. Y'all are so kind to him, and I've always, without y'all, this show wouldn't be a success. So thank you so much for that and your niceness to Carter.
Are they being mean to Carter?
They hate Carter.
Why?
I don't know. It's a feud. You know, it's one of those Hatfield-McCoy things.
Okay.
Except for there's a lot more Hatfields, and there's just one McCoy.
Oh, man.
And I like having fun with the Twolos. They're fun.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, navigating the NFC East. More on the top two teams moving in opposite directions next on The Fan.
Always been one of the top getters of the ball, if you will.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something.
Sports has low V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, yeah. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's here on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Came in and recited to him the names of all of his ancestors.
I guarantee you, he can't recite his own ancestor's name. That was a
huge
hit by James Houston. Wow.
Telling you, man, that broadcast is so much fun to listen to.
It really is. It really is. Right now, as we frequently do on Tuesdays, it's time to navigate the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure as we go through the NFC East. Would you like to start with the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Commanders, or the Giants?
I want to start off with something good, so let's roll out the Cowboys, baby.
Woo! For
Your
the
level
Cowboys.
of concern. Oh.
Right now, getting lower by the day. Dak Prescott completed 10 of 12 passes under pressure.
Ooh.
That's remarkable. We talk about, for a lot of quarterbacks, that's when, obviously, logically, you have the best opportunity to take them down and lower their completion percentage, up the possibility for a turnover. But against the Chiefs, Dak Prescott, 10 of 12, under pressure, 108 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did not take a sack. There was the one interception.
Yeah, that first one, and I think that gave the rest of the offensive line, y'all better button it up. That interception, because that was offensive. Well, I can't say fault, but it was because of pressure.
Yes.
It was because of a blitz. And Dak he threw it, got hit, all that happened. That offensive line was pretty damn good, and they've been good at that. Now, Kevin, I saw another stat from Dak that said he's had a 10% bad throw rate this year.
Wow.
The list of people with 10% or less is just Dak. And so, he's making good throws. Almost 90% of the time, he's making good throws. Also, should we change it from level of concern to level of confidence?
I think with one more win, I think you should.
Let's do that.
By the way, Dak's the first quarterback this season to have 100-plus passing yards, 2 touchdowns, and no sacks under pressure.
Pretty awesome, dude.
Absolutely.
Now, do you think then he stands a chance to finish second in MVP voting this year?
You know what? We're going to pick that up tomorrow, because I think the winds might be changing for both him and Shoddy.
Yeah, it's getting colder out there.
Yes. Malik Davis, 43-yard touchdown run, second score of his career. It was also the longest rushing touchdown by a Dallas Cowboys player since 2022. Tony Pollard scored from 54 yards out. CeeDee Lamb, 4 of his receptions, 93 yards, came on throws downfield, and that's 10-plus yards. And so that's one of the things I've been super impressed by. Obviously, we've talked a lot about completing those passes and getting defensive pass interference calls. But you saw CeeDee Lamb still able to stretch the field. It felt like a really good game for him.
Well, I asked Steven that yesterday. I don't think we discussed that. Do you think that was a don't ever doubt me game?
Yeah.
I mean, I still think he's had moments in his career where that's happened.
Yeah.
But then he does a game like that. And that's what Jerry was talking about. Jerry had said that last week. He was like, you can get down on him, but then he'll go out there and make a catch on you that'll make you look foolish. So I'm never too down on the 88. I like having him on my team.
Yeah. And look, somebody just brought this up. Forgive me for being Debbie Downer here, but the Cowboys don't even control their own destiny. They do. I'll tell you right now.
If they win out,
win out, they're in the playoffs. Fact.
Who falls out then?
Let's see.
I mean, it gives them a better chance to maybe win the division. Like that's a huge significant thing. I think one of the West Coast teams would fall out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because look, if you get one more loss from the Lions, obviously they could already be in trouble. But yeah, you would just need the combination of Seattle, Green Bay, San Francisco. But consider Green Bay and Chicago play each other twice, and you still haven't seen that. Like, other losses are going to pile up. If the Cowboys go 11-5-1, I guarantee you they will make the playoffs.
A couple of things real quick, Kevin.
That's a lot to ask.
Brock Wright, Shane Zylstra, Khalif Raymond, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Taylor Decker, Sewell, and Kirby Joseph all not at practice today. Also, somebody asked, I apologize if you already mentioned it, are the Cowboys still mediocre on the board? Yes. This could change it this week, though.
If they win against the Lions?
They will move to above mediocre.
Okay. I like it.
I don't think they're going to be considered a good team until they've made the playoffs.
Okay. All right. Do you want to go with the Eagles, the Commanders, or the Giants?
Let's go with the Giants as they played last night.
Go ahead. Sorry, there's a great quote from their QB in just a second. Go ahead and give me cut number 4, if you will, please, good sir, and let's talk about those Giants.
Snap back to Drake. The blitz coming. Mays moves up, throws a long line. There's separation there, and the pass to Williams is perfect. Touchdown, Patriots!
Now, the Patriots were able to cruise in this game 33-15. We talked about the Patriots a little bit more earlier, so let's focus more on the Giants. Abdul Carter did not see the field during the first 2 series. Mike Kafka said it was a coach's decision. Abdul Carter said afterwards, S happens. But this is the second time in the last 3 weeks that he started the game on the bench. One would assume because of some sort of disciplinary issue. That feels problematic for somebody who clearly you have very high hopes for in the future.
Yeah. This was the concern with Pickens, right?
Yep.
Will these things just happen? And things happen.
Yeah.
You hope that when you have a guy that young and that talented, that he can be a leader and he is the example and all those things, but you don't know. Like, you really don't have a true clue until you see the personality in your locker room and how they handle all this.
Right.
I think it's bad, dude. I think it's bad for them for sure. I don't like it. I mean, I like it for us.
Sure.
But they don't have enough discipline in that group.
Speaking of bad yesterday, the special teams. So the Giants on the opening kickoff, they gave up a return for 39 yards. We played the highlight of Marcus Jones for the 94-yard touchdown after the next drive. Then Young Wei Koo kicked a divot in the field before actually trying to hit the kick. And there was a fumbled kickoff return. All of those things happened in the first half.
I know, man. It was a weird first half.
That is disastrous.
Yeah, it was very weird, but it let you know you don't have to watch the second half.
That is a good point. But this is the number one reason I wanted to talk about the Giants. Jackson Dart took another set of massive hits, including one that started a fight and everything. Or, well, not a fight, but like
defending their quarterback because you hit him too hard.
A confrontation. And Jackson Dart was asked about that again, and this is what he said. No, look, I understand the question, but this is football. If I'm going to get hit, if I'm in the pocket or outside the pocket, I feel like I've played this way my whole entire life. And shouldn't be any shocker to anybody if you followed my career. We're not playing soccer out here. You're going to get hit. Things happen. It's part of the game. Man, I love the random drive-by on soccer while you're talking about the hits that you take along the way.
All right, so a couple things. After the game, I believe Vrabel did say to his team in the locker room, you guys chose to be physical tonight, and they were. They were hitting people hard.
Yeah.
And they never let up. At one point, they knocked a piece of a dude's helmet off. Like his helmet cracked and a piece of it flew off on the kick return. That hit on Dart, terrifying. And him saying that, I don't like. I want my guys to be physical. I want a physical football team.
Sure.
I want everybody protecting the quarterback because of his value. He's the one guy on the field who I need to be out there consistently. And if he's running around, Aaron Rodgers said this a while back regarding like RG3, Cam Newton, those guys. He was like, look, at some point, these guys, it's a fad. These guys are going to realize that they don't like getting hit. And they're going to stop doing it. And then are they pocket quarterbacks or not? And that is where you got to decide. You put yourself at more risk by running and just recklessly running into things. If you're injured, what good are you to your team?
Sure.
Now, if it happens that you get sacked and get injured, that's on your teammates. Your decision to run and show your toughness off and get hurt is a problem. But I do understand it is a tough man's game. And if you're going to play it, you have to talk tough too and be tough.
Do you want Eagles or Commanders?
Let's go Eagles.
All right. Eagles, they continue to have all kinds of struggles. Just 4 of 12 on third down attempts. But probably more concerning, they went 3 and out 4 times. Mm-hmm. And that's not going to get the job done, especially for an offense that's already struggling. Saquon Barkley, once again, 13 carries for 56 yards, fine. But he had no receptions in that game. And that's been one of the things about him that is so dangerous, is not only his rushing capabilities, his ability to break things open, but him in the passing game.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I don't feel like I see Hurts looking at him a lot either.
That.
And I don't know if that's just part of the game. He doesn't seem to be the first outlet, which I would make him a first outlet on a lot of pass plays.
I can see that.
It just seems like Hurts is so vision focused downfield. He's not seeing him, but it's become a problem for that team.
And then here's a big problem for them as well. The Bears. The Bears ran all over the Eagles. Consider this. In that Black Friday game, the Bears rushed for 100 yards before contact.
That means your offense. Yeah, that means that defensive line with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and company isn't getting the job done.
So what's worse, that or after contact, the Bears ran for 185 more yards? They think about this.
2 good running backs, man. Give those running backs credit too. Their offensive line did their job. Those running backs are doing work.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. Bears had multiple 100-yard rushers for the first time in the same game since November of 1985. So you had to go back to the Walter Payton days for that. And then for the Bears, they had 100 yards before contact, 100-plus yards before contact, 150-plus yards after contact. They've done that twice this season. No other team in the NFL has done it once. So, man, the Bears were looking to fix up their offensive line and crank up that running game. They have done it.
I know you want to talk about Washington. I don't. Sorry, Kevin. I want to tell you something, some news that I think you're going to love.
Tell me.
Do you like Cooper Flagg?
I love Cooper Flagg.
You know what he's been named?
Rookie of the Month?
Western Conference Rookie of the Month, baby.
There you go. He's been fantastic these last 3 games in particular.
I feel like we should
not a winning streak yet.
I feel like we should get some more Cooper Flagg stuff for Peace-a-thon next year.
I tried. Look, when I went to the Mavericks.
No, you did great this year. We had great cards in there, dude. That was awesome.
I bought, by the way, the person who bought the Cooper Flagg card collection, those were for me, and I went out and bought extra ones to go into the collection. I was really excited about that. Jaden Daniels might come back next week. That is the hope per Ian Rappaport. And just props to the Washington offensive line. They did not give up they only gave up 2 sacks against Denver, who their front's been terrorizing people. Obviously, we've seen it all season long. So good for them for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy is back. Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20. Plus our Lions insider Dave Burkett at...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
future of fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
A catch and a drive and a kick. Marshall, we've seen Davis hit 1-3 tonight and give him another one from down in the corner.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mavericks win, and right out the gate for the G-Bag Nation, Ryan Nembhard is going to kick off the show. How you fellas doing today?
Amazing. Hey, we're going to go back-to-back with Nembhard, then Fergie.
Woo, outstanding. And y'all's interviews with Jake Ferguson have been very fun and also informative throughout the year.
Kevin, I feel like I got to tell the story real quick.
Okay. Uh-oh. Just real quick, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. Boom. Story me.
The other night, I sent my buddy has a Christmas tree farm, and I didn't see him when we went to buy our Christmas tree. Savvy's.
Yes.
And I looked on Instagram, and he was taking Jake Ferguson a Christmas tree, and I texted my wife, and I was like, "Hey, he wasn't there because he was busy dropping the Christmas tree off at Ferguson's house." And she goes, "Pitcher for the Rangers, Fergie Jenkins." And I was like, "Wow, different guy."
She does know ball, though.
It was because she was looking at the Peace-a-thon things, and we had 2 autographed baseballs for him in there.
Yeah, and this is, she tries with sports. I'll give her that, because there was that one day where she called me and she said, "Hey, Josh Young just got traded to the minor leagues," on a day where he was sent down. Just the terminology's tough sometimes.
That was a blockbuster.
Yeah, I got to give her some credit because
sounds perfect.
She tries.
That sounds perfect. He's in Frisco. Yeah, this is crazy. Doesn't really know anything, so can't be a know-it-all.
Yeah, you're right.
Lets you have your own thing.
She does,
but wants to support in her own way.
Yeah, she was trying to help me out.
It. Yeah,
Let me know the news.
Good for you, Corey.
Thank you, guys.
So we need to ask Ferg about his tree situation.
Yeah, ask him about his Christmas tree. He's the guy that takes it to him. Pretty good guy. So.
It sounds
he's
like
your friend, right?
Yeah, he's your
Savvy's.
friend.
Yeah, Savvy's a good place over in Plano, right there at it's a parking lot next to Mesa Maya.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. They set that up there every year.
Yeah,
I've always wanted to just kind of walk through, give it a sniff.
It is nice.
Hey, Dawson,
tree huffing.
What do you feel about, because you're from the part of the country that has, like, you go out and cut your own tree down. What do you think about what we got going down here?
I think it's good. I think it's preferred. The cutting down your tree thing is good for once. You want to go do that one time.
And then dragging it through the forest is not a good thing.
The whole thing. Having to get down on the ground to get low with that saw. Most people don't have a chainsaw. They're taking a handsaw out there. It's like
low man
20
wins.
minutes of work, 30 minutes of work. Obviously, you've put a big parka on and a thermal underneath, so now you're sweating your ass off even though it's only 30 degrees.
Yeah.
You get that thing down, then you got to strap it to the hood of the car, and it is a lot of work. It's a life experience you want to do once.
And then you move on and get artificial trees.
Yeah, swing by
or
Home
just
Depot.
buy them from the lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Or have somebody bring it to your house and put it up in your house.
If you got it like that, like Fergie does, sure.
Yeah. What's the real tree disposal technique? Like post-Christmas, I have a real tree.
It goes in the lake.
Oh,
because what it does, like you put weights on it. You put weights on it, and what it does in the spring, it makes like cover for the fish. So what happens?
Helping the environment.
Yeah. So but when you sink those trees, and the fish tend to lurk in those sunken trees,
and you know
in
where
that
the trees
structure,
are.
and you know where the trees are.
Yeah.
And then you throw it in there, and then
genius.
yeah.
I think there's some sort of a disposal thing that Waste Management runs. Don't
I
they?
usually just chop it off and throw it into the fireplace.
I get what you're saying. Waste management.
Yeah. No, the city.
We're in waste management. Just tie some weights to it, throw it in the lake. I get what you're saying. I see where you guys. I see where you guys are going with this.
If you've got an extra, if you want to get rid of your Christmas tree, I'll come by and get it, because that's what we do. We sink them at the lake, and it makes structure for the fish. And then we know where the structures are.
You brought us driving around, just picking up trees out of people's yards.
Certified
3D
bass
fishing
man.
chest.
We're here to take your tree, sir. It's December 23rd. That's right. I had never
trying to
heard
get
that
rolling
before.
early.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, you're just creating structure in the lake for the fish. That's all you're doing.
I like that.
That's really for you.
Yeah, it's for me. Absolutely,
sure.
yeah.
Don't you catch the hooks on the branches, though? No, what I was thinking the whole time.
What you kind of do is you kind of understand where it is. So what you tried is maybe throw some topwater stuff through there and drag it, and then make them come out of those trees. Is what you do. So yeah, you're right. But you can worm fish there too, because a worm fish, you could take the hook. It's just through the worm, but the bar part's not sticking out.
Yeah.
So you could drag it through that structure too, bump it off those logs and things, and you can catch some big old fish.
Number one reason I don't fish more is having to cut that line and redo everything.
I still think I was traumatized as a kid. Is we were fishing a group of like our baseball team, and somebody didn't look, and they went to cast and they hooked one of our friends.
Yeah,
by the mouth.
Yeah, it was on his back because he wasn't wearing a shirt, because that's just the experience, and I think that traumatized me.
Yeah.
Forever.
I've seen a lure end up in the side of a guy's face, the cheek.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we drove to the hospital with the lure hanging down, and they took it. There's a way to do that, by the way. If you ever get in that situation, cut the barb.
Yep.
And then push the hook back through.
Yeah, you cut it with your pliers.
Yeah, just cut the barb. Don't try and
rip it through.
Don't try and pull. Just take it, and then pull it through.
Yeah, that's what happened. I hit my cousin in the nipple once.
In the nip.
Yeah.
What was her name again?
It was a he. His name was Bucky.
Alec.
Bucky.
Bucky. He
That's
lived in
how
New
it
Mexico.
got pierced, Medford.
Yeah,
Now
he
we
didn't
know.
decide to go through with the piercing. So he just said, you know what?
The fish hook nipple piercings would
Hit it,
actually be kind
bam.
of sick.
Yeah.
Does that make people want to fish less? Because they're like, man, this is what the fish has to go through. This is terrible.
Yeah, if
I
you
really
care about that.
be doing that.
They can't feel anything. They don't have nerves.
Okay.
Yeah, fish don't have nerves, Hagee.
All right.
Didn't you learn that?
I did not actually know that whatsoever.
Aggie problems.
Yeah, how do you live in the water with nerves?
We've had a lot of problems.
I thought you guys studied water.
I didn't study veterinarian.
That's A&M
It is
Corpus Christi.
it is one of the best oceanography schools in the country. That and the University of Miami.
Yeah, I went there for journalism, and then we shut down the journalism program. So what can you do?
Makes sense.
Now, we didn't really get a chance to go through this today. If you were ranking, just where would you put the Cowboys right now? I like it. I was listening to enthusiasm yesterday. Where do you think the Cowboys would fit in your personal power rankings?
In the NFC, second behind only the Rams.
Wow, I love it.
I need a moment to consider the AFC teams. I don't think any of them are that legit. So, yeah, it looks like...
What about, do you think the Patriots are legit?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Well
they're
coached.
They've got a good defense, and they're well coached. And Drake May, they have beaten. I mean, the schedule's super easy, so it is hard to really get a good judge. But I think the running game's starting to come around, and as long as Drake May doesn't turn the football over, they're a hard team to beat.
Could be very much the 2016 Cowboys.
I can see that.
Win all those games in a row, then all of a sudden, even though Dak had some great victories that year, we went to Pittsburgh and won a game, went to the Green Bay and won a game, but
those were back-to-back, too, weren't they? Or really close together?
Yeah, they were very close together. I think there was a bye week in there between some of them, yeah.
I remember those two wins. I was like, man, they're going to do it.
I think he beat Pittsburgh and Baltimore back-to-back. I was trying to think about the best two wins that Dak has ever had back-to-back because of Kansas City and Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of going through those games where his 2016 was where he won at Green Bay and then I think it was a bye and then at Philadelphia or at Philadelphia at home. Those were two really good wins for him, yeah.
All right. Where would you put him, Wolchuk?
I'd probably have him right now. I mean, right around 6.
Wow.
And the total, I mean, the
love
way
it.
they're playing.
No, I get it. I get it.
Right now, I think a lot of people looking at some lists, like the Eagles are sitting there. You just beat the Eagles.
Yeah.
So today, who are you taking, Philly or Dallas? I'm taking Dallas. And I think I'd take the Cowboys in a rematch over the Bears, the 49ers, some of these other teams that are in that conversation.
Panthers? Is there any place?
It's the Packers, though. I think the Packers would probably still be
that's what I'm saying.
5 or around there.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Do you feel like Dallas could go to Green Bay right now and win a game?
I would still pick the Packers in that scenario.
Yeah,
for sure.
Do you feel like Dallas can go to Chicago
a playoff game?
Yeah, a playoff game.
Well, then Micah's not going to show up, so
just run right
maybe
at
the
him.
Cowboys.
Well, the Cowboys definitely show up in those scenarios generally as well, so that's going.
Oh,
that's on your side.
I would love for them to go back and play Chicago in a playoff game.
Yeah, I'd like that. I mean, the cold weather does worry me, but I'd love to rematch.
Yeah,
them.
different team, different defense.
I think they're built for it, the cold now, with the way they're playing the line of scrimmage.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. The Cowboys would go to Green Bay and win that game if I could answer that question. We have Ryan Nembhard coming out of the gates here at 2 o'clock and Jake Ferguson coming up at 2:15.
All right, let's let him get to it then, Corey.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
guys on the coaching staff here helping me out, and just trying to take the right ones and not be forced into ones I don't want to take. So I feel like that's something that I could even continue to get better at, and I'm happy to be shooting the ball well right now.
Ryan Nembhard with you here on 105.3 The Fan. So what all went into your decision to join the Mavericks after the draft?
I just felt like they showed the most love, from whatever GM and all the guys in the organization. They showed that they really wanted me throughout the process, and obviously they didn't have a second round pick, but they made it evident that I was important to them. And you want to go somewhere where people love you and people value and actually can contribute. So they showed the most love, and I'm super happy to be a Mav.
Now, were you a hockey player growing up? What were your other sports? Is it all basketball? I mean, Canadian basketball has really come up. Yeah. So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, I played road hockey when I was a kid, just on the street, but I was more of a soccer guy. I played soccer until 7th, 8th grade, and then I eventually made the decision to just stick to basketball. But I think soccer helped me with a lot of things, just understand the game, passing angles, vision, stuff like that. So I think my pops did a great job of diversifying our sports and what we did growing up as kids. So it was huge.
Now, do you have a favorite American football team? Can we bring you onto the Cowboys bandwagon? What do you say there?
Nah, y'all can't bring me on that. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. So
okay,
there you go.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck finding your next quarterback. Looks like you're going to need one. Ryan, congrats again, man. We can't thank you enough for joining us here. And go give him hell some more. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys.
There he goes. Appreciate you. Ryan Nembhard here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we're off and running here already. We're going to step aside because Fergie is waiting to join the show. The Jake Ferguson Show on the other side right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's chat prize picks, though, shall we? And yeah, if you went on the more last night, the Ryan Nembhard points, rebounds, assists, you cashed in a big way. But it was a great night for all of sports. And tonight, hey, Dallas Stars in action. And it will be Casey DeSmith in net for your Stars. You want to go more or less on the saves for him? It's so simple on prize picks. All you're going to do is you're going to pick more or less on your favorite players, your favorite team, their stat projections. Just pick 2 to 6 of those. And if you cash in, you are going to win big. You're just going to download that prize picks app today and make sure you're using that promo code TOLO. That's TOLO, because you're going to get $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Cowboys. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, and here he is, the man with 70 catches, 7 touchdowns through 12 games of the season. Jake Ferguson here once again on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing outstanding. Excited about this 3-game winning streak. How's that changed your experience here in recent weeks? I can imagine it's more fun to be stacking up the dubs.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely easier when you're winning. But at the same time, also trying to, keep it in-house because, we talk about being the Cowboys and stuff like that, and they're going to, no offense, but they're going to hate you when you're down and they're going to love you up when you're up. So try to stay calm, cool, collected, stay on our process, and really just stay after it.
You guys won so many games when you first came into the league, and those 3 12-win seasons in a row. That was amazing. I always wonder, and coaches are always trying to protect against getting overly confident. Is it easier to stay in that hungry, almost like humble spot when you're looking at the standings and know you almost have to win out to have a good chance at the playoffs?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that. You definitely know what needs to be done, and I always talk about complacency. I'm a military guy. The military talks about complacency kills, and that moment when you think, oh, I don't need to do that, or oh, we're fine, or like, oh, we're gonna win. It's just whatever. Like that's when bad things start to happen, and that's when you start to go down a path that you don't want to go down, and you start, you might be missing blocks, missing catches, or whatever it may be. So you just got to stay in tune, and just don't get too full of yourself.
What kind of military content do you do? Do you listen to like Jocko Willink's podcast, or you reading books, or what are you doing?
First and foremost, I'm a huge military movie guy, and then. Just working with the salute to service and stuff like that, having some family both sides. I literally just found, I was talking to my dad about salute to service and stuff like that. And he's like, your grandfather, I think it was my grandfather's brother fought in great grandfather's brother fought in Guadalcanal and all these World War II Pacific spots. And he wrote a book apparently, so then they just got me the book. But so I love the military, and then also working with a group called O2X, DAC, getting us together with them. It's all different people from different branches of the military, and just getting to pick their brain and getting to know them as people, and just be friends with them.
Have you seen that World War II in color series where they re-edit it?
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah, I used to watch that growing up. I loved that.
Something else.
It's absolutely amazing. Now, you told us you were going to jump into that kettle possibly if you scored. You had maybe one of the best touchdown catches of the year that didn't count as a touchdown. But Ferg, if you get 1 foot down twice, do we need to change this rule? Because, you should have been able to get that other foot down. It wasn't quite your fault.
I don't think Jake liked that question. Did we lose you, Jake? Jake Ferguson. Oh, there he is.
The ref. Oh, can you hear me?
We got you now.
Okay. So the thing about that catch, it was funky not getting my second foot down and then the 2 left. I asked the ref, and he was like, you didn't get enough, Shin. So then I was confused, and then I come in after the game, and I'm like, if I catch a ball on our own 99-yard line and I hop on my left foot all the way down and score, that isn't a touchdown? You know what I mean?
That's a great point. Exactly.
That's kind of a question, no?
Yeah, it's a great visual.
Absolutely. I was sitting there watching, and the family's like, "What? That should count. You get 1 foot down twice, that should count as 2 feet." So we were fighting for you in real time. But after the game, the turkey moment, Jake, what was going on? You went fist first into that thing.
Yeah, that's intrusive thoughts right there. That's yeah, growing up, my parents have always tried to, you know how they say, have a filter in your mind. That never happened for me. So, Brevington's man forward was standing behind me in that moment, and he's like, dude, you could stick your fist in there, and I'm going to do it. And he goes, no, I didn't tell you to do it. No, I'm going to do it.
At what point did you take it off?
Oh man, yeah. It took a while. I took it in the locker room.
Yeah.
I think it's on video. There's guys grabbing legs off of it, pieces of turkey, and I'm all while I've got like it completely ruined my pants and like just dripping down my arm. And I was like, all right, get this thing off of me.
The old turkey glove, dude. Yeah, I loved how you went into the locker room and it was just like
you're feeding
you were
people.
feeding everybody, man. I mean that's team bonding right there, Jake. That's leading from the front.
For sure. I wanted everybody to get a bite, and then for some reason I was yelling freedom like Braveheart when I was running out.
That's the military guy in you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Hey Jake, did CD give you a pat on the back for drawing triple coverage on his touchdown on the outside there? It looks like that Spagnuolo wasn't going to let you catch the ball down there when CD's touchdown.
Yeah, most teams try to take away the seam right now.
3 guys? You had 3 Chiefs standing there waiting for you. They had the crosser, the vertical route. They had them all covered for you on that one.
And you can't cover everybody.
Yeah,
there's too
exactly.
many weapons on this.
Especially when especially with you running the route. That's for sure.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Jake, how's the body feeling right now, man? Crazy part of the schedule.
Body's actually fairly decent. Just a little wear and tear and stuff like that, general soreness, whatever. My body was actually toasted. I don't know if you guys knew this. My body was so bad the first 6 weeks, 7 weeks. Like
the back?
I don't know if you remember me oh my God. I'd have my girl push me out of bed just because I couldn't get out by myself. And I'm getting in the car head first, like crawling over, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, man. But we're good now. We're dialed in now.
Jake Ferguson Show here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of being good now, the early adversity, it never really broke this team, did it? I mean, we were kind of wondering maybe after the Arizona game, does this team have what it takes to get off the bat and still make a run at it? But what was the moment that you knew the locker room was built for the long haul?
Truthfully, I don't think I've ever really been counting us out. I haven't really felt that ever. We're in a lull, or we've dug ourselves in a hole that we can't get out of. And it's the feeling for me has always been, man, we're stopping ourselves. Like we're better than these guys that we played that we're losing to. We're stopping ourselves. Like we're hurting ourselves. We're either not executing. We're not executing well. We're not. There's just a whole bunch of different things. And there was never a moment where I was like, oh, man, we're bad. Like, trust me, there's been times when I've been on teams throughout my career, like high school, and I've and I'd be like, man, we are bad. But it was never that. It was always, man, we got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot.
It feels like there's a little rivalry brewing here with Detroit. 3rd year in a row. You got them the first year. They came back, ran it up a little bit last year. Jerry was talking about it this morning. It was at 47 points they put on the Cowboys. So going into this matchup, is there a little bit of revenge here, or is it just, hey, we know what's in front of us? It's playoff mode right now.
Yeah, I think for me, it's a little bit more of just, hey, we know what needs to be done. We know what we need to bring. Let's do it. Like one step at a time, one game at a time. Like I'm not trying to look too far ahead. Honestly, for me, it's every game. I treat every game like it's the same. I have my same routine, my same process. And besides probably Philly, but other than that, it's, we just got to lock in.
What changes for Philly?
Man, I got demons when we play Philly. I don't know. I swear Mr. Jones whispers in my ear when I'm sleeping or something. Ooh, Philly. Like, do something crazy to Philly. I hate them. I don't even know why I hate them, but I hate them.
I love it.
What do you think of their fans?
You're going to get me in trouble.
Yeah.
You know how I feel, man.
Yeah.
They're always talking. They're always just yapping.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty annoying.
Twitter, especially. They got crazy Twitter fans.
Yeah, there's like this.
Oh, yes.
Very scummy.
Very
people.
toxic, obnoxious, unseemly, I think, for a league, to tolerate. Unfortunately, we have to until further notice. What's it say about you guys beating them and then Kansas City in back-to-back weeks, though?
Yeah, that's huge. Short week. Everybody talks about it. It kind of being like a little bit more of a grind. And so to come out with 2 big wins, like real big wins right there, is huge. And I think that, like we kind of talked about earlier, that kind of like snowballs into, what we're trying to do. But at the same time, you kind of got to not get too ahead of yourself, not look too far ahead, and just, stay where your feet are.
Jake, our sources at the Savvy's Christmas tree lot here gave us the word that you got a real Christmas tree as decoration. 1, how did they do from a service standpoint? And 2, are you decorating that thing?
Come on now. This is my year three of real Christmas trees. Actually, it might be year 4 since I've been here. I only do real trees. I don't do none of that plastic fake stuff. And yes, on my fiance's, I don't know what it was, Instagram or TikTok or whatever, there's a video of me standing on my railing decorating it. And don't worry, she had me. She was spotting me, made sure I didn't fall.
Good.
We're dialed in, and it's good. It's real good. The house is looking great.
Are you getting on the roof and putting lights up, Jake? Are you going that far with it?
Nah. We pay somebody to do that.
How'd Thanksgiving go with everybody in the house?
I'm going to be hanging by my ankles by the lights on my roof.
Go bad. Some of these roofs are steep.
You don't want to fall off.
Oh, yeah.
How good of like a house chore guy are you, Jake? I mean, are you outsourcing all this kind of stuff, or are you getting your hands dirty in there?
I'm pretty handy when it comes to stuff. Like I fixed a couple. I'm trying to give you an example. Like I put the filter on my refrigerator. I just changed my filter out. A couple of things. But anything crazy, there's no way.
Have you ever changed the batteries of a smoke detector?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, and it's impossible to get the damn thing back on the right way, isn't it?
Listen, I usually just kind of leave it hanging.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no way in hell. Yeah, there's no way in hell.
No one's looking.
Yeah, it's just barely on there, and if the wind blows, that thing's falling on the ground. I've left mine on the side of the desk before because I couldn't get it to quite fit. It was just. Go ahead.
Sorry. Do you ever have that where you're barely able to reach it, and then you can't get it? You can't get it, and then you just us men, our mind, we just snap, and then I just throw the thing across the room, and I start freaking out.
Yeah,
that's usually what happens.
I feel like I've broken a rib before trying to get the smoke detector thing in place. I'm always tall enough. I think, okay, I'm going to get it, and then it just doesn't work. And you're right. I've quit. I have just quit. They're laying all over the house right now. Smoke detector.
It's just a little booby trap.
If something happens at ground level, I'm okay. If the roof catches on fire, I'm gonna toast. Yeah, I'm toast. Yeah, I'm toast.
It's amazing.
Well, thanks again, Jake. You've been amazing. We got another month plus, and maybe even some playoffs here. We'll drink to that. But give them hell up there. We'll be pulling for you.
Sir, appreciate you guys. You have a good one.
Salute. Jake Ferguson Show brought to you by Miller Lite, the only beer of your Dallas Cowboys. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the Day champion.
I got you, bro. Our winner and champion. Shout out to Jake, bro.
Yeah.
The man scores touchdowns for the Cowboys. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
he does.
That was back-to-back gold. Nembhard was great, too.
Yes, bro. Hell of a lead-in right now. G-Bag Nation on fire. All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far comes from College Game Day on ESPN, which is making other broadcasters mad, by the way. This clip.
Oh, no. Really?
Yeah, this clip's making other broadcasters out there mad. Reporter Jess Sims gives us a weather update live from the big house in Michigan.
I'm glad that it feels good there because it is cold as in the stadium. So just wait for it, all right?
If you're keeping score at home, that's Jess's first bad word on TV. There's one. Okay.
It took 4 years, but I'm here. I finally made it.
She's so proud of herself. I made it.
So why are the broadcasters mad at her?
Because they're just cussing all on ESPN now.
Yeah.
Jeez. The Pat McAfee effect, they're calling it.
Yeah. I mean, I am kind of jealous, but I'm just mad at the FCC, I think, for not letting us cuss more than I'm mad at her.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just embracing her moment.
I'm 100% jealous.
Yeah.
But I'm not mad at them.
Yeah,
just jealous.
A lot to be jealous of.
I can cuss good, bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm an old sailor now. I can cuss pretty good.
Ratings to skyrocket. Let's get on. We can cuss on YouTube.
I can cuss
right?
pretty good.
Yeah,
Let's cuss on YouTube.
Bro. Maybe do a YouTube only broadcast. Be cussing up a storm. I've always thought that a play-by-play broadcast with cuss words would do numbers.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I think we're heading in that direction.
Yeah.
Give it just a little bit more time.
Holy bleep. Touchdown, Ferguson. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10 at 220.
Oh, bleeping catch. My gosh. All right. It's a big day today. The Tuesday after Thanksgiving is Giving Tuesday, National Day of Giving. So I've got the top 10 best items to donate. So it is the giving season. And if you're looking for anything, maybe you got some of these leftovers in your house. You're like, I don't think I'm ever going to use this. We've got a list of some top 10 items if you want to be in the giving mood that you can go ahead and donate.
Take it to Sharing Life in Mesquite. Our buddy Skip in Sunnyvale.
Skip, good dude.
Very influential around those parts.
Yeah, Skip's doing an awesome job. I know Jesse Holly collects toys
Helping
as well.
Hands.
Yep, this time of year.
Yeah.
And then we've got, of course, the charities, the Sandlot Charity, My Possibilities. We just did an awesome job. Shout out to the KNC Masterpiece again for Pizzathon. And then we've got Swinging for a Cause this coming Sunday. We'll be out there supporting Jared. So 877-881-1053. What are some things that you'd recommend donating? We start at number 10 here. Shoes. Donating a pair of shoes are always a good idea. It can include athletic shoes, boots, sandals. There's a lot of families, kids out there in need of a new pair of shoes. I mean, as long as they're in solid condition, you don't want to give anything that's like got holes in it or whatever.
Eric.
But some old shoes.
I like to take my old shoes and just have them in the truck and hand them to homeless people. You know?
I love that
because it's getting so cold and they got busted shoes and it's wet. At least get relief for a couple of weeks.
9 is bedding and blankets. So clean blankets, sheets, other bedding, essential for shelters and transitioning housing programs as well. So that can be a plus. You've got your electronics, laptops,
Let me
tablets.
ask you this real quick. Could you would the sleeping bag be better than bedding?
I think a sleeping bag would be great.
If you were to help somebody out, wouldn't a sleeping bag mean more to them than maybe just a blanket?
Yeah, I think the sleeping bag is built for the elements.
I'm thinking about going out and buying a bunch of sleeping bags and putting them in the back of the car, and I'm driving around just handing them out.
You'll just hand out the sleeping bags?
Yeah.
Get those mummy bags.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
Sub-Zeros.
Some dude just walking home from work, gotta get a sleeping bag randomly. Like, damn, do I look like I'm that bad off right now? Walking home.
Hey, here's $5 as well.
There you go, man.
Get you something.
You look like you need a sleeping bag.
I used to give away my starter coats in Philadelphia when I worked for the Eagles. Like all the homeless guys had those long parkas.
Yeah.
I used to go get a new one every week. The equipment guy was always like on to me about stuff, and I'm saying, "Hey, I misplaced them. I'm sorry." But every homeless guy downtown in Philly had one.
That's a sleeping bag and a coat.
Yeah, that's a game changer.
I had a staff of my guys out there wearing coats.
And those words, Zach and Frisco, are okay. Those are FCC allowed now. The B and the A words. We can get away with those. So we do. We'll push the envelope a little.
Oh, yeah. And the S if you ask Blake Elliott.
That's true.
Yeah, Blake. Yeah.
He'll actually double down on that.
What? Who told you you couldn't say that? Who said?
What? I thought you could
Where'd
say.
you hear that from?
Who told you that?
He was upset. What do you mean?
That person lied. 7 is school supplies, items like pencils, notebooks, backpacks, markers, great to help students who may not have them. You can always do school uniforms, which I don't know how many school uniform. I mean, the private schools are doing that here locally, but I think obviously school supplies would be clutch. Toys, Toys for Tots is huge.
Find you an angel tree. Find you an angel tree because those kids are requesting something that you can give them, and if it's the only thing that they get, if you can get it for them, I think it makes a huge.
Oh, that'd be awesome! Yeah. 5 is books. Donate books for all ages to schools, libraries, or community centers. Reading is vital for developing language skills, and some people love to do that to just relax. You pass the time. It's good for the mind.
Yeah, man, my aunt's neighborhood's got these things where there's like books set up, and people
we've got that in ours.
Oh my gosh, that's fire!
Outside in the neighborhood, in these like a little bin, you can put the books in and take them and bring them back.
Yeah, it's so cool, and people do it. Like I just assume kids would just steal it.
And there's a bench right there, like just sit down and read a book in the neighborhood.
It's pretty beautiful. 4 is household items. Kitchenware, linens, curtains, that type of stuff. Cleaning supplies. Brian, I mean, you're big on the cleaning supplies.
I love a clean. Lucius and I both.
Yep.
Good frying pan.
Good frying pan.
Oh, yeah, good frying pan.
Non-stick if you can do it.
Man, the non-stick's the way to go. 3 is non-perishable foods. I think we've always heard that. Like if you've got a can, and sometimes, I mean, I think like, what was it, Six Flags would even do that. Like if you bring a can in, you can now get in for free, but donate, that type of stuff, canned soup, cereal, crackers, all that stuff can be good. Peanut butter, pasta.
Just be careful with the Campbells.
Yeah, well now, I wouldn't even donate that until they figure that out. We got an issue. We got a quality control issue with Campbell's. They need to figure this out. Toiletries at 2. Oh, yeah. Soap, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrushes, all of that. Good hygiene. Keep hygiene.
These hotels are now doing a pretty good job. There's companies that will collect the shampoo and soap and stuff that you don't use in your hotel room. And like if you use half a bottle of the shampoo and they collect it now and give it to the homeless folks. It's like, we always,
good idea.
Like to use the body wash. It's like use just a half of it or whatever overnight. And then so they collect all that now and give them to those folks. So good idea, good plan.
How much free stuff harvesting to be done?
How much flossing are you guys doing these days?
Every night. Well, flossing like real. Are you making something up?
The dance move?
I mean,
I think a lot of people don't floss.
What do you? I mean, are you being serious?
Are we talking about toiletries or not? We talking about dance moves?
No, I always think there's some angle when you use the word floss. There's got to be something going on here.
Oh, yeah. That's actually a pretty, you know what?
It's like
Butt
the
floss.
Cincinnati bow tie thing.
That's
and all
good
that,
looking out.
whatever.
Oh, wow. Well, I hope you're not flossing with a Cincinnati bow tie.
No,
nobody wants that.
But you ask a question like, oh, hey, you've ever worn a Cincinnati bow tie?
No, you ever had a Cleveland steamer before?
No, he did. He said floss. He said floss, and it's something not.
See, I'm just in your head now, okay?
Hell
I'm living
yeah, you
rent-free
are.
up in
Permanently.
there.
Yeah,
I
you are.
own you.
You do.
I own you. I just say floss.
Absolutely.
I just ask just a very nonchalant question, trying to figure out how much G-Bag Nation's doing flossing these days. Real run-of-the-mill bathroom mirror flossing.
You should do it every day.
I know. I know I should.
But there's something in line with you that's not the everyday flossing. There's some kind of something going on here. How many times
I mean,
you
this
floss?
is the guy who picked up a toothbrush out of the trash can, then proceeded to brush his teeth, and then we found out it was used in the toilet.
Right. We all found that out together. That was a surprise.
That was
okay. Simple trash can flub, I think you can overcome. But when it was toilet then trash can,
that's a little too
that
much.
needs to go in the real trash can in the kitchen. Yeah. That's a wife issue. Now the second thing that I'll say here is speaking of the Cincinnati bow tie, maybe my favorite video of all time is when we were doing the payoffs and Broadus was doing the shoey at the same time that I was doing the Cincinnati bow tie payoff. And so I'm just dangling testicles down on your forehead, helping you with the shoey. It's an all-time photo.
Those? The balls?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah.
Still floating around somewhere?
Yeah, I'll get them washed up and I'll bring them over to you.
Wear some out every once in a while.
Number one, though, item to donate clothing. Whatever it is, T-shirts, sweatpants, socks, coats, hats, pajamas, gloves.
I will say this, though.
The gloves are underrated, especially if it's real cold.
Don't donate T-shirts if they've got the stains under the arms and stuff like that.
No, I think all the stuff like
don't do that.
The holes.
Just black tees, man.
You don't want
black tees.
Whatever, fine, but don't if you got the ones that are now kind of gray and they got the.
It used to be white, but now it's an off.
Yeah, you're wearing it every day, and
you got the
throw
it away.
Yeah, don't donate that.
Don't do it at all.
Yeah.
Mostly coats, I would say, at a time
Coats
like
are
this.
big time.
Yeah, the coats
and the sad how many kids out there maybe don't have a proper winter coat for these super cold days.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Good reminder to everybody. It is 'tis the season for giving. College football darty coming up, Chief.
Penn State crumbling like a cookie, and we have an SEC source off with the looming question: is Vandy here to stay? Next to the nation. Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy is back.
easy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. We opened the broadcast with Ryan Nembhard. An amazing game last night for the Mavs. They won in Denver. Then we had the Jake Ferguson show on. So if you missed any of that, you can go back and listen or watch with the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, however you want to do that. Here's the chief of the college football Darty.
Are the Georgia Bulldogs shaking in their boots? I know Penn State is right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. Rain man, call.
Okay. All right, let's get this thing started, boys. Real headline. The #1 quarterback recruit in America has flipped his commitment from Georgia to Vanderbilt.
Oh, this has got to be a butt crack.
It feels like it. It does feel like it. Jared Curtis. He has been
a real person.
He has been committed to. He's a high school quarterback who's got like an entire left arm sleeve tattoo. Like he looks like a grown man. He's got a little like Dylan Raiola in his face, but just bigger and better and more strapping. And he's a top tier quarterback prospect. And Kirby Smart and the Bulldogs felt like they had him since back in May, but he's a Nashville guy. And you just saw what Vanderbilt just did and what Diego Pavia has done. And this now might be the guy that replaces him. Now, all the reports that have come out over the last few hours, like this is happening. This kid flipped from Georgia to Vandy. Now, his name is Jared Curtis, and he took to Twitter following the news, and he says, don't know where all this is coming from. Haven't had a chance to talk to either school yet. I'll keep y'all posted. Okay, so he's not completely shooting it down.
Which to me, I think that this is happening. Somebody in his camp leaked it, and now he's not happy with that because he didn't have the chance to talk to the schools.
Trying to do some...
Because if it wasn't true, you'd probably come out and just say, like, nah, I'm still committed to Georgia.
Exactly.
Go Dogs.
Exactly. Yeah, put a hashtag Go Dogs. Maybe in your super fast car, take a picture. Like, no, like for sure, I'm a Bulldog, guys. But he did not do that. So I guess we're still sort of in limbo, but all signs for the most part are pointing to the fact that Vanderbilt and Clark Lee have now built enough of a program, and the commitment to winning is so much so that the Georgia Bulldogs are going to swing and miss on a committed quarterback, and he's going to punt on that Kirby Smart opportunity to go to Vanderbilt. And this is exciting.
They're not even throwing a ton of money at people. Like, they have a decent endowment, but they're kind of spreading it around. Like, what's the word? I would
think for this guy, they've probably forked up a pretty penny. How much of a pay cut would you really be willing to take?
Zero.
To leave Georgia and go to Vandy, like... Yeah, I can't imagine that there's much of a pay cut here. Maybe they're putting a lot of their resources into him alone because losing Diego Pavia is obviously going to hurt them.
Massive.
But now if you have a guy like this, that's something to get excited about and build around here for the foreseeable future. But what that says about Vandy and just the state of college football right now, there's a lot of teams that can start to eat here.
It's another team in the SEC.
There's no excuse for anybody to not rise from the ashes. Get the right coach, get some alumni who are committed that want to throw together a budget, and you're in this thing.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt's they've rebuilt their football
facilities and stuff.
Yeah, they've added to their stadium. It was one of the smallest stadiums in the SEC at one time, them in Kentucky. And so, but they've upped that whole, and they got their head coach, as you mentioned, they got him an extension. So they're finding some money that they realize this being in the hunt is good for the program. And so they're going to do more things to commit to that. They got to do it to keep their coach.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, for sure.
Really
he was a commodity.
Yeah, absolutely.
He could have been at Florida, Penn State, whatever, you name it. Like, he was definitely one of those guys, but he likes what he's got going there at Vandy, and why wouldn't he here? So we'll see. Maybe at some point during the show we'll get more official news, but it seems as though the best quarterback prospect for this upcoming class has flipped from Georgia to Vanderbilt. Now, you also have a coaching fiasco there with Penn State right now, who was the first to fire their coach, and they're going to be one of the last here.
Is that not a job people want right now?
I don't.
You've got Florida filled. You've got LSU now filled. Ole Miss was quick to just promote their guy. Auburn's got, Oklahoma State, Arkansas have hired their guys. Penn State's just sitting here, and they were the first to the party almost, and you're like, who wants this job right now?
I think they're waiting on an NFL guy. I think they're waiting on the coordinator from Buffalo Bills.
Joe Brady?
Well, then maybe this is all a big song and dance with BYU's coach, Sataki, who was supposed to be the guy, and it seemed like everything was moving in that direction.
There were reports yesterday he had taken the job.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden BYU has come in.
Saints come in involved?
Well, how about this?
This is awesome.
Break this news for us, Wolchuk. This is exciting.
Ooh, crumble cookie, baby.
Crumble cookies. You know them, you love them. Dawson's got one in his pocket right now.
Are they a Mormon company?
Two of them. Well, this guy is the CEO.
The CEO is.
He's a BYU donor guy.
There you go.
So he's
that's all you need.
He stepped up in a big way.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
He actually tweeted. He said his name's Jason McGowan, and he says he tweeted out yesterday. He says some people are not replaceable. Sounds like it's time for me to get off the sidelines and get to work. Yeah. And that work was taking his crumble cookie dollars and throwing them at Sataki to say, no. You are our guy. You're BYU through and through.
There you go.
And you're going to stay here forever.
Yeah.
And so now things are kind of up in the air. I think he's having to have, Sataki's having to have a little bit of a, think about the lifetime supply of crumble cookies that is in order for this guy top of all the dollars. I don't know how you turn that down, especially if you're a that side of the country guy and all of a sudden now I want to go hang out in Pennsylvania where they ski in their jeans. Give me a break.
I'll tell you what, Provo, Utah is one of the prettiest places I've ever been in my life.
Incredible.
I could not, living there would be an absolute dream. It is one of the, seriously, I've been to some beautiful places in this country, college-wise and stuff. Working there, I could see it. You have everything that you need. You absolutely have everything you need to win, and they've proven that. Now
he's won.
Now they've been in the Big 12. They got a conference they're in. They don't have to play independent games anymore.
No, they're playing in the Big 12 championship Saturday, and I think he wants to wait until after that to actually make a final decision here. He's trying to focus on the game.
He doesn't want to go full Lane Kiffin and leave his team when they're going on a playoff run because he's got some level of respect and loyalty.
Well, Tech is going to slam him, right?
I think so. They handled them pretty good in the first game. You always worry about a rematch, but I think Tech should absolutely win this by double digits.
BYU's a sleeping giant, though, because of all the money the church has and all the money that their businesses from the alumni have. The only thing that could make this better is if he owned Tiff Streets.
Really? Look at you dunking on Crumble like that.
I like Crumble. Consistent. Yeah. You know what you're going to get. Crumble with the weekly changes, and I do think some of those cookies are...
He's not wrong about
Are they mid?
Though.
They're like social media cookies. They look beautiful, but they're just
the taste. Yeah.
How about Dawson hating the Mormon?
But you eat with your eyes first.
He was just puffing
I love
the
Mormons. Grew up with a lot of Mormons.
That's
actually.
Right. I thought you did. I thought you did.
So you're more in, you're not more out.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I'm good.
Glad.
Hashtag Soaker.
I don't know. I think like Texas Tech with the oil guy. I kind of like being the school with the cookie guy. Like this is all happening because of people like us door dashing crumble cookie at such an alarming rate that now you can money whip Sataki to say no, thank you, Penn State. I'll go ahead and kick it right
There's
here.
There's no question Dawson had a big hand in this with the door dashing he's done.
100%.
From 20 yards away. To DoorDash.
I think I'm 28% of their budget, actually.
214 says Cookie Society is greater than all of them.
Wait, Cookie Society is delicious. I know Tolo Sean actually brought that in one day, and they are fantastic. I think they might have multiple locations. I think the first one opened in Frisco.
Okay, so it's a local spot.
But it's good.
Well, shout out to the Crumble Cookie, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to BYU.
And shout out to you for that college football darty. It's in the books. We got 1 down, 4 to go. What we learned from Jerry Jones this morning about what the Cowboys are going to do next in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Patriots might have the easiest schedule in the NFL, but I can't dismiss 10 straight wins and 11 overall. Winning is way too hard in this league. The 9-win Rams just gave us that dud in Carolina Sunday. In New England, Drake May's a stud. Mike Vrabel might be coach of the year, and they'll soon have some key pieces back from injury. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER. Click
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan. Let's get into some Cowboy stuff. Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ this morning, as he is every Tuesday at 8:30 here on The Fan. Then every Friday at 10:30 there with the KNC Masterpiece. Do you have a couple of news items to pass along from other NFL teams shortly? Darius Slay has mutually agreed to part ways with the Steelers. Veteran corner, interested in continuing to play, will consider signing with other teams. Maybe the Eagles want him back. I don't know if he's any better than Adoree Jackson and Keely Ringo, but I guess he's a somewhat solid, still maybe slightly below average starting caliber corner. So maybe he can help a super corner needy team. Colts, maybe
the Colts, maybe the Lions.
The Lions certainly could use some help right now, and it doesn't sound good for Kirby Joseph, who they were hoping to get back.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to be playing. He was still on the injury report that just posted now. And, I mean, Kirby Joseph, friend of the show, we got to interview him on the nosebleed seats when he was coming out into the draft. And Jordan Schultz put out one of these posts that people were thinking this could be like a career-altering injury that he's dealing with. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It's not considered to be, and he hopes to return to the field this year, but he's seeking more treatment for the knee in the offseason. So even if he comes back and plays, I don't think Kirby Joseph is going to be right the rest of the way. So that's going to be a huge injury. But Darius Slay certainly would be, and he started his career there in Detroit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. He went to Philadelphia maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and had been declining so much, just a little bit every year. But Philly decided to let him go because the playmaking completely evaporated last year, and then this year the ability to cover has declined significantly as well. The Steelers defense got better when he got hurt.
Oh gosh!
So the player that came in for him had been like a career backup. Okay, Dan Campbell says Amon-Ra St. Brown is better, but doesn't see the wide receiver practicing today. Isn't ruling him out for Thursday just yet. Quote, if he can play, he'll play. DC doesn't see the team getting Khalif Raymond back for the Cowboys game either, a wide receiver and return specialist there, Khalif Raymond. So we'll have an eye for this. Injury report should be out within the hour, so we'll pass that along when we get it. All right, Jerry Jones said a lot this morning. It was another good interview. He said the idea that Dallas can't keep all three defensive tackles, Williams, Odighizuwa, and Clark, because of their salaries, quote, that's not right. We can build from that. How much of what they do you think could be held up if they do let Kenny Clark go? Like, how important is this? And is it worth another defensive tackle at $20 million? And how do you interpret that? Is Jerry Jones telling everybody we plan to keep Clark and Pickens? Like, could we be that lucky next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that seems like their plan. Every time they speak, even Steven talks about how Kenny Clark is for now and for moving forward. So I know we were quick to be like, Kenny Clark will be an obvious, easy cap casualty at the end of this season, but they're talking as though that they loved him so much. They obviously brought him in after the Micah trade, and they probably just want to prove themselves right with that and not trade for Kenny Clark and then one season and then he's gone.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Would you restructure it? Would that be what I would do in terms of like keeping him at that dollar figure? I don't know that would be something I would want to do.
Oh, restructure, get his number down, push the money into the future and say we're going for it in 2026. Right. That'd be awesome.
They absolutely could do, because I don't believe he's necessarily a $20 million player anymore, but it is somebody that I want to keep around. I think there's something to be said about now that is a position that has been a glaring weakness for how long? A decade plus, maybe longer, and now it's a strength of your football team. And that is not necessarily a spot that they've drafted very well. And they've tried, and they have not evaluated the position great. Osa Odighizuwa probably the only one. Malik Collins was a solid pick of several years back, but I would be totally into keeping all three together. Maybe they can just lower the price tag a little bit.
I kind of feel like, though, this weekend will tell you why you need to keep Kenny Clark.
He's going to demolish them.
Knows that team really well.
This is going to be one of those times where Detroit is going to, and we'll get into it at 3:40 because I'll break down Detroit's offense. But I kind of feel like that going into this game with the problems that they're having at wide receiver with the health of their guys and the health of their offense, they're going to try and run the ball on you. And the one thing that Detroit can do is really run the football with those two backs. And you're going to see why you have a guy like Kenny Clark on your team. Or it could be like, wow, Kenny Clark really didn't affect the running game all that much. Maybe that'll make a reason why you move on from Kenny Clark. But I think this weekend will be a big tell for why to keep all those guys.
I mean, I do like the 5-man. I just wonder if a better use of your resources would be to have Solomon Thomas back. And that's more of a part-time player that, it comes down to what Chief said, though. If you're willing to push that money into the future and try to push more good players onto 1 year's roster than the salary cap is supposed to allow, because you're just like, we've had enough. Obviously, I mean, if they would go on a magical run this year and get to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl, which I do think is possible if they get into the playoffs more so than any team I've covered, I think this team could be the one to do it, but there's around a 15 to 24% chance that they even get into the playoffs depending on who you're looking at. And
Solomon Thomas will be here. He signed a 2-year deal. So You're good on Solomon Thomas.
How'd you feel about their run defense against the Chiefs? I mean, it was fairly efficient, wasn't it? Pacheco was over 5. Xavier Worthy had a couple of decent runs. Kareem Hunt was churning over 4. Patrick Mahomes got you 3 times for 30 yards, but they ended up with a healthier total than what we were used to against the Raiders and Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs had a 52% rushing success rate in that game. So the Chiefs ran the ball well.
Yeah.
What's your goal? What's like league average in that?
Yeah, you would want it to be more like 40%.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think this, like what Brian said, this game against the Lions is going to give you a great indication of exactly.
An indication of how good your run defense can or cannot be.
Jerry Jones was asked this morning, what's your easier path to get into the playoffs? Is it the division or the wild card? And he started off by saying, when you're in this kind of situation where it's too hard to call it, you just put your head down and we're going to go win these games. And I loved how confidently he said that. But he finally did circle around and say the opportunity is to win the division. And I hope that's not right, because it's going to be hard to win 8 games in a row. And I do feel like if you look at the other the other wild card contenders, like, this is pretty doable. They all have pretty difficult schedules, and you just need one of these teams to start stumbling. The Seahawks get the Colts, Chargers. They're at Carolina, at San Francisco. They get Atlanta next week, and then they run the final 4 with that gauntlet. And Seattle is a West Coast team going east to Carolina. I could easily see them losing to the Panthers, to the Colts, to the Chargers, and at the 49ers. The Packers play the Bears twice.
Yeah,
they could be sitting in a tie with you at 8-5-1 here in just a couple of 2-3 weeks time, and then they also have to play the Broncos and Ravens. That's 4 very losable games for the Packers. 49ers are on their bye. They're the last team to get the bye. They are on 4 losses, but they have the Colts, Bears, Seahawks, and then they get Tennessee. So they have 3 very losable games as well. The 49ers could end up with 7 losses, and I feel like they've been getting it done with smoke and mirrors all season long. I've been waiting for their collapse at any time. I think they're a half win away from hitting their over-under, which I'm going to lose some money on.
Yeah, but what's the one team that looks like it's just completely falling apart right now?
The Eagles.
The Eagles.
Yeah.
That's the one. I mean,
and that schedule ain't easy.
Hey, let me tell you what. Find a way to win these games and give me a home playoff game, potentially being the 3rd seed. If you win all these games, that's your best. To me, that's your best opportunity.
Because of Philadelphia is on the ropes.
Yeah, I think Philadelphia is the one team that we could see right. We're asking Seattle and others and Green Bay and others to fall apart. Hell, we're seeing Philadelphia fall apart before our eyes.
Yeah, it's not a good offense. I think some of these teams are just able to do it because they've done it in the past and they have a belief and they know how to win games late. But the wheels could come off that thing in a big way. I guess I just like the chances of one of 3 teams turning for the worst than depending on one.
Yeah, but right now you're seeing Philadelphia be the worst team. What they're the ones that are really struggling to win games.
He also talked about how bad the Lions beat the Cowboys last year. It was the worst home loss in the Jones era, 47-9, saying he can't get it out of his mind.
It was on his birthday.
Oh, and his birthday as well.
They're running trick plays and
it was. I mean, they were trying to throw to the linemen a bunch in that game to try and get back for the year before of what happened with that Dan Skipper play.
I guess it was after that game that he got sideways with somebody in the media scrum.
Yes,
and then the next morning with Sean and RJ.
Yes.
Or two mornings after that. So that one definitely ate at him in a significant way. And he said one of the things he still loves about football is it's our town against your town, and this game is taking on that feeling. I feel like the emotional pendulum has swung back in the Cowboys' favor here.
I think so too. And I mean, this is just a really banged up Lions team right now. I mean, now you've got Penei Sewell showing up on the injury report as well.
Did we get a status for today on him yet?
He did not practice today. And Amon-Ra St. Brown was talking, and he said, I mean, he's not ruling himself out. He said that it's still up in the air if he's going to play. That's really the key one, because, I mean, they're a totally different offense if you don't have Amon-Ra St. Brown. But if you don't have your starting left tackle either, now it's looking like the Cowboys don't have any excuses.
No.
You've got to go in there and get this win.
No, if they can't run it, then I don't know how they're going to have any offense. You know, I expect Jared Goff to, have one of those days where he's struggling, seeing ghosts, and maybe throwing the ball to the wrong team. Okay, Trayvon Diggs not a guarantee to play. That was another takeaway. Important practice today, limited yesterday. It's weird to me that he was going to play with the knees 6 weeks ago. Then he got a concussion, and the knees became such a problem that he had to not play. I mean, I guess you could regress to a point by taking the time off, but he came back early. He came back early. This just doesn't add up to me. I feel like Trayvon Diggs is going to play, and I mean, I feel like we're playing with fire with Carson and Revel. There's just only so long you can go with unproven corners out there. So what I'm saying is I would just put Diggs in the starting lineup.
Yeah, there's a good possibility that you will see Ravel, Bland, and Diggs be your guys. That's kind of where I think they would like to go with this thing if they can. They're going to have to make a roster move to get him on.
With Bland in the slot?
Bland in the slot, yep. Yep.
Thought Reddy Stewart's done a pretty dang good job.
He has. He's been very steady, and him, Carson, those guys, but we'll see. They're going to have to move on. The question that folks have over there right now is the buy-in from Diggs. Where's the buy-in?
Yeah.
If you're about to put somebody on the street that's bought into this turnaround, and everybody's kind of worried, like, well, where's the buy-in with Diggs? Are you putting a guy out there that's just trying to get back out there, or are you putting a guy that sat out for the last 4 or 5 games and has really, like, saying, man, I want to be a part of this. I want to, the things are turning around. That's the important thing. But they're probably going to have to put somebody, if they make a move on defense, they're going to put a guy out on the street that was probably helped you turn this thing around. And that's the unfortunate thing, because I don't know what Diggs is going to think.
I sent him a link to that Odell Beckham Jr. interview. Do you guys see that?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
You're like, man, you might think you got all and more that you'll ever need, but as this guy will explain to you right here, it can go quickly. So, like, Diggs, if you hate us and you think the Cowboys are stupid for moving on from your buddy Micah Parsons, or Shoddy's an idiot for how he handled your discipline earlier in the year, that's fine. But you're heading for a very incentive-laden, prove-it-type deal. Ask Asante Samuel how that went for him when he became available in free agency as an injured player who hasn't proven much.
There's a lot of pressure on Diggs, because if they do activate him and he comes back and he doesn't show the buy-in, now he's played his cards.
Yeah.
He's played his cards that, like, okay, we're going to go take his money, we're going to move on from him and not worry about it anymore.
Jerry Jones clarified that he tried to trade Micah Parsons to the Jets before the season for Quinnen Williams and a first-rounder, not the other way. It wasn't a first-rounder plus Micah, which I liked that idea more because I just thought that was such shots fired at Micah. Like, I thought that's why he was doing that. But he clarified today that he misspoke. It was a one in Quinnen for Micah is what they were trying to do before they ended up moving him to the Packers.
It would be so Jets to turn that deal down.
Yeah.
No, we're cool, man. We don't need Micah Parsons and a first-round pick.
Okay, And then the other thing I wanted to get to here real quick was the Abdul Carter story. I know there was a butt cracking or a ball sacking that went along with this. Maybe we can talk about that a little bit later on. But I think the biggest takeaway here is the Cowboys ended up with the best edge in the draft in Ezeraku. Like, Abdul Carter might be more talented, but he only has 1.5 sacks. He's been suspended twice. His run defense well below league average, and Ezeraku's playing run defense like he's a veteran, and he's doing a hell of a job.
Yeah.
Think you got the best edge? Would you trade Ezeraku for Abdul Carter right now?
I'd take Abdul Carter. I would take Abdul.
He's a more talented player,
Yeah.
but we did hear that he was a headache at Penn State. There is something to be said about, locker room guys and some of that stuff. But yeah, Abdul Carter is an absolute freak, and I'm sure that, talent-wise, hopefully he gets his career together. Maybe it just won't be New York. Maybe they look to part ways.
This is the problem that we have when Zach and I and others are trying to do this draft stuff. You don't know all the off-the-field stuff. You don't know what goes on within the locker rooms. You're just evaluating the player. Abdul Carter is a better football player than Donovan Ezeraku talent-wise. Better person? Probably not, but we don't know that. I did think that Donovan Ezeraku was one of the 3 best pass rushers in the draft, but I had Carter in that list too, and Green from Marshall was my other one. So, yeah, if you gave me a choice of the two, just on talent alone, you're taking Carter.
Yeah, I think you add the run defense and you add the character and the risk of a more talented guy not hitting his potential because he just screwed up 3 weeks ago and got suspended, and now he does it again. To me, that's impulse control. That's football desire. That's respect for authority. A guy like that's just not going to hit his potential unless he's Lawrence freaking Taylor.
Well, and the thing about it, too, is you don't know that if the Giants are being such a train wreck that they're allowing that kind of stuff. And if he were to be here,
that's a good point. Yeah,
maybe it would be a different story. I think
the George Pickens thing.
Yeah, if you're a 2-12 team, you have issues. You have a lot of issues. You have an interim coach there. You have a general manager that's trying to hunt for a new coach. Yeah, is the kid perfect? No. But maybe if he was in a different situation, it might be different for him.
And maybe Kafka in the interim's trying to be heavy-handed. Like there's a new sheriff in town.
Or maybe he's getting on the phone every night and calling you trying to find another job with Andy Reid or something like that.
I'm sure he'd love to go back, and Andy would love to have him.
Yeah.
Okay, we'd love to talk more Cowboys with you. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. He is going to break down the Lions offense for you today, defense tomorrow at 3:40. We'll come back with a C-note here, Cowboys News of the Evening in the Nation.
But, Tolos, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here.
Eats has low fee products. I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something.
With combined discounts and 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
All right, welcome back. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. 682 says, my Lions are going to lose this one. Our secondary is the Legion of Whom. That's pretty good, 682. Salute to you. And, congrats on the Lions' success over the last 3 seasons, but might be coming to a bit of an end. I saw they have 5 big contracts coming up in free agency, so they really had amazing drafts. They zigged when everybody else was zagging, and they nailed all those picks and built a new identity and had a great offensive line. But as it's getting older and paid, and you can't afford to plug your gaps anymore, you got to pay your own guys. You're going to need, like every team in the NFL, a couple of great drafts can change everything very quickly. So best of luck to you on that. But man, if the Cowboys could beat these Lions, this is going to be, I think, the most excitement we've had around here in about 4 or 5 years. I mean, the first Mike McCarthy run was the last time I really believed. 2021 was the last time, and then the way that ended, I said, you know what, I'm not doing it anymore. Until they get serious about building a roster that doesn't have serious gaping holes that are easy to game plan against, I'm just not going to believe in these guys ever again. But Jerry and Steve and Will and Shoddy have got Cowboy Gavin up on that trusty steed once again. Never thought I'd see the day.
It looks good on you, man.
Thank you.
I love this optimism.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, let me start here. Hard Knocks in season with the NFC East is debuting tonight on HBO Max. This is Advantage Cowboys. When things are going bad, the last thing you want are more cameras and more people you don't recognize disrupting your routine, appearing in team meetings, appearing in the hallways. You get defensive. You get in survival mode when you're losing like Philadelphia is. And now prying faces. I think it can easily be a button pusher for the Eagles out there. So I'm calling Advantage Cowboys on this one, boys.
Love it. I think the Cowboys are pretty much used to all distractions at this point, so having some extra camera crew around I don't think is really going to be that big of a deal for them, hopefully. So, yeah, as you're watching everything that goes down in Filthy, this can only just add to that. And then Washington's having a down year. The Giants are having a terrible year. The Cowboys should be the star of this Hard Knocks show. I'm pretty pumped for it tonight.
They will
I think I would be, but I'm going to be locked in.
They will be. The Cowboys are always the star in this thing. I mean, the Giants changed the game for everybody, though, with that whole thing. When all their laundry got out, no team will ever allow that to happen again. You know, I mean, the Cowboys are getting really smart about this. I believe there was the one year they were in Hard Knocks and they kept their scouts at home so they wouldn't have to meet as a group to, with the Joneses and stuff. They wouldn't have to get that on air. So Cowboys getting a little smarter with how they're operating.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly timed, though, as they're beginning to figure it out, like behind-the-scenes enthusiasm, vibes, Shoddy doing his thing. That should be great. And I do wonder how protective Philadelphia is going to be of their dirty laundry. It doesn't appear that A.J. Brown is that, concerned about protecting anybody's feelings. So maybe we'll get a bubble-bursting moment from Philadelphia here that could, be a distraction for them.
I'd like to think the Hard Knocks cameras were there when Eagles fans were egging the house of their OC.
Yeah. That would be some good content if a ring cam picked it up.
Yeah,
like the eggs flying,
like Bill Belichick with his shirt off, walking out of his girlfriend's trailer or whatever.
Yeah,
trailer,
whatever it was.
Beach house, wasn't it?
A little beach house. I don't know.
Yeah.
We got into an egging war in high school. It went back and forth, multiple rounds.
Those are fun.
But I think we started it, and then one night we were hanging out at my buddy's house upstairs with one of the windows open with no screen, right? This is the Northwest, so like bugs and like very mild temperatures. Eggs come flying through the open window into his room. It was
crap.
It was quite unsettling. We got revenge, though, in the form of egging a 66 Mustang. My buddy Brent was really ticked off about that, but I said, man, you guys, you threw actual eggs into Jim's window, into his bedroom. What'd you expect from that point?
Jim's not going to stand for that.
So they come up with a master plan to egg my parents' house. but Jim caught wind of it, said, hey, Brent and the guys are coming by to egg your parents' house tonight. They're coming through the park.
So you got to stake out on them?
Here we go. So there's like a waist-high fence off my parents' old house in the backyard. So we're crouched down there, and we hear them coming across the park. And right before they throw the first one, we pop up and let them have it, chased them back to the Mustang there, and lit it up once again. It was a glorious evening.
Ah, man, that's all time. That is so freaking fun.
Yeah. So like the egging story is a piece of nostalgia for me.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm a little bit more pro egging than the next guy, but I mean, if you get caught for that, I think you'd be a hero in Philadelphia, wouldn't you? Like, no judge would convict you of that. Like, of course you egged at Kevin Petullo's house.
That's true. Unless you get one of those random Cowboy fan judges up there, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they would kind of like it too. I don't know.
Yeah.
But how is Dad Dawson handling waking up to maybe some daughter's friends coming and egging your home?
Oh,
how are you?
Yeah, you're getting egged by
Father Dawson wakes up in the middle of the night and his house is getting peppered.
Man, I got to tread
going on
lightly
like
here.
Gym like revenge?
Oh, no big deal.
I think the high school is getting out right about now, and we do have some pranksters. Like every weekend, there's a house getting TP'd in Sunnyvale as I'm heading to the soccer game or whatever. How would I handle it?
Revenge tour.
Yes.
Dad's getting out there and he's going to warm up the old
figure out who
arm?
it was? But I would probably want to egg the kids' vehicle. Maybe while they were at school.
Yeah.
So they'd come out after school.
That's
hot
good.
summer day. The eggs baking on the hood of his car, something like that, or her car. I don't know. But I would probably laugh it off. I'd probably get the hose out, hose it down, and we'd be fine.
Like we said yesterday, big week for the hose.
Big time.
It is. It's a huge week.
One time from LA Hose.
Yes. Very, very prevalent out there. Okay, George Pickens, after having 70 yards on slants alone in Week 13 against the Chiefs, that's another NFL high for him, by the way.
He
2025.
Yeah.
So he was asked about how teams are going to start trying to take away the slant from him. Sorry, salute to John Machota for tweeting this. I just misread it. He said it's kind of inevitable. It's going to happen regardless because I can beat it against 2-man, 3-4. It's just a window thing. There's nothing they can do to win. I got the go ball, the stop route, the slant, and now they're kind of focusing on the slant, and I still got the go ball. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing is now you got these corners that are a little bit.
They're going to bite.
They're going to bite on that slant.
Now you get a double move.
You're going to get a big dog Pickens down the sideline, toe tapper, Dak's money ball.
And his confidence on just go ahead. I'm going to find a way to beat it. It's an unstoppable play. You're not going to be able to cover me.
How often is the route that a receiver's going to run, and how often is it that you are on the same page with the quarterback branching off multiple things? Like, I know with 4 verts, it's very common. There's 3 or 4 different things we're going to do here, and everybody knows it. But down in, down out.
It's a good question, but I kind of feel like, though, that it's not always – because it's so funny in the game that I was listening to Brad, and Brad, it came down, and Brad's like, just throw the slant to Pickens. Like he calls it, and sure enough, what they do. I think it's one of those things where you're going to, they call it. I don't think it's always a quarterback and receiver type of thing. Now, I think there's things that you see that you kind of nod and you're like, okay, do this. And
this is press man. We're going long.
Yeah, we're going. Yeah, we're going to go. You're just. But man, all he has to do is he gets somebody playing a little off coverage on him. Yeah. He fakes that inside move with his. He's got his. Say he's going left to right. He just fakes that. He just does that sudden little move, and now you got that corner that bites, and now it turns vertical, and that's where you kind of take a chance on off coverage. That's where quarterback and receiver. But when it's kind of a man situation, it might be a little bit different. Like go ahead and run the route. But if it's an off coverage, that's where you might play a little game.
What are we hearing about Jadeveon Clowney, his availability? Jerry was not 100%.
It's going to be a game time decision. I know he had the neck problem against the Raiders. He got through that. He was okay against Kansas City. Now with the hamstring, they're going to work him out on Thursday and see if he can play. As we talk about Detroit's offense, this is going to be a big a big moment if he plays or not for this team, because I think you're going to need him, and I'll explain it at 3:40 why.
Do you think Trayvon was throwing any shade towards Shoddy? He says, I feel like, I don't know, everybody's different. Some coaches enforce more things than other. I guess it's a growing relationship. We were just talking about this 10 minutes ago. Is that a sign of a guy who's in, or still kind of looking at the whole Cowboys coaching staff and organization as a little sideways?
I think that, as I've said, I think that it is a sideways type of deal. I think for Diggs, this needs to be about him, and he needs to go out, play selfish. That's fine because it's going to benefit the Cowboys. So you just work on going out there for you, put good tape out there. Let's build up your value, and then let's go ahead and make something happen, and you can go mutually part ways this offseason. I think that's the best course for both teams. I'd like to hear how he said that, because I think that might kind of determine if it was a shot at Shoddy or not. But reading the quote, I didn't take it as a good thing.
No, you would imagine that he would be a little bit more like running with the squad here.
Yeah.
Like, no, this
Olive
is
branch style.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
let me start working on the vibes from my end.
Exactly. And I don't know what that says about previous coaching staffs, like how loose was McCarthy on a lot of this stuff. What has he become accustomed to? But like, he comes from a Nick Saban, Alabama program. You would think that like discipline and order and listening to the coach would be just ingrained in you.
Well, that was the Al Harris problem.
Pickett's or Diggs?
Diggs.
Oh, Diggs. I'm sorry. Diggs.
Yeah, I mean, that's why and I was advocating for Al Harris as a defensive coordinator option if you wanted to promote from within, but evidently him coddling Diggs and letting him kind of get away with a lot of this stuff.
Not evidently, it was real.
That's what happened. And that's why. And you're seeing, hey, look at Nashawn Wright and look at those Bears secondary. Al Harris is an outstanding coach. So whatever his method is, I'm not saying it doesn't work, but people at the Star didn't really love the way that he handled Diggs and let him get away with things, and he doesn't have his sponsor, as Brian would say now, anymore.
Yeah.
Very interesting. All righty. Thank you for that context. We do have the Crustaceans Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, we're going to walk you through this Detroit offense. There's a lot you need to know. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, because if you've been thinking about putting new windows in your home, it's a good thing that you did wait. Window Nation's end of the year sale is on now, 50% off, plus you can get 0% interest for 5 years. You could also ask how you can get a Cowboys jersey and a pair of tickets to an upcoming Cowboys game. Window Nation's windows stand up to the Dallas weather better than the big name brands by far. They don't get hot in the sun. They are so energy efficient, you will save significant money on your utility bills. Hundreds, if not thousands every year. And Window Nation is the best window company in the world. Forbes magazine determined so. I've had them out to the house. You can as well, and you will see for yourself their professionalism, their level of customer service and attention to detail is second to none. Our homes are number one investment, and unfortunately, if you put builder grade windows in there, or if your home has any amount of years on it, by 8 to 10 years, oftentimes the windows have lost their energy efficiency. So you go with Window Nation. They can put your new windows in one day. They're backed with a lifetime warranty and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. You're going to see why I love them and why so many North Texas love them, and why they are the official window partner of the Dallas Cowboys. So this sale is going to end real soon. End of the year sale, windownation.com. Get on there today. Window Nation, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years at windownation.com. Salute.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy is back. Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20. Plus our Lions insider Dave Burkett at 7:20. And 2 more Dave Chappelle ticket giveaways in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours. It's a Hump Day edition. Hump Day! On the Fan.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, I'm country singer Lori Morgan, and when it comes to remodeling my bathroom, I trust Zentex Remodeling Group. As a family-owned and operated business, Zentex installs bathtub, showers, and accessibility systems all in as little as one day. Save $999 on your new bath or shower system or 0% interest financing, plus a free Kohler toilet with purchase.
Just one call away, they install in a day. Call 855 for Zentex.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors. Tolos, when it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Follow here, Tolos. Let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. Simple one-day treatment, and it offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's not magic, but it sort of feels like it. They put hair where you need it most, and then bam, it begins to grow. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. Truly unprecedented stuff here at Advanced Hair. So go ahead and schedule that free consultation right now at 469-599-HAIR. Just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and you need to be next. They're the team that I personally recommend. Do not wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Last call, Hail Mary, touchdown, eh?
Welcome to the world of WinStar, the casino of the Dallas Cowboys, where 10,000 electronic games plus roulette, craps, and blackjack is just the beginning. Get lost in our two-story luxury spa, rest in one of our vast hotel towers, and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar. Please game responsibly.
With Target, gifting has never been easier. This Saturday and Sunday, Target gift cards are 10% off with Target Circle. Treat everyone on your list to something you know they'll love. Gift cards for the trendsetters, the techies, the fashionistas, the foodies, and even yourself. The perfect time to save is now. This deal is a yearly fave, so hurry. Get more gifting for your buck and save 10% on Target gift cards with Target Circle for 2 days only. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this direct.
I'm a terrible gift giver. Always have been. I'm just not very good at it. But everybody loves to eat, and that's why I love Omaha Steaks. Whether you're sending an unforgettable gift or treating yourself to everyday perfection, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now during the Cyber Sale, you can get 50% off site-wide and an extra 20% off select favorites at omahasteaks.com. Don't miss the best deals of the season and an exclusive limited time offer. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code Corey at checkout. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. The Cyber Sale is the perfect time to shop for unforgettable gifts, exclusive limited time deals, and more. Save big on unforgettable gifts with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off statewide and an extra 20% off select favorites during their Cyber Sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code Corey at checkout. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code Corey at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details.
Join the Fan and G-Bag Nation as we support the Texas Rangers Toy Drive. Tuesday, December 9th from 4 till 7 p.m. at Globe Life Field. Rangers players, alumni, coaches, and broadcasters will be signing autographs while supplies last. Fans who bring new unwrapped toys will receive a ticket to a select 2026 Texas Rangers home game. It's a fun-filled afternoon supporting a great cause. For more information, go to rangers.com/toy drive.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back
back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation here on 105.3. The Fan of Football Fix is coming up at 4 in 1 hour. Mark Schlereth, our Odyssey NFL insider, is going to join you, tell you all about what he expects in Week 14, how impressed he is with the Cowboys. I mean, he had said several times that they were down and out, maybe even suggested they weren't worth a squirt of urine. But I'd say the last 3 games might have changed Mark's opinion. We'll get the latest on that coming up in an hour. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. And thank you to our friends there at our roofers.
Greystone Roofing.
Greystone. Yeah.
Greystone-roofing.com.
Appreciate you guys for being on board for all the things you do for us. Is there anything about, before I get started, is there anything about this Detroit Lion offense that really does scare you?
It's Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery.
Yeah.
I think Jameson Williams is a guy who can get you for a couple of big plays.
Yeah.
No doubt. Or he'll put up a bagel.
Kind of a little bit of hit and miss with him, watching him play.
And it's huge games or it's a nothing burger.
Feast or famine?
Feast or famine.
Yeah.
I'll say this about the Detroit Lions. The thing that scares me the most, and even though they're so banged up along the offensive line, they're still going to try and run the ball. And I wonder, I really wonder with all the additions that Dallas has made, I think this will be the biggest test for them playing run defense. And even with, like I say, I just, if the Lions were completely healthy in the offensive line, it would be, it's a challenge. I think even with banged up guys, it's going to be a challenge just because of these 2 backs. I think these 2 backs, when we've seen some of the guys that they've played throughout the season, I think that Jahmyr Gibbs and this David Montgomery I think they're incredible. Yeah. I really do. And the thing that Dallas, Dallas will get challenged. Dallas is better inside. There's no question. They've gotten better at defensive tackle. But I just worry about the vision and the ability to cut and the ability just to have just a little space when it comes to these backs. And sometimes you don't have to be perfect when you have great backs. And there's plenty of times where I went back and watched, you know me, I always like to go back and watch all the 10-plus runs. I like 30-something of them, 35, 38, 10-plus runs. One of them was from their quarterback.
I'm surprised it was that many.
That's wild.
That was it. One of them was from the quarterback, and everything else was either Gibbs or Montgomery. They're a right-handed running team if you watch them.
Yeah, the numbers reflect that in a big way.
Yeah, they are very much a right-handed team, and that's usually going behind Penei Sewell. They got Tate Ratledge over there. He's the rookie out of Georgia. I'll say something about this offensive line. They were at one time one of the best, I think. Right now, this is not a good group. And it's not a good group because I don't think Taylor Decker, the left tackle, is particularly good.
No, he's showing the age.
He is.
Him and Sewell both not practicing today.
Yeah, he is starting to. Taylor Decker I felt like was never a strong guy, but I'm so wrong when I do the college draft stuff and I say the guy didn't play with power. I hate tackles that don't play with power. And then we've had these guys that shown up, and the Colton Millers of the world, and those kinds of guys.
Tyler Guytons.
Yeah, they don't play with power, but they end up playing.
Get the job done.
They get the job done. But Taylor Decker, you can clearly watch him play, and it's a struggle for him. He's a good foot athlete, but if you take him back, if you get under him, you could walk him right back into the quarterback. Now, the whole thing, like I said, I keep saying, I think that the plan for the Lions offensively is going to be to run the football. I don't without the wide receivers, without the skill guy, Laporta. Yeah, I just and Brock Wright is also likely not going to play in this game.
And just the general pressure that they're getting, that defenses are getting on Goff right now.
That is the thing, that if you could get him to hold the ball, that's where your sacks are going to come. Because he is not going to run away from anybody.
No.
His whole game is trying to get the ball out fast. They're very much an offense that is predicated on the run after catch.
Mm-hmm.
So you watch them play, and the routes and stuff are all that way. But they've lost some of those guys. Now Williams can play vertically and can run after catch, but overall though, not having St. Brown in there, that's a problem for them. But I could see them just, you know what, we're going to commit to running the football and seeing if Dallas is good enough. Because if it turns into, if Dallas makes them very one-dimensional where it just turns into passing, I think they can get after Goff with this offensive line.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they could with these receivers, it could be very reminiscent of like the Commanders game where they're holding these guys up and all of a sudden
they just can't get open.
They can't get open, and now Goff is having to eat the ball.
If you can get the pressure you did against Mahomes, you're going to be in good shape.
I think so too. But it is an offensive group that like it's had its challenges. It's still, I think, the explosiveness though is all from the backs, and I just keep saying this, but I just worry about them handing the ball and then Dallas missing in space, or Dallas. How about when they throw the ball to the flat?
Right.
The screens.
Oh, yeah. That'll get you.
Which was the scare with Barkley, and he popped off at least one big one.
Yeah. So to me, this is where this game really could hinge. I think it's going to hinge for both sides of the ball when it comes to, their offensive line versus your defensive line, and then vice versa. I think when this game, it sounds so cliche to say and all that, but really who wins up front? And I think Dallas is better. When it comes to their defensive line versus the Lions' offensive line at this current state.
Yeah, how dependent is their run game on Penei Sewell? You say they're right-handed.
Yeah.
He's over there along with Tate Ratledge, who's a really good run-blocking guard.
Yeah,
he struggles against the pass.
See, that's the thing with Ratledge, and you mentioned that. Penei Sewell's had his struggles with the pass, too. He's given up some pressure as well. You could watch in week one, you could watch him and Micah Parsons go at it. And Micah Parsons took him to task in that game. I went back, I watched all the sacks and what happened. They really, really struggled with teams that have. The Vikings got after him this way. The Giants got after him. When it came to the movement with their offensive or with their defensive lines, with the gap exchange stuff, with the making these guys have to switch. It was a problem for Tate Ratledge to have to deal with. The center, with Tristan Colon, he's a guy that's, he's just a guard that's having to play center. They just don't have it. They just don't have the ability that they had before. I think they got really desperate trying to go and bring back Frank Ragnow because they knew that they were kind of in a bad spot. But Dallas has an advantage with their defensive line. I don't know if they have an advantage, though, when it comes to defending these backs. That's my biggest worry going into this game for sure.
How dependent were they on film getting run blocking from their receivers and tight ends like Laporta and St. Brown?
That's how St. Brown got hurt. He was blocking downfield and got rolled up on. So yeah, these backs are. I keep saying this, but you watch them like there's just a small little sliver of a hole, a gap. And they're pressing it, and then they get through it so quickly. They get through before you have the time to react. And I know that myself, Voch Lombardi, and I did stuff on our channel. We broke down the Kansas City, how Kansas City tried to run the ball, and Dallas was able to play with really, really good run fits due to their defensive line play. I worried in this game because if all of a sudden, though, if Clowney doesn't play, and it turns into, okay, who is going to play left end against a team that's right-handed like this? Are you going to rely on Sam Williams to do this? Are you going to put Ezeraku over there to play? Because you're going to need to set the edge against these guys.
Otis is up for it, isn't he?
Yeah. Well,
if Clowney can't go, I wonder if this is an opportunity to you can now activate Perrion Winfrey. And Winfrey played some of that 5-man line at OU.
Yeah.
We've seen him do it.
Yeah.
And that might be a guy that could help to alleviate some of that.
That's Solomon Thomas.
Yeah, I think to me, with Solly, I would probably think about him more inside than I would on the edge. But, I mean, I think you need somebody with some length and going against, like, the Penei Sewell.
Yeah, that's why I like Winfrey.
See, but thing also, though...
It'd be great to see him.
But, see, the Winfrey thing is you would have to activate him because they're going to work out Clowney the day of the game.
Right.
So you're going to have to, your activations, you're going to have to be ready to go with that.
He's going to have to travel and be ready.
Yeah, he's going to have to be ready to go. So I think it's really, really important in this game that they get that edge play. And they have been getting it from Clowney, and they have been getting it from Ezeraku. I just don't, if Dallas becomes compromised at that edge spot, the Lions could have some success here. With the way that they run it, that's my biggest worry about this Lions team is Gibbs and Montgomery and Dallas not having a great answer of getting off blocks and making plays before these guys get going downhill.
But as challenged as they should be in the passing game, what's it going to take for Detroit to win this game? Is it 30 carries at 6 yards a pop?
Dan Campbell can make this a really ugly game. Now, what you can do is, if you're Dallas's offense, is you find a way to make Detroit have to score along with you.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden it turns into you take the running game away from them.
Because they're not really built to be able to play a shootout.
That's right.
Right now, with how banged up they are.
With how banged up they are, they're not. They're absolutely not.
Scoring first, protecting the edges.
Let's go for it.
I like it, Brian. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Krusty's
you.
Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. He will preview the Lions defense for you tomorrow. We got a football fix coming up, old Chuck.
Let's do it. Cowboys jealousy and the bowl sack of the year. That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you, though, because if you don't feel like yourself anymore, you've gotten a little bit older, our body stops producing testosterone at the rate that we do in our younger years. By the time we're late 20s, early 30s, it can happen to you. It happens to the best of us. It's not to be ashamed of or embarrassed about. It's natural, okay? That's Father Time doing its work. But we can fight back against Father Time these days, and Men's T Clinic is the best place to do it. They have the medical experts on staff to monitor everything that needs to be monitored so you can get optimized, feel amazing, perform better, have higher quality of life, less health problems, maybe trim some fat, add some muscle. Men's T Clinic can do all this for you, and with their medical professionals that I mentioned, they can make sure everything's safe. Make sure everything is good to go in every way possible. You're going to love Men's T Clinic, and once you get your hormones optimized, you're going to see what we've been talking about here on The Fan since Men's T Clinic opened up their first location there in Addison years ago. They now have 5, and they're going to open up a 6th in Fort Worth in the Alliance area coming up in early 2026. So congrats to you, Tarrant County. Got another Men's T Clinic, and we'll be at another one real soon, and we love it because it's not just optimizing your hormones. They also have the best hair replacement therapies, bedroom wellness. They have the stuff that pro athletes use to get back in the game when they're recovering from injuries, natural regenerative joint therapies. They got it all. Tell them we sent you. mensteclinic.com, 972-GO Men's T. Get in, get out, and get back to being you with Men's T Clinic.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New England Patriots are exactly what their record says they are. At 11-2, they're the best team in the AFC. And under Mike Vrabel, they've been transformed, having gone from one of the most incompetent offenses last year to one of the 7 best in almost every measurable category. Their defense, too, has had an utter turnaround because Vrabel is a stone-cold winner. With Drake May playing well in year 2 and that defense getting better and better, watch out for New England. I'm Bill Ryder.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Fort Worth, get ready. Your Uncle Julio's on Camp Bowie. It's making his big return unexpected break. We've been hard at work behind the scenes, rebuilding, refreshing, and re-imaging your favorite spot.
We've added new menu items, fresh decor, and beautiful landscaping, all while keeping those mesquite-grilled favorites you can't stop craving. Your patience and loyalty have meant the world to us, and we can't wait to open our doors once again, welcoming you back to Fort Worth's hometown Tex-Mex since 1989.
Thanks for waiting, Fort Worth. Your table's almost ready at Uncle Julio's.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it quits working. It's time to call the doctor, Garage Door Doctor. We've been Houston's go-to for over 35 years, and now the doctor is in the Big D. No subcontractors, just pros who show up and fix it right. If your garage door is loud, slow, or letting bugs in, don't ignore the symptoms. Call Garage Door Doctor. We've been all over Texas, and now we're right here in the Big D. Call Garage Door Doctor or schedule online at garagedoordoctor.biz and ask about our $29.99 tune-up special.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And we are, living it up, getting ready for this Cowboys-Lions game. Join Lucius and I at Choctaw Casino up there just across the border Thursday. We'll do a couple hours of the Nation, then hand it off to the pregame. We'll be hanging out, getting you ready for the game, gambling it up probably. I can't help it.
Probably.
You know,
Probably. He's going to get
down.
that itch.
Yeah. Probably some blackjack.
Dude, you're going to win.
You going to put some cowboy wagers down?
Play some poker.
Put
They
the
do have
Super
a
Bowl.
sports book up there, don't they?
Put the Super Bowl wager in, bro.
Yes.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, there we go.
Put some division champion odds for us, too.
Okay, I'll load up on
Cowboys
that.
to win the
I'll
East.
load up on that for sure.
I'll
That
put a
sounds-
5-ski on it.
Okay, it's got to be what? 10 to 1, 20 to 1, 25 to 1 probably to win the division right now.
Can you do the Googles? Can you find our odds? I'm getting mad.
I'm going to do a little odd search right now.
We're going to cash in.
I'm
big
on
time.
this. I'm on
Cowboys
this.
Super Bowl odds 500 to 1 right now. We should have did it like 2 months ago when it was like 40,000 to 1. That would have been the opportunity of a lifetime.
You're right.
But,
I mean, plus 5,000.
All right.
Plus $5,000. Yes, that's an easy hundo.
Love it.
Yeah, sprinkling some.
That's for the Super Bowl, by the way. For
Okay.
the division, let me see.
Oh, okay.
Is that just to get in or win?
5,000 to 100 or 5,000 to 1.
Yeah, it's plus 5,000.
Okay, so that assumes the $100 bet. That'd be a nice little payday. That's
love it.
50 to 1.
I like
Is that right?
it.
50 to 1.
I'm here.
My math's just all right, but I think I nailed that one. Here's Wolchuk. He is here, and he's got your daily football fix.
All righty. 877-881-1053. Give me your Cowboys X Factor down the stretch, because that's exactly what the power rankings have done here on ESPN. That's ESPN. They stacked up the power rankings, and I think they're shafting our Cowboys here, man.
Huh.
And we're at 15.
Adam Schefter?
Yeah, well, I got a Schatz stat for you too.
Okay.
Wait, we got Shafters, we got Shat stats.
I got a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. By the way, it looks like plus 50 or plus 550 to plus 700 to win the division.
Love those odds too.
I'll take them.
Not as good, but we'll take them.
Of course.
Not bad.
I mean, if the computers say it's a 10% chance you win the division, but
they should be better.
The sports books are only offering you 7.5.
Yeah,
it's not great value.
No, we should.
They're taxing that ass a little bit too much. I mean, give me 9, right?
I'm with you. Let's go. That is a little lower.
There's 25% juice on that for the house.
What's Vegas now? Down a little bit.
Well, hell, I believe they have a great chance of going to the Super Bowl if they get in, so I'll just make the Super Bowl bet.
Super Bowl bet's probably the way to go.
Go big or go home.
Now, we did move up from 19 to 15 on these power rankings after beating the Chiefs.
Before you do that, just go ahead and call our place and get some brisket Sandos sent over before you just waste that money.
Okay, yeah, I'll call the lodge.
If you're thinking about really like, oh no, it's worth it, man. No, just go ahead and buy us all brisket Sandos then.
512 says Oklahoma doesn't allow sports betting, but they have a sports book up there. So was that just for watching the games while you bet online?
That could be.
I mean, I have no problem going to bet online. I'll just go offshore. That's what it takes.
I've never gone into a sports book there. I didn't even know there was one.
I didn't know there was one at Choctaw. But, I mean, they've done so many renovations.
The WinStar is the one I go to. I'm sorry. I mean, no offense. I mean, I haven't been to the other one. I want to go to
Choctaw.
I want to go to
is
both.
Incredible.
If I can. Yeah.
And I mean, they both are fun. But Choctaw's done a lot to remodel, add some stuff, and the shows that are supposed to be fantastic.
Like Kansas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Point of no return.
I mean, I got a story right here. Canby pens a sports book deal with Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. I'll look into this. Back to Wolchuk.
All right. 15. That's where the Cowboys are. And it says X Factor for the final stretch.
Power ranking, we're
Todd
15?
Todd Archer. Trayvon Diggs. He's saying it's the X Factor. Diggs hasn't played since mid-October. We know.
Archer might know something.
But he was designated for return from IR Sunday. He suffered that in-home concussion, was placed on IR to help the right knee soreness that had developed. He's not playing at his Pro Bowl level. But perhaps he can find that form in the Cowboys defense that has improved with the additions of Quinnen Williams, DeMarvion Overshown, Savone Revel, and Logan Wilson. Diggs would provide another playmaker as the Cowboys fight for a playoff spot. Would you agree? Diggs is the X factor for the final stretch. And I do like the idea from the text here. Maybe you play Diggs at end. Come on.
I'd rather play with 10.
No? Yeah,
Diggs,
you're right.
Diggs at end. That would be.
You don't think he can set the edge?
Shoddy doesn't even want him to play safety.
You don't think he's got the play temperament for that?
I don't think he's. I don't think
he
he's.
can claw with the fingernails. Finch. I agree. But it was a funny haha right there.
Also, let me say this. I don't think he's that much of an X factor, but because I think they could be fine with even if he doesn't play that much or play that well. But if he does snap back into early 2023 form, when we saw that version of Trayvon Diggs who could still go get the ball and he was tackling more, he He made quite a few business decisions in the 6 or 7 games that he played this year before the concussion or knee or whatever got him. But yes, if you can get that level of Diggs where for the first time we get to enjoy Diggs and Bland as not shut down corners but very good corners who can take the ball away, then they will win out. They will win out, and they will get to the Super Bowl if that happens.
Yeah, if you've got a locked-in version of Diggs, then yeah. I mean, I do think he has the ability to do that. Right now, I am wondering, is him not being part of this team addition by subtraction with him not playing? Because if he is going to have a negative attitude, this team has the right mojo going on. They got the right formula. Things are cooking, and this is positive. You don't need a bad egg coming in here and messing with this, all right? Their aura right now. This thing is arrows pointing up. I don't need somebody that's now humming and hawing, screw flu, screw shoddy. Diggs, stay the hell away. You're going to come in here with a negative attitude. I don't need you around.
I'm with you. And I don't want any part of seeing David Montgomery or Jahmyr Gibbs in the open field. And there's Trayvon Diggs. That's.
It could be a scary thought. It could give us nightmares.
That's going to be.
Could be
like
George Kittle 2.0.
A not safe for work situation.
Or he might smack him like he did Jamar Chase against the Bengals to win that game. Where's that guy? That's the guy I want. That's the dude I want on my wall. But the problem is, you get it maybe, 5% of the time?
Something like that.
Can he give me that 90% of the time?
There's such an unknown with that player right now.
Yeah, who knows?
There is such an unknown.
I did like this from Jeff Howe of The Athletic, quote, from NFL executive. I'm jealous of their offensive players when talking about the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh.
Damn right you are. People are jealous of us.
I'll tell you what, that Will McClay, he'll tell you a lot. Will McClay off the record.
Man,
you think that's like a Flanoy thing or something? Or?
I think it's Flanoy. I think it's absolutely the fact
it's Lipke.
You got Lipke. I mean, you got Brevin Spann-Ford catching touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. You got Nate Thomas as a backup offensive lineman. TJ Bass can't even see the field. Brock Hoffman can't see the field.
This is Nate Hoffman. This is Nate Thomas's first start on the road.
Yeah, and they do still need to prove the road stuff.
They got to prove the road stuff.
This is going to be a loud environment. You're not going to get the friendly, even though it felt like a little bit of a home game at times the last 2 weeks. A lot of Eagle fans, a lot of Chief fans. But once you start to get rolling, all of a sudden, here you go. Now you got that home cooking. So this will be a good one. But Williams is almost to 1,000 yards. I think he's like 54 yards shy. CeeDee Lamb and Pickens are both looking like they're going to be. CeeDee's close to going over 1,000. Pickens already has. He hit that mark in 12 games. The only player who's got more receiving yards this year than Pickens is Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rockwell's own. Yeah. He's phenomenal. But yeah, I could understand execs around the league looking over what the Cowboys have going on offense and saying, I'm pretty jealous too. Best damn wide receiver duo.
Had a chance to trade for Pickens, a lot of them.
They did, and a lot of them were scared. Said, no, I don't want that guy. Could he be a bad egg? Well, he's been a good egg. Been a very good egg so far with the Cowboys.
It's like
that's not an egg I'm trying to throw at a house.
It's like a pasture-raised sort of egg.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to cost you like $10 a dozen.
That's straight out of the chicken. And what came first, the chicken or the egg?
I still think it was the chicken.
I do, too. Abdul Carter was benched, okay? Now, the ball sack report from an absolute butt-cracking savant that goes by the name of Wesley Steinberg put out that he was going to miss the first drive of the game for disciplinary reasons because he got caught doing an old Charles Haley, okay? He was watching corn, as the kids would say these days, in a team meeting when his headphones disconnected and everybody could hear, and it's embarrassing. And you know what? That would be embarrassing. Problem is, people ran with this. They all thought it was real.
We've gotten texts about it today.
Yes.
Of listeners thinking that was a real story.
Let's set the record
straight. He will never
straight.
recover from that.
People will forever think that. Like those that aren't listening to the airwaves right now or another show that has cleared the air on this and let everybody know that is a fake report. You have been ball sacked. You have been butt cracked at the highest order. Anything from Wesley Steinberg, he is a fraud. He is a fugazi, fairy dust. Not real. But he did get disciplined. And here was Abdul Carter post-game on that. Abdul.
Second time in 3 weeks that you didn't start. What happened?
Happens.
What happened?
I ain't gonna get into detail. Like I said, happens. Why, Abdul? Like, for asking me the same question, I just answered.
He was frustrated, and maybe not the best way to handle that. When you know,
I wonder if he knew that report was out. Like, at least dispel it. At least say, I will tell you one thing. I was not watching adult content without my headphones because I'm very, very cautious about making sure the headphones are
definitely make sure.
like most people, I mute the thing anyways. I think if the battery went out, would it pause it or would it just start playing the audio over the phone? I don't know.
I'm not aware. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is. I think if it's your phone and you have headphones in and the headphones pop out, I think it does stop.
Like, could it Bluetooth to another device? And now everybody it goes to the TV on the monitor of the team meeting?
Oh, yeah. If
now you've got an issue.
That's worst case.
This didn't happen. It is a fake report. But if it did, we're just spitballing ideas on what could have happened. But he did take to Twitter to try and clear the air on this, and he was upset. This thing got over 20 million views as of this morning. The fake tweet did. So, yeah, I mean, this thing's gone viral. You had Underdog NFL putting it out. I mean, that's why I'm a Prize Picks person. Prize Picks didn't share it. But, you've got issues. Carter responded, said, "Stop slandering my name, real bleep." He used the S word again. And if you believe that BS, you stupid. Then he deleted that message. You should have kept it up. You needed the clarification out there. People believe this, Abdul Carter. I do wonder, do the Giants look to trade him? And if they do, I don't know, has Shotty built enough culture where you raise your hand? You say, I'm interested. Bring him in. He's the best damn player on the board, in my opinion.
I would say he's probably in the top 5 on their board last year.
Right? Had to be.
Yeah.
Gosh. Now, Jackson Dart, idiot. This guy's a schmuck. This dude, ask my dude, as Tate Martell used to say, I don't think he's going to be very good. But he's definitely not going to have a long NFL career if he continues to have this feeling. I get it. It's the NFL. All right, you're a quarterback. You want to show toughness. He gets blasted on the sideline last night. It was a legal hit. I love what the Giants did in his defense. We've seen the Cowboys. Andy Dalton's laying face down on the ground in Washington. Nobody does anything to go ahead and stand up for Andy Dalton. But Jackson Dart, inbounds, has a foot inbounds, gets hit on the sideline last night. Christian Ellis comes over.
Smashed.
Absolutely. I mean, legs go flying up like he's the Wicked Witch of the West, okay? It was hilarious. But now here come the offensive linemen. There's a fight. It breaks out. Here's Dart post game. Dude, can you protect yourself a little bit?
Sounds like a broken record. Jackson, just asking you about the hits, taking them, protecting yourself, and things like that. Is there anything different?
No. Look, I understand the question, but this is football. I'm gonna get hit if I'm in the pocket or outside the pocket. I feel like I've played this way my whole entire life. This shouldn't be any shocker to anybody if you've followed along with my career. And we're not playing soccer out here. You're gonna get hit. Things happen. It's part of the game.
It's part of the game.
Shots fired at Dawson's favorite sport.
We're not playing soccer out here. Although it did look like he took a big flop. But it
tougher sport than a lot of people think. Maybe he should have played soccer if he's going to play football like this. You might want to think about changing your play style a little bit.
Quarterback, Jackson.
Yeah.
I get it. You want to be tough. And I think a lot of other players, and if you're playing a different position, I love that response. You've got to be smarter than that.
Yeah.
You are the most important person on the field. You're the quarterback. You've got to take care of yourself. If you're not available, what good are you to the team? And if they lose you, if any team loses their starting quarterback, unless you've got Jameis,
right, which
you're
they
screwed.
Do.
Right?
Yeah, I think
he hasn't won a game.
It goes back to why I don't think he's going to be a good player. I just don't think he's processing the game that well. He's a great athlete with a good arm. Yeah. Right, and but everything from the time he takes off and scrambles to when he's in there in the pocket, it just looks like his brain's going 1,000 miles an hour and his body's trying to keep up.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah. It definitely has not slowed down.
It's the Scadaboo effect. They're good buddies, and they just have this I want to run through a brick wall even when I don't have to.
Respect it, dude. I appreciate your mentality. That's awesome. But you've got to be smarter. You are the quarterback.
Those two are going to have a fun 4-year career.
Maybe if they can get to 4. Real quickly, just to pay off on the Shats tweet, stat. Ravens Steelers on Sunday. More playoff leverage than any game this season. All right? If the Ravens win based on his Shat simulation, Ravens 70% chance to make the playoffs, Steelers 23%. Steelers win, it goes up to Steelers 75%. The swing is Ravens 21%. What an incredible flip. And we got our first flex. Packers-Bears, Sunday Night Football, December 20th. Eagles-Commanders, they got kicked out. They're booted to the afternoon slot that day. So I love a good flexi.
I do too, and I love a good sports bet. I did have to go online, and Oklahoma, they did this deal with this provider that can give them the technology, the access to the software to do the sports gambling and everything, but it's still not legal up there in Oklahoma. So this was like maybe a marketing or a precursor to it becoming legalized. So it's going to be just blackjack for me, probably, maybe some craps. I've never had a good craps experience. You're at the casino, and the people having the most fun are at the craps table. They're having a ball. It's like a party over there. But every time I'm like a cooler in craps, so
because you hate people.
Maybe that's the case. I haven't whittled it. I haven't narrowed it down to a precise reason.
Interact with
you
people.
You got to get the vibes going, the mojo going. There's room for a quiet guy at a craps table, isn't there?
No, because everybody thinks you're kind of betting against them.
Sometimes I do. I think Jeff put me onto that strategy where you bet the no pass line. Yeah. It can be very profitable, but people look at you sideways when you do it. So I'm still looking for my ideal craps opportunity. I was in Vegas a couple of years ago with some buddies, and they were riding these massive swings. They're like, one time I'd see them, they're like, yeah, we're down $5,000. I'm like, and you're not catching the next plane out of here? Like, what the hell's going on? They're like, we're going to win it back. I bump into them before we left. They're like, yep, we're even. Yeah. Mission accomplished. And they were on those damn craps tables for like 20 hours. Okay, we got some more sports coming up here, Chief. What are we doing? Little Hodge?
Yeah, we got a little sports hodgepodge. This Mavs rookie duo needs some love, and not everyone is built for the SEC next in the nation.
Tell you what I'm built for, though, and that is checking out that EastDallasDiesel.com website. My gosh, East Dallas Diesel, that is the place you need to go if you are looking for your next truck. They got the most badass trucks in the game, and it is a Tolo Truck Tuesday. That's right, Tolo Truck Tuesday at East Dallas Diesel with my guy Tony Alberti and the entire crew. And right now, they're highlighting a 2022 BMW M4 Competition X Drive. Oh yeah, this thing is gorgeous. Carbon bucket seats, driving assistant professional package, active driving assistant pro. They got the executive package in this thing. They got the shadow line lights, adaptive LED headlights, carbon fiber trim. The retail price, what they're selling it for right now, go ahead and check that thing out. Or you can go into the showroom, look at it right now. It is absolutely gorgeous. And hey, look, if that's not your flavor, they've got something else for you when it comes to East Dallas Diesel Motor Cars or East Dallas Diesel when it comes to the truck game. They got everything from custom wheels, tires, lifted rigs. They got, of course, the BMWs, the Bentleys, the Corvettes, the Escalades. Hey, Tony loves his Range Rovers. I'll say that. If you're interested in a Range Rover, Tony's going to be able to make that happen for you. But they also got Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it. And when it comes to financing, East Dallas Diesel is going to work with you. Find the best deal possible no matter that budget. So it's the holiday season. Treat yourself. Tony's even going to put that sexy red bow on there for you so you're feeling like, hell yeah, I'm living my dream. Business owners, if you need to spend some money right now for tax purposes before the end of the year, get yourself a new ride at EastDallasDiesel.com. Check them out today, EastDallasDiesel.com, or stop by that showroom. Tell them Wolchuk sent you.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys are in the Motor City to take on Detroit. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 4 Thursday afternoon with the Cavaliers kickoff at 7:15 Thursday night.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. I'm excited to announce the new Berkey's MVP membership plan, the only plan you need to maintain all of your home's vital systems, including plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical. Benefits include priority scheduling, no service fees during the week, and member discounts on repairs. Join MVP today for only $19.75 per month in honor of our 50 years of serving DFW. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
Get ready for the most electrifying holiday event, the Cowboys Christmas Extravaganza, powered by Reliant at the Star in Frisco. From November 21st to December 20th, join us every Friday and Saturday night for a performance featuring the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, Dallas Cowboys Rhythm and Blue, Rowdy, Santa Claus, and appearances from your favorite Cowboys legends. Best of all, the show is free and open to the public. For details, visit thestardistrict.com. Don't miss out out on the holiday magic.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up. You'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app and use promo code MASTERPIECE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit www.nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable. On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouTexas.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with over 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit StandByYouTexas.com or call 888-672-2583 to renew your coverage today.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time for Cyber Monday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy the lowest prices of the year on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at
Shoot Chat, welcome back. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time here for a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. Okay, Mark Schlereth is coming up here in about 15 minutes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's Eric Chiafalo with your Sports Hodgepodge.
Oh, boy, the Mavs have quite the rookie duo. Let's do it right now.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is
you
the
guys?
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
How about Ryan Nembhard, friend of the program now? He hopped on with us to kick the show off today at 2 o'clock. Check that out if you missed it. 28 points, 10 assists, 3 boards, no turnovers, and just super efficient from the field. 12 of 14, 4 of 5 from downtown. Last night, you had a professional point guard running the show. You had Anthony Davis at the 5, and you want to see Anthony Davis there. And you want to see him with a real point guard. Keep him healthy for a few more weeks. Drive up that value, and then go ahead and flip him maybe to Chicago. But
I think you flip the switch to off with all of his minutes now, okay? If these people were trying to drive a hard bargain saying he needs to prove he can play, I think he did that last night.
There you go.
So who wants him?
He did it in the altitude versus the Joker.
Yeah, and I wonder how frustrating it was for Nembhard at the beginning of the season. It's like, hello, I was one of the best floor generals in the NCAA last year. Been playing really high-level basketball, point guard for a long time. You got Cooper Flagg out here starting a point guard. So I'm glad they got him in. I don't know how many more nights you're going to have like you had last night, but as part of the rotation, he definitely belongs.
I mean, no question. If you're trying to win basketball games right now, like that was the first like professional point guard game that you got to see this season. And the way he was able to rock and roll in the pick and roll, like he put on a masterclass, and with some nice finishes at the rim as well. Mm-hmm. And then you have Cooper Flagg doing what he's doing right now, and this is a comfort zone for him where you have Anthony Davis back there. He's drawing attention. Nembhard is facilitating, and you let Cooper Flagg just go be himself. And the way he is defensively is just ridiculous. And the way he's able to finish with his left hand has been, incredible to watch. Like his comfort level finishing with his left is a heck of a lot better than I anticipated it being. But Cooper Flagg, Western Conference Rookie of the Month for I guess it's like October and November. Is the way they go ahead and do that.
So amazing. You've got Luka and you've got Brunson as the players of the week in both conferences. You just drafted your next version.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got Nembhard and Flagg, man. That's the future.
That is a pretty nice rookie duo.
We can just pray and hope.
Yeah,
Nembhard's the next Jalen Brunson. That would be a hell of a development.
He's got the makings.
Still out on Brunson?
I thought I was in on keeping him by the time the playoff series had ended.
And maybe it was just copium that he was with the Knicks. You were all like, he's too small. And maybe Nembhard, same thing. But gosh, if he can find a way to make last night the norm for him, that can be special.
And he had a couple of other pretty good games. Like opening night, I think it was 8 points and 6 assists in about 15 minutes. Then he played against the Lakers in their first matchup and had 17 and 6 assists and not high. So, yes, sometimes the league just misses, and I think the league's going to miss more and more on short guys. And if you're trying to build a championship-level team, if you have any short guy in your starting lineup, you're not going to win many playoff series against great teams. I still wholeheartedly believe that. But I think he's going to have a good career. Congrats to the Nembhards. They're 2 for 2 and undrafted guys who are damn good NBA players.
Yeah, no question. That's a pretty special family dynamic right there. But love having Ryan Nembhard, and now he's a friend of the program, so that's even better. Okay, now moving into the world of college football. This is crazy.
Oh, the coaching news today, it's been awesome.
Well, how about the recruiting news? We already talked about the Vandy quarterback.
Wednesday's the
or
day.
Georgia quarterback,
Signing
whatever.
day.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
what do we got?
But 4-star wide receiver, Fat Rat Brown.
Okay, now you're doing bits.
Fat Rat.
Has committed to Virginia Tech.
Fat Rat Brown?
Yeah, he's a Richmond, Virginia kid, and he was committed to Penn State, but now James Franklin comes into his backyard. He's like, you know what? I'll stay home. I'll stay home.
More of a Fat Pat guy, but I'm going to give him a chance.
Literally.
He just goes from a place that was impossible to get to a place that's more impossible to get to.
Well,
traveling to either one of those schools is impossible.
He just cares about being alongside his guy, James Franklin.
Yeah.
But Fat Rat, his first name, Fat Rat.
A wide receiver named Fat I'm kind of into here.
Is it hyphenated or all one word?
The way I'm seeing
it.
it.
Is it a PH or with an F?
It's FAT, no space, capital RAT. Fat Rat.
Fat Rat.
I can't believe it's real.
Respect.
Did you look up?
That'll be the one seed.
Did you look up to see if there was a real name?
Well, it's got to be a nickname.
Of course, he's from New York, eating all that street pizza.
Yeah, dude. Fat Rat.
How big is Fat Rat?
That's a real player. He's 6'2", $190.
Oh, good size.
It's a big Fat Rat. I can't believe that's a real name. What parents are doing these days
Did you look it
is
up
jarring.
There? Did you look it up there, Wooly?
I think his real name is Devin or Davion. Davian Fat Rat Brown.
Okay.
But I think Fat Rat sounds better.
Fat Rat Brown. I like
a Mike Shanahan face. Is that where he's coming up with that? Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. You don't look at his face and think about Fat or Rat. So I don't know how he earned that name, but kudos to him.
Maybe the same way Dabo did.
Sweeney.
I don't remember how Dabo got his name.
He was saying Dat Boy over there.
Oh.
When he was like 2 or 3.
Okay.
Everybody was Dat Boy.
It'll stick.
Yeah.
Fat Rat.
I like what the ACC network is doing.
Yeah.
Sending a clear message to the CFP committee.
Yeah.
But they're out. They don't care anymore.
Like, don't boot Duke or Virginia out of this thing.
No, they're trying to get Miami in instead
Over
of Notre
Virginia?
Dame.
Come on, let Chandler Morris into the playoff, baby. He's earned it.
Well, we'll see if he earns it.
Hell, he will. He's not losing to Duke.
All right. Well, the ACC network over the next 2 days is playing the Miami Notre Dame game 8 times.
That's awesome.
That's their entire programming. It's like ridiculousness on MTV. It's just like if you go to the ACC network over the course of the next 48 hours, you're just going to see Miami beating Notre Dame over and over again as a friendly reminder to the College Football Playoff Committee. So I do appreciate what the ACC is doing from that standpoint. Now, elsewhere in college football, did you guys know that Lane Kiffin had a dog named Juice while he was at Ole Miss?
Yeah, the dog used to run and get the tea and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was a fan favorite.
I didn't know about this. Carter, I heard Carter talking about it.
The dog's name was Juice Kiffin. Everybody was under the impression that it was actually Lane Kiffin's dog. Turns out that it wasn't, and he hasn't even been living with Lane Kiffin, and the whole thing was just a big show.
So he was posting it and acting like it was his.
Yeah, so Juice Kiffin is staying at Ole Miss, where he belongs with his rightful owners, and he's not going to LSU.
So they just rename him Juice Golding?
I guess.
Juice Williams, maybe?
I guess they're maybe
the Illinois quarterback.
Back in the day,
They should pivot to Fat Rat. Just punt on the Juice altogether.
Just change the dog's name from Juice to Fat.
The other SEC dog that needs mentioning here, Smokey.
That's the Tennessee mascot.
Sure is. Retiring.
Oh.
Is he a bear?
It's a dog.
Dog.
Oh, Smokey the Bear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue Tick Coonhound.
Blue Tick Coonhound, yeah.
And he was only the mascot for, this was like his second season. Huh. And
too much pressure.
He's just not built for it.
Yeah.
Just simply not built for.
Can't handle the loud noise and the lights going off. It's like peeing all over the field.
Yeah. He was not much of a showman, and you get 100,000 people there at Neyland Stadium. You get the lights, all the action,
flickering lights.
He was not here for it. Yeah. So Smokey XI is out.
Will he go down as one of the worst?
Yeah, I think so.
Will he get voted down by the other ones?
There's no doubt. If you do a Smokey Power Rankings, he's going to have to be dead last.
He's kind of like Lane Kiffin. He was only there for a year.
Yeah, dude.
Do they do anything special for the retirement here? Like maybe he knows.
No, they just walk into the end.
I don't special treatment afterwards.
Not seeing any ceremonies here.
Might have old yellered him.
But it's a cutthroat business, man. He's not cut out for it. So R.I.P. Smokey mascot.
What does Smokey get for retiring?
Did he tell everybody he wasn't up to it?
I think he was giving off the impression. Yeah, maybe behind closed doors he had a sit-down conversation.
They had like a Dr. Phil in Knoxville. Smokey, what's the problem? Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. Sorry, Smokey.
I love it. Sports Hodgepodge is in the books here for this Tuesday. And we got Mark Schlereth coming up, our Odyssey NFL insider, talk to us about the Cowboys and the rest of your Week 14 NFL storylines coming up next. In the G-Bag Nation, I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing, though, because I love D&M. It's the only way I acquire new vehicles in DFW. And if you're looking for one, call D&M right now, see what they can do for you. Payments up to 50% less compared to buying, because we only pay for the part of the vehicle we're going to use, then we turn it back in for another new one. Plus, nothing down, nothing due for 60 days, so you can free up some budget for yourself for the holidays. You won't have a payment until you get to February. That's right, the Easy Lease from D&M Leasing. It's available for you right now. Just give them a call from any local area code in 35 Lease, and then tell them what you want. Any make, any model. You know, there's so many great reasons that the D&M Easy Lease is the most consumer-friendly lease in the market. They win all the national and international awards for the best leasing company that's out there. But, you know, one of my favorites is just call them, tell them what you want. They deliver it. You sign the documents in a phone app. They drive away with the old one and give you the highest trade-in value possible for your old vehicle. So any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV, think about what you want. Is it the new truck? Is it the new sports car, sedan? You know, some of these crossovers are looking like station wagons. So they can put you in a station wagon. You know, they might not call it that anymore, but that's what it looks like to me. I don't know what you want, but I do know D&M Leasing is the best way to acquire it. So without any further ado, give them a call right here on your ride home. 972-817-214-35 Lease. Go to dmautoleasing.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, Stars Rangers and a Stars report card a third of the way through the season. That and who do you fear on the Lions? Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It's Conference Championship Week in college football. My favorite play is in the Conference USA title game between Kennesaw State and Jacksonville State. Jack State gave the Owls their only loss in conference play this season. Kennesaw State turned the ball over 4 times in that game and only lost by 9. They take care of the ball this time around, they should win and cover. Give me the Owls -2.5. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smart and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. For Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. Orange. My name's Jen. Right, but I just heard this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit. Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Those are those.
Saffron what?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron What?
follow everything, and I try to look at, if I can't, watch the whole game, I at least check out the highlights and all that kind of stuff. But obviously on Thanksgiving Day, what else are you going to do besides sit around and be fat? And so it's exactly what I did. And I just am so impressed with, they get their pieces back on the offensive line. I thought they did a really good job just coming off the ball, doing those things. Javonte Williams, he was here in Denver. He was so exciting as a rookie. Then he tears he just rips that knee up. And the last 2 years here in Denver, it hasn't looked good. And to me, he's right there with the comeback player of the year. Because it just is to watch what he's doing right now is pretty incredible. Dak, I've always been a big Dak fan. We've talked about that. What you guys have on the outside with Lamb and Pickens has just been incredible. And all of a sudden that defense is playing. Clark is playing, and Odighizuwa, and then Quinnen Williams. And it just looks like you've completely revamped your whole football team. And where it was hey, we'll just give up big plays like it's our job. That whole football team has a different vibe to it, man. And good for Shoddy. Have so much respect for Shoddy as a play caller over the years, and had so much respect for Shoddy's father, of competing against Marty all the years that I did when I was in Denver and he was coaching the Kansas City Chiefs. So I'm blown away, and I could legitimately see Dallas taking over, usurping Philadelphia for the crown of the NFC East. I could definitely see that, the way Philly's reeling right now and the way they're playing.
How much does momentum matter right now, not just for Dallas and Philly, but also Detroit, who they have here in just a couple of days? They seem like they might be on the ropes a little bit, but how much is it week to week, or does the slide beget more sliding at this point in the season?
Yeah, well, I think it's both ways. It's if you're on a hot streak, man, you have that momentum, you have that confidence, you continue to play that way. And for Detroit, they figured it out offensively. They were awesome, and yet they still find a way to lose on a fourth down play that Green Bay converts. So I just look at that right now and say, man, there's nobody in the NFC that's any hotter than Dallas. Coming back from 21 points down against Philadelphia, where they just didn't look like they were together at all, and giving up some big plays and tightening it up, and all of a sudden making the big plays and not giving up the big plays, and scoring 24 unanswered, and then putting it on the Kansas City Chiefs on Thanksgiving Day, like back-to-back huge wins. That's got to boost your confidence, got to make you feel good about what you're doing. So, to me, there's nobody right now in the NFC that's hotter than the Dallas Cowboys over the last couple of weeks. So, I didn't think I'd be saying that at this point in the season. The way the season started out, and like I said, how bad they were defensively. So, it's pretty cool to see.
Gosh, what a difference 3 weeks
That's
makes.
like eating a turd sandwich right there. Me talking about Dallas,
Yes.
pretty cool to as my former Redskin days. That actually, I'm going to have to wash my mouth out with soap. But in all honesty, as much as I have certain disdain for teams, and Dallas is one of those teams from my Redskin days. I love watching good football. I love the good stories, and I think it's pretty cool what they're doing right now.
Yeah, be careful eating those turds. It might turn you into an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
Well, you had to love seeing the Chiefs lose again, though. At least the Cowboys were doing so, beating one of the other teams you probably have disdain for.
Right. I hate the Chiefs more probably than I hate the Cowboys. So, I found myself rooting big time for the Cowboys in that game. And to watch a Chiefs team that just can't quite figure it out after all these years of watching them figure it out in the critical moments, and just being like, oh gosh, again, here we go again. To see them not be able to get that done right. And, I was making fun of them on the Stink of Truth podcast, as I'm apt to do. And I was like, from where I sit right now as a Broncos fan, I can't even see the Chiefs. Are you guys back there? What are you guys doing back there? I can't even see him, so that makes me very, very happy, as you can imagine.
Mark, I imagine on Thanksgiving you soaked in a little bit of that Lions and Packers game. What do you make of these Lions right now? What's wrong with them?
Yeah, they just, offensively, they put it together a little bit. It just, Like, their offensive line is not the same. They've had injuries. They went out and tried to re-sign Ragnow, and all of a sudden he doesn't pass the physical because he's got a third-degree hamstring injury. Like, how? You're like, listen, man, no offense, but you're a big fat offensive lineman just like I was. Like, how in the world could your hamstring, how could you sit out for a year and your hamstring have a third-degree pull? Like, what in the world is going on there? Like, how fast did you jump off the couch to get food? I don't understand that one. So they have not been the same, when it comes to just beating people up physically. That hasn't been the same. They've not been the same group that way. And, defensively, some of those issues that they had last year with the injuries, they haven't solved some of those issues on the back end. So, they couldn't get off the field. Green Bay was converting critical downs, critical thirds, and that critical fourth down at the end of the game to seal or salt away the victory. So they just look like week to week they're off. They're not hitting on all cylinders like they were a year ago.
Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide's on your side. It was Commanders and Broncos Sunday night. How viable is Washington? The Cowboys play them one more time, but Philly's got them twice, and it would really help the Cowboys' chances if the Commanders can at least win one of those games against Philadelphia.
Yeah, I thought there's a couple things going back through that game. And, I went through it kind of with a fine-tooth comb because of my radio show here in Denver. And I thought that Washington on-line of scrimmage was exceptional.
Yeah.
And they locked up the Broncos, who have an unreal defense. They did a great job. I think they had 7 explosive 10-plus yard runs, only one from the quarterback. So I thought what they did in the run game was incredibly impressive. They won their one-on-ones in the run game. They dominated their double teams in the run game. I thought they were really, really good. And then when you couple that with that QB run, that QB zone read, they ran a zone read off a counter where, like Zach Allen was tackling the back in the backfield, like the action they had on that and the reaction the defense gave as they were squeezing and just flying across the football field. Marcus Mariota was, 15 yards before even a defender reacted to him. Or is it Mariota? Or is it Mariota? Like, I don't know what was going on Sunday with that game. How many different pronunciations were we playing a game? How many different ways can we pronounce his name? Did he change it? Like, I don't know. That was perplexing to me because I was watching it on the plane coming home. But, I think they're viable in that. I think the other thing that happened was Dan Quinn took over the defensive play calling. I think he simplified things, and I think they played a much better game on the defensive side, albeit that drive in overtime, they got totally into a soft zone trying to protect any big plays over the top, and they just gave them check downs. They were ripping off 14 yards a pop, and then they got the one check down off a little tight end jerk route that went for 41. So I just was surprised that they got into kind of crunch time, and they decided just to let Denver throw check downs and win that football game.
If the Broncos make it to the Super Bowl, you going to go?
To the game?
Yeah, or to Radio Row?
Oh, yeah, I would imagine I'll head down there to Radio Row maybe, but I won't go unless it's like golf for me, guys. I've reached a point in my life where I only go play golf when somebody's paying me to go play golf. I only go to the game if somebody's paying me to be there. I'm spoiled that way. Otherwise, I just want to sit on my couch where I have the rewind button.
I'm right there with you, man. And I didn't even play all those years. Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Thanks for joining us, man. Enjoy Week 14.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Salute. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. All righty. We got 3 down, 2 to go. An edition of football's finest coming up next, Eric.
Yes, sir. Dak versus the Blitz. Have the Cowboys fixed this part of the defense and some stats today for you next year in the nation? Batolos, are you ready to transform your bathroom into a dream space? Now is the time. All right. Zentex Remodeling Group, they got you covered. Since 2001, their family-owned team.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. G-Bag today is coming up at 5:30, then LA Live. We'll get you everything caught up here in the world of football right now with Eric Chiafalo's football's finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We got plenty to get to from a Cowboys standpoint. I think we have some UNT breaking news as well. Let's get into it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Here we go. Wolchuk reporting live from studio on the Mean Green of North Texas. What do we need to know?
Well, we got a new coach, Eric. Neil Brown, former head coach at West Virginia, at Troy. Did a great job at Troy, WVU. Maybe not as good, but has experience now in the Power 5 and the Group of 5. Has been on staff with Steve Sarkisian at Texas. Well, he's now the new head coach for the North Texas Mean Green. So we welcome in Neil Brown to the Mean Green family, and hopefully he can continue the success that Eric Morris has brought as we are going to win the American Championship on Friday night, going to New Orleans, going to beat up on Tulane. And then next up, whoever that 5 seed is in the playoff, baby, Drew Mestenmaker, Caleb Hawkins, and the North Texas Mean Green about to go on a Cinderella run to the Natty.
Great season, great hire. We'll have everything going on at UNT.
Yeah, this could be exciting. Friday night, by the way, with that game going on, Wolchuk and I will be at the Cosm, Dallas, in Grandscape. There in the Colony.
Sick.
For a Mavs watch party.
Cool.
Wolchuk will have the cell phone out, and he will be hammered, yelling at his phone every time the Mean Green do something good or bad. And so we'll be double dipping there, watching the Mavs. Maybe they can take down the Thunder. All of a sudden, Nembhard drops like 30 assists and 50 points, and Flagg does what he does, and they go ahead and beat the champs. But we'll also be double dipping with the UNT game. It's
gonna be a party.
So Friday night's gonna be awesome. Come hang out in the Colony, Grandscape, Cosm. I've never been there. I cannot wait to watch sports there.
It's fantastic. I haven't seen a sports game there, so I'm pumped.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Would love to see all the Tolos out there. Now, Broadus, what do we know about this Lions team? They like to blitz a little bit? Like to do a little blitzing?
They will blitz a little bit more of the linebacker type blitz. You'll bring a safety blitz. The Jets play more man coverage than these guys.
Yeah. They like to play a lot of man coverage, and they will send a little blitz at you. All right?
The linebackers are good blitzers. They're going to test your running backs' pickups is what they're going to do.
Well, Javonte Williams he's ready for that moment.
Super beast, as you would say.
Yeah. Total super beast, and we appreciate him for that. We also appreciate Dak Prescott when facing the blitz over the last 2 weeks, Eagles and Chiefs. He's first in completion percentage, first in total passing yards, first in first downs, first in BTTs, hitting the big-time throws at a high rate, third in passer rating, and his overall grade by Pro Football Focus is top 5. So if you want to go ahead and blitz Dak, please. He will make it rain on you. So that'll be something to watch for versus the Lions here on Thursday night.
Incredibly hot in the beginning, cooled off. Now he's back to being incredibly hot. I mean, what happened against Carolina, Denver, and Arizona, where it was just like he reverted to the worst version of himself there for about a month?
I think they ran for 31 yards against Carolina. And they had the offensive line. That was when there was a lot of shuffling going on.
Yeah, Brock Hoffman started.
They had a chance. I thought they had a chance to come back in that game. I'm trying to remember.
Carolina?
No, the Dallas did in that game. Didn't Dallas get to a point where they had a chance?
Yeah, they had a chance to win it.
Yeah, a chance to win it and didn't get it done.
Didn't get the ball back for like the final 6 or 7 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, for the most part, Dak under pressure in general this year has been awesome, but especially versus the blitz, he can diagnose it at a high level.
That's right. That Carolina game, they did not get the ball back.
No, they had that final drive where they went 3 and out punted, and offensively they needed to win it and they didn't.
Yep.
Now, on the flip side, looking at the Cowboys' defense, of course, they've been improving since the trade deadline. And, I mean, before that, they were as bad as it gets in so many categories, but especially on third down. Right, their third down defense was historically bad. They led the league at being the worst on third downs. It was like 53% of the time offenses were converting third downs against them. Really, really bad stuff. Now you look at it, over the last 3 games, they have given up 13 of 37 third down opportunities. That's 35%. That would be top 5 in the league.
Let's freaking go. I needed that because yesterday when you gave us their EPA on defense for the last 3 weeks, it was just 18th. That kind of stopped me in my tracks, almost stopped me from betting the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl, which I ended up getting through last hour.
Nice.
I'm down on the sports book, so I'm excited about that opportunity. But we need to see this play out over the next couple of weeks against Detroit. And then is it the Chargers next, or is it the Vikings?
Vikings
Sunday night.
Chargers, then Commanders,
Giants.
then Giants. Yeah.
Okay,
Christmas
so decent challenges 2 of the next 3 weeks. If they can get through that and move their EPA even higher in the rankings, I think it has the potential to be top 10, especially with Diggs coming back.
Yeah, I mean, if Diggs can channel the height of his powers, that would go a long way for him. The other thing, go ahead.
Can I give you a little nugget of a stat?
Yeah.
Give us a nugget.
About CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens,
please.
And tell me if you guys knew this. And this is something that I picked up. I was going through all these notes and stuff. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, when aligned opposite sides of the formation, when they're aligned opposite of each other.
Okay.
With Lamb and Pickens on the opposite side, the Cowboys have averaged 7.8 yards per play compared to 5.3 per play when both wideouts are on the same side. Additionally, the Cowboys' explosive pass rate with Lamb and Pickens aligned on opposite sides slides to 17%, and nearly 7% higher than that with the pair on the same side. They're in a situation when they're opposite. They've scored 11 touchdowns. When together, it's been 1. You would think that having them on the same side might be the best way to go.
Mm-hmm.
But this year it's been the opposite of that. When they're playing apart, and I guess that's one of the reasons why that teams have to make a determination of how to play them. Like how do you cover? If you put them on the same side, maybe you would think, okay, they could bracket them and do some things like that. But if they play them apart, then maybe the coverage that doesn't allow them to do that.
No, that is interesting. I saw Ed Werder put this out, that the Cowboys, they lead the NFL with 17 drawn pass interferences, and a good chunk, I think 4 or 5 came on against Kansas City. Out of those 17, who do you think has which between CD and Pickens?
I think Lamb's got more, because I think I saw this tweet earlier.
Yeah. CD's got 10. And George has 7. And, I mean, the whole season I've just looked at George Pickens as the master at drawing pass interference, but maybe we're also not giving CD enough credit for doing that as well.
And 3 less games, obviously played catch-up quite a bit against Denver.
Great point.
But, Lamb made a huge statement last week that he's not, fallen off in any way. It just focused him and made him a better version of himself, and that's what you hope, that those guys can have a little bit of healthy competition going on between the two of them.
The other thing, the Cowboys defense needs to get cleaned up. I saw this from Bobby, tweeted this out earlier, slowing teams down to open the game. Opponents have scored on 9 of their last 10 first quarter drives against the Cowboys.
The offense also could help out. I think the offense starts slow quite a bit as well.
Here's another one for you, Eric, if you don't mind.
I don't.
The Cowboys have the 7th highest pressure rate on blitzes at about 45%, but they also have the highest passer rating allowed when doing it at 130.2.
Yeah, the back end can still be a problem. I mean, let's not make any mistake about it. Mahomes was dicing you up, and if it wasn't for penalties, drops, and a couple of drops,
they had the offensive pass interference, and then they had the holding. You're right about that. Those were 2 drive killers, right?
Total drive killers, absolutely, and that's kind of been the name of the game for the Chiefs this year. They've struggled in those categories, but. Yes, I mean, that could be a totally different game if the Chiefs are just playing a little bit cleaner and not getting some of those penalties or the brain fart drops or whatever like that. So, yeah, the back end of the defense is still – that's why I get what you're saying, Dawson, about really hoping that Diggs can step up in here and be awesome, because it's great to see the young guys out there and they're doing their thing, getting reps. Yeah. But, I mean, these passing games, you can be had. Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce, you weren't stopping them.
Yeah. Here's one that's a good one, though. Williams and Oso-Digizua, 29 quarterback pressures since Week 11. That's the most among the defensive tackle duos since Week 11. 29 pressures between those 2 guys.
Yeah, and that's a total game changer.
That's the Quinn Williams impact.
Yep.
And this game against the Lions is probably going to be their most productive game. They're going to collapse that pocket.
Yeah, you would hope.
Jared Goff was a decent athlete, I'm sure, compared to the rest of us. He's a great athlete, but he's not fleet of foot enough to escape what's coming for him.
Yeah, and I still can't believe I know Mark Schlereth addressed it a little bit there. The Frank Ragnow story, who's been like the best center in football for some years. He retires shortly before the season. Then he's about to make a comeback here, and we're walking into the stadium on Thursday, getting the Rappaport report that, oh my gosh, Ragnow's going to be coming back, go for a playoff run. He's ready to go, and we thought he might be playing versus the Cowboys on Thursday night, and then they find out that he's got a grade 3 hamstring strain, which really is like Mark Schlereth was like, how is that even possible?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I looked into this over the weekend because we did a podcast on it at How About Wow on YouTube, and they knew about it. They didn't know it was this bad. Like, he'd been working out, anticipating a return, but so he's talking to him and says, yeah, I got a little bit of a hammy, but it's going to be okay. So they were like, well, you're probably not going to be able to play against the Cowboys, but we'll see from there. And then once they looked at it, they're like, bro, this is a multi-month recovery. You can't play it all this year. Even if we sign you now when you make the playoffs, you're not going to be available in January. So it was just a lot worse than what he thought, right? He thought, okay, I was working out on my own. I've tweaked my hammy. I'm going to come in here and work with the team's trainers again. We're going to get this thing figured out in a couple of weeks. I'll be back in the lineup. And the MRI said, no, sir.
Not happening. Is there anything more Giants than the attempted Younghoe Koo kick last night?
At first, I was not watching it live because that game was so disgusting. And I mean, after the return for a touchdown, it was like over. But I thought this was a ball sack.
Yeah.
You thought it was like an AI video?
I was.
You know how good those AI videos are these days.
Oh man, Bobby, what he's doing, it's scary. I was like, there's no way Younghoe Koo just misses the football like a pro NFL kicker
kicked the ground,
like a divot in the ground.
It looked like to me the hold was kind of off, like the ball was moving and he was worried about it not being set.
How terrible is that?
Because you could see
it's the most embarrassing thing.
Well, you could see him. They're trying to kind of get the ball settled, and I think he saw it moving and he was worried about just kicking it into the line.
It's an all-time football folly.
Yeah.
I don't know how you recover from that. Has he been released? Has he been cut?
Not yet.
We haven't seen that on the waiver wire.
I'm sure that he will be.
I don't understand how you can bounce back from that. That's really bad.
Super embarrassing.
Speaking of bouncing back,
they're on the bye, by the way, the Giants. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess they have some time to work that out.
To work that one out. Yeah.
Rodney Harrison. We talked about this yesterday, where he kind of just froze up there on the Sunday night pregame show.
Has he said what it was?
Yeah, he's blaming it on just simply being exhausted.
You know what?
Really? Wow.
It happens to the best of us.
He said he had 3 hours of sleep. He's been working all day. He was at his son's game the night before, and so he was just worn out, man. He was pooped.
Wow. Didn't have anything else to say. I know the cold can get the best of your brain too.
Man, that's unfortunate. That's his job every week, right?
It is technically his job.
I thought watching it,
I thought
third
he had
and
an
fourth
earpiece
problem, or I thought maybe he might have seen a cheerleader. You know, sometimes you catch a sight and it frazzles your brain.
Yeah.
I thought
if they were playing the Vikings, maybe it was like one of those dude cheerleaders walking around. You'd be like, oh my gosh.
They still doing that?
I believe so.
He blamed it on being exhausted.
Yeah, 3 hours of sleep.
Wow.
3 hours of sleep will get him.
Wow, that's a shame.
Couple of stats of the day for you. Max Brosmer, the worst quarterback performance we've seen in quite some time. First quarterback to throw 0 touchdowns and 4 interceptions in his first start since 1933. Okay, and the Vikings are sitting here $36 million over the cap for next year, which is third worst in the league. It's amazing how quickly things change.
That is bizarre.
Vikings are rocking and rolling, man. Kevin O'Connell, quarterback whisperer. And now you're just looking around going, what are we doing? Vikings fans just can't have nice things.
So they haven't paid a quarterback. Like, where's all their cap money going to?
Well, they're paying Justin Jefferson quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
I think they threw a bunch at the offensive line. Didn't they?
Darrisaw, yeah. The tackle.
Yeah, they got some guys on the offensive line. I don't know where all their money's tied up at.
That's crazy.
But that's
They
tough.
got some defensive linemen.
And one of those deals, like you were mentioning about Aaron Rodgers yesterday, Dawson.
Yeah. Did you get that other stat that came out today?
66.4% of Aaron Rodgers' passing yards have come after the catch this season. Okay? So when you look at how many yards he's thrown for, 66% of them were after the catch, which is second only to 2011 A.J. Feely in the past 15 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible to watch,
But things are about to get better for him, man. They just signed Adam Thielen.
I bet you Adam Thielen retires.
Oh, he announced that he's going to retire at the end of the season. That's why he's probably so ticked off. He's going to the Steelers.
He'll fit right in with his 8 yards a catch. You catch it for 2 and you run for 5 more. And
it really is the perfect offense for him.
It's their best play. Seriously, I think their best play is a screen to Kenny Gainwell. That's all they got going on right now.
That's not good.
Gainwell's pretty good player. All righty. Thank you, Chief.
Yes,
it's
sir.
the G-Bag Nation. You're on 105 through the fan. There's news out of Lubbock on Joey that Red Raiders fans are going to want to hear about. We got Mavs stuff and the Stars in action tonight as well. Then we'll get you over to the G-Bag of the day here on 105 through the fan.
But Toles, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works. Of course, you want the best modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you have a receding hairline, bald spot, or some just general thinning of the hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. They're absolutely fantastic. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
If you shout, "How about them Cowboys?" you have that undeniable passion that's the heart of Cowboys Nation. And if you like to drink Dr. Pepper, you love the unique blend of its 23 flavors. Together, your one-of-a-kind fandom paired with the one-of-a-kind taste of a delicious ice-cold Dr. Pepper is the game day lineup that can't be beat. Better yet, gather your Cowboys and Dr. Pepper fan friends to watch the next game and crack open a delicious ice-cold Dr. Pepper for everyone. The wins will be even tastier. It's a Pepper thing.
Hey, Tolos! Join G-Bag Nation, Zach and Eric in Michelob Ultra for a 105.3 The Fan Mavs watch party this Friday from 8 to 10 p.m. at Cosm on Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. More info at 1053thefan.com.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Well, the Oranges really need to capitalize here if they want to win the Family Room Championship. There's the snap. Hyper Blue is going for the blitz. Here's Energetic Orange, dropping back, looks long, throws, and touchdown! SW6887 Naval with a 39-yard catch to defeat the Blues.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and bring home the color of your team spirit. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Whether you're in the courtroom or on the field, winning matters. As a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, Barberi Law Firm understands the stakes when your life is on the line. Our clients have a lot to lose, so we use our 25 years of criminal defense experience to handle each case with precision and dedication. Led by board-certified attorney and specialist Heather Barberi, we provide VIP treatment and a relentless pursuit of justice. Choose Barberi Law Firm for a masterful defense. Call 682-LAW-STAR.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWSecurity.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security. Get a jolly good deal on DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best.
DFWSecurity.com.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial-free to the top. LA Live's coming up here in about 18 minutes. G-Bag of the day at 5:30. I did say Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Okay, let's go. We got news out of Tech. Amid a historic season, the school announcing that it has agreed on a new 7-year contract with Coach Joey Mack. It's Joey McGuire. Sources confirming to ESPN's Pete Thamel the new deal averages nearly $7 million per season. I think they're getting a bargain on that. School said it also includes incentives for future Big 12 and postseason success. Red Raiders number 5 of the college football playoff ranking, completing an 11-1 regular season, with each win coming by at least 20 points, and they're making their Big 12 championship appearance. First time against BYU on Saturday in Arlington. I know there's so many Tech fans here in town that are fired up. McGuire's 34-17 in 4 years in Lubbock, tied for the most win by a Tech coach through that span since Jim Carlin. Wow. Back from 1970.
70s. Yeah, 70s.
To 73. And he says, I couldn't be more thankful for Kirby Hocutt and our administration for belief in this football program. I think they're here to stay.
I do too. I think they're about to run the Big 12. I'll be there for the championship game on Saturday, going with the in-laws. So if anybody is in the 400 sections, let me know. We'll meet up. We can party up in the nosebleeds where I love to be. But this is awesome for Tech. I think Joey loves it in Lubbock. I think he's really building a powerhouse there, and I think they're going to be moving up into the top 4. They're probably going to end up with a bye if they win.
It's a place you can lock in and coach football, just like the great rural universities around this country. You know, you get to a big city with history and tradition and boosters that are used to having their way, and things get messy, then they get complicated out there. He can just work his magic, and it's good to know that he's going to be doing that for a long time. Joey was always so good to us here at the Fan. You know,
I just dropped him a text message from us and told him congrats.
Mavs last night, how great was that? You go to Denver as double-digit dogs. You get a monster game from Anthony Davis to boost his trade value. Cooper Flagg was really good, and Ryan Nembhard, the rookie, who joined us to start the show today at 2 o'clock. It's an interview that I'd recommend Mavs fans go back and listen to. 28 points on 12 of 14 shooting, had 10 assists. But the thing that really stuck out to me is it really is not a surprise to him. You know, he's just doing what he does, which is play really, really smart, high IQ basketball, make the right pass, not force shots. And when he gets a chance to shoot it, he's knocking it down. 40% from 3 in his senior year at Gonzaga after living in the low to mid-30s his first 3 years in college. So he had a breakthrough his senior year, and now I think in the NBA he hasn't played a ton of minutes, but he's shooting 52% from 3. So to what extent is he a part of the Mavs' future plans? I would say this is a guy that you want to lock in and eventually get signed to a contract. I don't know if I would ever be excited about Ryan Nembhard as a long-term starter for this team, but as your point guard coming off the bench, you can create and make smart plays. Both him and Brandon Williams, they got some good depth at least at the point guard position here beyond Kyrie Irving. I guess it kind of paid off that negligent Nico didn't bring in anybody else during the summer free agency. Yeah, Cooper Flagg had 24 and 8. Guys, I'm shutting down Anthony Davis today. The last time I said that last hour, somebody on the text says, Dawson, you said stupid bleep all the time. And that's fine. Sometimes I do misfire, but I'm dead on this one. Anthony Davis is too much of an injury risk, and the season is already lost. Like, I don't know. You're really clinging to something. Like, I'm getting stalker vibes from any Mavs fan out there right now who's saying, we can't blow this up. You can't sit anybody down. We're going to go on. We're going to go ahead and make a run.
It's ridiculous. It's so weird when Anthony Davis plays his first game in how long, and he has an awesome game. And he is. Anthony Davis is still a really good player, the rare time that he plays for you. But since he's been a Dallas Maverick, he has not been available. So this is great. Go ahead and up your value. Have the Bulls send the Mavericks whatever package they can. That's the best the Mavs can get. And let's move forward.
Yeah, I like that.
It's also a clean break from this Luka trade.
Yeah, it is. I like the Vucevic Kobe White trade idea. I'd be willing to do that. But Sean and RJ, and I guess it was Bobby this morning, pointed out something really interesting that Nika was not only fired for the Luka trade but also mismanaging the cap. So I do think there's a possibility that they're just looking to get expiring contracts and maybe one future first-round pick so they can get back under their version of the tax apron in the NBA that's going to have them writing a humongous check to not even make the playoffs. Stars are in New York against the Rangers. Rangers having a decent season. So it's not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. But they're in last place in their division, just 6 points from the top of the division. Is that the Metropolitan Division there in the NHL that the Rangers are in?
Yes.
It's an incredibly condensed Eastern Conference. Stars second place in the West, but not even atop their own division because Colorado just will not lose. But did you see the Stars rode the release of their new alternate jersey to an NHL single-game merchandise sales record?
They're incredible. I mean, I wanted to go and get one. They're sold out. You can't get one right now. Those 99 jerseys are freaking unbelievable, and it's not a surprise that ended up being a record for the NHL shop.
I mean, but this is not a team with an incredibly massive or historical fan base. I think it just speaks to the genius and the brilliance of the art that is that sweater. The total after-tax revenue for merchandise sales during last Friday's game at the AAC against the Mammoth, the highest for any regular season or playoff game in league history. People are coming in with their wallets out saying, please take my credit card now at these playoff games. But they beat them all. That does, I guess, exclude outdoor games such as the Winter Classic or Stadium Series or Heritage Classic that are sort of one-off events and lend themselves to just a merchandise free-for-all, if you will. All righty, we had Jake Ferguson on back there at 2:15. If you want to go back and listen to that, I think we need to follow up with Stephen Jones on his idea on Friday. What do you guys think? He said, and our friend Douglas Barraclaw over there at the Cowboys,
what's up, Douglas?
Tweeted his quote: "If I catch the ball on our 99-yard line and I hop on my left foot all the way down and score, that isn't a touchdown?" That's what he asked us, because he got the left foot down twice. The right foot was going to come down, but somehow the leg of the Chiefs linebacker got in between his legs and prevented that foot from coming down. Sure, is it us reacting in a maybe Homer way? But the way that he put it is a great point. I think that rule needs to be reviewed. How many isn't 1 foot down twice as good as 2 feet down once each?
Look, I think you could make that argument. And unfortunately, with the push-out rule, he's not able to get that second foot down because he bangs out on another foot. But, yeah, I've seen some people responding to that, the rules are different in the field of play than they are in the end zone, which is totally fair. But I think if you're able to toe tap twice with the same foot, that should count as getting both feet in.
They count one shin, don't they?
Yeah.
One knee, an elbow.
One knee equals 2 feet. And if you have the butt down, that counts.
Yeah, one butt. So there's...
Even if it's just one cheek, it counts.
I don't think anything is out of the realm of possibility for the Rules Committee to look at and reimagine even over time. We had to get clarity on Dez caught it. Now I think it's time for clarity on Jake caught it. Okay, and with that we go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah. I caught that too, player. G-Bag with the man. I don't even want to talk about my high school football days.
Oh, no? You have one of those?
Getting cornered by the receivers. Damn, I was open. Talking about first quarter play. Dog, I was open. We ended the game.
Yeah, go talk to the left tackle about blocking that monster over there.
Hey, G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media platforms if there's anything you think I should be playing. But I got a backlog of stuff right here, so I'm digging into the bag tonight. Let's go to our winner, though. College Game Day on ESPN. Reporter Jess Sims. Let's see that. Yeah, she gave a weather report live from the big house, and this got people upset.
I'm glad that it feels good there because it is cold as in the city. So just
He's going home. That's Jesse's first bad word on TV. There's one. Okay.
It took 4 years, but I'm here. I finally made it.
Gosh, that's a crazy laugh.
That is a wild laugh. Hold on, one more time for your mind.
So just wait.
That's on the bracket. That's full Woody Woodpecker right there.
That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's see. I said I got a lot of stuff in the bag, so I'm going to dig back on this one. We're going to ESPN Chicago, a show called Cap and J Hood. All right, a caller told them, Cap and J Hood. Cap and J Hood, K-A-P. Okay. J Hood. Shout out to J Hood. A caller told them to stop glazing Caleb Williams. Now, this clip is a little old. You can tell by the records and numbers they're going to be spitting out here, but still, it's interesting.
Hear you guys, and you're just glazing Caleb Williams. I mean, he's not really that good. I mean, he's 19th on the list of Sports Illustrated.
Hey, Sean.
I mean,
Sean, what's the term? What's the term that you use?
Glazing him.
Okay, tell everyone what that means.
It means that you're just. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean,
no. I mean, if you feel like you got the balls to say, hold on a second.
Okay.
We're having a conversation. If you're going to use that term, tell everybody what that term means.
Well, it means that you're like you're making him seem better than he is. You're making him seem better than he is.
Really? Because he's 7-3, and the dude.
Okay, he's 7-3 against all teams with losing records.
Guess what? You can only
every team they beat has a losing record. They're not good. I mean, they're not really that good. Special teams won the game yesterday, not him. He was trash.
Really?
Yes.
Guess what? They've had 5 come from behind wins with 2 minutes left. Never
against
happened.
Teams with losing records, they suck.
It does not matter, you moron.
Moron.
There we go. Who is on your schedule? That's it.
Right. I'm not saying that they don't play. Their schedule's about to get real tough, and they're going to be 8-9. And when they're 8-9, I don't want to hear you guys glazing them. Shut up.
Let me ask you a question.
Shut
How'd
up.
your Packers do yesterday? Lucky to get out of New York, but they
I
won.
don't like the Packers. I'm a Broncos fan.
Of course you are, because you're a bandwagon guy.
No, because I'm from Denver.
You're a bandwagon guy, and you don't like that you live here, and our team actually looks like, they might have figured it out.
Man,
guess what?
If you guys make the playoffs, you're going to lose the first game because you can't play.
You must be working for an NFL team because you got all the freaking answers.
Trash defense. Trash.
You're a genius. You're a genius.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Have a great week, bud. Take that.
Sean
7-3. Suck on that.
Suck on that. Wow.
Thank you. Have a great day.
7-3.
Bandwagon. I'm from Denver. I thought the caller kind of won that back and forth.
Yeah.
Sure.
He got the best of them.
Man, outside of not knowing what glazing meant, I mean, he won every other.
Got the host
rebuttal.
just lashing out, calling him a moron and a bandwagon guy. Actually, I'm from Denver. Yeah. No, you're not. You're a bandwagon guy. Front runner.
I think he wanted to explain it. Explain that glazing. Since you want to use it, explain it. Yeah, Ben Rogers used to get us like that sometimes. What does that mean? No, but what does that mean?
Then what'd you say?
Yeah. What'd you say? Then what'd he say?
Bears fans have to be defensive about Caleb Williams.
Gosh, they've had quarterback hell. They've been in purgatory for years.
I don't think they know what real success looks like.
No, they don't.
But Cooper Rush had a winning record with the Cowboys. Was that because he was good?
No.
He had good surroundings. Bears put together a really good offensive line, really good weapons, and it just goes to show you that even a below-average quarterback can maybe be the top seed in the NFC if you surround him with enough good players.
Let's go to the university at Buffalo. Men's basketball right here. Player of the week, Daniel Freitag. Freitag. Looks like it's German. German.
Guten Tag.
Yeah, Freitag. He hits a game winner, and the broadcaster, she is just surfing, bro.
And they inbound this ball.
Ooh.
Here comes Daniel. He's trying to find his way down the middle for the floater. Off the glass, and he makes it! Oh, my gosh! He is that guy. He is him.
Hit it with the hibby.
Oh, my gosh!
Makes it in.
That guy.
Probably your first season.
Here comes Daniel. He's trying to find his way down the middle for the floater. Off the glass, and he makes it! Oh, my gosh! He is that guy. He is him.
I can listen to that 10 more times. Oh, boy.
A Freitag sounds like some kind of delicious snack you get in Germany, though.
Yeah.
Some Freitag.
Get some mustard with that Freitag.
Yeah.
Freitag and an ale.
Hey, this isn't one, but we still like DeMarcus Lawrence, huh? Do we like DeMarcus Lawrence?
Absolutely. Friend of the show.
Okay, cool. He was talking big during the press conference.
On that note, though, to have it be in your own control, like you guys, if you went out, like you can win the NFC West, does that give you guys more confidence or motivate you more so?
I don't care. They line up, excuse my language, they get thank God.
Yeah,
it's a walk-off.
They line up, they get effed up. Yeah, it was a walk-off. He pointed at the sky after he said that, fam. Like, I just smoked it. I'm out of here.
I did that. Drop the mic.
Yeah. I'll be here next Thursday, baby. Make sure you tip your bartenders and everything. It's your boy D-Law Tank.
There you go. Wow, boys.
Yeah.
Should have kept him, traded Micah last March, right?
But they couldn't
That's
stay
been way to
together.
do it.
That wouldn't have been good for anybody.
Yeah. All right, last one right here, bro. Remember the post-surgery videos that were real big?
Yes, with the laughing gas and stuff.
Yeah, whatever it is, you're coming out the dentist and you're crazy and people record you and whatnot. This kid right here named Javion, post-surgery, he was talking reckless.
Hey, can I get off this bed now?
No, Javion.
Not yet. Habadusi.
Was he crying?
A little bit, not much though. Just like he was completely. Shut the up.
Oh wow.
I believe I can fly, bitch.
Ooh.
I believe I can touch a guy.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Oh my God. Javion.
Papa will not be happy with you right now, Papa.
Oh, come on, Paw.
What?
Medication
Oh. Paw caught a stray, bro.
Wow. Man.
Javion was acting up at the doctor's office today.
Got the Paul Dawson treatment over there, Brian.
He did. Paul Dawson for sure.
He made the explicit version of I Believe I Can Fly.
Yeah, 4-year-old came back from the dentist. They had to put her under like that, and it would not go away.
Uh-oh.
She was like silly for like 2 hours, bro.
I bet that
we
was
were Googling
I
it
bet that was
thinking
hilarious.
It was pretty funny.
A little scary.
A little
too.
scary.
Yeah, it starts to go on and on. You're like, okay.
Yeah, this isn't normal.
No.
Yeah.
What do we need to do here?
Takes a lot of practice getting used to those being under the influence situations and watching your mouth. Clearly, she was not prepared for that moment. We are prepared to vote for the G-Bag of the day. Is it College Game Day? With Jess? Is it Stop Glazing Caleb Williams on sports radio in Chicago?
Did that?
You?
No.
Me?
Oh, I guess it was.
Okay. Is it the University at Buffalo with Daniel Freitag?
Floater off the glass, and he makes it! Oh
I know,
my
this is tough, man.
He is that guy. He is him.
She was rolling, bro.
That's almost a boom goes the dynamite moment.
That guy, she's him.
Is it Tank Lawrence now with the Seahawks with a walk-off, or is it Javion post-surgery? This is a tough deal today. I'm going to go with Chicago Sports Radio talking and debating Caleb Williams.
Yeah, same here.
Somebody said she sounded like Kamala Harris. Wait a minute, fam. Hold on.
Floater off the glass, and he makes it! Oh my gosh! He is that guy. He is him.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'll go Javion, bro.
Well, Chuck,
I think I got to go with our girl on the call. She is her.
Okay, and Brian.
Yeah, this needs to be voted off.
This is close.
Yeah, this is close. So I'm going to go with our Buffalo announcer.
For the second day in a row, we're going to need you to jump on to @GBagNation on Twitter. You can follow us when you get there, but whenever we have a tie in the G-Bag of the day, we allow you guys to cast the decisive vote. So we'll create a little mini poll, probably announce the champ here towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of that, in the Pimp Cup, here's Lucius.
Oh, yes. He's here. Hey, it's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Man.
All right, you squares. Find up this funk. Let's have a toe.
What is this? Damn! It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Here we go.
Too many good docs are getting out of business. Too many OBGYNs aren't able to practice their love with women all across this country.
Their love with women.
The new Prime Minister of India is, no. I oppose breaching those dams. I know the human being and fish can coexist peacefully.
I don't know.
Teach a child to read, and he or her will be able to pass a literacy test. Families is where our nation finds hope, where wings take dream. I hear there's rumors on the internets. There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you.
Oh, boy.
Got it. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Go. This is LA Live for Tuesday, December the 2nd, 2025. I had to look around. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks.
President might be driving around listening.
He might be.
He might be driving around listening.
Salute to you, sir.
Yeah. Mission complete, or whatever you said on that damn ship that one day on the Nimitz. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this station. Thank you. We love you. Hey! You don't get it, though. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Now, Toxic Tuesday, the internet is hella toxic. We all know this.
Yes.
I think it was like a couple of weeks ago, Elon turned on some location thing on Twitter, and we started realizing half of these things that make conversations are from other countries.
Yeah.
And they come into our country and make us fight each other.
That's right.
It's crazy. I told you I was full of bots out there.
You've been on this for a while.
It's full of bots. Well, I was on that dead internet theory. Yeah, it's full of bots. But did you see that they tried to put two of our great wide receivers in the upper room over the holidays?
Oh, no.
No. Yeah, Drew
Pearson. Drew Pearson, bro.
Yes.
What?
They tried to put Drew. He had to make a statement.
He did.
People were losing their minds. My uncle hit me up. That's one of his favorite players.
Wow. So sad. We're going to party with him on Sunday.
Yeah.
He loves sitting with us.
Sandlot, baby.
And Jesse Holly, too. My uncle loves Jesse Holly.
Oh, Jesse's awesome.
Man, he got it from a show, man. I'm telling you what. That's hard. Yeah, they try to get Drew Pearson out of here. The Dallas Cowboys icon page. I don't know if you're responsible for starting this rumor, but you definitely perpetuated it and got a whole lot of likes and internet traction from it. And the Washington Commanders fans were on edge because something came out and said Art Monk was out of here.
Monk, yeah.
What the hell?
How is this possible? How could you just make a fake story like that and put it out there and it zooms? It's crazy. Watch that internet, man. You can't believe anything you see on that
I saw
internet.
another one for Harold Carmichael.
Who?
The Eagles. Eagles wide receiver.
So they got all the 70s wide receivers.
I guess they were doing this is terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Now
from the Giants?
I don't know. I didn't look.
I just wonder what the motive is. Like, it seems like a lot of hard work to come up with these fake stories and keep pushing them to get one to go viral, and then you confuse the world for a couple $100.
Is that what you get? Like, what do you get from this?
Yeah.
Because people are really losing friends for just pennies on a dollar when it comes to these tweets.
I mean, a great YouTube video can pull you in $400 or $500. You know, I don't know how Facebook and Twitter pays. I know Twitter doesn't pay much like that at all.
No.
So I maybe it's in
a lot more.
Maybe it's in countries where the economy is so bad that if you hit for $10, you're paying for food for a week or something.
Okay. It's from other countries, you're saying it possibly, just like the Twitter thing.
I can see that.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah. Well, it's got to stop.
horrible.
It's got to be stopped, bro.
I mean, the only redeeming quality of it is it's really training people to think twice about what they're seeing. And, I need to do some more research on this. I don't want to get butt cracked again.
Kaboom. If I had the bomb, I'll drop it for you right there. Now, I did have a story about Terry Bradshaw. Should we be concerned about him in this broadcast? But I think I'm going to skip that for now.
That's an evergreen story.
I could just keep adding audio. I got 3 pieces of audio right here. I don't like the quality of them, so I might get to it later. But let's see here. Yeah, he's right. It's an evergreen situation. There's a news report in the Ozarks. You guys familiar with the Ozarks?
Yeah, the show.
Shout out to Marty Bird.
Where's the Ozarks?
Missouri.
Okay, just making sure. The news reporter in the Ozarks, she has been getting rude comments and messages from internet trolls because of her size.
Okay.
They say she looked like Jigglypuff.
I do love me some Jiggly.
Look up Fox 49 Ozarks. Her name is Carissa Codell.
Okay.
Codel. Look her up. She read some messages on air about all the rude trolls and things she's been getting from people. Hold on, is that? It sure is. It's L. Duncan up there, bro.
Yeah, that's L. I don't think that whole thing started just yet. It might be at the start of the new year, so enjoy while we can.
I like that maroon hair on that skin.
Nothing wrong with a pretty full-figured woman.
That's what I'm here for.
More cushion for the pussy.
You got to be do something for me to do something. That's what I'm here for. Let's listen to her.
Mamas, you're hotter than a spoon in a crack house on payday. And it's a sad day for men who live in their parents' basement. We did get Caucasian.
By the way, I'm sorry about that. That is a hot spoon. Crack house on payday? That's a hot ass spoon.
Mamas, you're hotter than a spoon in a crack house on payday. And it's a sad day for men who live in their parents' basement. We did get Caucasian Lizzo before GTA 6.
Damn.
She fat. She fat. The Pokemon called Jigglypuff, but in human form. And I do think we have a picture of the... There she is.
With that,
that's a big girl laugh.
This is who Sir Mix-a-Lot...
Wait a minute, dog. Chill out. You said her laugh was jolly? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what he said.
A lot of volume getting pushed through.
It's uncanny. This is who Sir Mix-a-Lot was rapping about. And if you don't get that reference, it's time to do your homework and go to bed. You look like you could survive a harsh winter.
Damn.
She's thicker than zoo glass.
Okay.
I just want to know who zoo glass is. Fee-fi faux yum.
Fee-fi faux yum.
Fee-fi faux yum is crazy.
Wow.
Must
Delicious.
be talking about her pantry.
God, that is so rude, bro.
Sorry, comes natural.
Just want to know who zoo glass is.
Hey, you were an internet troll, right, Dawson? Tell the truth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was an internet troll, guys.
Yeah.
Randy Marsh.
These are my confessions. Randy Marsh.
The early days of chat rooms were the best. People were taking it really seriously.
Yeah, I bet they were, bro.
I'd have like 20 windows open.
Just trolling. Watch people getting mad. Kick him out the room.
Yeah. Am I bothering you?
I just want to know who zoo glass is. Fee-fi faux yum.
That's crazy.
Step aside, Sabrina Carpenter. Here comes Sabrina Linebacker.
Oh.
Guys, when did Sabrina Carpenter eat Sabrina Carpenter?
Damn.
We have Sabrina Carpenter at home. Sabrina Contractor.
Oh.
If Sabrina Carpenter had a bakery.
What is her name again? Clarissa?
Yeah.
Codell.
Carissa Codell. She said we got Sabrina Carpenter at home.
That really is incredible.
That is so... Oh, sorry. Wow. It's rude as hell, bro. And it's rude as hell. Hold on. What's up? LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to that boy Ruben used to work up here. Y'all remember Ruben? Pedro, baby. Pedro. Much love to you.
Portillo.
Yeah, he's always sending me some good stuff to play. Let's go back to this Mavs versus Clippers game that happened not too long ago. Clipper fans are saying the franchise is so bad that the broadcasters are now fighting each other. One of the broadcasters is Jim Jackson.
Okay.
Which is really awesome because I'm from Dallas, bro. And I got to meet Jim Jackson one time and smoke cigars with him because of Chris Arnold.
Wow, dude. That's bad.
Yeah, that was really cool. But what's the other guy? Can you somebody tell me the other guy's name?
Mashburn?
No, the Clippers broadcasters.
We'll find this out.
Yeah, it's okay.
Old guy for a long time.
Well, this happened in the third quarter. No, Brian something.
Okay. I'll get on it.
It's okay. Anyway, there was some type of trivia thing that happened earlier in the game.
Is it
Brian Seaman?
Seaman?
I was scared that was his name.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it.
It reads Seaman.
I didn't want to
glaze the guy, but I think he's pretty good.
I didn't want to glaze him.
It's S.
That's why I passed it y'all. Like, somebody else tell me that name. Because I'm not touching it, bro.
This one.
Yeah, okay, I thought so.
S-I-E man.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's it, yeah.
That's it.
Brian Seaman and Jim Jackson.
That's it. Yeah, Brian referred to an earlier trivia question on the broadcast, and he accused Jim Jackson of ambushing him. And it just became, I guess, it sounded like a fight.
So I go back to that trivia question that you sprung on me. Ambushed is a better word. The trios in the NBA. I didn't ambush. What was an ambush? So the whole premise of the question was way off. No, it was not. Verbatim. No. You tell me. No, I'm not telling you. Zoo wheels inside. You tell me exactly what I asked you. What was the first trio of family members? I didn't say what was the first. I didn't say that. The last? I didn't say that. Go ahead. Then give me the question. No. Because I'll tell you where it's off. Okay. Would it be Mr. Main Event? That was his big name. Get it? No, you don't. I do get it. Why? You could go one of two ways. Boxing had a main event. Also, a little thing called the WWF had a main event. No, he's from Maine.